Chapter 1. The Vanished Ether Particle. In the vast, silent expanse of the universe, amidst a backdrop of inky blackness, twisted orbs of light pulsate with a cacophony of colors, akin to a child's haphazard scrawl, devoid of any aesthetic appeal. Suddenly, a beam of blood-red light erupted from a nebula so dim it was nearly imperceptible. Shattering the stillness of the cosmos, in less than half a second, it traversed the void and vanished from sight. As this sanguine beam swept through the stars, Odin, clad in golden armor and wielding the spear of eternity, rose abruptly from his throne within a monumental palace reminiscent of a panpipe. With a single eye, he gazed into the distance, his vision penetrating the thick palace walls, scanning the vast city, and sweeping across clusters of stars in the cosmic void. Heimdall, check the 9 realms. Something has intruded, Odin's voice rang out. Though not loud, it reached the far-off starting point of the Bifrost, a bridge of ice, air, and fire spanning the ocean, capable of reaching any corner of the 9 realms, the foundation of Asgard's dominion. Enveloped in dark golden armor, the guardian of the Bifrost, Heimdall received Odin's command and immediately raised his gaze. His eyes, radiating a soft golden light, could perceive all, transcending space and distance. Wherever the Bifrost could reach, he could instantly see. After a considerable time, Heimdall completed his survey of the 9 realms, his ebony face betraying no emotion as he shook his head and declared, "All is well in the 9 realms. I have detected no anomalies." In that brief moment, Odin, still wielding his spear and riding the 8-legged steed Sleipnir, had already arrived at the Bifrost starting point. He pulled the reins to halt the galloping steed and spoke with grave intensity. "I distinctly sensed the presence of something foreign to the 9 realms. It flew between Asgard and Jotunheim, yet now it eludes my grasp. Evade the All-Father is to evade my eye of knowledge. Could it be the Infinity Stones?" Odin pondered, his solitary eye scanning the vast starfield before him. Yet he could no longer discern that peculiar sensation. Ultimately, his gaze settled upon a dim nebula, nearly devoid of light, and he commanded, "Open the Bifrost of the Lost Lands." Upon receiving the order, Heimdall, standing on a high platform, lifted his sword of protection, the Bifrost steel, and inserted it precisely into the center of the platform. In the next moment, arcs of lightning erupted from the sword, striking the surrounding clockwork gears, energizing them into rapid motion. The spherical Bifrost began to rotate with the gears, concentrating all energy into the conical apex at its summit, ultimately transforming into a radiant beam of multicolored light directed toward the nearly invisible nebula. This resplendent beam, launched from Asgard, traversed the vast cosmic void at speeds surpassing light, piercing through the dense dust surrounding the Lost Lands, and reached a colossal landmass suspended in the endless dark nebula. Odin, now armored and armed, emerged from the Bifrost into a vast cavern, measuring 300 to 400 meters in both length and width. At its center stood a colossal stone pillar, over 50 meters in diameter, towering majestically within the cavern, exuding an aura of celestial grandeur. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the rainbow glow of the Bifrost behind him, allowing Odin's singular eye to discern the fissures in the stone pillar approximately 10 meters above the ground. The seals carved into its surface were shattered, and at the center lay a 30-centimeter wide aperture, with the edges showing signs of an explosive breach from within, indicating that something had burst forth. As Odin stepped from the Bifrost into the realm of the Lost Lands, Heimdall swiftly withdrew his sword, causing the Bifrost to vanish. Odin's voice echoed. "Heimdall, inform Vanaheim, Alfheim, and Nidavellir that Asgard will soon welcome a new king. The coronation will be held in 10 days. Heimdall, taken aback, raised his head in surprise. Before he could inquire further, Odin, his countenance dark with urgency, mounted Sleipnir and galloped toward the palace, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, on a street in Earth, Tian's expression mirrored Odin's turmoil, his face shifting from pallid to an alarming shade of green. The thick night, coupled with the glow of a street lamp 2 meters to his left, cast his reflection in a shop window, revealing the figure of a boy around 1.60 meters in height. His slightly curly black hair clung to his forehead, dampened by sweat, and his skin was as pale as parchment, lacking any trace of color. His prominent nose stood out, while his brown irises were encircled by faint, dark red rings. Regardless of the angle, this face, which could hardly be described as charming or handsome, appeared strikingly unfamiliar. His slender arms and legs suggested he weighed barely 100 pounds, a stark contrast to his own burgeoning physique. Yet, as he raised his hand, the stranger in the mirror mirrored his every movement, blinking in tandem. His mind replayed the harrowing scene from when he first awoke. Blood-soaked and sprawled in the back of a truck, he had scrambled outside to find an even grimmer horror. 2 black vans flanked the truck, and a sea of bodies clad in black suits lay strewn about limbless and dismembered. Blood gushed forth, pooling on the ground, filling the air with a nauseating stench. The slaughterhouse-like scene instilled an overwhelming terror, rendering Tian's mind a blank slate. By the time he regained his senses, he found himself on this unfamiliar street, staring at the reflection of a face that felt utterly alien, yet eerily reminiscent of himself. How? Is this even possible? Isn't crossing over something that only exists in novels? Tian murmured, grappling with the reality of inhabiting a stranger's body. He ruminated over what he had done the previous night that could have led to such a fantastical occurrence. A dedicated but struggling author, he typically toiled until midnight before contemplating sleep. Last night, after finishing his writing, he had shut down his computer without encountering any prompts like yes or no. His water glass had long been emptied. The moon hung in, a clear sky devoid of lightning storms, and there were no electrical malfunctions. Why had he woken up in a truck and transformed into another person? In this era, being an online author was perilous indeed. Even a peaceful night's sleep could lead to unforeseen complications, thrusting one into a role of saving the world. Had anyone considered his feelings? Had they sought his consent? As Tian's thoughts spiraled, a sudden gust of wind sent a chill through him, prompting him to instinctively lower his gaze. There, on his blood-soaked brown shirt, he noticed a bulge at the chest, and upon touching it, he found it hard and metallic beneath the blood. A decorative object, perhaps? Tian had always been quicker to act than to think. Now, with his mind in disarray from the disorienting experience of time travel, he had little inclination to ponder anything else. As he reached out and grasped an object, curiosity compelled him to pull it out to discern its nature. It soon became evident that, aside from seizing red envelopes, it was perhaps better for his hands to remain still at other times. The moment he moved, Tian felt something within his chest stir in response. It was then that his mind began to register the source of the blood saturating his shirt and the interior of the vehicle. Could this be a knife embedded in my chest? Is the blood gushing forth from this wound? This horrifying thought flashed through his mind, and he instantly regretted his actions. But it was too late. His swift hands had already extracted the metallic object. Tian stared blankly at the diamond-shaped metal he held, measuring approximately 8 centimeters in length, with its widest point at 3 centimeters. The blade itself clearly exceeded 5 centimeters, undoubtedly penetrating his heart. One must wonder, if the heart has been pierced and the knife withdrawn, is there any means of resuscitation? The urgency of the situation was palpable. He could likely remain conscious for only a minute. Without an answer, it seemed he would soon be confined to an eternal slumber. Chapter 2. Essentials for Crossing Over. Identity, Language, and External Aids. If one cannot be cured, one must await death. Farewell. The fleeting image of a miraculous healer flashed through my mind, yet it seemed I could still salvage the situation. The pressure on my heart was immense. If punctured, it would be akin to piercing a high-pressure water pipe, with blood spraying several meters away. The absence of a blood spray indicated that the heart had not been penetrated. Perhaps this body was a rare mirror person, with the heart positioned on the right side. Comforting myself with this thought, I hastily grasped the edges of the wound and tugged forcefully. With a ripping sound, I tore my shirt in two and turned to the streetlight to examine my injury. What met my gaze was a chest marred by sticky, coagulated blood, much of which had oxidized to a dark hue. A 3-centimeter-long wound lay at the center of my left chest, surrounded by pale muscle and skin that curled outward, reminiscent of a gaping infant's mouth. Although the wound had ceased to bleed, its mere sight instilled an overwhelming fear, especially as it was on my own body. The blood and the shirt I wore were likely the remnants of my own life force. No wonder my face was so pale. Goodness, with blood nearly drained from me. How could I not appear ghostly? That I had not succumbed to hypovolemic shock was a testament to my resilience. At that moment, a dark red, blood-like substance surged from the vast wound, instantly filling the gap, causing the injury to vanish without a trace. Indeed, there was no healing process. It simply disappeared in a manner that was utterly unreasonable, as if to assert, I am gone. What can you do about it? It showed no concern for whether I could accept this bizarre reality. Am I dreaming? I felt as though I were speaking in delirium, hastily reaching to touch my chest. Apart from the sticky residue of blood, there was no trace of the wound. The terrifying injury I had just witnessed seemed as though it had never existed. Now, I was profoundly skeptical of whether I was ensnared in a dream, for how could such impossible occurrences transpire? I felt my chest repeatedly, akin to a surreal fantasy, but found no wound, compelling me to abandon the endeavor. What more could I do? Should I slice it open again to contest it? The last person who attempted such a thing met a peaceful end. Given that such ludicrous events as crossing over had unfolded, I reassured myself that this was but a trifling matter. As I stuffed the dart into my pants pocket, my fingertips brushed against a rigid object within. Releasing the dart allowed it to slide into the pocket, Then I tightened my grip around the hard item's end, pulling it forth for inspection. What I held was a silver metallic object, roughly the size of a PSP. The center bore a milky white, quasi-square shape, its edges curving outward, securely nestled within a silver metallic frame. The upper silver frame was inscribed with 6 enigmatic symbols. At the center was a silver ring, set with a smooth ruby, within which I faintly discerned a visage composed of variously sized elongated shapes, strikingly familiar. A decade drive? Surely not. A flash of realization surged through Tian's mind, reminiscent of a scene from the tokusatsu series Kamen Rider Decade, where he recognized the device in his hand as the decade driver. Memories of the object flickered in his consciousness, and the central ruby of the decade driver illuminated, its crimson light flowing like water, swiftly spreading across the device's surface, which began to shimmer with a radiant red glow. Amidst this luminescence, the metallic frames on either side of the decade driver glided outward, causing the central square, which had rounded corners, to pivot 90 degrees, gradually revealing a narrow gap measuring 90 millimeters in length and only 6 millimeters in width. Subsequently, all the light converged into this gap, coalescing before Tian's eyes into 2 slender cards that lay quietly within the slots. Could this possibly be real? Tian's mouth gaped wide enough to fit his fist, his gaze fixated on the decade driver that exuded a crimson glow. He had witnessed the miraculous emergence of these cards from nothingness. Surely, such intricate craftsmanship in toy-making could not account for this. Was this indeed a hallmark of a traveler bestowed with a golden finger? If so, the decade driver was certainly an external aid. Surrounded by buildings, roads, and vehicles, could it be that he had traversed into a world of Kamen Riders set against a contemporary backdrop? Lost in thought, Tian rubbed his right hand against his waist, smearing the sticky blood onto his soiled shirt. He then carefully grasped the 2 cards nestled within the decade driver and, under the flickering streetlight, scanned the contents with keen interest. The uppermost card resembled an identification card, adorned entirely in English, starting with the words New York State. To the left, a half-body photograph mirrored his own reflection, as though freshly taken. The name inscribed was the distinctly English Gregor Russoff, with a birth date of July 12, 1994. Above the name, the phrase driver license indicated its purpose, while numerous details, including eye color and vision, were meticulously documented. The card below, embellished with blue patterns and crafted from a material akin to sturdy paper, also bore English text. At the top, a bold heading read Social Security, followed by a series of 9 thick black digits, 670807264. Further down, in slightly smaller font, was the line "This number has been established for Gregor Russoff," indicating that this number was designated for him. At the bottom of the card, above the labeled section for signature, was the handwritten signature of Gregor Russoff. Although written in English, the untidy scrawl was unmistakably his own, yet he had never adopted an English name, let alone signed one. Wait, how could he comprehend this? Suddenly, Tian realized something was amiss. The 2 cards before him were inscribed entirely in English and Arabic numerals, devoid of any Chinese characters. His English proficiency had languished at a mere level of 1.5 for years, suggesting he should only be able to comprehend punctuation. Yet, astonishingly, he was able to read with ease, as if the words were in his native tongue. Lifting his gaze to the shop adorned with English advertisements, he continued to effortlessly decipher the text, having mastered the English he had struggled with for a decade during his academic years. With this newfound body, identity, and the requisite language of another world, he seemed to possess all the essential elements of a protagonist. However, something appeared to be missing. Chapter 3. The enthusiastic visit of Uncle Sam. With no recollection of the events leading to his arrival, Tian, who ought to be referred to as Greer, remained in the dark about what transpired before he found himself in that truck, his heart pierced by a dart. What the black-clad figures surrounding him who had perished? Countless questions swirled in Greer's mind, yet none offered answers, leaving him oblivious as to where he might seek them. It was as if he were a ship lost in the depths of the ocean, engulfed by dense fog, unsure of his whereabouts or the direction in which to sail. Glancing around, he observed that all the shop signs and bus stop placards were in English, with not a single Chinese character in sight. The dilapidated 12-meter-wide road behind him was lined with vehicles bearing New York license plates, coupled with the identity cards he had already pocketed. Everything confirmed that he had crossed the Pacific in his slumber, arriving in this legendary land, known for its fresh air, democracy, and freedom, and had transformed into a slender Chinese individual named Greer Luzu. Additionally, he possessed a decade driver, capable of transforming him into Kamen Rider Decade. Greer felt an overwhelming urge to curse. He was not an orphan. His parents were still alive. What right did they have to unceremoniously cast him into this wretched place and alter his very appearance? Even if this body was youthful, well-built, and handsome, he would overlook it, provided he could revert to his original form. As Greer sighed and lamented before the shop window, Lost in his thoughts, a cacophony of voices drifted in from the left, a man's voice babbling in a language he could not comprehend. Although he had inexplicably acquired a grasp of English, in this nation composed of immigrants from around the globe, 2 languages were evidently insufficient. Presently, he found himself unable to decipher the words being spoken. Turning towards the source of the sound, he squinted through the dim glow cast by a street lamp, barely making out the silhouette of 2 robust men, each towering at least 6 feet 3 inches, approaching him. They were smoking and conversing in a dialect completely foreign to Greer. Clad in gray and black, their attire rendered them nearly invisible in the night. Coupled with their dark complexions, they possessed an innate ability to blend into the shadows, making it difficult for Greer to discern their features. All he could ascertain was their impressive stature, unmistakably that of formidable giants. The dilapidated road where Greer found himself was marked by a sign indicating it as 53rd Street, narrow enough to accommodate only 4 vehicles side by side. Excluding the parked cars, the remaining space barely allowed for oncoming traffic to pass by each other. The asphalt was riddled with cracks, and patches were not far apart, indicating the road had seen better days. Beneath his feet lay a sidewalk composed of rough concrete slabs, and more than half of the streetlights were unlit. Many walls were adorned with colorful graffiti, painting a picture that suggested this was far from a well-policed, affluent neighborhood. Though he had never traveled abroad, Greer had gleaned from news reports, YouTube, and Facebook that in areas plagued by crime, it was wise to remain indoors at night. Otherwise, one might swiftly learn the cost of safety. Furthermore, even in his homeland, it was unwise to wander desolate streets in the dead of night, let alone in a country where firearms were commonplace and the threat posed by wrongdoers was akin to hellish levels. In such an unfamiliar place, encountering strangers at night warranted caution. Thus, even though he could not comprehend the conversation between the 2 African-American men, Greer did not hesitate to assume the worst and remain vigilant. His slender frame made him appear vulnerable, especially in the absence of any witnesses. He had stood by the window for 10 minutes without a single vehicle passing by. If he were to encounter trouble, he feared that even a desperate cry for help would go unheard. Consequently, Greer cast a glance at the 2 men before hastily turning to make his way towards a narrow alley across the road, his back turned to them, and gripping his driver tightly as though it were a lifeline, muttering softly to himself, "Just passing through, merely passing through. Where could all these evildoers come from?" The 2 men surveyed their surroundings, finding no sign of a 4th person. They promptly took off in pursuit of Greer, who was merely 13 or 14 meters ahead. One of them reached into his pocket, producing a folding knife, yet it remained closed, as they evidently deemed it unnecessary to use such a weapon against someone they perceived as weak. Cursing under his breath at the realization of the multitude of threats, Greer sprinted forward, but his slight limbs could not match the stride of the 2 imposing figures, each standing nearly 6 feet tall. Within mere seconds, the distance between them had halved, and if this continued, he would soon be caught. "Please, let this be real. Otherwise, I'll end up singing my own lament." Greer fervently prayed for the first time as he veered into the alley, finding it devoid of any inhabitants. In a flurry of urgency, he pressed the driver against his abdomen. The dim device's central ruby glowed with a brilliant crimson light, mirroring the color of the sanguine liquid that had previously oozed from his wound. This luminescence spread within the device, illuminating the pearly metallic surface with delicate, hair-like lines that intertwined into a hexagram magic circle. On the surface of the Emperor Rider Driver, 6 luminous spots, no larger than a thumbnail, emerged, each adorned with distinct symbols representing earth, water, fire, wind, light, and darkness. In the next moment, a silver metallic strip, 4 centimeters wide and 2 millimeters thick, extended from the left side of the Emperor Driver, encircling Greer's waist before securely fitting into the right side of the driver, forming a belt that tightly bound the device to Greer's waist. At the instant the belt materialized, a ride booker, slightly larger than a palm, materialized on the left side of the belt. It was indeed real. There was no need for song. Greer felt an exhilaration surpassing the joy of winning 5 million. Money could be earned again, but the shadows of singing would linger for a lifetime. The Emperor Driver was genuine, which meant he could transform into a Kamen rider, unafraid of the 2 nefarious black figures, and even achieve a counterattack. With this thought, Greer could hardly contain his excitement. Once the belt formed, the metallic frames on either side of the Emperor Driver slid apart, causing the central core to rotate 90 degrees, revealing the previously concealed narrow card slots for the 2 identity cards. Simultaneously, the night card box on the left side of his waist automatically opened a similar narrow seam, from which a card sprang forth, spinning gracefully before landing perfectly in Greer's left hand. The footsteps of the 2 black figures echoed ominously. Greer had no time to examine the card. Mimicking the movements he had seen in special effects dramas, he swiftly swung his left arm downward, perfectly inserting the card into the narrow gap of the Emperor Driver, which could only accommodate 2 cards, as if he had performed this action countless times before. Chapter 4. The Kamen Rider Beneath the Night Sky. His field of vision suddenly expanded significantly. Even while gazing forward, he could see his shoulders. The previously pitch-black alley transformed into a scene as bright as day, with litter strewn about and murky puddles near drainage pipes clearly visible. Concurrently, countless subtle sounds reached his ears. His visual and auditory senses amplified greatly, granting him night vision capabilities far superior to any conventional device. The armor on either side did not possess the pink hue often seen in special effects dramas, which Greer found somewhat fortunate. As a true man, it would require considerable courage to venture out clad in such flamboyant pink. He could not fathom why Kamen Riders were adorned with such effeminate colors. Was it to embody both strength and gentleness? Before he could observe any further, the 2 black figures appeared at the entrance of the alley. Their habitual thinking led them to gaze into the depths of the alley, failing to notice Greer, who was shrouded in shadows cast by the street lamp on the right wall. Coupled with the black and white armor of the Emperor Rider, he effectively possessed an invisibility advantage in the night, adhering to the principle that the first to strike prevails. Greer unhesitatingly swung his left fist towards the closest of the 2 imposing figures. The swiftness of his strike and the force behind it created a gust of wind, accompanied by a slight whooshing sound. His left hook struck heavily against the back of the nearest black figure's head with a resounding thud. A sound reminiscent of a gourd being struck echoed through the air as a robust man, towering nearly 2 meters and weighing over 200 pounds, fell forward, his head crashing heavily onto the filthy ground, sending splashes of murky water in all directions. He fell silent, unconscious. The sound of his head colliding with the ground reverberated in the stillness of the alley, prompting his companion on the left to turn his head in surprise. However, before his neck had fully turned, Greer, with heightened reflexes, stepped forward, launching his right leg like a tightly coiled spring, delivering a powerful kick to the man's abdomen. The impact felt like a truck had struck him, causing him to fly backward, his back slamming into a car on the opposite side of the street, producing a resounding crash. The intense pain rendered him unconscious instantly. The force of the blow dented the car door inward and shattered the glass, triggering an ear-piercing anti-theft alarm that pierced the tranquil night air with startling volume. Goodness, that noise is too loud, Greer thought, alarmed at the potential of attracting law enforcement. If discovered in this state, it would spell significant trouble for him. In his previous life, he had seen reports of extensive investments, billions spent on developing exoskeleton armor, which was still far from practical implementation. In contrast, his own Imperial Rider armor had transformed him from a mere mortal into a superhuman, capable of incapacitating 2 brawny men with a single punch or kick. It had enhanced his strength at least tenfold, and with its silky yet steel-like defensive capabilities, it was akin to a mobile treasure trove. Such an extraordinary creation would undoubtedly provoke desperate attempts at acquisition, even from national entities. Dismissing his transformation was not an option either. Encountering the police while covered in blood, with the authenticity of the identity card generated by the Imperial Rider device unknown, posed a serious risk. If it turned out to be counterfeit, he would struggle to explain how he ended up in this predicament. The notion of traversing dimensions seemed even more alluring than the armor he wore. After all, while exoskeletons could be developed with time and effort, the prospect of rebirth or dimensional travel was steeped in an enigmatic allure that could leave even the most stoic scholars awestruck. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, laden with secrets too weighty to divulge, Greer opted for a strategic retreat. Just as he prepared to leave, his peripheral vision caught sight of a dark brown wallet lying quietly on the ground, apparently dropped by the man he had just kicked. After a brief moment of hesitation, Greer bent down to retrieve the wallet. He had thoroughly searched his own pockets earlier, which were emptier than his face, devoid of even a single coin, leaving him uncertain about his breakfast for the following day. With thoughts of compensation for his mental anguish, he felt justified in pocketing the not insignificant wallet. Taking advantage of the absence of onlookers, Greer knelt and leaped powerfully upward, soaring 7 or 8 meters to land effortlessly atop the roof of a 2-story building on his right. The rooftops offered a safer passage than the streets below. After all, it was not common for surveillance cameras to be installed on roofs, as they served no profit-making purpose. Looking back at the narrow alley below, Greer felt an overwhelming surge of joy and excitement. Even as he clenched his fists, he could not suppress the tremors. He had merely exerted himself slightly, and had already felled 2 burly men with a single punch each. He had leapt onto the rooftop of the 2nd floor. What would happen if he unleashed his full strength? Surely, he could soar to the heavens. The 2 sturdy men lying below, either of whom could easily lift him with one hand and pin him against the wall, had been sent flying by his blows. Such formidable power had only existed in his imagination during his past life as a mere novice in combat. "I'm now Kamen Rider Decade," Greer thought, feeling a rush of exhilaration as the tension and panic he had previously experienced vanished, replaced by an overwhelming sense of excitement. Were it not for the constraints of his surroundings, he might have wished to let out a triumphant roar. Who would choose to be a mediocre fighter? In his former life, countless so-called masters of martial arts thrived precisely because many sought to enhance their strength through practice. Greer was no exception. After years of training in flowery techniques, his real-world effectiveness had likely improved from a novice to a slightly more competent version. Standing at the edge of the rooftop, gazing down at the two men he had bested, Greer felt a surge of bravado, almost dismissive of everything around him, as if he were on the verge of looking down with disdain. In simpler terms, he was experiencing a swell of pride. After 2 decades in his previous life without the chance to revel in such glory, he was eager to indulge in this moment, fully aware that it would soon fade. A cacophony of thoughts flooded his mind, yet Greer paid them no heed. He lifted his gaze forward, his eyes ablaze with fervor, and began to run forward. In a mere couple of seconds, he traversed the 20-meter expanse of the rooftop. With a powerful leap, his body soared into the night sky, tracing a graceful arc as he crossed the nearly 20-meter-wide street below, landing effortlessly atop the building across, as if he were simply stepping over a floor tile. Chapter 5. Uncle Jimmy in the heavy embrace of the night. A black-and-white silhouette darted nimbly across the rooftops, its rapid movements effortlessly navigating the complexities of the terrain. Pipes, air conditioning units, and the spaces between buildings posed no obstacle to this figure's swift passage. With every ounce of energy expended, Greer sprinted at a speed of 12 to 13 meters per second, rivaling the world record set by the Jamaican sprinter, all while maneuvering over the cluttered rooftops. Greer was elated, akin to a child who had just received a new toy, reveling in the exhilaration of unrestrained freedom. After racing across 3 streets and no longer hearing the sound of a car alarm, he finally ceased his run, landing lightly atop a 3-story building. Bent over, he gasped for breath, feeling a haze settle over his mind, as though he had been driving at breakneck speed for hours, utterly drained in spirit. With a velocity exceeding 10 meters per second, Greer managed to traverse a distance of 2 to 3,000 meters within merely 3 to 4 minutes, all while navigating the complexities of rooftops. Were it not for the enhancements provided by the Decade armor, which heightened his senses and accelerated his neural response, achieving such remarkable speed would have been inconceivable. He might have struggled to evade obstacles even upon initiating his run. Conversely, the amplified senses resulted in a significant influx of external information within a given time frame, and the hastened neural response allowed his brain to process this information more effectively. It was akin to a computer from 7 or 8 years ago, upgraded with the latest graphics card, hard drive, and memory to run more demanding games. Yet still relying on an outdated CPU, inevitably, the CPU temperature would surge, and prolonged usage could lead to a system crash. At present, Greer, although endowed with enhanced strength, speed, and neural responsiveness due to the Decade armor, found his mind struggling to adapt to this overwhelming power and velocity, remaining at the level of an inexperienced fighter. It was reminiscent of transitioning from riding a bicycle to operating a motorcycle. Immediate adaptation was implausible, and he could hardly muster the courage to accelerate. After bending over and catching his breath for a while, Greer felt his mental fatigue ease somewhat. He steeled himself to listen to his surroundings. Apart from the sound of the wind whistling through the gaps between buildings, silence enveloped him. Finally, Greer exhaled in relief, and with a mere thought, his armor dissipated rapidly, leaving only the silver belt around his waist and the night card holder at his left side, with his right hand resting on the driver. The metallic belt swiftly retracted into the driver, taking the night card holder with it. He tucked the driver into his pocket and removed his shirt, which had been torn open, using a relatively clean corner to wipe away the sticky, darkened blood from his chest and hands. After cleaning himself, he discarded the filthy shirt over the edge, where it landed in a large metal dumpster. Greer then turned and leaned against the railing at the edge of the rooftop. Seeking a moment of respite, he had not rested for even a minute since his arrival in this place, and exhaustion weighed heavily on him. As soon as his back met the wall, weariness enveloped him, and he could not resist the encroaching sleep. His head drooped downward, and he succumbed to slumber against the corner of the wall. Dreams are often bizarre and surreal. Greer felt as though he was adrift in an inky void, until a blinding light emerged, followed by 6 orbs of various colors. Before he could discern their nature, he felt someone shaking him, accompanied by the distant sound of English words. "Hey, wake, wake." Groggily, Greer opened his eyes, twisting his stiff neck, and gazed ahead in confusion. A plump face materialized before him, marked by the passage of time, black hair, dark eyes, and yellow skin, unmistakably of Asian descent. Still not fully conscious, Greer sensed he had dreamt something elusive, yet could not recall the details. In a daze, he addressed the elder with graying hair, asking, "Who are you?" Dressed in a gray top and black trousers, The middle-aged man straightened his hunchback upon hearing Greer's words. With his movement, a glint of metal from a firearm tucked into his waistband became faintly visible. He looked at Greer, who was huddled in the corner, shirtless and clad only in trousers, and inquired, "Who are you? Why are you on my roof? What has transpired?" This time, he spoke in Mandarin, his heavy Minnan accent making his meaning discernible. Greer found himself momentarily speechless, his recently awakened mind racing to concoct a plausible explanation for his presence on someone else's rooftop. However, his gaze involuntarily fixated on the man's handgun, recalling that entering someone's home without consent could result in fatal consequences without any accountability. A flicker of trepidation surged within him. Having dozed against the wall, his body ached, limbs felt numb, and even rising proved challenging, let alone resisting. His only hope lay in the dino driver nestled in his pocket. Yet, extracting it and transforming would require a couple of seconds, during which he could only hope that the man's gun was not loaded. Greer silently vowed to remember this lesson, to keep the dino driver in its belt configuration whenever possible. If he wished to transform, he could simply insert the card and complete the metamorphosis in less than a second. The man noticed Greer's gaze and pulled up his zipper, concealing the firearm, stating, "We are all compatriots. I wouldn't draw my weapon. This is not our homeland. Intruding into someone's home without permission can indeed lead to being shot without consequence. Some who have recently crossed the border mistakenly believe it's the same as back home and end up facing dire consequences." The man paused, seemingly realizing that his words might come off as a threat. He continued earnestly, "I'm not trying to intimidate you. If I hadn't perceived you as Chinese, I would have certainly held a loaded gun rather than tucking it away. The security in Brooklyn has not been particularly favorable." Greer yearned to retort that he had no intention of being there, yet he hastily replied, "I'm not an illegal immigrant, I assure you." The last thing he wanted was to be mistaken for an illegal alien and attract the police's attention, which would spell trouble. He quickly reached into his pocket for the 2 identification cards, intending to present them, regardless of their authenticity. The man walked towards the left, speaking as he went. "Rest assured, I want to notify the authorities. There are many like you who have entered illegally. New York has enforced immigration laws for years. As long as you steer clear of the police, you will be fine." Authorities? Greer's expression turned bewildered. He was unfamiliar with the abbreviation, akin to someone who had never heard of KTV, a place for singing unbeknownst to him. The man retrieved a short-sleeved shirt emblazoned with the words Jimmy's Diner from the clothesline on the rooftop and approached Greer, glancing at the 2 cards in Greer's hand. He shook his head slightly, raising his gaze to meet Greer's and asked, "Do you even know what these cards are and their purpose?" Chapter 6, It is Actually Marvel. Greer found himself momentarily at a loss for words, hastily donning the short-sleeved shirt in his hands to buy some time. His mind raced, contemplating strategies. He had examined the 2 identification cards last night, one being a social security card and the other a driver's license. However, that was the extent of his understanding. For instance, he was oblivious to the meaning of Class D on the license. Even within the same country, different regions often use distinct terms for the same items. And when individuals from various locales converse in their native dialects, it can feel like a conversation between a chicken and a duck. In his previous life, he had read novels where time travelers could effortlessly engage in witty banter with ancient peoples or beings from alternate realms, devoid of any barriers posed by regional dialects or specific terminologies. Yet here he was, having traversed into a modern urban setting, completely bewildered by a simple IE. He genuinely wished to understand how those time travelers comprehended these contextually irrelevant terminologies. Terms like DNF or toxic mill powder will be utterly incomprehensible to anyone unfamiliar with them. Yet the protagonists in those stories seemed to face no such obstacles. As his thoughts skidded off course, akin to slipping on a banana peel, Greer had already finished putting on his shirt, yet he remained uncertain about what to say. As a programmer and a recluse, his social skills were virtually non-existent, particularly when it came to interacting with strangers. Greer held his silence, trailing behind the older man, while listening intently to his words. Quietly, he reached into his pocket and retrieved the driver, lifting the hem of his shirt to press the device against his abdomen. With a silent flourish, a silver metallic belt emerged, securing the driver firmly around his waist. A rider card case materialized, hanging from the left side of the belt. With a mere thought, the case opened slightly, ejecting a card that landed in Greer's left palm. However, he refrained from inserting the card into the driver. Although the older man maintained a friendly demeanor, Greer knew better than to let his guard down. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, having the card ready would facilitate an immediate transformation. If the man proved to be benevolent, he might even provide valuable information about this place, alleviating his ignorance. As they descended the stairs, the older man continued his monologue. In this land, white individuals indulge in leisure, black individuals lounge idly, while Asians toil relentlessly at the bottom of society. When trouble arises, the police turn a blind eye. He spoke of several neighborhoods inhabited by Chinese residents, along with Chinese gangs and organizations. Although they collected protection fees, they effectively prevented rival gangs from encroaching upon their territory. In many instances, seeking their assistance proved more fruitful than contacting the police, as they were all compatriots, free from discrimination. As their conversation flowed, they reached the ground floor, where the older man opened a wooden door, revealing an antique-style restaurant that caught Greer's eye. Spanning over 20 square meters, the establishment housed 6 tables draped in red tablecloths, each set with knives, forks, and chopsticks. The walls, adorned with red Chinese knots and vintage lanterns, unmistakably signified it as a Chinese restaurant. "Let us sit for a while." The elder spoke as he made his way toward the kitchen, leaving Greer alone with a sense of reassurance. Greer settled at a table against the wall, surveying the modest Chinese restaurant around him. A clock mounted on the wall indicated that it was only 7 o'clock. In the past, he would still be languishing in bed at this hour, but now, alas. Greer sighed deeply, suppressing such thoughts. Indulging in them would only lead to despair. And he had no place to call home at the moment, so he must avoid negative emotions. Beside the clock hung a business license, bearing a name that blended Eastern and Western influences, J. The short-sleeved shirt he wore also bore the name Jimmy, suggesting that the elder was indeed the restaurant's proprietor. Jimmy Woo. As he pondered, the aroma of the food wafted into his nostrils, compelling Greer to inhale deeply several times. Following the scent, he noticed Uncle Jimmy approaching with a tray, on which rested 2 bowls of fried rice and a pair of chopsticks. Initially, he hadn't felt hungry, but now, with the fragrant aroma enveloping him and his eyes fixed upon the fried rice, his stomach audibly grumbled, leaving Greer quite embarrassed. Uncle Jimmy placed a bowl of fried rice in front of Greer, smiling as he said, "Feeling hungry? Go ahead and eat. This isn't the adapted version for American tastes, but rather authentic Chinese fried rice. While there are many Chinese restaurants around, few offer true traditional flavors. I only make it for myself. Thank you." Greer hastily expressed his gratitude, nervously reaching for the chopsticks, only to remember that this was a restaurant. He quickly slipped his hand into his pocket, discreetly stowing away his Kamen Rider card before pulling out his wallet, asking, "How much is it?" Uncle Jimmy waved his hand dismissively, grabbing his own chopsticks and devouring the fried rice, all the while saying, "We are all compatriots. Don't be so formal. It's just a bowl of rice. Keep your money. You'll need it for many things later on. For instance, those 2 fake IDs you have. I don't know who made them for you, but it's best to use just the driver's license." Greer was taken aback at the mention of fake. Surely not. After all, this had emerged from the Kamen Rider driver. A fantastical device that was indeed real. How could his identification be false? Was this not akin to buying a box and discarding the pearl? The card with the photo is your driver's license. In America, it serves as an ID. In New York, one can apply for it at 16. According to your date of birth, you turned 16 just 2 months ago, so you could easily pass with an irresponsible officer. The other card is a social security card, but it only displays your name and social security number. Such cards are issued only to American citizens and permanent residents, and it's easy to get caught. It's best not to use it. No matter how much it costs, consider it a tuition fee. Avoid trouble whenever possible. At this point, Uncle Jimmy let out a deep sigh, saying, "Chinese individuals are often bullied here, but the status of illegal immigrants is even worse. Their wages are driven down to rock bottom, and even for the most dilapidated housing, they demand 3 to 4 times the rent. They endure mistreatment without daring to seek help from the police. It took me over a decade to establish this humble restaurant. It is not easy to find one's footing here." The dialogue was imbued with a sense of helplessness and lamentation, evoking a profound sense of empathy in the listener. If Greer truly were an illegal immigrant, he might resonate with such sentiments. However, his arrival here was not by choice, and rather than being the victim, he wielded the power of the Imperial Rider armor, making it more likely that others would suffer at his hands. Yet, as the elder stated, this body is merely 16 years old, implying that this year marks the 200th anniversary. As Uncle Jimmy sighed, he keenly observed Greer's expression. Noting that there was little change, Greer lowered his eyelids and refrained from further identifying himself as an illegal immigrant. Instead, he picked up the remote control and turned on the television mounted on the wall, resuming his meal of fried rice. Pay more attention to the news, particularly local news from New York. It will help you better understand the area, and familiarizing yourself quickly will aid in your integration. Chapter 7, Codename 084. Greer had always believed himself to be the protagonist of a city rebirth narrative, where even in the worst scenarios, he could thrive in the world of Kamen Riders with the Imperial Rider armor. He never anticipated that he would instead be the lead in a post-apocalyptic survival tale. Indeed, In Greer's perspective, the Marvel Universe undoubtedly falls within the realm of apocalyptic crises, often experiencing cataclysmic events akin to hellish scenarios. Even as a casual viewer, having only seen the films without delving into the comics, he could enumerate a plethora of names that would instill dread in any Earthling: Sentinel, Galactus, Thanos, the Celestial Group. Just prior to his transmigration, he had watched in the cinema as the purple titan Thanos snapped his fingers to erase half of all life in the universe in Avengers: Infinity War. Within the film, Thanos single-handedly subdued the entire Avengers team. What difference did possessing the Imperial Rider armor make? Given his current capabilities, there were more than a few within the Avengers who could easily overpower him. Reflecting on the 19 Marvel films, it was evident that no protagonist ever enjoyed a flawless conclusion. Loss was a constant companion, and in the end, a mere snap could reduce them all to dust. In such a world, let alone being the protagonist, one could encounter epic battles between heroes and villains just by crossing the street. Greer managed a weak smile, attempting to engage with Uncle Jimmy's topic, though his mind was in disarray, leaving him unsure of how to continue the conversation. The chopsticks in his hand poked listlessly at the once aromatic fried rice, which had lost all its appeal. Observing Greer's demeanor, Uncle Jimmy decided to shift the conversation. Do you have a place to stay? If not, you can stay with me for a few days. A tenant just moved out recently. During this time, you can inquire around to see if there are better conditions or lower rents nearby before deciding whether to rent from me. If you're looking for work, I have plenty of tasks available at my shop, with payments settled daily or monthly as you prefer. Should you find the wages inadequate, you are free to leave at any time. As fellow countrymen, we ought to look out for one another. Uncle Jimmy, standing up with an empty bowl in hand, made his way towards the kitchen, his distinctive voice resonating through the walls. Though I know not the reasons for your arrival, it is evident that you must be facing hardships. Who, in their right mind, would traverse oceans without cause? When I first arrived here, I spoke not a word of English, lost and adrift, sleeping in underpasses, rummaging through refuse, unaware of how to survive. The one thing I yearned for most was a plate of fried rice from my homeland. With my first earnings, I ventured to Chinatown and bought a bowl. The moment I took a bite, tears streamed down my face as I sobbed and ate, drawing bewildered stares from onlookers. Alas, I cannot fathom how I endured those days. With a sigh of nostalgia, Uncle Jimmy continued, walking from the kitchen to the stairwell, wiping his hands with a towel. Come, let me show you to your room. If you wish to stay, you may reside here for a few days. Our meeting is serendipitous, and during your time here, you shall eat and sleep free of charge. We are compatriots, and there is no need for embarrassment. Thank you. Greer managed to express his gratitude, overwhelmed by the warmth of the kind-hearted uncle. Though words eluded him in the presence of such generosity, his heart swelled with warmth. Encountering such kindness in a foreign land was indeed his greatest fortune. Leading Greer, who was still savoring his fried rice, to a door at the end of the third floor, Uncle Jimmy unlocked it and tossed the key to Greer, saying, "The bathroom and toilet are next to the stairs. You must not have slept well on the roof last night. Take some time to rest. I must head downstairs now, as the restaurant will soon open." Amidst Greer's profuse thanks, Uncle Jimmy cheerfully closed the door behind him, his demeanor shifting from that of a jovial middle-aged man to a figure of agility as he swiftly descended the stairs. In mere seconds, he traversed the length of the corridor. Although he moved quickly, his footsteps on the tiled stairs were silent, and he soon reached the second floor, entering a room at its center. Once he locked the door, he approached the wall beside the bed, aligning his left eye with the target hanging on it. In the next moment, the dartboard split apart and the wallpaper slid aside, revealing a screen that illuminated with the image of a soaring eagle. Surrounding the eagle was a lengthy line of text, translating to the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics, famously known as S.H.L.D. in the Marvel Universe. As the eagle icon faded, the screen displayed Greer's driver's license and social security card. Uncle Jimmy's demeanor transformed. The joviality vanished, replaced by a serious expression and piercing gaze that rivaled that of the eagle. He scrutinized the verification results, his brows knitting together in disbelief. Is this real? How could it be? Immediately, Uncle Jimmy began to tap on the screen for a second verification. He observed Greer closely. Despite the boy's initial instinctive use of Chinese upon awakening and his mannerisms during their conversation, he had presented himself as though he were freshly arrived from China. Yet, why were these documents authentic? Unless one is a specially trained agent, aspects such as gaze and manner of speech reveal a wealth of information, rendering deception nearly impossible. However, if one were indeed an operative, numerous methods exist for infiltration, making it unnecessary to masquerade as an illegal immigrant. The results of the verification emerged swiftly. Both the driver's license number and social security number were authentic, yet records of the written and road tests were absent, as were any birth records, bank information, or relatives. Essentially, Nothing could be found prior to yesterday, as if the individual had just emerged from the crevices of a stone. 084. Uncle Jimmy murmured the 3 digits, swiftly compiling a file. Just as he was about to input Greer's information, he hesitated, furrowing his brow in deep contemplation. Could this be a test from the Tide organization? Their capacity to insert simple data into governmental databases is not particularly challenging. Perhaps further observation is warranted. After reaching a decision, Uncle Jimmy appended a question mark to 084, completed the filing, restored the wall to its original state, and exited, his stern expression once again transforming into a cheerful demeanor. He ambled down the stairs, humming an old tune, his rotund figure swaying gently. Note: 084 is a code used by S.H.I.L.D. to denote items or entities of unknown origin, including objects, energies, or individuals. Chapter 8. Asset Inventory. With heartfelt gratitude, Greer bid farewell to the kind-hearted Uncle Jimmy and turned to survey the temporary refuge afforded by their camaraderie. The room, approximately 20 square meters, was impeccably clean. Facing the entrance, there were 2 glass windows, one to the south and the other to the west. Nestled in the southwestern corner between them was a modest set of table and chairs. Adjacent to the table, on the northern side, stood a single bed adorned with fresh linens. A flat-screen television hung on the wall opposite the foot of the bed, while a nameless plant occupied the southeastern corner. And a wardrobe was positioned between the plant and the television. This sparse furniture filled the small room adequately, akin to the rental abode Greer had inhabited in a past life, though the rent remained a mystery. Greer inclined towards residing here. After all, Uncle Jimmy was quite affable. While his warmth might be aimed at securing a tenant, it was certainly preferable to landlords who exuded an air of entitlement. Furthermore, he had offered a complimentary trial period, allowing Greer the liberty to explore whether there were better and cheaper alternatives nearby, and even the opportunity to work at his establishment. Such kindness is indeed a rarity. Reflecting on this, Greer placed a bowl of fried rice onto the table, seated himself, and began to inventory his possessions, a wallet obtained through dubious means, 2 potentially counterfeit identification cards, a dart retrieved from his chest, and a night card. This was the extent of his belongings. Upon opening the wallet, Greer cursed under his breath at the sight of its meager contents. Although it appeared substantial, the majority comprised loose change, with only a few Franklin bills nestled within. A thorough count revealed less than $1,000. Could such an amount suffice for a month's rent? Greer felt a pang of uncertainty. As I rummaged through my wallet, I discovered a driver's license tucked away in the compartment, bearing the name Alexei Mihailovich Seisvich, a name that unmistakably exudes the essence of a warrior nation. It is no wonder that he possesses such a robust physique. One might surmise that his skin, sun-kissed to a deep bronze, had led others to mistakenly perceive him as a person of African descent. The silver metallic surface gleamed like a mirror, and the blades on either side shimmered with a cold light. After scrutinizing it multiple times, I found no clues. It was evident that this individual was not a renowned assassin. In the realm of cinematic thrillers, infamous killers and assassins invariably etch their unique marks onto their throwing knives or darts to drive the plot forward. Yet here, there was nothing of the sort, leaving me at a loss. Indeed, the narrative spun by films and novels often mislead. With a resigned sigh, I tossed the dart onto the table and picked up the night card. The card's surface, adorned in a rich magenta hue, was remarkably smooth, though exceedingly thin. It was remarkably sturdy, resisting even the strongest of bends. It did not resemble common materials such as metal, plastic, or paper. Rather, it bore a tactile resemblance to divine armor. The imagery on both sides of the card was reminiscent of that found in tokusatsu dramas, yet distinctively. The depiction of the dead's head was rendered solely in black and white, devoid of the magenta tint, and its large compound eyes shone silver rather than emerald green. At the bottom of the card, a line of small silver text read, Dead Basic Form. Punch power, T. Kick power, 2T. Jump, 0. Speed, 008s. Had this been merely 10 minutes prior, the knowledge of possessing a ton of strength would have certainly delighted me. However, this was the Marvel Universe, where individuals boasting power exceeding a ton were commonplace. Even Captain America, with his strength falling short of a ton, could best me through sheer combat prowess. After all, delivering a powerful punch is not merely about throwing a fist. It necessitates the activation of a vast majority of one's muscle. Reflecting on last night's encounter with Alexei and his comrades, it was clear that in their haste, they had not exerted their full strength. Otherwise, the outcome would have been far more severe than mere unconsciousness. Nonetheless, I recalled that in the Tokusatsu series, Dead did not possess a basic form. The protagonist, Tsukasa Kadoya, appeared with the signature magenta form from the outset, likely linked to the 9 parallel night cards he possessed prior to losing his memory. This led me to ponder whether gathering the remaining 9 Kamen Rider cards would activate the magenta form. and if upgrading those cards to their ultimate forms would allow transformation into the most powerful godly form. As I lifted the hem of my short sleeve, my fingers grasped the drive driver. In an instant, the silver metallic belt, along with the knight card case, vanished without a trace. My left hand suddenly felt empty as the dead card inexplicably disappeared alongside it. It appeared that disengaging from the armor would cause all associated items to vanish as well. For instance, should an enemy seize my weapon, I need only to deactivate the armor for it to disappear, alleviating any concern of it falling into adversarial hands for examination, especially in the year 200, when Hydra still lurked within S-H-I-L-D. If my possession of the drive armor were to be discovered, it would not be just S-H-I-E-L-D that would take notice. Ultimately, it is strength that holds paramount importance. Were he to possess the formidable powers akin to those of Thor or Thanos, who would dare to trouble him? The mere thought would be enough to instill fear. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Greer began to hold the drive driver before him, its central ruby emanating a faint glow. This luminescence danced in Greer's eyes, akin to the effects of polarized light, forming an image on the retina. At the heart of his vision lay a card emblazoned with a depiction of a drive, surrounded by a series of characters reminiscent of ancient oracle bone inscriptions. Despite his inability to comprehend the language, Greer felt an uncanny understanding of its meaning. The essence conveyed was that the dead's base form possessed eightfold the vision and hearing of a common individual, along with dimensional sight, dimension tracking, and a divine armor that could withstand forces not exceeding 10 tons. The divine musculature could resist penetrating impacts, such as ultrasonic waves, that might otherwise harm internal organs. Other descriptions detailed various abilities, such as the levitating Tesla ring and the strength-enhancing divine stone, all rendered in gray, suggesting that these powers remain dormant, likely requiring an upgrade to a magenta state, a passionate form, or even the ultimate divine master form to be activated. In addition to the drive card, there were a dozen or so Kamen Rider cards, all rendered in gray, dull and unremarkable compared to the vibrant drive card, clearly indicating their inactive state. Beneath the Rider cards lay an array of weapon cards. As a thought crossed Greer's mind, the Rider cards slid upward, vanishing from view, while the weapon cards came into focus. Chapter 9, produced by Goose Factory, destined to be a financial pitfall. Cards adorned with various weapon designs, such as Storm War Axe, Flame Saber, Dragon Shield, and more were layered and stacked, making it impossible to count their number. However, only Dead's exclusive weapon, the Ride Biker, transformed into a gleaming sword and gun, remained in an activated state, while all other cards languished in a muted, unusable gray. Further down lay cards for Golem, Unmatched Red Dragon, Phantom, Ridester for traversing mirror worlds, and Denliner for navigating time. Regrettably, none of the contract card sets were activated. They too were cloaked in gray, rendered unusable. At the very bottom resided the auxiliary cards, such as the Light Beast of Shanguri, IRD's Familiars, and the Ghostly Tools of GHSD. These were the sole cards that could be utilized without transformation or activation related to any Kamen Rider. Indeed, it was a matter of exchange. Any inactivated card, whether a KR card capable of transforming into various riders, or an AR card for weapons and skills, or even contract and auxiliary cards, bore a distinct number beneath. Having been steeped in numerous system novels, it was easy to surmise that these figures likely represented points for exchanging different cards, presumably contributed by the two ruffians from the previous night. A value of 25 points per individual seemed reasonable, for in the realm of online gaming, those two would undoubtedly be akin to mere slime. Greer found himself pondering the origins of the point system. Did it vary with one's prowess? Did it distinguish between the virtuous and the nefarious? Was there a difference between taking a life and merely rendering someone unconscious? As a seasoned gamer, a devoted reader of online novels, and a struggling author, his mind teemed with myriad speculations. It was no wonder he was left to conjecture. The system's marketplace was utterly perplexing, devoid of an endearing, whimsical system sprite, devoid of a host, and absent the intelligent AI that would typically respond to the host's exclamations. All the rules were shrouded in mystery, and the service was appallingly lacking. Regrettably, no one seemed inclined to take responsibility for this baffling situation, not even to explain how he had come to be here instead of peacefully sleeping. Even the abrupt disappearance of his heart wound from the previous night was treated with a capriciousness that was hard to fathom. What if the wound vanished just like that? What if the marketplace was indeed as perplexing as it seemed? Any objections were met with an imperious disregard, reminiscent of a domineering CEO, leaving Greer to question whether he had unwittingly traversed into a narrative akin to a romance where the ruthless tycoon falls for a Mary Sue protagonist. Without an endearing sprite to elucidate the rules, he was left to navigate the system through trial and error. To add to his dismay, he could not find any of the essential elements typical of system-based novels, such as character templates, spatial storage, or system tasks. If the system novels he had read in his previous life were akin to Maseratis, then his current system was undoubtedly a clunky bicycle. This hastily assembled system marketplace seemed to have been conjured by a temporary worker. Nevertheless, the true nature of this so-called system marketplace remained debatable. After all, there were only 4 cards, none of which referenced a system or marketplace. The terms he used, such as points or coins, were merely for his convenience, as he had chosen to refer to it as a marketplace. Perhaps this was merely a built-in function of the drive system. After all, even the Knight card box could connect to the Klein bottle existing in 4-dimensional space. Such advanced technology could easily produce a virtual projection. Regardless, whether it was a system marketplace or a technological projection, what mattered was that it could enhance his abilities. Greer decided to redeem the most affordable and the only item he could afford, a ghostly tool known as the Bracketai. There was no need for manual operation. With a mere thought, a card adorned with a cobra sprang to life in the auxiliary card selection, instantly coming to vivid color, transforming into a lifelike serpent. In the next moment, a 6-pointed star magic circle materialized on the table beside the drive system, for which a black smartphone emerged, only for the magic circle to dissipate, leaving behind the sleek, 55-inch screen of the smartphone resting quietly on the table. Greer's eyes widened in astonishment. This scene defied the laws of science, especially the radiant 6-pointed star that resembled something straight out of a cinematic special effect. To order something from the marketplace and have it delivered instantaneously was a feat that could render the world's delivery services obsolete if mastered. Filled with wonder, he picked up the new smartphone from the table, eager to explore its myriad features. 3 minutes later, the novelty evaporated, leaving only 2 words in my mind: a pitiful disappointment. I felt an overwhelming desire to hurl this wretched phone in frustration. This so-called Cobra phone was indeed aptly named. It was merely a phone, devoid of any other features such as transforming into a serpentine form, detection capabilities, electromagnetic invisibility, tracking functions, or the ability to monitor biological responses while recording images and sounds. All these enhancements, including the expanded storage for such media, required points for redemption to be loaded onto this Cobra phone. Similarly, software for counter-tracking, eavesdropping, communication interference, or device intrusion also demanded points for acquisition. The 50 points I had merely afforded me a phone that allowed unlimited calls and internet access without any service fees, yet it was a nameless, uncertified, and unserviceable product, essentially a 3-no item. Thus, this was a bottomless pit where no amount of points could suffice, let alone assemble a knightly ensemble. Achieving the form, weaponry, and skills for the 10 knights, including dead, would be a remarkable feat suddenly. I was struck by the sensation of engaging with one of those free online games from a certain company, where one could create an account without spending a dime. But to grow stronger, one must pay. To acquire visually appealing costumes, one must pay. To obtain divine pets, weapons, or mounts, one must pay. Money was the key to strength, and only through expenditure could one truly enjoy the game. Otherwise, one was left playing alone. Reflecting on this widely circulated mantra within the gaming community, I couldn't help but pick up the Decade Driver, wondering if it bore the emblem of a scarf-wearing penguin. The money-grabbing nature resembled that of the aforementioned company to an uncanny degree, though I failed to find the little penguin with the red scarf. I did discover a simple scale design on the smooth back of the Decade Driver, with the 2 pans composed of cuneiform characters, still inscrutable. Yet I grasped their significance. The left side represented fairness, the right side denoted order, and the scale itself symbolized justice. I seemed to hear the phrase order is fairness. Fairness is justice. Yet, I completely forgot these 10 words, akin to the way one forgets lessons learned in an English class. Chapter 10, on the essential lessons of heroes. The Brooklyn district by day was bustling and vibrant, truly deserving of its status as one of New York's 5 boroughs. However, by night, it was not much better than the outskirts of a city. With hardly any pedestrians, let alone vehicles, it resembled a ghost town, starkly contrasting with the sleepless city of Manhattan across the water. Even the silver crescent moon, hanging in the sky, was unable to pierce through the dense shroud of night. In this darkness, I stood at the edge of a 6-story building's rooftop, surveying the surroundings with an imposing demeanor, akin to an emperor surveying his domain. The decade armor I wore bestowed upon me extraordinary vision and hearing, allowing me to see as well in the night as I could by day. In the age of exploration, Europeans wielding gunpowder weapons far outnumbered by primitive archers easily exterminated them. Conversely, the tale told in the Avengers is a fantastical narrative of a few primitive individuals triumphing over an entire European army equipped with gunpowder arms, a protagonist's halo brighter than the sun itself. During the daylight hours, he spent the entire afternoon searching, finally locating the place from which he had crawled out of the truck the previous night. However, there was no sign of a body, nor could he find the truck or the two black vans. All had vanished without a trace. The area bustled with activity, completely devoid of the grim remnants of a crime scene. After subtly inquiring with several local residents, he learned that everything had been normal from last night to today, with nothing out of the ordinary occurring. This suggested that someone had concealed the events of the previous night, eager to keep it hidden from prying eyes. The ability to swiftly erase all evidence, including the bodies and blood, indicated the presence of a formidable force. At present, the only clue he possessed was a dart pulled from his chest and the license plate of the black van parked behind the truck. He faced a choice, either to wander the streets aimlessly in search of this vehicle or to find a way to hack into the traffic department system, or access it through someone who had the necessary permissions. However, if it existed in this world, there must be a way to locate the van. Yet, whether he chose to accept his fate in this world or to uncover the truth of the previous night, financial resources were essential, substantial resources at that. In any circumstance, lacking money rendered one immobile. The meager amount in his pocket barely sufficed to cover a month's rent, let alone provide for basic sustenance. As it stood, the shirt he wore was a gift from Uncle Jimmy. Working a job was swiftly dismissed. If labor could yield substantial earnings, poverty would not persist. Moreover, living in a place rife with discrimination, he faced the additional challenge of being only 16, hardly a time to accumulate wealth. Numerous quick money schemes existed, yet all were inscribed in the criminal code. After much contemplation, he concluded that the most suitable course was to emulate his actions from the previous night by robbing the wicked to alleviate his own poverty, all while earning points to exchange for night cards and skills, thus contributing to societal order, a veritable win-win. Thus, shortly after dusk, he donned his armor and leapt from the rooftop, racing into a distinctly impoverished and chaotic area. The journey from initial ambition to disillusionment transpired within a mere 2 hours. With confidence in his superhero persona, he arrived only to confront a pressing dilemma. Where were the villains? Indeed, Greer's most formidable adversary was not the menacing armed criminals, but rather the uncertainty of where to locate them, compounded by the difficulty of discerning who among the throngs of people was truly malevolent. The streets of this neighborhood were already sparsely populated at night, and no one bore the unmistakable mark of villainy. Lacking the ability to read minds, Greer was at a loss. Perhaps he should check online for wanted posters. He might capture a fugitive and claim a reward. After standing on a rooftop for 2 hours in vain, Greer let out a resigned sigh, removed his armor, and sat down to massage his aching head. Once clad in the armor, it felt as though he had connected to an information network, with a torrent of data flooding his mind, causing it to race at an overwhelming pace. This state of being was genuinely discomforting, and he anticipated it would take considerable time to acclimate. Before acclimating to such a state, Greer could only endure wearing the Kamen Rider armor for a mere 10 to 20 minutes before feeling an excruciating pressure in his head, necessitating the removal of the suit to allow his brain a moment of respite, lest it succumb to a catastrophic malfunction. This predicament only deepened Greer's despair. When he disarmed himself, the nefarious elements would emerge, rendering him both sightless and deaf to their presence. If this trend persisted, he feared that even an entire night of vigilance would yield no fruitful outcome. Indeed, in every profession, there are those who excel, and being a superhero is no easy feat. Are there training programs for aspiring heroes? I wish to enroll. Greer leaned despondently against the railing. Finally understanding why Spider-Man devised a means to tap into police communication channels, relying solely on his own abilities, he might not encounter a single villain in an entire day. If one were to doubt this, they could venture out each night to test their luck, seeing how often they might stumble upon wrongdoers or discern a villain merely by their gaze, lacking training or relevant experience. Even confirming a suspicious look would hardly guarantee the right identification. As Greer's mind wandered, a girl with shoulder-length, light blonde hair, clad in a knee-length black trench coat and carrying a black backpack, hurried along the street, a mere 30 meters from the building. Under the glow of the streetlights, Greer could clearly see 3 burly men loitering behind her. By the time he noticed them, the girl had already turned briskly into a nearby alleyway. Was this not an invitation for trouble? The main road was well lit, while the alley offered little more than a solitary incandescent bulb. Did this young girl remain oblivious to the danger trailing her? Yet, fear not, little sister, for a hero is near. Yes, it is the night's moment to shine. I shall come to your rescue. Greer's heart blossomed with joy. After 2 long hours, business finally beckoned. He hurriedly inserted the card into the Kamen Rider driver, instantly donning the armor. With a powerful leap, he vaulted onto the rooftop of the adjacent building, sprinting across the surface until he reached the edge in mere seconds. Without hesitation, he leaped from the towering structure, plunging toward the alley where the girl had vanished. Chapter 11. The deadly assassin and the old man released that girl. You scoundrels! Greer bellowed dramatically as he descended in his Kamen Rider armor, but before he could finish his line, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air. Thanks to the night vision capabilities of his armor, Greer beheld the three hulking figures sprawled on the ground, while the seemingly fragile girl stood beside one of the fallen men, bending down to extract a butterfly knife embedded in his throat. Blood gushed forth like a fountain from the wound. The girl, once characterized by her light blonde hair and black trench coat, had transformed. Now she sported a short purple hairstyle, clad in a purple leather jacket and trousers, complemented by a plaid miniskirt. She stood slightly shorter than Greer, her right hand wiping the butterfly knife against the clothing of the fallen man, viewing the scene, reminiscent of a slaughterhouse, as if it were inconsequential. Greer's throat involuntarily constricted, and he nearly stumbled to the ground upon landing. With great effort, he steadied himself and quickly turned his head away, striving to avoid gazing at the three lifeless bodies. The visual shock, coupled with the overwhelming stench of blood, threatened to induce nausea within his armored suit. What? Greer was momentarily taken aback by the barrage of words from the little girl, struggling to comprehend her meaning. After a brief pause, astonishment filled his voice as he exclaimed, "Wait a moment. Did you see me standing on a rooftop? How did you know I was waiting for the criminals to appear? It was merely a guess." "But now I know," the girl replied, moving toward another burly man. She extracted the long blade embedded in his back and began to wipe it clean against his clothing. Greer felt a wave of exasperation wash over him as he observed the girl. Her attire and mannerisms struck a chord of familiarity, particularly the pink belt adorned with the letters HG, reminiscent of a film he had watched a few years prior titled Kick-Ass. Could this little girl truly be Hit Girl? As Greer pondered this, Hit Girl expertly cleaned the blade and swiftly snapped a 1-meter-long iron rod in half, tucking it behind her back and zipping up her backpack. "Hey, if we don't leave now, the police will arrive. Follow me. My old man wants to meet you." With that, Hit Girl darted into the depths of the alley, her short legs carrying her swiftly. Greer hastened to follow her, recalling the piercing scream from earlier that could rouse anyone from slumber. If he didn't run now, when would he? As he ran alongside her, he contemplated her words. If this was Hit Girl, then the one wanting to meet him must be her father, the retired officer. He had once been a police officer and likely knew many people who could assist in tracing the vehicle. A flicker of hope ignited within Greer as he kept pace with Hit Girl, climbing the stairs to the rooftop of a nearby building. Upon reaching the top, Greer surveyed the surroundings but found no sign of life. Just as he was about to inquire why Hit Girl had brought him there, a shadow suddenly emerged from beside a pipe, less than 5 meters away, startling him nearly into a jump. Dressed entirely in black, seamlessly blending into the night. The figure wore a mask reminiscent of Batman's, with the letters BD emblazoned on his belt. Greer recognized him as Big Daddy. A feeling of frustration surged within Greer. Big Daddy, having undergone enhanced training, still fell within the realm of ordinary humans. It was merely the cover of the environment that had allowed him to go unnoticed. Against a professional agent or assassin, such as Black Widow or Winter Soldier, Greer mused, one might not even realize they had been taken out until it was too late. Big Daddy stood, hefting the sniper rifle resting at the edge of the rooftop onto his back. He scrutinized Greer, still clad in his armor, and spoke in a deep voice. "This is not a place for conversation. We need to move to a safe house. Rest assured, if I intended to harm you, I would have shot you the moment you removed that armor on the rooftop. With your physique, a single tranquilizer dart would suffice to bring you down." Old Dad patted the sniper rifle on his back and, alongside Hit Girl, resumed their swift escape. Despite her petite, doll-like appearance, Hit Girl matched Old Dad's speed. The two paid no heed to Greer, who hesitated momentarily before deciding to follow suit. Although Old Dad shared the anti-hero persona of the Punisher, he was fundamentally a good man, targeting only the wicked. Just like how Hit Girl had just dispatched those 3 villains, had she been a frail little girl. The outcome would have been dire. Even if she were later apprehended and sentenced, the harm inflicted upon her would remain irreparable. Greer had always believed that such scum deserved no mercy. Under the cover of night, the trio darted across rooftops and alleys until they reached a dilapidated building, where they ascended to the 3rd floor. Upon opening a rusted iron door, they were greeted by an astonishing array of weaponry: pistols, shotguns, submachine guns, rifles, and sniper rifles, all meticulously arranged on shelves, resembling a miniature armory. It was utterly exhilarating. Greer could only conjure the word cool. In his previous life, he had merely toyed with plastic guns, having only seen real ones in films and television. Now, an entire room filled with genuine firearms felt surreal, akin to a dream. Unable to resist, Greer reached for the nearest rifle, feeling its smooth, cold, and sturdy frame, exuding the essence of true masculinity. This was the kind of equipment a man ought to wield. Chapter 12. Old Dad's request. Old Dad removed the sniper rifle from his back and placed it on the shelf, saying, "If you like." You can choose one to take with you later. But I wonder, can you even shoot? You're not yet of age. Greer shook his head. One reason he had yet to use the gun that came with Dead was fear of poor accuracy. Firearms required practice to master, and he hadn't touched even a toy gun in nearly a decade. Now, he would likely struggle to hit anything beyond 10 meters. Old Dad, are you sure he can learn? Hit Girl interjected, hands resting on the table, chewing gum while looking disdainfully at Greer. That was merely a demonstration of how to draw out the villains. Without victims, they play their roles. This way, you can lure the bad guys without putting anyone in danger and avoid the victims witnessing the killings, which could lead to police involvement and a whole slew of consequences. Understand? Fighting crime isn't as simple as you think. Greer was at a loss for words, feeling belittled by a little girl, yet her logic was compelling. If he had known what to do, he wouldn't have spent 2 hours on the rooftop in the cold wind. In his 20 years in his previous life, over 80 had been dedicated to studying mathematics and science, never venturing far beyond the confines of the classroom. Who could discern villains from heroes? Old Dad, previously an exemplary police officer on the verge of becoming chief, and Hit Girl, who had endured relentless training since childhood, were leagues ahead of him in that regard. In comparison to the vast expanse of the Marvel Universe, characters such as Big Daddy and Hit Girl are mere footnotes among the heroes. The likes of Punisher and Iron Fist, who have graced the screen in various series, far surpass them in prowess. The SHIELD agency, replete with elite operatives like Hawkeye, Black Widow, and Coulson, stands as a formidable entity, an unimaginable behemoth. Indeed, the Marvel realm is akin to a hellish domain. Greer lamented inwardly, questioning his own status as a protagonist. Why was it that ordinary individuals, upon crossing over, could effortlessly overshadow a multitude of side characters, collaborating with the intellectually superior Tony Stark to forge armored suits? Why did the director of SHIELD, with his vast network of elite agents and intelligence resources, place such immense value on their opinions, while he, in contrast, found himself scorned even by an unremarkable Hit Girl? They say that when the wind blows, even pigs can fly, yet in his previous life, despite numerous pigs taking flight, only the tech giant's bat emerged triumphant. In the grand scheme, innate strength eclipses mere opportunity. Without power, crossing over merely shifts the venue of 1S games. After carefully stowing his sniper rifle, Big Daddy seated himself in a nearby chair and removed his mask, which bore a striking resemblance to that of Batman, revealing a visage identical to that of Nicolas Cage. He set the mask aside and turned his gaze toward Greer, stating, "I have observed you for nearly an hour. You possess remarkable talent, extraordinary strength, incredible speed, and impressive jumping ability, but you remain unaware of how to wield that power. I can train you to become stronger, and I hope that upon completion of your training, you might assist me in a certain endeavor." Assist? Greer's mind raced as memories from years past surged forth, awakened by the armor of the Emperor. In the film Kick-Ass, Big Daddy was wrongfully imprisoned by drug lords, indirectly leading to his wife's death. In his quest for vengeance, he rigorously honed his body while incarcerated and, upon his release, devoted himself to training his daughter to become a top-tier assassin, epitomizing the adage that a gentleman's revenge is never too late. "Isn't there law?" Greer inquired. "Law?" Big Daddy scoffed, coldly retorting, "The laws of America are crafted for the wealthy. They can afford teams of lawyers to battle the impoverished in court until they are utterly exhausted. I have witnessed too many affluent individuals evade legal repercussions. Only through the application of violence can they be made to fear and refrain from wrongdoing." Greer nodded in reluctant agreement. Big Daddy's philosophy bore a striking resemblance to that of Batman. However, unlike Batman, who had the financial means to customize an array of high-tech gadgets, Batmobiles, and Batplanes to suppress the criminal elements of an entire city, retired Officer Big Daddy was limited to procuring military-grade firearms and slightly superior materials for his attire, remaining largely estranged from advanced technology. Had his gear possessed even a modest flame-retardant quality, he might not have met such a fiery demise. Big Daddy rose and inscribed a series of numbers on a piece of paper, handing it to Greer. "Think it over. If you're resolved, call this number and choose whichever firearm you prefer. It shall be your gift as a token of our meeting." Greer accepted the note, his gaze ignited by the array of weapons surrounding him in the room, but ultimately shook his head. He had no knowledge of where the safety was. What if he accidentally shot himself? After Greer departed, the formidable Killer Frost turned her head towards Big Daddy and inquired, "What should we do if he completes his training but refuses to lend a hand?" Big Daddy, with a smile gracing his lips, replied, "If it were a Korean or a neon individual, one might need to worry about such matters. However, the Chinese value the principle of repaying even the smallest kindness with great gratitude. Moreover, the training regimen was devised by me and can be concluded at any time. Should he choose not to assist, I can merely offer him some casual guidance. A look of realization dawned upon Killer Frost, and she nodded in understanding. Big Daddy gently patted her on the head and sighed softly, contemplating that had he encountered this young man earlier, he would not have chosen to train his daughter in such a manner. Nevertheless, it was not too late. This peculiar individual clad in strange armor possessed considerable strength. With his training, he would undoubtedly become even more formidable, capable of taking down the drug lord Parker Robbins. Although Greer earned neither a penny nor a point, he gained immensely by meeting Big Daddy and Killer Frost, a father-daughter duo. He would have the opportunity to undergo Big Daddy's training, enhancing his own capabilities, which was far more crucial than any monetary reward. Greer was eager to accept Big Daddy's training. After all, he had nurtured the exceptional Killer Frost. As a former police officer, he could learn to identify and confront criminals. As for assistance, it would likely pertain to dealing with the drug lord depicted in films. With the power of his armor, confronting a group of ordinary armed individuals will be effortless. Most importantly, he had no one else to turn to for combat training. His understanding of the Marvel Universe was limited to films and television series, with most characters connected to S, H, I, E, L, D, or the more enigmatic Kunlun. Until he amassed sufficient strength, he could not allow S, H, I, L, D to discover his existence. It was imperative to remain discreet and focus on his development. Light as a feather, he landed on the silent rooftop, placing his right hand on the driver, promptly deactivating his armor, and yawning as he made his way toward the stairwell. Meanwhile, in Uncle Jimmy's room on the second floor, a screen embedded in the wall vividly displayed the process of Greer's black and white armor vanishing, while a smaller screen showcased footage of Greer transforming into Kamen Rider Dead and, at 8 o'clock, leaping from the rooftop. Uncle Jimmy stood before the screen, his expression grave as he stated, Level 7 Agent Jimmy Woo reporting urgently. Intelligence Code 084, requesting contact with Director Fury. Chapter 13, Training and Growth. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets whizzed through the air, striking the upright targets and creating a multitude of holes. Although hitting the bullseye was rare, at least 90% of the bullets struck the targets, a marked improvement compared to his initial aim. He had been training with Big Daddy for over half a month and candidly expressed his intent to assist Big Daddy in seeking revenge. He had also requested Big Daddy's aid in investigating the Black Van, establishing a foundation of mutual trust that made their collaboration increasingly enjoyable. After each day's training, Greer was left with numerous bruises adorning his body. Yet, he persevered through the pain, for he understood that this world was not the same as his previous life, where one could languish in idleness. Without diligent effort, he feared that in 8 years he might be reduced to ash, and he was unwilling to gamble on whether he would become mere remnants of his former self. The adage of learning to endure before learning to strike held true. Within a week, Greer began to occasionally counterattack. By the third week, he could hold his ground against the formidable Kilgrave, engaging in a vibrant exchange of blows. Though he still had a considerable distance to cover before reaching expert level, he had certainly graduated from the novice stage and acquired the fundamentals of combat. During these past weeks, Greer discovered a new functionality of the Kamen Rider belt. As long as he wore it, even without donning the Kamen Rider armor, he could harness a fraction of its power. This capability explained his ability to engage in battle with Kilgrave and wield dual firearms within a mere fortnight. Due to Greer's remarkable progress, the Elder Statesman and Kilgrave included him in their endeavors against criminals such as drug lords and human traffickers. Once clad in the Kamen Rider armor, his strength elevated him to the most formidable member of their trio. Under the strategic guidance of the Elder Statesman, Damon, Greer advanced like a stone golem, barely feeling the impact of gunfire as the rifle bullets failed to leave a mark on the armor. Meanwhile, Kilgrave provided support, dispatching any adversaries that Greer overlooked. As their joint operations increased, so did the synergy among the trio. In the past half-month, Greer accompanied them on 4 missions, witnessing firsthand the countless evils concealed beneath the facade of prosperity in the sprawling metropolis. He truly comprehended the depths of human depravity. To profit from the sale of narcotics, they lured and coerced individuals into addiction, with money flowing into their coffers while disregarding the destruction of countless lives. Under the guise of recruitment, they deceived or forcibly abducted young women from impoverished backgrounds to smuggle them into South American red light districts, or transported women from other countries to the red light district in New York. Such malevolence proliferated at an alarming rate. A week prior, at a port on the eastern side of Brooklyn, adjacent to the Atlantic, Greer witnessed a group of armed individuals opening a shipping container, revealing 7 or 8 girls from Latin America who had endured a harrowing journey to New York, confined in that cramped space for their basic needs. Following those vehicles to the red light district and storming into the basement as directed by the Elder Statesman, Greer realized that the scene at the port was but a mere prelude. The basement, repurposed from an underground parking lot, represented true hell on earth. Over 30 girls, who should have been vibrant and full of life, were treated like cattle, naked and caged, their bodies marred with scars, trembling as they huddled together. 2 girls hung from the ceiling, mercilessly whipped, while the assailant shouted, "Do you want it? Do you want it?" Others filmed the horrifying spectacle, while bystanders, desensitized by such brutality, went about their business, showing not even a flicker of interest. It was evident that such scenes were a grim routine, having long since lost their shock value. On that fateful day, Greer committed his first act of murder, taking the lives of 8 individuals with his sword, cleaving them in 2 and saturating the ground with their blood, staining his armor a deep crimson. In the aftermath, he retched for half an hour, expelling bile. Yet he felt neither remorse nor fear. Those men deserved their fates. They had shattered the warmth of countless families and ruined lives that should have been bright and promising. Trampling upon the dignity of humanity, such punishment was hardly excessive. Greer shook his head, eyes closed, continuing to gag, as he was gradually introduced to the dark underbelly of this seemingly splendid world by his mentor, the old man. From confronting robbery gangs to battling drug traffickers and human traffickers, the old man aimed to provide him with a gradual exposure to the world as shadows. The absence of media coverage on many events does not imply their non-existence. For instance, the hidden depths of the dark web reveal a reality that can upend one's worldview, values, and morals. All conceivable evils, both imagined and unimaginable, can be found therein. Whether it be the old man, Batman, or the Punisher, each has confronted misfortune. And in their quest for vengeance, they have witnessed the darkness of the world and the helplessness of the weak, gradually shifting their focus from revenge to combating crime and safeguarding the innocent within the city. The old man introduced Greer to these grim realities, perhaps hoping he would become a vigilante like them. Greer felt no aversion to this idea. He could strike at criminals while earning points for his efforts, helping others without compromising his own pursuits. The kidnapping ring that unfolded in Brooklyn sent shockwaves throughout New York, commanding extensive coverage from every newspaper. The previous news of a U.S. military aircraft crash during training in the Middle East faded into obscurity, eclipsed by the outcry. Almost all media outlets condemned and questioned the competence of the NYPD, with some tabloids resorting to sensational speculation, insinuating collusion between the police department and the perpetrators, even hinting at an FBI investigation into law enforcement personnel. In the wake of public outrage, the NYPD promptly declared a thorough investigation, mobilizing forces from 4 other precincts into Brooklyn, tripling the number of officers in the area to dismantle this international kidnapping syndicate. Chapter 14. The Passing Horseman. The police's actions instilled a sense of dread throughout Brooklyn, with patrol officers ubiquitous even at night. Abandoned buildings and derelict factories, usually neglected, were thoroughly searched, forcing the old man to relocate firearms from 2 safe houses within Brooklyn to a deserted factory in Queens. Prior to each operation, the old man would cut the power or use a silenced rifle to disable streetlights, allowing Greer, clad in his armor, and Hit Girl, equipped with night vision goggles, to enter unseen. Yet this time, due to the heightened police scrutiny, advanced technology and experts were deployed to reconstruct the crime scene, leading to the conclusion that there were 2 assailants. One exhibited remarkable skill, swiftly severing both the trachea and arteries, while the other was brutally savage, cleaving victims in 2. Even more astonishing to the police were the discovery of several flattened bullet heads, only created upon impact with hard surfaces like steel. The scene is fraught with uncertainties, and the identity of the murderer remains elusive. However, these doubts were swiftly erased from the records. The police's actions were unbeknownst to Greer, who was wholly focused on honing his marksmanship. The weapon he wielded, a dead gun, discharged energy bullets, possessing a power comparable to an anti-material sniper rifle. Throughout 4 confrontations, he opted for a sword rather than a firearm, deeming it excessive to use a gun against ordinary individuals and fearing that a stray shot could cause extensive damage. Attracting the attention of S.H.L.D. Initially, the thrill of firing real weapons exhilarated Greer, but as the encounters increased, the excitement waned. Within a minute, he had emptied 2 magazines of 38 round from his specialized S-Bandit firearm. Yet the dramatic scenes portrayed in films, where a single gun can dominate the battlefield, did not occur. With the enhancement of the Emperor Rider armor, Greer could largely disregard the recoil of the Glock 8, his punch power exceeding 100 kilograms. In just half a month, he had discharged 1 to 2,000 rounds, achieving a remarkable accuracy rate of 90% on stationary targets within a 30 to 40 meter range. On the table beside him lay a Beretta 92F and a Colt 2000, both of which were devoid of bullets, signifying the conclusion of the day's training. Damon, affectionately referred to as Old Dad, removed his noise-canceling earmuffs and nodded in satisfaction, You performed admirably today. Let us call it a day. Greer shook his slightly numb arm from prolonged shooting, removed his goggles and earmuffs, placing them on the table, and expressed his eagerness. It's been a week without action. When shall we strike against the criminals? His 4 outings had garnered him over 1,300 points, especially the 4th encounter, which had yielded points nearly equal to the total of the first 3 combined. These points were sufficient to exchange for a card of moderate evaluation along with the Knight's signature skill, the Knight Kick. Nevertheless, Greer chose not to redeem them. The Emperor Rider armor was more than adequate for dealing with armed civilians, and he saw no urgency in acquiring a more formidable knight armor. First, ensure you can arrive on time, Damon teased, causing Greer to sheepishly scratch his head. Over the past month and a half, Damon and Mindy, his daughter, had embarked on 5 missions, while Greer had only participated in 4 due to an instance where he was delayed by traffic while taking the bus to the scene. By the time he arrived, they had already completed their task. Since then, he opted for the subway. Haha, Damon chuckled, and amid his laughter, the crisp sound of an engine echoed through the dilapidated factory, resonating loudly in the stillness. Greer turned to see Mindy riding a lightweight motorcycle into the factory, screeching to a halt beside him. Not significantly shorter than Greer, Mindy patted her motorcycle and, with a youthful voice, exclaimed, "This is a gift from Dad. You won't have to squeeze into the subway anymore." Greer sincerely expressed his gratitude. Thank you. Since arriving in this world, his experiences over the past month and a half had surpassed the entirety of his previous 20 years. He had witnessed much malevolence, yet encountered good souls like Uncle Jimmy, Damon, and Mindy, which alleviated his solitude in this unfamiliar realm. Dressed in a brown jacket purchased a few days prior and donning a helmet, Greer bid farewell to Damon and Mindy. With a twist of the throttle, he ventured down the factory road, overgrown with grass and foliage. As autumn had firmly settled over New York in October, rendering the vegetation within the factory a brittle yellow. Riding his motorcycle at 70 miles per hour, Greer could feel the chill of the wind seeping through the cuffs and collar of his attire. He instinctively tucked his chin, pondering the necessity of acquiring warmer clothing. Each time Damon and his crew apprehended criminals, Greer would receive a share of the spoils, particularly from a recent bust involving a drug dealer, whose earnings filled an entire backpack. This was also why Greer continued to rent from Uncle Jimmy. Relocating would entail landlords demanding checks for rent and utilities, a cumbersome process he wished to avoid. Uncle Jimmy, in his benevolence, accepted cash, thus sparing Greer the hassle. As the clock struck 6 in the evening, dusk enveloped the city and the streetlights flickered to life. While speeding on his motorcycle, Greer took in the urban nightscape, reflecting on whether the young Spider-Man was now a high school student or still a child. The darkness thickened, illuminated only by the lamps and factory spotlights, prompting Greer to reduce his speed to 60 miles per hour amidst the traffic. Suddenly, a vehicle sped towards him in the opposite lane, its high beams blinding Greer momentarily. Before he could utter a curse, the car collided violently with a concrete barrier. Serves them right, Greer smirked internally, glancing at the driver's seat to find a female driver accompanied by 4 children audaciously navigating the road. Just as Greer turned his head, a resounding crash echoed from a nearby container, plummeting to the ground, shaking the earth beneath him. In that fleeting second, Greer's motorcycle surged forward, covering more than 10 meters. The consequences of distracted driving soon became evident. A forceful jolt from the rear propelled the motorcycle off the ground. The centrifugal force, combined with the momentum, sent Greer spiraling through the air, crashing violently against a black car, shattering its window into a cascade of glass. Chapter 15. The Passing Night, the Pain. Greer's back throbbed with an intensity that threatened to numb him entirely. Being flung from the motorcycle at such speed and colliding with a vehicle could very well have fractured his bones. Lying amidst the shards of glass, he dared not move, for even the slightest breath induced excruciating agony. Numerous glass fragments had embedded themselves in his back, but the liquid seeping forth was an ominous dark red, reminiscent of the blood he had seen gushing from a heart wound in the past. All the shards of glass were expelled by the liquid, and in an instant, the wound vanished completely, along with the fractured bones inside, which realigned and healed autonomously. The pain ceased abruptly, leading Greer to question whether his spine had broken, thus preventing the pain from reaching his brain. Yet his limbs retained sensation, and he successfully crawled up from the ground. This prompted Greer to recall the dark red liquid that had appeared after his heart was pierced. If his heart could be mended, then this injury was trivial in comparison. Surrounding him were the screams of people and the screeching of car brakes, akin to an alien invasion, as if the apocalypse had descended upon them. Greer lifted his gaze toward the center of the road, eager to discern the cause of the chaos, pondering how he had suddenly been propelled into the air while riding his bike. However, the scene that met his eyes left him agape, rendering him momentarily speechless. Spanning the wide road, which measured 20 to 30 meters, were 30 or so cars haphazardly strewn about, while a colossal silver-gray robot loomed majestically among them. Its massive mechanical arm raised high, clutching a golden-red robot tightly in its grasp. Could it be that merely crossing the street would lead him to witness a battle between heroes and villains? This world was indeed hellish. Greer stared in astonishment at the two remarkably familiar robots, which unmistakably resembled Ironmonger and Iron Man. The scene was eerily reminiscent of the climactic battle depicted at the end of the film Iron Man, set near the Stark factory. Recognizing the identities of these two titans, Greer made an immediate decision to flee, dismissing any notion of rushing in to assist, or of befriending Tony Stark. Though Iron Man, a paragon of humanity standing shoulder to shoulder with deities, was indeed his idol, Greer might have been inclined to help in a deserted area. After all, Stark's billionaire status could easily afford him a lifetime of luxury with just a fraction of his wealth. One only needed to observe how Spider-Man ascended to Iron Man's side, receiving a high-tech suit worth millions, not to mention the even more expensive Iron Spider suit. Yet here he was, in a bustling urban center, surrounded not only by throngs of people, but also by countless surveillance cameras. Moreover, the unfortunate team of agents led by Phil Coulson was likely nearby. Should he choose to intervene, he would undoubtedly find himself gracing the front page alongside Iron Man and Ironmonger, drawing the attention of S.H.L.D. and Hydra. Well, then what'd he do? Tony Stark possessed a fortune exceeding $100 billion and had extensive connections in both military and political spheres. Even those coveting his armored suit would have to hold a hearing. But Greer? He had neither wealth nor power. Even if a regular police officer were dispatched, he would have no choice but to either defeat the officer and flee or comply and follow to the precinct. Ultimately, the preservation of his life outweighed any appeal of Iron Man's favor. With this thought, Greer barely had time to remove his shattered helmet before he sprinted away, determined to circumvent the car whose door he had crumpled, distancing himself from the road, resolutely avoiding any involvement in this debacle. However, fate can be cruelly ironic. Ironmonger, discarding Iron Man with casual ease, hurled him directly toward the very vehicle beside Greer. Bang! A thunderous crash startled Greer, causing him to shudder involuntarily. He instinctively turned to his right, where he beheld a golden-red Iron Man sprawled atop a dented vehicle roof. As if it weren't enough to provoke him, Greer's mind raced with 1,000 thoughts as he swiftly glanced behind him. There, the Iron Tyrant had already aimed its right arm at him, and the 20mm rotating cannon began to whir ominously. A flurry of projectiles erupted from it, tearing through the air with a sharp whoosh, aimed not only at Iron Man, but also encompassing Greer in its deadly range. Damn it! Are you really going to drive me to my doom? Greer seethed through gritted teeth. As the cannon whirled into action, his left hand darted into his pocket, retrieving the rider-driver with lightning speed, which he pressed against his abdomen, instantly transforming it into the rider belt. With his life hanging by a thread, there was no room for modesty. As a multitude of luminous projectiles erupted from the cannon, Greer's left hand caught the rider card that leapt from the night card case, forcefully inserting it into the driver. Kane Ride dead. A mechanical synthesis echoed in his ears, and 9 phantoms materialized around him. Just as the first cannonball was a meter away, the 9 phantoms surged into Greer, instantly transforming him into Kamen Rider dead. Having barely completed his metamorphosis, 3 cannonballs struck Greer, the impact sending him hurtling backward, while the vehicle beneath Iron Man was reduced to a mere sieve. The asphalt road nearby erupted with gaping holes, exposing the foundation beneath. "Ha!" cackled Obadiah Stane, a senior figure of Stark Industries seated within the Iron Tyrant, his voice amplified through the speakers, drowning out the sound of the cannon. "Tony, you claim you no longer manufacture weapons, yet you have crafted the most formidable weapon in the world. How miserly of you!" Before Obadiah could finish his taunt, an enraged voice resonated from the cannon's firing zone. "But I'm quite upset. I was merely passing by. What have I done to provoke you?" With that somewhat juvenile voice, a black and white figure sprinted swiftly from the left front of the Iron Tyrant toward the chaos. Greer was seething with rage, especially furious that his newly acquired motorcycle, the engine barely warmed up, had been wielded by the Iron Tyrant against Iron Man, shattering into countless pieces. Had it not been for his bizarre regenerative abilities, the collision would have left him gravely injured. Moreover, this transformation had effectively exposed him to the light of day, and he could foresee an avalanche of troubles heading his way. Chapter 16. Confrontation with the Iron Tyrant. Unable to evade, Greer resolved to stand his ground and demonstrate his might, weighing whether those who dared to challenge him could endure the repercussions of their folly. Greer fixed his gaze intently on the Iron Tyrant ahead, his legs propelling him forward with remarkable speed. He raised his left hand, swiftly opening the night card case, from which a card sprang forth, defying the wind to land precisely in his grasp. He inserted it into the Imperial Rider driver at his waist. Ride Careblade. With the resonant mechanical synthesis echoing, the driver emanated a faint crimson glow, which then coalesced in Greer's hand into a long sword, styled like a slender European blade with a black grip. Unlike the depiction in the Tokusatsu series, the knight card case remained attached to the left side of his belt, causing the blade's length to extend significantly, occupying 2/3 rather than the original 1/4 of the sword's total length. The Iron Tyrant's control system had already detected Greer's rapid approach, projecting a monochromatic silhouette onto the virtual display before Obadiah. This enigmatic figure bore no resemblance to Stark's Iron Man suit, leaving Obadiah perplexed as to its identity. Time was not on his side. At a speed of 13 meters per second, Greer reached the Iron Tyrant in mere seconds. With a powerful swing of his right hand, the longsword struck forcefully against the cannon mounted on the Tyrant's right arm. The resounding clash of metal reverberated through the air as sparks flew and the formidable steel of the cannon was cleaved in twain, the blade continuing its trajectory to slice through the reinforced steel of the Iron Tyrant's arm. Before Greer could withdraw his sword, the Tyrant's mechanical left hand, larger than Greer's head, lunged toward him, compelling Greer to relinquish his grip on the sword and retreat. Though drawing the sword required only a moment, that brief interval was sufficient for capture. As he took a step back, the Iron Tyrant lifted its right foot and delivered a devastating kick to Greer's chest, akin to a heavyweight boxer striking a child, sending Greer hurtling through the air. He tumbled several times before crashing into a tree, the trunk snapping with a resounding crack and collapsing onto him. At the moment Greer was sent flying, a figure clad in gold and crimson emerged from the wreckage of a car, its luminous eyes locking onto the Iron Tyrant. Without hesitation, it raised its right arm, revealing an opening in its forearm armor from which a miniature missile ascended, trailing a plume of searing flames as it surged toward the Tyrant's left leg. Greer soared southwest, while the missile veered northwest, crossing paths in the air at a distance of 20 meters. Greer collided with the tree, while the missile struck the Iron Tyrant's left leg. The thunderous explosion overshadowed by Stark's sardonic voice emanating from the suit's speakers. "Watch your left leg." The violent blast twisted the hydraulic pillar supporting the Iron Tyrant's left leg into a pretzel shape, igniting a substantial quantity of hydraulic fluid that sprayed outward like confetti, a large portion igniting and blazing fervently upon the Tyrant's left leg. The explosion and flames rendered the circuitry near the left leg's blast point in disarray, charred and tattered, continuously emitting sparks. Not only was running an impossibility, even walking had become exceedingly arduous. Merely maintaining balance in this position was a commendable feat before Obadiah. The display screen illuminated with the ominous red indicating malfunction, hydraulic system failure in the left leg, anomalies in the propulsion system, and damage to the electric drive system. A cascade of dire news washed over Obadiah, draining color from his face. After sustaining just this one blow, the left leg of the battle suit was practically incapacitated. Flying was out of the question, and even standing was a significant challenge. In a fit of rage, Obadiah aimed the 6-barrel missile launcher on his left arm at Iron Man, unleashing 2 missiles that sped toward him, their tails ablaze. Iron Man, with arms lowered and palms facing down, summoned intense flames from his feet and palms, propelling himself skyward. Simultaneously, the armor at the base of his thighs opened, releasing a barrage of decoy missiles to disrupt the 2 missiles launched by Ironmonger, preventing them from locking onto Iron Man. Meanwhile, Grell, concealed beneath the canopy of trees, grasped the trunk with both hands, his fingers gouging deep into the bark. With a mere exertion of strength, he lifted the weighty tree, easily tossing it aside amidst the snapping of branches. Emerging from the crater he had created, a scaled creature stood upright. The pain in his chest was nearly imperceptible. Ironmonger's kick, potent enough to breach a reinforced concrete wall, had failed to inflict any significant damage upon the supremely fortified divine gift armor. Though sent reeling, he suffered no real harm, merely a moment of humiliation upon his entrance. Disregarding the dirt and leaves clinging to him, Grell gazed ahead. The fearsome figure of Ironmonger loomed on the roadway, gazing upward at the soaring Iron Man. A hatch in the armor on his left back opened, revealing a mechanical arm that brandished an anti-tank missile, its guidance laser locked onto the spinning Iron Man, poised for launch. The 6-barrel missile launcher on his left arm also targeted the sky. "Sir, the first-generation palladium arc reactor cannot sustain prolonged flight," intoned J.A.R.S. Stark's intelligent assistant, as the readout of remaining energy from the palladium arc reactor continued its steady decline, allowing perhaps 1 or 2 more minutes of flight. Stark remained silent, his mind racing as he contemplated a strategy to overcome Ironmonger. His second-generation palladium arc reactor had been seized by Obadiah at the villa, leaving him reliant on the first-generation reactor while donning the Arc 3 suit. However, the first-generation reactor was never designed for extended flight. The journey from the villa had consumed 8 of its energy, compounded by the earlier combat, leaving a mere 8 remaining. If he continued to fly much longer, he might not even be able to fire the palm-mounted pulse cannon. Below, Ironmonger persistently aimed his targeting laser at him. The anti-tank missile held aloft and ready to strike. Caught in this precarious situation, Stark had no choice but to endlessly circle Ironmonger, seeking an opportune moment to strike. At that moment, a beam of laser surged from the southwest, striking the shoulder-mounted anti-tank missile of Iron Tyrant with a ferocious impact, piercing through its metallic casing and igniting the explosives within. Chapter 17, Please Call Me Kamen Rider. With a thunderous roar, the anti-tank missile erupted into a tumultuous fireball. The searing heat reaching thousands of degrees, causing numerous components to warp and even melt. The force of the explosion propelled the damaged left leg of Iron Tyrant forward, causing him to crash face first onto the ground, creating a significant dent in the solid roadway. Iron Man hovered in midair, turning to face the source of the laser attack. He beheld an individual clad in black and white armor, holding a black gun in his right hand, advancing with deliberate steps towards him. Who is this? Stark furrowed his brow. He had just witnessed this mysterious figure effortlessly dismantle Iron Tyrant's cannon with a single strike, only to be kicked away by Iron Tyrant without a hint of injury. Was this enigmatic individual's dual-toned armor truly comparable to his own iron suit? It seemed ludicrous. JRVIS had commenced a database comparison to ascertain the identity of this person, yet regrettably, no records were found. Neither the strikingly leather-like black and white armor nor the oddly shaped firearm bore any documentation. Very well, sir. The Mark III suit had only engaged in 2 outings thus far, still an immature product requiring numerous enhancements. This battle served as an optimal testing ground, and he had already cataloged several areas for improvement. Stark observed Iron Tyrant struggling to rise from the ground and inquired, JRVIS, if we concentrate the remaining energy, can we breach this behemoth's defenses? I'm afraid not, sir. The adversary employs a composite armor akin to that of the Mark II. It would require the energy of a Generation 23 Palladium arc reactor to penetrate its defenses, yet your energy reserves stand at mere 5. Composite armor, which poses the risk of ice formation at high altitudes. Stark's eyes lit up as he recalled his experiments with the Mark II armor, which had succumbed to ice at extreme heights, nearly resulting in a catastrophic fall. If he could lure Iron Tyrant to higher altitudes, the ensuing low temperatures might incapacitate the system, leading to a catastrophic plunge. However, Stark refrained from executing this plan immediately, opting instead to further observe the capabilities of this mysterious figure in black and white armor. Below, Iron Tyrant propped himself up with his right hand, utilizing the hydraulic supports of his body to rise. Smoke billowed from the vicinity of his left shoulder, accompanied by sporadic sparks that illuminated the night with a glaring brightness. Obadiah's eyes, filled with fury directed at Greer, burned with intensity. He had initially managed to confound Stark, inching towards victory, but this newcomer had altered the tide of battle. First, a swift strike rendered his cannon inoperative, followed by a powerful kick that sent him flying, giving Stark the opportunity to launch a miniature missile that incapacitated his left leg's hydraulic cylinder. Now, he had inadvertently detonated his own anti-tank missile with a laser gun, utilizing his own weapon to inflict considerable damage upon himself. The once formidable and awe-inspiring high-tech iron armor now sputtered with sparks from multiple points, resembling a poorly manufactured trinket. Enraged, the Iron Tyrant raised his left arm, equipped with a 6-barreled missile launcher, and aimed at the advancing Greer, launching a missile without hesitation. Greer was equally swift. As the Iron Tyrant's arm lifted, he aimed his gun at the armored foe. The missile had only just been fired when Greer pulled the trigger. A beam of laser light flashed and detonated the miniature missile, erupting into a roaring fireball between Greer and the Iron Tyrant, obscuring their vision while illuminating the surroundings. Amidst the continuous flashes, the Iron Tyrant fired 2 more missiles, arcing left and right toward Greer, approaching the speed of sound. They could not escape Greer's enhanced vision from the Imperial Rider armor. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and fired at the missile on the left. Before the outcome of that attack could be determined, he swiftly swung his arm to the right, pivoting his laser gun upwards by 90 degrees, releasing a silver blade as it aligned perfectly with the grip, transforming into sword mode. In the brief interval, the missile had reached Greer's front, but his sword had already swung to the right, cleanly slicing through the missile with remarkable precision. The blade, crafted from special material, was extraordinarily sharp, effortlessly cleaving the missile in 2. Propelled by inertia, the halves continued backward before erupting in a tremendous explosion. The fierce flames engulfed 3 nearby cars, illuminating the surroundings as if it were daylight, capturing clearer images for those observing from the surrounding buildings. Greer, wielding his sword, advanced toward the Iron Tyrant. Despite the impressive defensive capabilities of the armor, the exposed components were numerous. For instance, the hydraulic cylinders that enabled this 2-ton machine to move and exert tremendous power were fully visible. Once those hydraulic components were destroyed, The Iron Tyrant would be reduced to nothing more than a heap of scrap metal, rendered immobile. The 50 caliber energy bullets fired from Greer's ride care and gun mode were more than sufficient to obliterate the hydraulic apparatus, which possessed far less strength than the armor itself. However, Greer was not inclined to rely on a hit-and-run tactic to defeat the Iron Tyrant. Stark, clad in his iron suit, descended from the sky, his glowing eyes scrutinizing Greer, who stood approximately 5 to 6 meters away. The suit's speaker emitted a voice distinctly different from Stark's own. "Who are you?" "Just a passing mast rider," Greer replied, not even glancing at Iron Man. He slightly raised his left hand, and a small compartment on the left side of his waist opened, ejecting a card that gracefully spiraled into Greer's left hand. Chapter 18, Crimson Electric Drill. The card, set against a black backdrop, prominently features the visage of a knight whose orange eyes dominate much of the face. The mouth resembles the sharp teeth of a shark, while the antennae atop the head evoke the fins of the same predator, creating a disturbingly grotesque appearance. With a swift flick of his wrist, Greer plunged the card emblazoned with the letters KR into the device at his waist. The central ruby projected a logo as a mechanical voice resonated in Greer's ears, declaring, "Can ride Faiz." From the dead driver, tendrils of photon blood vessels, aglow with a crimson luminescence, radiated outward, enveloping Greer in a vast web. High-energy photon blood surged forth from the driver, filling the vessels while simultaneously transporting a plethora of nanomaterials. These materials rapidly coalesced upon Greer's surface, forming the sun god armor, woven from diamond-like Sun Metal 15, alongside various metallic constructs. In but an instant, Greer transformed into dead Faiz, encased in sleek black armor reminiscent of shark skin. His limbs, joints, chest, and back were sheathed in a silvery Sun Metal 228, even more resilient than Sun Metal 15, interconnected by the radiant photon vessels. The vessels glowed a fierce red, while the reflective silver of Sun Metal 228 mirrored the surrounding flames. The orange radiance emanating from the armor, which occupied 4/5 of his face, rendered Greer strikingly conspicuous in the night, akin to an LED, casting Iron Man into the shadows of obscurity. For he merely possessed a palladium arc reactor and glowing eyes. Stark's eyes widened in astonishment as he witnessed the rapid metamorphosis of Greer from dead to Faiz. A transformation so profound that it rendered him nearly unrecognizable, save for the belt at his waist. In mere moments, the change was more drastic than any cosmetic alteration, and Stark felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of advanced nanotechnology unfolding before him. Eager to unveil its mysteries, he momentarily dismissed Obadiah from his mind and promptly commanded Jarvis. "Jarvis, I recall he wasn't armored when he crashed into the car." Almost as soon as Stark uttered these words, Jarvis displayed an image on the screen before him, a photograph of Greer, adorned with a motorcycle helmet, glancing towards Iron Man. Through the cracked visor, Greer's face was faintly discernible. With Jarvis' efficient processing, the blurry image rapidly sharpened, revealing a visage strikingly similar to Greer's. The only discrepancies being the obscured chin and forehead hidden beneath the helmet. Jarvis then initiated an incursion into the city's public safety system, retrieving footage from the myriad cameras scattered across New York. Utilizing facial recognition technology, he sought to trace Greer's origins, simultaneously breaching the systems of the Department of Motor Vehicles and other governmental agencies involved in population management, in an effort to uncover Greer's whereabouts. As Jarvis busily infiltrated the systems of various government departments, Greer approached within a mere 7 or 8 meters of Iron Tyrant. His nonchalant gait, reminiscent of a leisurely stroll, ignited a fury within Obadiah that was on the verge of eruption. The very individual he had just sent flying with a single kick appeared to regard him with utter disdain. Despite the injury to his left leg and the lack of mobility in his left arm, his right arm remained intact. When Greer was merely 3 or 4 meters away, the hydraulic piston and transmission mechanism of Iron Tyrant's right arm unleashed maximum power, delivering a force exceeding 10 tons. The speed and might of the strike compressed the air in front, creating visible ripples and a fierce wind that roared as it surged toward Greer, intent on crushing him. As Iron Tyrant's right fist began its forward arc, Greer propelled himself off the ground with remarkable agility, akin to an extremely compressed spring, effortlessly evading the punch and leaping over Iron Tyrant's head. Before Iron Tyrant's fist could even reach the spot where Greer had just stood, Greer had already pivoted, wielding his ride booker blade with force, cleaving through the hydraulic column connecting Iron Tyrant's right arm. The strike not only severed the column, but also sheared off a substantial portion of Iron Tyrant's shoulder, amplifying the destructive power to nearly 3 times that experienced while clad in the Decade armor. Sparks erupted from the severed edge, igniting the leaked hydraulic oil and enveloping Iron Tyrant's right shoulder in flames. Consequently, the damage inflicted now extended to his right arm, leaving only his right leg unscathed. "You break my motorcycle," and I shall return the favor with a knight's kick, Greer declared coldly, his gaze fixed on Iron Tyrant. In an instant, the long sword in his right hand vanished, while his left arm rose, reopening the knight card holder to reveal another card. The background was black, adorned with a red cone and the letters Ryan SH, signifying the Crimson Drill. With a swift motion, Greer inserted the AR card into the driver. Attack Ride. Ryan SSH. A luminous stream of photonic blood, brighter than a powerful flashlight, surged from the driver, coursing through Greer's right leg, causing his foot to emanate a radiant red glow. As the photonic blood concentrated at his right foot, Greer dashed forward. Just as Iron Tyrant's right fist reached its maximum extension, Greer's right leg propelled upward in a powerful kick. The impact resonated with a thunderous boom as Greer's foot struck forcefully between Iron Tyrant's legs. The kick, delivering an astounding 5 tons of force, caused the composite armor to cave in dramatically, nearly engulfing Greer's foot. Subsequently, Iron Tyrant was lifted off the ground, propelled skyward by the swirling red cone of photonic blood erupting from Greer's foot, resembling a rocket as it ascended. Greer propelled himself forcefully off the ground, his body soaring upward in an astonishing display of acrobatics, executing a forward somersault that defied the laws of physics. In the blink of an eye, he caught up with the Iron Tyrant, his right foot pulsating with a torrent of photonic energy, leading the charge as he plunged into the Crimson Drill. The drill's rotational speed abruptly quintupled, effortlessly breaching the Iron Tyrant's defenses and mercilessly drilling through it, vaporizing its composite armor with a surge of high-energy photonic blood, leaving nothing behind. Chapter 19. The S.H.I.E.L.D. Agency in Action. Stark strained his neck upward, his eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. The scene before him was utterly nonsensical, completely shattering his worldview. Not only was there an immense release of energy, but it also coalesced into tangible forms, a phenomenon that was simply unfathomable. He was not alone. Onlookers in the surrounding buildings were equally astounded, their expressions a mix of bewilderment and awe. At the entrance adorned with Stark Industries' grand sign, a statuesque blonde beauty gazed upward in astonishment at the rapidly ascending Iron Tyrant. Below, the swiftly rotating crimson cone radiated brilliantly against the night sky, akin to a fireworks display. The outcome mirrored that of fireworks as the Iron Tyrant erupted in a thunderous explosion over 30 meters high, blossoming into a colossal fireball. Most of its mass was utterly vaporized by the high-energy shock of the photonic blood, leaving only scattered debris to rain down like petals from celestial being. Propelled by the force of the explosion, bathed in the radiant glow of the sun-like fireball, a figure clad in red neon descended toward the ground, crashing onto the asphalt with a resounding thud, creating a crater filled with cracks. Greer's legs bent at 120 degrees, absorbing the impact, before he stood upright and extracted his feet from the pit. He cast a glance at the Iron Man, who, despite the chaos, appeared relatively unscathed. Unlike the original narrative where his suit was reduced to scrap, the windows of the surrounding buildings were filled with eager spectators, and the ultimate vision granted by the Faiz armor allowed Greer to see the signs held aloft by those hundreds of meters away. The crowd's reactions ranged from shock to exhilaration, fingers pointing at Greer and Iron Man. Many witnesses clearly observed how this figure, resembling a super robot, had effortlessly kicked a colossal machine into the sky, only to obliterate it into fragments without sustaining any harm, even after a 30-meter fall. This was the stuff of movies and comics, superhuman feats of strength and agility. Having just completed a night shift, they were now witnessing a titanic clash of robots. An incredible stroke of luck. Many abandoned concerns over data usage and opted to livestream the spectacle. With a deep sigh resonating in his heart, Greer wasted no time. Striding forth with determination, he leaped onto a towering structure over 30 meters high in the southern expanse, vanishing into the enveloping night. Initially, the comments below were inquiring about the identity of this new film. However, as an increasing number of videos, captured from various angles and devices, showcasing different levels of clarity were uploaded, and many individuals recognized the filming location through the architecture, it became evident that these videos were not mere special effects but rather genuine occurrences. Numerous netizens promptly shared these images across various platforms, including Facebook and Twitter, exposing a wider audience to the spectacle of 3 robots engaged in combat. The speed of dissemination across the internet led to an uncontrollable situation within mere minutes. In the expansive square before the Stark Industries factory, a middle-aged man clad in a tailored suit gazed up at the descending grille. He swiftly grabbed his phone and, after a few rapid taps, placed it to his ear. Once connected, he spoke urgently. "I apologize, sir. The mission has failed. The situation is dire and requires a significant number of personnel for containment." On the other end of the line was Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.L.D., seated at his desk in a spacious, well-lit office. With his dark complexion and a single visible eye, he spoke in a calm yet firm tone. No. Coulson, what you have seen is not the worst of it. The real disaster lies here. Do you have any idea how many people have witnessed the footage of 3 robots battling on the highway? And how many have shared it thereafter? Coulson raised an eyebrow, feigning ignorance to the dissatisfaction in Fury's words, and replied, Sir, I can only imagine. Recognizing the magnitude of the predicament, he added, Then we must make contact with this enigmatic individual from an unknown world and find a secluded location. I do not wish to see videos of armored individuals clashing with agents circulating online. With that, Nick Fury ended the call and turned his gaze to the large screen on the opposite wall, which displayed Grell's photograph and personal information. Now, the previously blank spaces have been filled with extensive details, from the hospital of birth, attending doctors and nurses, to childhood vaccinations, the professions of deceased parents, age, address, and comprehensive records of elementary and middle school, all meticulously chronicling the 16 years of Grell Ruzov's existence. Fury tapped lightly on the desk before him, replacing that information with observations recorded by Jimmy Woo over the past 2 weeks, alongside psychological evaluations from S.H.I.L. DS experts summarizing Grell as a quiet, somewhat introverted, yet kind-hearted child. After packaging this information and sending it to Phil Coulson, Fury swiftly navigated through the data to find Maria Hill's name, initiating a video call with a grave tone. Hill, can we contain this? In the video, Hill appeared with shadows of figures moving behind her, surrounded by screens displaying various images. Furrowing her brow, she shook her head with evident concern, stating, Sir, there are too many witnesses. This is not like 7 years ago. Advancements in technology and the internet have exponentially increased the difficulty of controlling information. Unless we delete the videos from every mobile device, we cannot fully conceal this incident. Then let us infect the phones containing high-definition footage with a formatting virus. Disregard those that are less clear. Following that, let Stark issue a statement regarding the experimental robot's malfunction. Nick Fury promptly issued the command. Understood, sir. How wonderful it would be to find a quiet place in New York, Corso remarked as he hastily made his way outside, simultaneously dialing to summon 2 special task forces. Chapter 20, Phil Corso. As Greer sprinted through the towering edifices that soared over 100 meters, the oppressive weight of the city fell behind him. In contrast to the impoverished borough of Brooklyn, the more affluent Queens was replete with high-rise buildings, albeit slightly fewer than those in Manhattan. With a running speed of 18 meters per second, the biting wind whistled past him, while above, the night sky was adorned with a brilliant moon and myriad stars. Below, a river of illuminated vehicles flowed through the streets. After several minutes of relentless running, Greer had distanced himself from the battlefield by approximately 3 to 4 kilometers, finally slowing his pace as he landed atop a building that stood 30 to 40 stories high. The sole source of illumination on the rooftop was the flickering red light of an aviation obstacle beacon, warning passing aircraft. The silvery glow from a moon bathed the shining surface of the solar metal, creating a dazzling spectacle. Perched atop the iron railing that overlooked the central air conditioning units, Greer felt the previously dim light of his photon veins reignite. His attire of solar metal and the metallic plate on his chest retracted into the silver belt cinched tightly around his waist. Damn it, Greer exclaimed in frustration, forcefully yanking off his shattered helmet and smashing it against the cement wall to his left. The impact echoed with a resounding crash as the high-strength plastic disintegrated into countless shards that scattered in all directions. The cathartic act of destruction, reminiscent of scenes from television dramas, proved remarkably effective in alleviating his anger. Standing still, Greer repeatedly reassured himself. Life is fraught with disappointments. This is merely one of them. There is no need to be angry. Anger will only harm my body. The crisp October breeze of New York gradually calmed Greer's racing thoughts. He retrieved his ghost gadget, the Cobra smartphone, from his pocket, accessed the English interface, and dialed the number of Big Daddy. After a few rings, the unmistakable voice of the cool girl Mindy came through. Greer, calling so late, what's the matter? In succinct terms, Greer recounted the recent events, concluding, regardless. The situation has transpired, and trouble is inevitable. That training ground is no longer usable. My marksmanship is adequate. So let us avoid meeting for the time being to prevent any complications for you. Wow, cool. Mindy responded, unperturbed, her voice laced with amusement. I was just watching the video of you battling that robot. By the way, who's the golden red robot standing by to watch? You'll find out in a few days. According to the script, the flamboyant Stark will undoubtedly announce his identity as Iron Man. Greer mused inwardly, though outwardly he replied, how should I know? The motorcycle Uncle Damon gifted me was also wrecked by that behemoth. That as well, the comforting voice of Big Daddy Damon emanated from the phone speaker. Our recent operations have caused many drug dealers to go into hiding. I am currently searching for Carl Banks, one of Parker Robin's subordinates, and will notify you as soon as I have any leads." With a sigh, Greer hung up the phone, disregarding the coldness of the ground beneath him. He leaned against the railing and sat down, placing his right hand upon the DK driver nestled against his abdomen. The belt vanished instantly, allowing Greer to hold the DK driver in his grasp. Aligning the ruby at the center of the DK driver with his gaze, Greer beheld a series of cards once more. The cards for Faiz and the Crimson Drill, which he had exchanged during battle, illuminated brightly, standing in stark contrast to the surrounding dull cards. The reason for choosing the Faiz card was twofold. It was relatively inexpensive, and though its performance was not extraordinary, its versatility was commendable. It enabled a 10-second acceleration mode, proving invaluable for both escape and confrontation against foes. After all, in the realm of martial prowess, speed reigned supreme. Under 1,000-fold acceleration, one could easily contend with mid-tier Marvel adversaries. Upon activating the burst mode, with a jetpack affixed to his back, he could soar through the skies, a rarity among knights endowed with flight capability. Moreover, the blood-red cannons mounted on his shoulders could unleash a torrent of 300 rounds in a brief span, serving as an unparalleled instrument of firepower suppression. The Faiz's exclusive steed, when engaged in combat mode, could transform into a mechanized entity equipped with wheeled shields and a Gatling gun, facilitating both offensive charges and defensive cover, truly the epitome of a coveted ally in any team. Before becoming embroiled in the recent skirmish, he had resolved to exchange for the Faiz card and gradually accumulate points to fully equip himself with Faiz's weapons and skills, aspiring to forge the ultimate knight. Regrettably, plans often falter in the face of unforeseen circumstances, just as he had managed to accumulate points for the knight card and knight kick. He found himself swept into a conflict between Iron Man and the Iron Tyrant. Ironically, while the original protagonist, Iron Man, observed from the sidelines, Greer, an unintended participant, clashed fiercely with the antagonist. Iron Man's armor remained unscathed, the factory was untouched, and Obadiah, who sought to usurp his wealth, met his demise. Stark, having exerted little effort, reaped substantial benefits. Greer, the absolute AE, found himself mired in a multitude of troubles, an apparent loss at every turn. In a fit of rage, he executed a knight kick, sending the Iron Tyrant soaring into the sky, bursting into fireworks. Previously, after exchanging for the Faiz card and the knight kick, he had only a little over 100 points remaining. Now, however, his score had surged to over 2,400, filling Greer with a sense of awe. The game, indeed, was not unkind. The experience from defeating a boss far surpassed that gained from vanquishing numerous armed thugs. Not a total loss. At least he had amassed such points. Greer reassured himself as he rested, placing the DK driver back against his abdomen. Rising to his feet, clad in the inconspicuous DK armor against the night, he leaped from the building. As twilight descended, Greer embarked on his motorcycle from Queens. Unfortunately, he encountered a series of unfortunate events along the way, and it was nearly 10 o'clock by the time he emerged from the subway entrance at the corner of 12th Avenue and 50th Street in Brooklyn. The distance to Uncle Jimmy's restaurant was still over 1,000 meters. Greer munched on a super burger as he ambled along the desolate streets, realizing that by 10 o'clock, the buses had long ceased operations, leaving him to hope for a taxi to pass by. Regrettably, Greer's luck was particularly dismal that evening. After walking 300 or 400 meters, he had yet to spot a single cab, and the sparse pedestrians and vehicles reminded him of the eerily empty streets from his first night here. Phil Coulson halted about 5 meters away from Greer. Speaking in a calm, unhurried manner, "Mr. Greer Russoff, I am Agent Phil Coulson from S.H.I.L.D. I would like to have a word with you." Chapter 21. An interdimensional visitor or a Skrull. Phil Coulson. The very name struck Greer like a bombshell, scattering his thoughts in disarray. The visage before him mirrored that of the Phil Coulson he had seen in Marvel films and series, and the mention of such a formidable organization confirmed that S.H.I.L.D. had indeed come knocking at his door. Wow, that was quick, Greer thought, his mind racing. How could they have arrived so soon? He had only dispatched a few criminals while clad in the Kamen Rider armor, and the most significant incident had been his recent confrontation with Iron Tyrant. It had barely been a couple of hours, yet S.H.I.L.D. had already tracked him down. Could it be a testament to the might of the national machinery? Despite his deliberate efforts to remain inconspicuous, even donning the Faiz armor while dashing across rooftops hadn't enabled him to evade S.H.I.L.D.'s watchful gaze. Though Greer quickly lowered his head to nibble on his chicken burger, the fleeting expression of surprise on his face did not escape Coulson's notice. With a standard smile plastered across his face, Coulson listened intently, his penetrating gaze fixed on Greer, who soon found himself faltering in his monologue. Realizing he had exhausted his words, Greer decided to focus on devouring his super chicken burger. In the presence of such an elite agent, the more he spoke, the more information he risked divulging. He recalled watching the Avengers, where Black Widow pretended to be captured, coaxing the bumbling general into revealing crucial intelligence. He is merely a lackadaisical gamer, possessing acting skills that barely extend beyond the ability to widen his eyes. He remains far from the realm where one can lie to another's face without a hint of shame. No need for anyone to do anything. Simply gazing at him evokes uncontrollable laughter. He might as well bury his head in a colossal chicken leg burger. If they could glean any insights from his manner of consuming it, Greer would concede. From the outset, in the span of half a minute, Coulson has been discreetly observing Greer. A minuscule camera pin to his tie and a recording device, disguised as a button, have captured every word and action of Greer, relaying real-time transmissions to Triton headquarters. In a clandestine chamber, S.H.I.E.L.D. Director Nick Fury and Deputy Director Agent Hill stand before a row of screens displaying Greer's pupils, facial expressions, and movements. This is S.H.I.E.L.D.'s internal monitoring system designed to detect agent betrayal, capable of analyzing one's innermost thoughts through subtle facial microexpressions and dilated pupils. Even agents trained for such scrutiny cannot conceal their true feelings before this machine, equipped with a micro-expression recognition system and an extensive database. It is unnecessary to delve deeply into Greer's expressions to glean information, given his unrefined demeanor. When Coulson uttered the name of the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics, Greer's dilated pupils and instinctive reactions, along with his subsequent words and actions, were flawlessly identified as indicators of tension, deceit, and fear, entirely laid bare before the machine. Level 9 Agent Hill possesses the clearance to view Greer's dossier. Observing the results of the micro-expression recognition system, she turned to Nick Fury and remarked, "Sir, it appears he has heard of S.H.I.L.D. and seems to know Coulson. Who exactly is he?" "I do not know," Fury replied. Agent Jimmy Woo's report indicates that, based on his dietary habits, accent, and knowledge of the Hunan province, which exceeds that of other regions, he originates from there. However, our personnel have yet to uncover any leads related to him. Fury's singular gaze remained fixed on the screen displaying Greer, who, while eating, inadvertently cast glances toward Coulson's expression. This behavior suggests he is an ordinary individual, easily eliminating the possibility of him being a trained agent. "Sir, do you genuinely believe he hails from another world?" Hill questioned, finding such speculation utterly absurd. "I have assembled a team of over 100 experts to explore numerous possibilities based on his profile and dispatched more than 1,000 agents to investigate these leads. To date, we are left with only 2 possibilities, a visitor from another world or Skrull. Yet, these conclusions stem from our known parameters. What if it is something beyond our understanding?" Agent Hill maintained her dissenting view. "That is precisely why I dispatched Agent Coulson to make contact, to see if there might be an unexpected revelation." Having concluded his opening remarks, Coulson shifted from his previous demeanor, though his tone remained calm. There was an undercurrent of assertiveness as he posed his first question. "First, who exactly are you? Where do you come from? And why have you come to Earth?" As soon as Coulson's query left his lips, Agent Hill turned to Nick Fury standing nearby. "Are you not concerned he might eliminate Agent Coulson? His destructive power exceeded 10 tons when he dismantled the Obadiah steel suit." "Fear not, Agent Hill. His temperament is far more amiable than that of the Green Behemoth," Fury replied with a reassuring demeanor. Agent Hill scrutinized Nick Fury with a deep gaze before shifting her attention back to the large screen, observing the unfolding situation. Upon hearing Coulson's words, Greer instinctively tightened his grip on the chicken burger, an avalanche of thoughts cascading through his mind. What was happening? Since his arrival, what had he said or done that revealed he was not from this earth? In all the novels he had read in his past life, had any protagonist ever been discovered? It seemed he was not the hero, but rather a hapless pawn. Heaven forbid the next scene would involve a signal for a horde of mercenaries to descend upon him and reduce him to mere pulp. As this realization struck him, Greer unconsciously loosened his grip on the burger, raising his left hand. This motion prompted the 3 snipers stationed 300 meters away to ready their fingers on the triggers, poised to fire at a moment's notice. Chapter 22, News of Captain America. Although aware that this gesture signaled Greer's intention to summon his armor, Coulson remained remarkably composed. His face adorned with a smile cultivated through countless hours of training, a smile that evoked a sense of springtime warmth. "Mr. Russoff, I assure you, I bear no ill will. I merely wish to understand your circumstances. Whether you are merely passing through Earth or considering a long-term stay, it is only prudent that humanity be informed of your situation. Just as the landlord of the Chinese restaurant you are renting from would not permit unknown individuals to occupy the premises. This is a matter of responsibility to both the landlord and the other tenants. In response to Coulson's words, Greer set his raised left hand back on the burger, tugging at the wrapper before taking another substantial bite, chewing thoughtfully. His mind raced, since S-H-I-E-L-D had sought him out. They must possess a wealth of information. After all, they're a vast multinational organization, likely having conducted an exhaustive investigation into his background. Yet, why did they still inquire about his origins? He recalled that night when he had crawled out of the truck, surrounded by a sea of corpses, with a dart lodged in his chest. If S-H-I-E-L-D had indeed scrutinized his every detail, they would have effortlessly discovered traces of the life this body had led prior to his arrival. Why then the questions of who are you, and where do you come from? It was as if they regarded him as an extraterrestrial. Suddenly, a possibility dawned on Greer. Perhaps this body was not from the Marvel Universe's Earth. Hence, S-H-I-E-L-D could not uncover any evidence. For how could someone who had not existed until a fortnight ago leave any traces of a life lived? Contemplating this, Greer crumpled the burger wrapper in his hand and walked towards a nearby trash bin to dispose of it, saying, I too wish to know my name, to understand whence I came and why I have been cast into this place. Cast into this place? Coulson seized upon the phrase and inquired, Are you suggesting that you were abandoned on Earth by a spaceship? No, Greer replied, leaning against the wall, arms crossed before him, his gaze fixed on Coulson. From the moment my memory begins, I have been aboard a train that perpetually advances. According to the conductor, we are aberrant beings salvaged from the desert of time, a realm reminiscent of Earth's arid plains, yet filled with chaotic imagery, as if countless projectors were casting films. The conductor claimed that his tram traverses the interstices of time, with the sights outside depicting events from disparate worlds and epochs. I cannot ascertain how long I have lived upon this tram. Upon awakening, I found myself in this world, evidently discarded. Coulson's face retained a veneer of a polite smile, yet his eyes conveyed skepticism, as if to say, You must be jesting. After Greer concluded his tale, Coulson nodded and remarked, If you were to pen your experiences as a science fiction novel, it would surely become a bestseller. You might consider a career as an author. Yes, I have entertained that notion as well, Greer replied, a smile gracing his lips. His right hand, pressed against his body by his left elbow, subtly unfurled its fingers, and a card deftly sliced through his thermal shirt and jacket into his grasp. Holding the card, Greer regarded Coulson and nonchalantly revealed a bombshell. On the afternoon preceding my ejection from the tram, I glimpsed through the window a colossal aircraft plummeting into the Arctic Ocean. Frozen in its descent, drifting with the ocean currents for an extensive period. Within was a figure clad in a star-spangled uniform. Presumably the individual you refer to as Captain America, who, despite being encased in ice, appeared to be alive. Coulson, who had maintained a demeanor of calm throughout, finally exhibited a change in countenance. His smile diminished significantly, and his tone became less cordial, as though something of profound significance had been violated. And then, did you see where he drifted? Greer intended to ensconce himself in an aura of enigma, rendering S-H-I-E-L-D unable to fathom his true nature, thus prompting them to exercise caution. Much like the Hulk and Thor, who possess similar strength, the military dared to apprehend the Hulk largely because they had thoroughly discerned Bruce Banner's background. Moreover, he existed as a solitary figure, eliminating the risk of repercussions from powerful allies. Thor, however, was an entirely different matter. All that was known was his origin from Asgard. Yet the extent of Asgard's populace and their capabilities remained inscrutable to S-H-I-E-L-D in the military. A lack of understanding regarding an individual's background naturally breeds hesitance. Should Thor be captured, what would ensue with the pantheon of deities from Norse mythology? In this world, trust is a rare commodity, and reliance on others is a precarious endeavor. Even Iron Man and Captain America ultimately found themselves embroiled in civil strife over ideological differences. The only entity one can invariably trust is oneself, and the only strength one can depend upon is their own. Chapter 23. The Directory of Superpowered Individuals. Coulson pressed his lips together, his expression growing somewhat graver than before as the voice of Nick Fury resonated through his earpiece. All right, Coulson, let us dispense with these trivial discussions and hand him the documents. Upon finishing his statement, Nick Fury deactivated the communication device and turned to Agent Hill beside him. Isn't there a third possibility now? Agent Hill, her expression one of astonishment, inquired, Director, do you truly believe his words? To her, it seemed nothing short of absurd. Even science fiction bore more logic. No, Nick Fury replied curtly, pivoting toward the exit as he spoke. Inform Romanoff to seek out a girl, and arrange a chance encounter. The most effective way to control a man is through a woman. As the automatic doors opened, he turned back to add, Hill. Initiate memory wipes for agents with level 7 clearance and below involved in this mission. Additionally, dispatch a team to the Arctic to locate the aircraft he mentioned. Director? Agent Hill's mind was awash with questions, her skepticism rising. Had he not just expressed disbelief? Why then was he sending people to the Arctic? Execute the orders. Nick Fury stated earnestly from just outside the door, as the automatic doors closed, sealing Hill's confusion and doubt within the room. Nick Fury ascended to his office on the 42nd floor, seated himself at his desk, and retrieved a compact cube from the secret pocket of his trench coat. Placing it on the desk, his hands glided swiftly across the surface, sifting through layers of documents until he unearthed a folder dated from the last century. Upon opening it, he found hundreds of files, the most prominent being one labeled Avengers, which contained videos, images, and documents amounting to several gigabytes. This vast compilation was categorized under 4 names, identifiable only by their initials, while the remaining letters and documents were obscured by a specialized encryption program, rendering their contents entirely unreadable. Nick Fury opened the document marked with the initial K, accessing a heavily redacted file. He lifted his eye patch, aligning his injured eye with the iris verification slot, and the black coating vanished in an instant, revealing a blurred snapshot beneath. The image depicted an armored figure wielding a longsword, adorned with wing-like attachments from shoulder to back, their eyes resembling halved peaches. Following this, Nick Fury retrieved photos of the battle between Greer and Ironmonger, as well as images of the Decade armor and Faiz armor, noting that the belts in these photographs were identical. Meanwhile, as Nick Fury's orders reached Coulson's ears, the initially furious agent quickly composed himself, donning a polished smile. He remarked, Our primary responsibility at the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division is to shield the public from sights and sounds they are not yet prepared to confront, allowing them to live in peace. Your operation in the basement a week ago has been suppressed. No one will pursue the elusive assailant capable of deflecting bullets. As for the recent altercation at Stark Industries, a statement will be issued tomorrow declaring it a malfunctioning robot incident. I believe it prudent for your striking red armor to remain concealed until this incident settles, as such formidable armor would undoubtedly pique much interest. GRYLL remained silent. Having unleashed Captain America's formidable move, any further action would compel him to deploy the Hydra nuclear bomb, a prospect he genuinely feared. After all, former director Alexander Pierce was affiliated with Hydra, and GRYLL's credibility regarding this matter was virtually non-existent. It was akin to a stranger wielding a knife, leaping through your office window to inform you that your superior was, in fact, an undercover agent from a rival company. Whom would you trust? The answer is evident. Coulson paid no heed to GRYLL's silence. He raised his right arm and extended the dossier he had been holding toward GRYLL, stating, S.H.A.L.D. has compiled 16 years' worth of data on GRYLL Russoff. You may live among humanity on Earth. Regardless of your origins, now that you are here, I hope you will adapt to our ways and abide by our rules. S.H.I.E.L.D. will categorize you as a superhuman and monitor your activities. GRYLL accepted the dossier and began to skim through it with remarkable speed, not lifting his gaze as he inquired, And how do you intend to monitor me? Will you have someone surveilling me around the clock, or perhaps implant a tracking device or cameras? He succinctly remarked, I will comply, as he accepted a business card with his left hand still grasping the dossier. In the presence of such a seasoned agent, fewer words were preferable. Coulson nodded at GRYLL and turned to depart, opening the door of a vehicle parked several meters away, driving off and quickly vanishing from GRYLL's sight. Only after a few minutes of Coulson's absence did GRYLL straighten up and resume his walk toward Uncle Jimmy's diner, withdrawing his right hand from where it had been pressed against his left elbow and waist. The palm of his hand left sweat stains on the card, which bore a black background adorned with a dragon emblem and the letters Ryuki. This was the KR card of the Kamen Rider Ryuki, reputed for its ability to reveal the hearts of men. Before Coulson's arrival, he had contemplated exchanging for Fui's weapons, the Kamen Rider Talon contract card, the Acceleration AR card, and even the explosive FR card to bolster Fui's strength against potential threats. However, after casually leaning against the wall, he decisively opted for the KR card that would grant him entry into the mirror world. Should Coulson harbor any intentions of apprehending him, he would unhesitatingly transform into Kamen Rider Ryuki and slip into the mirror world. No matter how formidable S.H.I.E.L.D. was or how intricately they wove their nets, they could only exert their dominance in the tangible realm. Once he entered the mirror world, a realm that rejected matter, even S.H.I.E.L.D. would be rendered powerless as it became his exclusive sanctuary. Not to mention, He could traverse between the mirror world and the real world through mirrors and reflective surfaces, akin to opening numerous portals. He could even draw enemies into the mirror world, where they would meet their demise without him lifting a finger. Chapter 24. I'm Iron Man were it not for S.H.I.L.D. Seeking him out. GRYLL would never have exchange for the basic Power Dragon Knight card, which possessed a mere half-ton of strength, and it was exorbitantly priced, costing over 100 points, more than the combined price of the Faiz card and Night Kick. Aside from the ability to enter the mirror world, he was seemingly devoid of other merits compared to his fellow knights. Moreover, his potential could only be realized within the mirror realm, where he was required to utilize the Ridester, a motorcycle valued at 650 points. Otherwise, he would be reduced to merely running on foot in that world. Despite its apparent lack of worth and the frustrating circumstances, Greer gritted his teeth and redeemed the points, knowing that while points could be earned back, a lost life was irretrievable. Although he was uncertain why he possessed the ability for rapid wound healing, he pondered the dire consequences should his limbs be fractured without the prospect of recovery. A wise rabbit has 3 burrows, and once he transformed into Kamen Rider Ryuki, he could access the mirror world with mere mirrors or reflective objects. In that realm, he held no fear, even if a nuclear bomb were to obliterate the real world. On the darkened road, Greer gradually distanced himself. Meanwhile, Coulson, steering his vehicle amidst the flow of traffic, gripped the wheel with one hand while his left swiftly tapped on the windshield, which astonishingly functioned like a screen. A small display measuring 10 centimeters appeared in the upper left corner, revealing the upper body of Nick Fury. "Coulson, what is it?" Fury inquired. "Sir, I believe it is him," Coulson replied cheerfully. "Though 30 years have passed, I still recognize his voice." "Indeed, sir." After ending the call, Coulson directed his vehicle towards Stark Industries, knowing he had much to accomplish. His foremost task involved persuading the billionaire to issue a statement regarding the robotic malfunction and contacting the military to verify the existence of such robots, thereby framing the incident as an acceptable robotic battle rather than a calamitous event of human-controlled mech warfare. The following morning, as anticipated, every newspaper headlined the astonishing battle that took place at the entrance of Stark Industries in Queens. The reports depicted a scene of utter devastation, mangled automobiles, highways riddled with craters, and though the quality was not high, images of the crimson and gold Iron Man soaring through the air, locked in combat with the Iron Tyrant and the FAI, which emitted a radiant red glow, were still discernible. Accompanying the visuals were interviews with drivers affected by the battle and office workers from nearby buildings, all recounting their witness accounts of the robotic skirmish on the highway. Several drivers whose cars were trampled by the Iron Tyrant fervently claimed to have heard the colossal robot utter the name Stark, prompting numerous newspapers to speculate that Stark himself was inside that golden red Iron Man. Their intention was to capitalize on the billionaire's fame to attract attention. Yet they inadvertently struck the truth. Early that morning, Stark Industries' official website released a statement declaring that a military experimental robot had malfunctioned at their Queens facility, resulting in a brawl among 3 distinct models on the highway. Apologies are extended to the citizens involved, and compensation will be provided following the verification of damages. The damaged roads and public facilities will be restored. Meanwhile, in the adjacent lounge of the press conference hall, Agent Coulson of S.H.I.L.D. handed 2 notes filled with scribbles to Pepper Potts, stating, "This is Mr. Stark's speech. You may simply read from it shortly. We will handle the rest." Pepper glanced at the notes and set them down on a small table beside Stark, then inquired of Coulson, "Do you know who the silver armor glowing red was?" "I truly appreciate his assistance," Coulson replied in a measured tone. "We are still in pursuit of that information. As you are aware, the public is quite averse to the installation of cameras on the streets. Furthermore, Mr. Stark witnessed that mysterious individual effortlessly leap to the rooftops. I suspect no cameras have been installed there, complicating our search considerably. Hasn't Mr. Stark infiltrated government departments for information? If any leads are discovered, please inform us. This project commenced a year ago. Being a high-tech endeavor, it is quite normal for results to take 3 to 5 years or even to fail. Our current priority is to manage public opinion." Coulson, ever the epitome of grace, remarked, "Obadiah departed for a vacation in the Maldives 3 days ago. A small aircraft accident news should emerge the day after tomorrow." Stark raised an eyebrow, remaining noncommittal, and did not engage in conversation with Coulson at all. With Pepper's assistance, he donned his suit and made his way to the press conference hall, just as Colonel Rhodes concluded his remarks. Stark stood upon the stage, surveying the throng of reporters below, picked up the speech, and uttered a few ambiguous statements. Suddenly, he lifted his gaze, fixing his eyes ahead, discarding the speech onto the table, which filled Coulson, watching from backstage, with a sense of foreboding. "I am Iron Man," Stark's proclamation, accompanied by the golden red Mark III armor, ignited the conference hall into a frenzy, with reporters rising en masse, vociferously posing their questions to Stark. The cacophony of hundreds of voices nearly threatened to lift the ceiling of the hall, while Stark, standing on stage, smirked, reveling in the moment of public adulation. Sighing deeply, Coulson could only suggest actions to Stark. As he lacked the authority to impose his will, Stark was resolute in his own course, leaving Coulson with no recourse. He retrieved his phone and dialed the director, expressing his sense of helplessness. "Sir, the mission has once again failed." Tony Stark publicly confessed to being Iron Man. Chapter 25. The People's Hero, Iron Man. I am Iron Man. This declaration by Tony Stark, alongside the gleaming Mark III armor, rapidly traversed the country and beyond the seas, informing the world that the billionaire playboy, often likened to a modern-day Da Vinci, was indeed Iron Man. Numerous reporters congregated around Stark Industries headquarters in Manhattan, eager to interview Stark, while many others, hoping to witness Iron Man in person, frequently lingered in the vicinity. The businesses surrounding Stark Tower, including inns, hotels, street vendors, and restaurants, suddenly flourished, bringing smiles to the faces of many proprietors. They hastily sent letters to Stark Industries, seeking authorization to use Iron Man's likeness for posters to display in their establishments. The rental properties and hotels facing Stark Tower transformed their rooms into the best vantage points for witnessing Iron Man, charging 3 times the usual rates. Once introduced, these accommodations became highly sought after, driving up property prices in the vicinity of Stark Tower by 10%. Numerous toy manufacturers and animation studios also reached out, eager to develop Iron Man-themed toys, cartoons, and animations. Disney even expressed willingness to offer an astounding $300 million annually, provided Stark granted authorization and participated in the voiceovers for the Iron Man animations and games. A myriad of individuals, driven by various motives and interests, joined this fervor, solidifying Iron Man's status as a beloved hero among the public. Although many were still curious about the identity of another individual emanating a red glow, the momentum created by various factions quickly overshadowed their inquiries. During these days, he remained indoors, having nowhere to go, feeling too lethargic to venture out, and wishing to provide some assurance to S.H.I.E.L.D. It had been a month since his arrival in this world, and he had scarcely rested, either training with the old man and the female assassin or accompanying them in their crime-fighting endeavors. He decided to take a brief respite, awaiting new leads from the old man to continue earning points. On television, a talk show was airing, featuring a host who had, a month or 2 prior, mocked Stark Industries for not manufacturing weapons, suggesting they might as well sell the company. He had even smashed a cup with a baseball bat to emphasize his belief that Stark Industries was on the verge of collapse. Now he continued to deride Tony Stark, provocatively announcing the dissolution of the company's weapons division, leading to a significant decline in stock prices. Meanwhile, he surreptitiously acquired shares, only to then orchestrate a robot battle spectacle, subsequently introducing his ground combat suit, causing the stock prices to soar. The host presented a chart illustrating the fluctuations in Stark Industries stock prices over the past few months. Following Stark's announcement of the weapons division's dissolution, the stock prices plummeted despite Obadiah's efforts to revive them. However, once Stark declared himself Iron Man, the stock price surged, exceeding its previous value before the dissolution of the weapons division. This led to the conclusion that it was a nefarious scheme by the ugly and malevolent capitalists to exploit the masses. GRYLL was left astounded, remarking that this individual could easily pen a novel, having vividly conjured an elaborate conspiracy within the capital market, while simultaneously envying the ease of financial gain. Had one purchased Stark Industries stock at its lowest point, selling it now would yield a 3- to 4-fold profit. Regrettably, despite understanding this, he found himself unable to participate, with his expenditures consistently coming from the old, unnumbered notes acquired from those selling merchandise. Attempting to deposit a significant sum in the bank would inevitably attract the scrutiny of the tax authorities. The parental identities assigned by S.H.I.L.D. were those of utterly ordinary individuals, making it difficult to explain how he, a minor, possessed such wealth, risking a charge of unexplained massive fortune. Unless one seeks the S.H.I.L.D., which is precisely what Greer aimed to avoid before he became powerful. The murky waters of S.H.I.L.D. would drown anyone who dared to wade in. Even the current director nearly met his demise at the hands of the Winter Soldier. Moreover, who would assist you without ulterior motives? Those who offer help without expectation often harbor greater ambitions. Much like upperclassmen who eagerly volunteer to carry the burdens of their junior peers, each driven by their own hidden intentions. Therefore, until one possesses sufficient strength, it is prudent to maintain distance from S.H.I.L.D. The notion of traversing into S.H.I.E.L.D. To undermine its foundations and seize control after its collapse is a feat reserved only for those graced with an SSS-level protagonist aura. As for his luck as an E-rank gunner, it would be wise to keep as far away as possible. At that moment, a knock echoed at the door, prompting Greer to leap from his bed. Upon opening it, he found Uncle Jimmy standing there, holding a steaming plate of dumplings, warmly offering freshly made beef dumplings. "Do give them a try." "Thank you," Greer replied, taking the plate and sitting at the table to indulge. Uncle Jimmy's culinary skills were truly commendable. Initially, Greer had been intrigued by the authentic American flavors of steak and hamburgers, but after a few days he could no longer tolerate them, including the local Chinese cuisine, which was far from his preference. Thus, he opted to dine at Uncle Jimmy's restaurant, avoiding the peculiar adaptations of Chinese dishes that catered to local tastes. While Uncle Jimmy also prepared Chinese meals tailored to local palates, his personal cooking was steeped in authentic Chinese tradition, utilizing ingredients such as Sichuan peppercorns, sesame oil, broad bean paste, and dark soy sauce. Although these items were inexpensive back home, they were exorbitantly priced here, with a single bag of spices costing over $100. Uncle Jimmy quickly surveyed Greer's room before speaking. "Greer, you've been here for a month now. Have you decided what you wish to pursue? If you truly intend to settle here, I know of a way to obtain a green card for $50,000. "That sounds promising," Greer acknowledged as Uncle Jimmy nodded. Withdrawing a folded paper from his pocket, he unfolded it and placed it on the table beside Greer, stating, "In 50 days, the SAT will occur in November. This is the entrance exam for junior high schools, and a good score could secure you a scholarship. Attending a reputable high school, then a good university, ultimately leads to esteemed professions such as a lawyer or a doctor." Chapter 26, The Captured Elder. Greer's hand, holding the chopsticks, paused momentarily before he resumed, deftly lifting another dumpling to his mouth and chewing slowly. Over the past month, he had undoubtedly felt the pervasive discrimination. Although only a small fraction of the entire populace regarded him with disdain, it was nonetheless uncomfortable. The atmosphere was more tolerable on 8th Street, where many Asians resided. But beyond its confines, he encountered derisive terms like hink and hinan, accompanied by contemptuous gestures. Yet, what could he do upon hearing and witnessing such behavior? Greer possessed extraordinary strength. He could easily subdue not just one individual, but 10. Yet, what would that accomplish? Would a confrontation change their perceptions? Will there be no more disdain and discrimination from the heart? Can one strike a blow 10, 100, or even 1,000, 10,000, 100,000 times? In the United States, there are 300 million people. Even if just 1/10 of them were the glasses of discrimination, that amounts to 30 million individuals. Can Greer confront each of them individually? This is also why Greer has not ventured outside this week, instead choosing to remain indoors. Engrossed in comic books featuring superheroes like Superman and Batman, fiddling with his phone, and watching television. He fears that he might succumb to his temper and lash out at those individuals. Uncle Jimmy directed his gaze toward the television screen mounted on the wall, which incessantly discussed topics related to Stark, and remarked, "This society is profoundly unjust. Take Tony Stark, for instance, arrogant, flamboyant, and replete with numerous flaws. If he were an ordinary person, few would even acknowledge him. Yet Stark possesses wealth and intelligence. Thus, his arrogance isn't born of disdain, but rather a quirk of genius. His superiority stems from his vast fortune, rendering him indifferent to the opinions of others." With a heavy sigh, he tapped on the paper resting on the table and spoke earnestly, "Child, contemplate this deeply. You are still young, and a long road lies ahead. Living day by day is not a sustainable path. What if 10, 20, or 30 years hence? One cannot merely hope for a better future without diligent effort now. The future will surely be bleak. When I first arrived here, I was worse off than a beggar, sleeping in parks, scavenging for refuse, and laboring in sewers, scraping together pennies from between my teeth. After 2 decades, I managed to open this restaurant, achieving a stable life and legal status. Your starting point is higher than mine. Your future must be one of greater dignity and status. As long as each generation surpasses the last, there will come a day when we can discriminate against others rather than be discriminated against." "Yes, I understand," Greer murmured absent-mindedly, mechanically shoveling dumplings into his mouth. The once delectable beef dumplings had now lost their flavor. Uncle Jimmy chose not to speak further, exiting the room and gently closing the door behind him. The space was left in silence, occupied only by Greer and the incessant chatter of the television host. Despite the eloquence of the words spoken, they struck Greer's ears as jarring. Raising his hand, he switched off the television, restoring tranquility to the room. He picked up a nearby sheet of paper, which contained handwritten details about spring admissions to a respectable high school, including the required admission scores, scholarship application criteria and amounts, the minimum scores for past scholarship recipients. the SSAT exam schedule, study materials, and a list of books to purchase. Even though Greer had never heard of the SSAT before, the information was now clear: how to participate in the exam, what to study, and which scores corresponded to which schools. It was evident that Uncle Jimmy had invested considerable time and effort to compile this information, and this kindness only served to irritate Greer further. What is this nonsense? Greer felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. He would rather engage in a brawl with an enemy than confront such vexing matters. Yet unless he chooses to never leave his home or interact with individuals of different backgrounds, he will inevitably encounter discrimination and disdain. Consider the past month for Greer. His efforts in combating crime and training accounted for merely 1/3 of his time, while the remainder was spent leading a mundane and unremarkable existence, grappling with the discrimination and condescension that Asian individuals often face here. In the face of insurmountable challenges, temporary avoidance emerges as the most prudent choice. Greer picked up the comic book resting beside him, leafing through its pages, which narrated the epic struggle between Batman and Superman. Indeed, in this Marvel universe, rival D Comics flourished, with many heroic figures drawing inspiration from Captain America, a symbol of American spirit during World War II. To galvanize public resolve to enlist, the super soldier was crafted into Captain America, who subsequently became a household name through his remarkable feats in battle and ultimate sacrifice to save humanity. Even after the war's conclusion, Captain America's popularity remained undiminished, leading to an abundance of comics, television shows, and films dedicated to him, with creators interpreting his character to forge new heroes. For instance, some envision Captain America as an omnipotent figure, resulting in the creation of the invincible Superman. Following the rise of feminist consciousness, a female comic artist introduced a Wonder Woman version of Captain America to champion the notion that women can shoulder equal burdens. Others believed that a city overrun with crime required Captain America, thus giving rise to Batman. Recently, Stark's revelation of his identity as Iron Man reignited interest in superhero comics, boosting sales significantly. This was also the motivation behind Disney's desire to invite Stark, leveraging real-life superheroes to promote their comic book counterparts and thereby enhance comic sales. Having barely turned a few pages, Greer's phone, nestled in his jacket pocket, rang, jolting him from his lethargy. Only a handful of people had his number. Uncle Jimmy would never call, leaving Damon and Mindy as the likely culprits. It seemed a mission was at hand, an opportunity to earn points. Greer hastily discarded the comic and retrieved his phone, confirming it was indeed Mindy calling. He answered immediately, but before he could utter a word, her voice, tinged with anguish, pierced the air. Greer, something terrible has happened. Dad has been captured. What? Chapter 27, The Mirror World. Greer sprang from his chair, the chopsticks clattering to the floor. Oblivious to their fall. How could his father be caught? After all, he was merely a retired officer honing his skills in prison, adept only at dealing with ordinary individuals and street thugs. Even in the realm of Kick-Ass, a world devoid of superpowered villains, his father had been apprehended and met a fiery demise. It was inconceivable, especially in the Marvel universe, where villains were as common as dirt and heroes were plentiful. His father's abilities were far too meager to withstand such odds. Through Mindy's tearful and fragmented account, Greer learned that his father had been relentlessly pursuing Carl Banks, an associate of Parker Robbins, who alone possessed knowledge of Robin's whereabouts. Yesterday afternoon, a source developed during Grandpa's tenure as a police officer provided a lead indicating that Carberbank was seen at a liquor store located at the intersection of 49th Street and 10th Avenue in Manhattan. Accompanying the image was a text message: if you wish to save him, arrive at the nightclub on 11th Avenue and 46th Street before 10 o'clock. After that, you may as well fish him out of the Hudson River. Damn, Greer muttered under his breath. This was the quintessential villain's bait-in-trap dialogue. Yet, such lines proved remarkably effective, compelling one to step into the trap, even when fully aware of its deceit. He hurriedly spoke into the phone. Mindy, you must not go. This is undoubtedly a trap. I will rescue Uncle Damon. You know my capabilities. They cannot harm me. If you go, you may find yourself in danger. Do you understand? Finally, on the other end of the line, Mindy's voice came through. I understand. I will arrange for a vehicle. I beg you, please save Grandpa. Before this call, he had limited spending so many points to exchange for the Dragon Knight card and the mirror bike. But now Greer felt immense relief that he had opted for the mirror bike and the Dragon Knight card instead of enhancing Faiz. The time was now 9:20 a.m., with only 40 minutes remaining until 10 o'clock. Given the heavy traffic outside, by the time he traveled from Brooklyn to Manhattan Island, he would likely only be able to fish Grandpa out of the river. He rushed to the mirror, the DN belt already tightly fastened around his waist. Lifting his left arm, the DN's KR card flew into Greer's left hand, and without a moment's hesitation, he inserted it into the DN driver. The central gem immediately projected a dragon head logo. Can ride Rucky. As a mechanical synthesized voice echoed in Greer's ears, he collided with the mirror, his entire being surging into the mirror itself, vanishing from the room. Surrounded by shimmering silver crystals that remained untouchable, Greer could see his room behind him, as if a hole had been carved through the wall. Beside him stood an open canopy motorcycle, and as Greer leaped onto it, the harness automatically latched onto the V-buckle of the Dragon Knight armor, and the transparent cover descended. Let us go. Greer twisted the throttle, and the mirror bike shot forth, racing at breakneck speed through a realm filled with countless shattered crystals. In no time at all, the mirror bike burst forth, arriving back in Greer's room. However, everything here was a complete reversal. It was evident he had entered the mirrored world. The motorcycle, reaching speeds of 300 kilometers per hour, crashed into the door, shattering it to pieces, and then slammed into the wall behind, leaving a gaping hole in the brick. Indeed, the mirrored world was but a reflection of reality. Even if the shadow was temporarily obscured and fragmented, once the obstruction was removed, the shadow would revert to its original form. Greer mused quietly to himself, his gaze fixed ahead, steering the mirror bike swiftly along the desolate highway. The surroundings mirrored the reality outside, with numerous vehicles traversing the roads and bicycles, as well as electric scooters standing on the non-motorized lanes without any stands. It felt as though time itself had come to a standstill the moment Greer entered, perpetuating the state of that instant when the foreign entity breached into this world. Seated within a mirror-like vehicle that reached speeds exceeding 240 meters per second, the buildings outside appeared somewhat blurred due to the overwhelming velocity, rendering even the streetlights and cars indistinguishable. The structures ahead loomed toward Greer like an impending avalanche, a distortion of perception induced by excessive speed. Chapter 28. The Executioner. Before him stood a 4-story building, each level housing 4 rooms. The expansive floor-to-ceiling windows reflected the scenes of the outside world, where vehicles lined the streets, and few pedestrians or cars passed by, creating a stark resemblance to the eerie silence of a mirror-like realm. Clad in Dragon Knight armor, Greer pushed open the glass door and stepped inside. The layout of the lobby bore resemblance to a bar, albeit with numerous small platforms supported by steel pipes interrupting the space. Through the polished metal, the absence of patrons was evident, mirroring the desolation of the outside world. Greer did not linger in the bustling lobby. Instead, he commenced his search for the door leading to the basement within this nightclub. Many films and television shows have a penchant for imprisoning characters in basements, and this occasion was no different. He swiftly discovered stairs leading down at the end of a corridor. These stairs were connected to an ascending staircase, and, at the bottom, to the left, stood a rusted iron door, ajar and devoid of the stringent security Greer had anticipated. Could this be a false lead? Doubts crept into Greer's mind, questioning if this location was indeed the lair of Big Daddy. Yet, having arrived at this juncture, he pushed the iron door open and stepped inside. The expansive basement was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by 2 small exhaust fans, their blades rotating sporadically, allowing a few beams of sunlight to seep through, serving as the sole source of light. The night vision capabilities of his Dragon Knight armor enabled Greer to discern the dimensions of the 200 square meter space, where 8 sturdy concrete pillars stood. In the corners lay a haphazard pile of broken tables and chairs, alongside torn newspapers and shattered bricks, contributing to the overall disarray of the basement. At the center of the ceiling, an iron hook dangled a 1-meter-long rope, beneath which lay a pool of dark crimson blood. Reminiscent of the image Mindy had sent, it appeared this was indeed the location. Greer mused silently, scanning his surroundings. To the left of one concrete pillar, a shattered mirror reflected the somber ambience of the basement. Unlike the mirror world, however, the rope suspended a figure clad in black. The sound emanating from it resembled that of a frail elder, barely audible unless one leaned closer. Enhanced by the Dragon Knight armor, Greer detected an even fainter sound of displacement, hurtling toward him at an alarming speed. After more than half a month of training and the enhancement from the Dragon Rider armor, Greer hurriedly halted his steps, leaning backward. A silvery dart grazed past his chest armor, embedding itself deeply into the concrete wall opposite him, leaving only a small portion protruding. As he leaned back, Greer swiftly turned to the direction from which the knife had come. A slender man, clad in black and with his face concealed by a black mask, had mysteriously appeared in the corner, his only visible feature being his piercing eyes, which fixed intently on Greer, evoking an unsettling feeling akin to being prey. With a resounding clang, a loud noise echoed through the quiet basement, startling Greer. Turning around, he saw an imposing figure standing at the entrance. An imposing man, towering at 6 feet tall and resembling a bear, stood there, a cigar clamped between his teeth, a shotgun gripped tightly in his right hand, and a .500 revolver holstered at his waist. The left corner of his leather jacket bore the bold, red insignia of Bushacre. Finally, he had arrived, and quite punctually at that. Time to send you to hell. The executioner spat out his cigar and raised a shotgun, aiming it at Greer, unleashing a deafening barrage of gunfire accompanied by a flurry of steel pellets hurtling toward him. As the man lifted his weapon, Greer quickly darted towards the cement pillar on his left. Although the weapon could not breach his defenses, the impact would still send him reeling. However, as Greer took his first step, the cloaked figure beside him swiftly swung his right arm, hurling a chain, as thick as a pinky finger, toward Greer. The chain ensnared Greer's right arm, which was focused on the executioner, and with a sharp tug, it yanked him back. The executioner looked down at Greer. Motionless on the ground, a look of disdain and mockery etched across his face. Such a weakling, and we have to engage both of us. What a waste. I'll kill him, and you can take care of the cleanup. The black-clad assassin's reflexes were remarkably swift, as Greer aimed his gun at him. He had already evaded and pulled on the chain entangling Greer's arm, attempting to divert the bullet's trajectory. If it had been a bullet traveling at a few hundred meters per second, he could have evaded it. Yet, what he faced was a beam of light traveling at 300,000 kilometers per second. Before his toes even left the ground, the beam struck his chest. The immense force blasted a gaping hole in the assassin's torso, sending him crashing backward without a sound, kicking up a cloud of dust. Fuck! The executioner hurriedly loaded his shotgun as Greer turned, aiming to take another shot. But just as he chambered around, he witnessed the black-clad figure's chest explode with a 10-centimeter wide cavity. Without hesitation, he turned and sought refuge behind a nearby concrete pillar to avoid being hit. Chapter 29. The departed old man Greer aimed his gun at the concrete pillar where the adversary was hiding, quickly rising to his feet. He dashed over to the old man, firing to sever the ropes binding him. The old man collapsed to the ground, but with quick reflexes, Greer's left arm swooped down to catch him, preventing him from hitting the floor. Just then, the sound of metal clanging echoed through the room. The sound of rolling echoed in Greer's ears. Turning his head, he saw a grenade being hurled from behind a concrete pillar, rolling towards him. Damn! Greer was taken aback. Although clad in Dragonite armor, he was not concerned about a mere grenade, but his companion, Old Dad, was but a mortal. Without hesitation, he leapt into action, taking Old Dad with him to shelter behind the nearest concrete column. The explosion unleashed a shockwave, stirring up dust within the basement, while shards of steel and concrete flew in all directions. Many fragments struck the concrete pillar where Greer and Old Dad sheltered, creating a cacophony of thuds, leaving numerous craters behind, as if a person caught in the onslaught would be reduced to a mere sieve. Amidst the chaotic sounds, Greer discerned the creaking of an iron door opening. Without a moment's pause, he extended his hand, relying on memory to aim towards the direction of the door and pulled the trigger. A beam of laser shot forth, followed by an explosion, the clash of steel and stones resonating with piercing screams. However, the sound of footsteps clashing against the stairs made Greer realize that his shot had not found its mark. There was no time to pursue. His gaze shifted to Old Dad, leaning against the concrete pillar. The mask had been torn away, revealing a bruised and battered face. Blood trickling from the corners of his eyes, nose, and mouth. His clothing was in tatters, nearly soaked in blood. Even Greer's Dragonite armor had been stained crimson. And Old Dad's breaths were faint, his condition utterly dire. Raising his left arm, the Viper phone card flew into his hand, which Greer quickly inserted into the device at his waist. The phone appeared in his left hand, and he immediately dialed Mindy's number, exclaiming into the receiver, "I've rescued Old Dad. Where are you? Have you found the car?" Mindy's hurried breathing was audible through the receiver. "I'm in the parking lot across the street, in a red Ford." Greer promptly ended the call, lifted Old Dad, and dashed toward the exit. The iron door had been blasted open, leaving a gaping hole the size of a watermelon, with a severed arm lying on the ground and a trail of blood leading up the stairs. Following this trail would undoubtedly lead to the assailant. But Greer had no time to contemplate. Bursting forth from the basement, he bolted outside, shattering the glass rather than opening the door. In broad daylight, a figure clad in unusual attire cradled another person similarly adorned, attracting considerable attention. 3 or 4 passers-by paused, astonished at the sight of Greer. A red Ford pulled up in the parking lot across the street, abruptly halting beside Greer, with Mindy donned in her Kill Bill attire. Her face etched with concern as she gazed at Old Dad in Greer's arms. Greer opened the car door, carefully placing Old Dad in the back seat before sitting down himself. No sooner had the door closed than the car surged forward, disregarding the narrow road and complicated conditions. Accelerating to 80 miles per hour in a zone limited to 40, unimpeded even by red lights. Old Dad's feeble voice emerged. "I can't go on. There's no need for a hospital. They've seen me. It won't be long before they trace you, Mindy. Get out of here, and as far away as you can. Do not speak, Father. We shall soon arrive at the hospital, and you'll be all right." Mindy shouted, her eyes brimming with tears. Yet she fought valiantly to suppress her sobs, focusing intently on the road ahead. A police car pursued them from behind, its siren blaring, urging them to pull over. However, Mindy did not decelerate. Instead, she accelerated, weaving swiftly through the traffic, transforming the previously orderly flow into utter chaos. "Promise me." The elder's voice rose sharply, his exertion causing a violent cough that expelled clotted blood. Mindy nodded through her tears, which nearly obscured her vision. Yet she desperately wiped her eyes to maintain clarity on the path to the hospital. The elder wore a smile, as if fulfilling a long-held wish, turning his head with great effort to gaze into Greer's eyes. Gripping Greer's left hand tightly with his right, he opened his mouth, but his voice was scarcely audible. "I am sorry for being unable to combat our adversaries." Before he could finish his final word, his head drooped, and he fell silent. Greer understood the elder's intent. He wished to convey that they were powerless against the wealthy and powerful villains who could enlist numerous henchmen, even corrupting the police to serve their interests. The apology stemmed from the ideals of justice he had instilled, ultimately urging Greer to embrace a mundane existence like Mindy's, to forsake the peril of their current path. As Greer looked upon the lifeless form of the elder, battered and bloodied, an uncontrollable fury surged within him. He swung his right hand back violently, shattering the rear window and the car's frame with a resounding crash. He aimed his firearm at the 3 police cars trailing behind and discharged it repeatedly, even the lowest caliber causing the tires to burst, resulting in the lead police vehicle overturning. The subsequent vehicle, unable to halt in time, collided with it, allowing Mindy to distance herself from them, watching helplessly as they receded into the distance. Chapter 30. The Return of the Soul. Having evaded their pursuers, Greer disposed of the police-identified vehicle in the Hudson River. Mindy contacted Uncle Damon's former comrade, Marcus Williams, who had taken her in after Uncle Damon was wrongfully imprisoned. To prevent the villains from discovering Uncle Damon's South resting place, Marcus, now a police sergeant, arranged for a false death certificate using a fictitious name and photograph. 2 days later, they laid Uncle Damon McLeody to rest in a cemetery in New Jersey. During these 2 days, Marcus learned about Uncle Damon, a once just policeman who would not tolerate corruption, resolutely fighting crime until he was betrayed and framed by drug dealers who bribed his superiors. Mindy's mother had also tragically passed away on the operating table, miraculously giving birth to Mindy in her final moments. Marcus raised Mindy and, upon Damon's release, returned her to him. Unexpectedly, Damon began to train Mindy, and by the age of 11, she had slain numerous villains, becoming adept with knives, guns, and various weapons, mastering multiple combat techniques, all in pursuit of vengeance. From the perspective of society, he may not be deemed a competent father. Yet, who can truly ascertain if this represents a different manifestation of paternal love? This love has fostered an extraordinary strength in his daughter, enabling her to safeguard herself. Indeed, in the present, Mindy is impervious to harassment and the infringements that frequently plague the American landscape. Mindy stands silently before a gravestone devoid of photographs and inscribed with a false name, lingering in her grief. Her tears have long since dried, yet the ache within her heart remains eternal. Marcus places a bouquet of withered chrysanthemums at the grave and gently pats Mindy's shoulder in a gesture of comfort. The crimson sunset casts a somber glow upon the earth, imbuing it with a profound melancholy. Marcus looks up at Greer, who stands nearby, and softly suggests, "Child, why not join us? As a police officer, I can ensure your safety. This world is rife with malevolence that cannot be altered by mere individuals. Heed Damon's advice, and strive to lead an ordinary life, free from turmoil." Greer gazes at Uncle Damon's grave, shaking his head. They have seen Uncle Damon's face. A simple inquiry would reveal Mindy's existence. Those who adopt her would also be in peril. Then let us eliminate them, Mindy exclaims, her petite frame belied by the ferocity of her words, which causes Marcus to furrow his brow. He perceives that Damon has led Mindy astray, and he now regrets having entrusted her to him. "Mindy, you promised Uncle Damon to be an ordinary girl. Do not involve yourself any further," Greer warns. He vividly remembers the moment Damon took his last breath in his arms, the overwhelming regret and helplessness nearly consuming him. He cannot allow Mindy to face a similar fate. In recent days, he has reflected upon his own missteps. Despite his intent to remain inconspicuous since arriving in this world, a sense of proud independence has lingered within him. However, reality has delivered a stinging rebuke. He had fixated on the original plot of Kick-Ass, striving to avoid collaboration with the troublesome figures therein, without realizing he was operating within the Marvel Universe, where such narratives cannot be applied rigidly. Had he contemplated more deeply, perhaps he could have prevented the death of Big Daddy. With a deep sigh, Greer retrieves his phone from his pocket, hesitating before deciding against calling the number provided by Coulson. Instead, he opts to spend 80 points to acquire encrypted communication and intrusion capabilities. Searching for the contact number for 10880 Malibu Street in California. The only entities capable of altering Mindy and Marcus's information to evade the gang's scrutiny are S, H, I, E, L, D, or Tony Stark. Reluctantly, he chooses to reach out to Tony Stark, having only a passing acquaintance with him. Meanwhile, in a coastal villa on the West Coast, Tony Stark is in his basement, modifying his Iron Man suit. Following his bold admission of being Iron Man at a press conference, he relocated from his New York villa to Los Angeles. Indifferent to the swarm of reporters and admirers surrounding Stark Tower, eager for an interview or a glimpse of Iron Man in action. Suddenly, the voice of his intelligent assistant, Jarvis, interrupts. "Sir, an encrypted signal is attempting to come through. I have intercepted it. Is it S, H, I, E, L, D again?" Stark furrowed his brow and cast the screwdriver aside. The last time that director of S, H, I, E, L, D had stood in his villa's grand hall, yet J, A, R, V, I, S had failed to sound an alarm for an intruder as if the individual were invisible. Thus, Stark's first thought turned to S, H, I, E, L, D. Bring them in. The moment Stark's words fell, the call was connected. Greer took a deep breath and spoke. "Is this Tony Stark?" "Who are you?" Tony Stark asked, drying his hands with a towel while instructing J, A, R, V, I, S to locate the caller's position. "It's the Kamen rider who passed by." As Greer's words left his lips, Stark recalled the mysterious figure who had effortlessly dispatched Obadiah and Ironmonger, leaving no trace behind. He hadn't sought out the person yet, and now they were calling him instead. "Are you calling to discuss compensation for your motorcycle? You should contact the legal department. They will handle it. However, you did assist me, so how much do you wish to demand?" As Stark's words echoed, Greer contemplated hanging up, feeling utterly exasperated at being dismissed with money, while secretly yearning to mention an astronomical figure that one could never exhaust in a lifetime. Taking a deep breath, he steadied himself and replied in a measured tone, "Since you acknowledge that I assisted you, could you do me a favor in return?" Greer then recounted the situations of Mindy and Marcus, hoping Stark could help alter their identities or fabricate entirely new ones, rendering them untraceable by the nefarious forces pursuing them. "That seems a trivial matter. But why do you believe I would assist you?" Tony Stark, fixated on a pinpoint of light on the screen, JRVIS, had pinpointed Greer's location in a cemetery in New Jersey. "I possess something quite intriguing. I assure you it will not disappoint." Stark recalled Greer's transformation from the decade armor to Faiz and raised an eyebrow. "In 15 minutes, someone will come to escort you to the airport. I will await your arrival in Los Angeles. I hope your possession is as fascinating as you claim." After hanging up, Marcus looked at Greer with astonishment. "You mean the Tony Stark, the billionaire Iron Man?" "Indeed," Greer replied, unsurprisingly eliciting a peculiar gaze from Marcus. Reminiscent of a teacher's look when a student claims their excuse for absence is a discussion with a renowned figure about future developments. 15 minutes later, a luxurious sedan came to a halt alongside the road adjacent to the cemetery. A driver emerged from the front seat and addressed Greer and the others standing outside. "Mr. Stark sent me to collect you. Please get in." The car resumed its journey along the road, fading into the enveloping night. Darkness descended upon the earth, and the cemetery lay in profound silence. Even the wind ceased its movement, and the crickets vanished. A newly erected gravestone emitted a faint glow from its crevices, particularly striking against the backdrop of the night. Chapter 31, An Audience with Stark. The Gulfstream G650 soared through the skies, its cabin adorned with utmost opulence. A fitting testament to Stark's private jet, and certainly not the only one in his fleet. It was Greer's inaugural ascent into the azure sky. Yet he found himself devoid of the spirit to savor the nocturnal panorama. Seated in the sumptuous leather chair, his gaze was vacant as he stared out of the circular window. The expanse above and the earth below were shrouded in darkness, with a myriad of stars twinkling overhead and the glow of countless lights flickering beneath. Despite the hour exceeding 11 o'clock at night, weariness eluded him, his mind awash with a cacophony of thoughts. He was not the protagonist, merely an ordinary individual inexplicably transported to the Marvel realm, striving for survival without the gift of photographic memory or a sudden surge of intellect. He had simply transformed from a languid existence into one wielding an imperial driver. As he gazed at the nocturnal scene, an obscure phrase echoed in his mind. A warrior is always solitary, compelled to fight relentlessly to maintain their victories. Thus they become profoundly isolated. The sacrifice of Old Dad imparted a deep understanding to Greer. Heroes are best suited to solitary battles. For the friends and family of an ordinary person can become their gravest vulnerabilities when pitted against adversaries. In this instance, Old Dad's capture served as bait. Had Greer not arrived in time, it is likely that the female assassin would have unwittingly walked into a trap, leading to a complete entrapment. Batman once posited that a mask is not merely for your protection, but for safeguarding those you cherish. Yet, if one is utterly alone, unencumbered by attachments, what significance does a mask hold? Those wielding immense power and wealth, such as criminal syndicates and supervillains, would inevitably target you, with no one else to shield. Even the formidable Hulk, with Betty, General Ross's daughter, as his girlfriend, ultimately faced separation. Continuing their romantic involvement would only render Betty a target for those with ulterior motives. And even General Ross could not thwart the schemes of those wishing to exploit Betty to control the Hulk. At midnight, the private jet touched down at Los Angeles Airport. Upon disembarking, he was whisked away to a presidential suite in a 5-star hotel, each person in their own lavish room, epitomizing an abundance of wealth. The following morning, after breakfast, a luxury vehicle arrived to escort Greer to meet Tony Stark. Mindy and Marcus remained at the hotel as the driver conveyed Stark's instructions, stating calmly yet condescendingly that Mr. Stark had only requested to see him, imbued with an air of authority reminiscent of a minor official before a high-ranking minister. One could hardly blame Stark. His wealth surely exceeded several $100 billion, enabling him to fabricate numerous Iron Man suits, including the Hulkbuster armor, high-intensity isolation chambers, communication modules, and reserves of spare parts, all launched into space on the Veronica. In Greer's previous life, the cost to launch high-tech satellites exceeded $300 million. The Veronica, in terms of size, weight, and functionality, far surpassed those satellites, even accounting for advancements in technology since his past existence. If one disregards Stark and Banner's intellect and design costs, the expenses for materials, manufacturing, and launching would still amount to at least $1 billion. In the novels I had perused prior to my journey, protagonists often encountered Tony Stark with an air of nonchalance, as if visiting a neighbor in the village. However, no matter how hard Greer attempted to compose himself, the thrill and trepidation within him remained uncontainable, akin to receiving news that Ali Ma was to meet him in his past life. The car came to a halt in front of the seaside villa, a place I had observed countless times in films. Upon disembarking, Stark's bodyguard and driver, Happy Hogan, approached with several other guards clad in black sunglasses. One of the guards directed a device at Greer, which immediately displayed an X-ray perspective on Happy's tablet, revealing all metallic objects on his person. Strangely, Greer's belt, the dekai belt, emitted no metallic response. Happy Hogan, with an impassive expression, requested, "Please hand over your phone, keys, and any metallic items for safekeeping. They will be returned to you upon your departure." Another guard stepped forward, holding a box the size of a shoebox. After Greer placed his phone, keys, and throwing darts into the box, the guard closed it and gestured for Greer to enter. Following the lavishly decorated corridor, weaving through several turns, they finally arrived at the villa's grand hall. As they walked, Greer keenly felt the stark contrast of wealth. The opulence surrounding him was staggering. The villa boasted a bar, gym, swimming pool, and beyond sight, hidden spaces such as a garage, wine cellar, and storerooms for Iron Man suits. Each room dwarfed the entirety of the residences Greer had inhabited in his past lives. Poverty had confined Greer's imagination, rendering it impossible to fathom what it must feel like to reside in such expansive quarters. After a minute of walking with Happy inside the villa, they reached the entrance to the hall. As the door swung open, a melodious piano tune wafted into Greer's ears. Looking toward the source of the sound, he noticed a row of immense floor-to-ceiling windows, offering a breathtaking view of the boundless ocean, a true seaside retreat. This scene seemed to depict a pianist lost in the world of music, contrasting sharply with the rugged persona of Iron Man contemplating Stark. A scion of wealth, more intelligent and industrious than most, with a starting point leagues ahead, was enough to evoke a sense of insignificance within Greer. Happy stood at the door, quietly awaiting instructions, while Greer could only remain there, standing still. After approximately 3 to 4 minutes, Stark rose from the piano, hands clasped behind his back, and approached Greer, stating, "You are younger than I had imagined. Do you have a driver's license?" Greer made an effort to calm his racing heart and replied evenly, "Let us discuss the matter at hand. I need your assistance in securing accommodations for the two of them in Los Angeles. I can offer you a disc beast, which I believe will pique your interest." "A disc beast?" Stark inquired, settling into a sofa and pouring himself a drink, swirling the glass as he asked, "Is it a pet? A cat? A dog? Or perhaps a parrot that can mimic speech?" Greer chose not to elaborate further. Instead, he unzipped his jacket, revealing a silver dekai belt snugly encasing his autumn wear. Stark turned his gaze toward Greer, his eyes burning with intensity, while Happy, sensing the tension, cautiously shifted his stance closer to the space between Stark and Greer. Chapter 32, The Scarlet Hawk. A card soared forth from the knight's card box on the left. landing deftly in Greer's left hand. The card depicted a crimson eagle, resembling a toy seemingly crafted from plastic. This was the disc beast, Scarlet Hawk, acquired for 150 points, leaving Greer with but a few points to his name. This is what I have for you, the disc beast, Scarlet Hawk. As Greer spoke, he inserted the card into the driver at his waist with his left hand, while a hexagram magic circle materialized beside his right hand, for which a red disc cascaded down. Wow, what a splendid sleight of hand. Stark began, but before he could finish, the crimson disc in Greer's grasp transformed into a three-dimensional eagle. With a sharp whoosh, the Scarlet Hawk shot forth at a velocity exceeding 60 meters per second. Neither Happy nor Stark could discern the trajectory of the eagle's flight. All they heard was the piercing sound of air being sliced, followed by a nearby cement pillar acquiring a gash, which alarmed Happy greatly. If a cement pillar could not withstand the force, how could a fragile human body? Without hesitation, he drew his firearm from his waist. Stark placed a reassuring hand on Happy's shoulder, urging him to relax, his eyes alight with wonder. Ignoring Happy's protests, he stepped forward to pick up the disc from the table, examining it closely. The surface was as smooth as a mirror, devoid of any seams. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never have believed that this object could transform into the astonishingly swift Red Eagle. He squeezed it firmly. It was neither iron nor plastic, and despite his extensive experience with various materials, Stark found himself momentarily perplexed as to the substance's nature. Greer crossed his arms, speaking in a tone of nonchalance. The disc beast, Scarlet Hawk, boasts a maximum flight speed of 240 kilometers per hour, is brimming with energy capable of sustained activity for 51 hours, can record audio continuously for 46 hours, and can even serve as a weapon. Stark, still fixated on the red disc in his hands, pondered where its energy was stored, how its functionalities operated, the thrust that enabled such rapid flight, and the material and manufacturing process behind it. Lost in thought for a considerable time, he finally set the disc down, nodding in acknowledgement. A most intriguing little gadget. Have you applied for a patent? If you wish to pursue this, I could invest. Selling it to me is also an option. Name your price. I'm merely a user, unaware of who the manufacturer is. Should you uncover any leads regarding the creator of the disc beast, I would be grateful for the information, Greer replied, zipping up his jacket to conceal the decade driver at his waist. As he spoke his final words, Stark pointed at Greer with the index finger of the hand holding his wine glass. Greer gently shook his head, saying, "Thank you, but that one TB necessary. Ensuring their safety is sufficient." The vehicle wound its way through the city, ultimately halting beside a two-story building. Most of the surrounding structures were standalone villas, indicative of an affluent neighborhood far superior to that of the middle class. The driver handed Stark a set of keys along with a letter of appointment for the Stark Industries Los Angeles branch, informing him that the house had been transferred to Marcus's name, and that Marcus was to report to the Los Angeles branch of Stark Industries in 3 days. Marcus spoke incredulously, expressing his surprise at the close relationship between Mindy and Mr. Stark. In his estimation, such a generous capitalist would not extend his kindness unless there was a significant bond. It was inconceivable that such generosity could fall upon them without a solid connection. Greer chuckled lightly, opting not to delve into that topic further. He then assured them, "Rest assured, you shall find comfort here. Mr. Stark has promised me that he will arrange for new identities for you. The people in New York will be unable to trace you. I will ensure that Mindy is enrolled in a reputable school. It is time to forget the past and embark on a new life. What about you?" Mindy turned her gaze towards Greer. "Do not worry," he replied confidently. "You are aware of my capabilities. They are merely criminals wielding guns, incapable of causing me harm. Once I capture Frank Amick, the one who framed Uncle Damon, I shall bring him before you to exact your vengeance." Reluctantly, Mindy nodded, and Greer finally released her shoulder, offering a nod to Marcus before turning to leave. The tasks that lay ahead would undoubtedly attract numerous enemies, and engaging with Mindy and the others might expose them to danger. Solitude was the wisest choice. "Wait." Just as Greer was about to enter the car, Mindy rushed over, wrapping her arms around his neck and planting a fervent kiss on his cheek. "You must catch that man. I want to slay him myself." Chapter 33, Romanoff. To Greer, Mindy's actions merely reflected the sorrow of a young girl, no more than 11 or 12, who had just lost her father and was now facing the departure of a friend. He gently patted her head and assured her, "I will ensure you have your chance for retribution." Nodding at Marcus, he settled into the car, which soon roared to life, taking them down the road until they rounded a corner and vanished from Mindy and Marcus's sight. Mindy lingered at the spot for a while before finally stepping into their new home. The wardrobe and shoe cabinet stood empty, while everything else was in place. She explored the upstairs and downstairs, noting the items that were lacking. Marcus then took Mindy to a nearby supermarket to procure essential supplies such as food, clothing, and shoes. In a half-dream state, Mindy was roused by the faint sound of footsteps in the corridor, distinctly not Marcus's. Instantly alert, she sprang from her bed. Grabbing a pen from the table, removing its cap, and holding it firmly as she stealthily approached the door, listening intently to the sounds outside. The footsteps reached her door. The doorknob turned halfway, and then the door swung open, revealing a figure clad in black. The moment the intruder stepped inside, Mindy sprang into action, thrusting the pen's tip upward toward the carotid artery in their neck. The strike was swift, precise, and lethal, capable of piercing both artery and windpipe, ensuring that blood would surge into the trachea, rendering the assailant incapable of uttering a sound, leading to their swift demise. However, just 2 centimeters from the intruder's neck, the figure raised their hand and deftly grasped Mindy's wrist. The deep brown curls of the other person brushed against Mindy's wrist, creating an itch that she could not shake off, no matter how hard she struggled against the grip that held her captive. A mature woman's voice resonated in Mindy's ear, laced with satisfaction. Very good, but your speed was somewhat lacking. Remember to incorporate feints next time. It will make it far more difficult for your opponent to evade or defend. The individual did not pursue her any further but stood at the doorway. Addressing Mindy, you possess great talent, yet your training methods are misguided. Do you wish to grow stronger? Mindy was acutely aware that she was no match for this enigmatic figure. Although uncertain of their intentions, the prospect of becoming stronger stirred something within her. Cautiously, she inquired, "Who are you? How strong can you make me? Why do you wish to do this?" "For now, all I can reveal is my surname, Romanov. Should you complete my training, defeating your little boyfriend will pose no challenge. He may be strong, but his technique is woefully inadequate. Think it over seriously. If you decide, go to this school. I will be waiting for you there." With that, the individual tossed a business card, which spun gracefully to land before Mindy, and without a moment's hesitation, turned and departed. Mindy was taken aback. Was this person's sole purpose for coming here merely to convey this message? When she rushed outside in pursuit, however, she found no trace of them. The corridor was eerily silent, with all doors and windows securely shut, leaving her bewildered as to how they had vanished. The vehicle receded into the distance, ultimately disappearing into a compound bearing the Stark Industries insignia. Later that afternoon, after Greer departed from Mindy's new residence, the car traversed from the residential area to a logistics park, halting beside a shipping container. The driver exited, inputting a code that unlocked the container's door. Simultaneously, an internal sliding track extended forward, gently bringing forth a black heavy-duty motorcycle secured within. Its metallic windscreen was painted a vivid red. Flanking the seat were 2 auxiliary fuel tanks, and the trunk was also metal, equipped with a combination lock. Logically, such a heavy motorcycle would weigh over 100 kilograms, yet Greer lifted it with ease, estimating it to be merely 40 to 50 kilograms. Undoubtedly crafted from lightweight materials of superior quality. The driver, maintaining a standard smile, remarked, "This is a small gift from Mr. Stark. I hope you find it to your liking." Upon leaving Los Angeles, the traffic dwindled significantly, prompting Greer to accelerate, reaching a staggering top speed of 380 kilometers per hour, surpassing many sports cars. Were it not for the enhanced senses granted by the DN belt around his waist, even in his untransformed state, he would never have dared to drive at such a breakneck pace. After all, at this speed, without a specially designed windscreen to direct airflow downward for traction, this motorcycle could very well take flight with the addition of wings. Chapter 34. Encounter with the Thunder God. The journey spanned high mountains, traversed canyons, crossed bridges, and passed through tunnels. The landscape transitioned from the towering edifices of the city to the desolate expanse of the Gobi Desert, where not a single tree rose above a meter in height, and even the verdant grass was a rarity. The low hills were strewn with exposed rock and gravel, the earth a parched yellow, imparting a sense of visual desiccation. The road has long since transformed from a dual 8-lane thoroughfare into a 4-lane pathway. Separated by a distance of 5 or 6 meters, its width reduced by half. For miles on end, not a single vehicle can be seen, nor a house in sight, evoking a sense reminiscent of the film The Deserted Zone. Most of the time, Greer is able to maintain his motorcycle at top speed, and he finally understands why the affluent are so enamored with sports cars. The exhilarating rush of speed is simply sublime. Although in the mirrored realm, the mirror motorcycle's velocity surpasses this by double, the pleasure derived from this experience is unattainable in the silent and still mirrored world. As he overtakes one vehicle after another, the drivers, filled with indignation, floor their accelerators, yet they can only watch helplessly as Greer distances himself until their taillights vanish from view. The sensation of surpassing others is immensely gratifying. Even without witnessing their expressions, he can vividly imagine their frustration, their silent curses, and their feelings of helplessness. This sense of being envied is undeniably delightful. However, it has been proven that one must not become overly complacent, for joy can quickly turn to sorrow. Just as he reflects on this, while cruising across the boundless Gobi Desert, the engine's RPM suddenly plummets. No matter how much he presses the accelerator, the deceleration persists, leaving Greer momentarily stunned, thinking, surely not, this is a new motorcycle. It can't be malfunctioning. Glancing at his phone, he sees that it is already past 5 in the afternoon. Unbeknownst to him, he has been on the road for over 3 hours. Google Maps clearly indicates his route. He traveled along California's Highway 10, turned on a Highway 40 in Arizona, and is now within New Mexico, having covered over 1,200 kilometers. Is it true that the quality of Stark's gifts is indeed unparalleled? The engine's thermal efficiency, thrust efficiency, and overall performance exceed that of anything available on the market, allowing him to race to this desolate place devoid of amenities. There's not even a drop of water to be found. Greer, who suffers from indecision, stands by the roadside, feeling an acute desire for a fourth-dimensional pocket, from which he could simply stow his motorcycle and then ride the mirror bike to the nearest town for fuel, avoiding the current dilemma. Just then, a vehicle resembling a minibus appears in the distance, towing a caravan. After a moment's hesitation, Greer raises his arm, signaling for a ride. Attempting is surely better than waiting idly. To his hopeful gaze, the extended off-road vehicle, reminiscent of a Hummer, begins to slow down, ultimately coming to a stop beside him. A girl, seemingly in her 20s, leans out from the driver's seat and exclaims, "Wow, weren't you going quite fast? Why have you stopped? How brave of you to drive so fast at such a young age. Do you even have a license?" Taken aback, Greer momentarily struggles to respond, before realizing that this vehicle is likely one of those he had left in the dust. Shrugging in response to her inquiry, he replies, "Of course, I have a license. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare drive this fast. My motorcycle has run out of fuel. Could you take me and my bike to the nearest town? I can pay you." The girl seated in the driver's seat suddenly burst into laughter, exclaiming, so engrossed in the thrill of speed that you've neglected the fuel gauge. "You truly are but a child." "All right, Daisy, cease your laughter," remarked the older woman in the passenger seat. Sodanel assists this child in securing his motorcycle atop the vehicle. Twilight approaches, and we must hasten to the nearby town. "There's no need to trouble yourselves. I can manage it myself," Greer responded, effortlessly lifting the motorcycle and, on tiptoe, placing it onto the roof. With a nimble leap, he secured the motorcycle horizontally using the roof's net and ropes. Daisy, the girl in the driver's seat, watched in astonishment and exclaimed, "Wow, such strength and agility. He must be quite the athletic boy. If he were a bit older, I would surely pursue him." "Don't jest," interjected the golden-haired man in the back seat, who bore an uncanny resemblance to someone familiar. "If I'm not mistaken, he must be Thor." Chapter 35, Odin's Concern. The vehicle had already started moving, yet Greer contemplated jumping out. This certainly was not a vehicle bound for human town. It could very well be intercepted by the Destroyer or Loki, leading to a dramatic saga of love and strife akin to brotherly bonds while reducing the onlookers to ashes. However, Greer was perplexed, for according to the original plot, Thor was supposed to have been disturbed during the throne succession ceremony in 2011 by the Frost Giants, which incited Odin's wrath and resulted in his banishment to Earth. Yet here they were in late October 2010, and Thor had already arrived on Earth. Even if a false masked rider had appeared, what business did he have flapping his wings on Earth, and how could that possibly relate to Asgard? Even if it did concern Asgard, it had only been a month. Surely the storm could not traverse the vast cosmic void to affect Asgard. Noticing Greer's astonishment, Thor curiously inquired, "What troubles you?" With a hint of nostalgia, Thor remarked, "I'm quite the opposite. My brother is much smaller than I, yet he constantly bullies me." Daisy, the driver, interjected, "Had our equipment and supplies not been taken, we would have had no place to store your motorcycle. We'd either have to let someone on board, risking the loss of the vehicle, or stand by the roadside, uncertain of when the next vehicle might arrive." "Well, my luck isn't too shabby," Greer replied. Clearing her throat, the girl in the passenger seat drew attention, and Daisy seemed to realize something, refraining from further mention of equipment and supplies, instead shifting to another topic. Throughout the journey, they had been confined to the town and the pit where Thor's hammer lay, devoid of any leisurely road trip with a trailer. Contemplating this, Greer searched on his phone for information about the immovable hammer in New Mexico, yet found no useful leads. It appeared S.H.L.D. had taken measures to obscure such details. After a moment's hesitation, Greer casually remarked, "By the way, have you heard? A hammer fell from the sky nearby, and even a car cannot budge it. Why can't I find that video? I distinctly saved it." As Greer's words escaped his lips, a fleeting shadow of melancholy crossed Thor's eyes, rendering him considerably despondent. Daisy, taken aback, inquired, "Did you drive all this way just to see that thing?" "Indeed." Jane sighed softly, replying, "It has already been cordoned off. They say it's debris from a fallen satellite, and no one is allowed to approach." Greer expressed his disappointment, saying, "Ah, I see. I thought it might be something significant." Daisy rolled her eyes and remarked, "What it is doesn't matter. If they say it's satellite debris, then that's all it can be." With a drawn-out tone, Daisy elicited another eye roll from Jane, who then shifted her focus back to driving earnestly. Each person was lost in their own contemplations, and the vehicle was enveloped in silence, save for the hum of the engine propelling the wheels rapidly along the dusky road. Meanwhile, in the distant realm of Asgard, Heimdall, the guardian of the celestial palace, leaned upon his sword, standing resolutely on the rainbow bridge, Bifrost. His gaze pierced through the vastness of the starry expanse, fixating on the swiftly moving vehicle below. Odin, mounted upon his eight-legged steed, approached the Bifrost silently, dismounting gracefully to cast his eyes upon the expansive cosmos. He murmured, "Thor, how is he faring?" Heimdall promptly reported, after failing to lift Mjolnir. He departed with a few friends he met on Earth. Odin expressed his hope that Thor would learn humility in the realm of humanity. Understanding that a king cannot solely rely on violence to govern the 9 realms, a balance of benevolence and authority is essential for stability. This is something humanity exemplifies well. They know when to fight and when to negotiate. Odin spoke with an air of anticipation, though his tone lacked the vigor it once held. Heimdall, with a hint of concern, remarked, "My liege, if the news of Thor's loss of power on Earth reaches Asgard's enemies, they will surely seize this opportunity." Heimdall surmised that the ether particles from the lost land might have caused Odin's urgency to pass the throne to Thor. Odin gripped Gungnir tightly, inhaling deeply before exhaling slowly, expressing his resignation. Since the end of that war, the Dark Elves have been in pursuit of the ether particles. Now that they have vanished, the Dark Elves could re-emerge at any moment. My strength has been devoted to suppressing the realm of hell. If the Dark Elves attack, we must rely on Thor. So he must mature swiftly. Chapter 36, Loki in Action. Heimdall vowed, "I understand, Father of the Gods. I shall keep a vigilant watch over Thor." Indeed, Odin nodded, weariness etched upon his aged visage. He turned and leaped onto his eight-legged steed, glancing back at Heimdall, "Be wary of the Frost Giants' movements." They interrupted Thor's ascension ceremony, leading to chaos in Jotunheim, where he slew many Frost Giants. Laufey will not let this slide. "I will, Father of the Gods. Let us hope that all is not too late." Odin murmured softly, pulling the reins to urge the eight-legged steed to gallop across the transparent bridge, swiftly making its way toward the royal palace, soon vanishing from sight. Heimdall stood like a stone statue, gazing at the unchanging starry expanse for an extended period. Meanwhile, on a terrace of the palace resembling a grand pipe organ, the pale-faced, slender Prince Loki Odinson of Asgard observed the distant Bifrost. Before him lay a water mirror, reflecting the inner workings of Bifrost with sounds emanating from it. Suddenly, as if a stone had been cast into the tranquil surface of the water, intense ripples surged forth, only to dissipate in the next heartbeat. This unexpected occurrence startled Loki, who then turned to see a woman adorned in opulent attire standing at the doorway, Queen Frigga of Asgard. "Mother." Frigga, dispersing the magic from her palms, addressed Loki, "I did not teach you magic for eavesdropping on your father." She approached him, lifting her hand to caress his face, her expression imploring. "Loki, you and Thor are brothers. You must unite to protect Asgard, will you?" Gazing into his mother's beseeching eyes, Loki grasped Frigga's hand, pressing the warmth of her palm more firmly against his cheek. He nodded earnestly, declaring, "I shall, mother. Together with my brother, I will safeguard Asgard." Upon hearing Loki's words, a smile graced Frigga's face, prompting Loki to smile in return. However, once Frigga departed, the smile faded from Loki's countenance, reverting to his usual expression of perpetual dissatisfaction. In a hushed tone, he murmured, "I can protect Asgard alone. I will prove it to you all." In the frostbitten realm of Jotunheim, blanketed for years in snow and dotted with endless icebergs and layers of ice, King Laufey of the Frost Giants encountered a familiar informant. Previously, this informant had provided intelligence that enabled several Frost Giants to breach Asgard's defenses and reach Odin's treasury, albeit ultimately reduced to rubble by the destroyer guarding it. This time, however, the mysterious informant revealed that Thor, who had caused chaos in Jotunheim, had angered Odin and been stripped of his powers, exiled to Midgard. This news delighted Laufey. If Thor were indeed in the heavily fortified Asgard, he would have to endure the humiliation, but if he was in the weakened Midgard, stripped of his strength, it would be a tremendous opportunity. After exchanging a considerable amount of the cold iron unique to Jotunheim, Laufey acquired Thor's approximate location and the means to avoid Heimdall's watchful gaze to reach Midgard. As the cloaked figure departed, a mocking smile crept across Laufey's face, and he mused to himself, "Odin, your Asgard is not as impenetrable as you believe. It seems there are those who wish for your son's demise." The so-called town was merely a cluster of businesses engaged in tire sales, auto repairs, car washes, and bars. The town boasts only one exorbitantly priced gas station, evidently operated by a person of considerable influence. Otherwise, it is inconceivable that others would relinquish such a lucrative business, especially given its proximity to Highway 40, where countless vehicles pass daily. Upon reaching the town, darkness had fully enveloped the landscape, with a myriad of stars and a resplendent moon illuminating the earth with a gentle glow. Looking out from the window in other directions, there was nothing but a profound darkness, with no light to be found apart from the car's headlights. After parking the RV in a vacant lot, the SUV, carrying a motorcycle, arrived at the gas station on the northern side of the town, filling both vehicles to the brim. Greer paid for the fuel, considering it a token of gratitude for bringing him to this place. While retrieving his wallet, the astronomer, Dr. Eric Shavik, who had been resting inside the RV, caught a glimpse of the cash within Greer's wallet. He furrowed his brow and hurried to Jane's side, whispering urgently, "Jane, do not stray too far from Thor. Ensure Daisy is ready with her stun gun." "What's wrong?" Jane inquired, puzzled, sensing something amiss in the town. Eric glanced at Greer, who was engrossed in selecting snacks, and lowered his voice further. "That boy possesses old $100 bills, which are not easily traceable. None of them are new." Jane turned her head, scrutinizing Greer as he emerged with 2 packages of food, handing one to Daisy. "He is merely a child. The money must be given to him by his parents. In such a desolate place, it is prudent to exercise caution," Eric continued, but before he could finish, Thor suddenly turned to gaze into the enveloping darkness beyond the town, his expression ferocious, as if he were a predator in search of prey. Chapter 37. Night Raid on the Town. Thor tensed, his muscles coiled, slowly rotating his neck to survey the surroundings. This demeanor prompted Jane to abandon her chatter with Eric and rush to Thor's side, asking with concern, "Thor, what is it?" Following Thor's line of sight, Jane noticed that the gas station's lights barely pierced the night, illuminating only a few meters ahead, beyond which lay an impenetrable darkness. Thor's words sent a chill down her spine, causing goosebumps to rise, and she instinctively took a step back, exclaiming, "Stop talking. It's too frightening." As Eric's flashlight illuminated the area, Thor sprinted toward it with astonishing speed, swifter than bolt. Jane, momentarily startled, hurried to follow him. "Wait, Jane, don't go over there." Eric attempted to intervene, but Jane disregarded his warning, closely trailing Thor toward the icy patch. Thor knelt, breaking off a piece of ice and crushing it into powder. Astonished as he exclaimed, "Frost giants! How did they come to Midgard?" He then sprang to his feet, shouting to the heavens, "Heimdall, frost giants have invaded Midgard. Inform my father immediately, restore my divine powers, and allow me to eradicate Jotunheim." Greer, unable to bid farewell to Daisy, hastily approached his motorcycle, eager to depart and avoid entanglement in the strife over the throne of Asgard. It was evident that the appearance of frost giants on Earth was undoubtedly linked to Loki. As the two brothers clashed fiercely, what business did an outsider have in their quarrel, especially with Odin watching over them? In past lives, countless unruly children faced consequences for their misdeeds, and their parents typically rushed in to confront the offenders without a second thought. Were everyone capable of selflessly allowing strangers to reprimand children who erred, the world would not be plagued with so many unruly youngsters. Thus, why would he engage in such a thankless endeavor? Was he simply bored? "Frost giant!" Thor exclaimed, as the formidable creature advanced towards him, arms swinging with frigid determination, crafting 2 barbed ice blades that bore an ominous intent. It was clear this was no mere passerby. "Get out of here!" Thor shouted urgently at Jane, before charging headlong at the frost giant. In mere moments, they collided. The frost giant's ice blade thrust forcefully toward Thor, who nimbly executed a forward roll, evading the attack on the creature's left side. In a swift motion, he delivered a powerful kick to the frost giant's flank. In times past, such a blow would have created a gaping hole in the frost giant's form, yet now it merely caused the already advancing behemoth to stumble slightly. However, Thor felt the icy chill emanating from the creature beneath his feet, akin to treading barefoot upon a frozen surface. The frost giant turned its head, grinning mockingly at Thor, and taunted, "So it is true, the god of thunder has lost his powers. Who informed you of this?" Thor asked, astonished. He had only been exiled to Earth for a few days. How had the frost giant learned of this development and pinpointed his location so precisely? As the frost giant materialized, Eric stared in disbelief, his eyes wide with astonishment at this bizarre humanoid entity, which left frost in its wake and wielded ice blades that seemed to belong in a science fiction narrative. Daisy, standing beside the gas pump, appeared utterly dumbfounded, stammering, "What is that?" Before she could finish her sentence, a thunderous crash resonated from within the gas station, as the rear wall was breached by a towering frost giant, sending bricks scattering and wreaking havoc upon the neatly arranged shelves. The creature's outstretched hands coalesced rapidly into two half-meter-long ice blades. With a flick, one blade struck the chest of a gas station attendant, the force lifting the 100-plus-pound individual off the ground, pinning him violently against the wall, blood erupting from his back and staining the surface crimson. The other blade hurtled towards Greer, who was preparing to mount his motorcycle, radiating an intense chill that dramatically lowered the surrounding air temperature. "Why does this always happen?" Greer exclaimed, yanking open his jacket zipper with his right hand while raising his left, summoning a card from his knight's deck that landed in his grasp and swiftly inserting it into the driver. Kamen Rider dead. 9 grayish-white figures materialized around Greer, and as the frost-laden daggers made contact with the illusion standing between Greer and the frost giant, all 9 phantoms surged toward the center, merging into Greer's form and transforming into the Imperial armor. Chapter 38, The Frost Giant. Within a house situated over 100 meters from the gas station where Greer and his companions were, a contingent of agents clad in black either crouched on the rooftop or stood beside the windows, wielding long-range sound-capturing amplifiers directed toward Greer and his group. The windows were draped in black cloth to prevent any light from escaping, and the tables within the room were cluttered with various advanced listening and surveillance equipment, including one that Greer had previously encountered, known as Coulson. Upon hearing the mention of the frost giant, Coulson promptly discarded his headphones, seized a nearby walkie-talkie, and commanded, "Position 3, utilize thermal imaging to scan for low-temperature areas." On a small hill across Highway 40 from the gas station, 3 agents donned in camouflage activated their thermal imaging devices, beginning to survey the vicinity of the gas station. The results were transmitted to several computers in Coulson's room, where technicians processed the data into thermal layer images. It revealed 6 blue areas around the gas station, indicative of low temperatures, as if 6 high-capacity condensation devices had been placed there, astonishingly resembling humanoid forms. Connecting this to Thor's mention of the frost giant, Coulson quickly comprehended the source of these low-temperature zones. Before he could issue further commands, the frost giant in front of Thor charged forward, engaging in combat. With a resounding roar, the low-temperature areas surrounding the gas station began to mobilize, racing toward the station, prompting agents at various observation points to urgently request further instructions via their walkie-talkies. In the room, a man dressed in a short-sleeved, form-fitting leather outfit, distinctly different from the agents, stood up from his chair, opened a briefcase on the left table, revealing a short, baton-like weapon. He turned his head, his eyes sharp as an eagle, and addressed Coulson. "Sir, shall I proceed?" "No, Clint, remain on standby," Coulson replied, shaking his head as he glanced at the motorcycle within the gas station displayed on the computer screen. He then picked up the walkie-talkie and commanded, "Positions 1 and 5. Withdraw. The rest remain on-site and monitor the surroundings for any additional low-temperature areas." Setting down the walkie-talkie, Coulson took his phone and moved aside, dialing a number and speaking rapidly. "Sir, we are experiencing a Level 3 incident. Frost giants from another realm have invaded Earth, requesting assistance." While Coulson spoke, the low-temperature entity behind the gas station had already breached the premises, effortlessly dispatching an individual with an icy blade, provoking a terrified scream from Daisy. While Ariel instinctively hurled a flashlight at the frost giant charging from the store, desperately shouting at Daisy, "Run!" The flashlight soared forward, and as it swept past Grail, it collided with a gray-white specter. In the blink of an eye, these phantoms vanished simultaneously and under the watchful gaze of Daisy and Eric. Grail found himself unexpectedly adorned with a suit of black and white armor. Jagged ice blades, rough and menacing, struck against the divine armor, producing a sharp, cracking sound. Moments later, the blade shattered into fragments, the force of the impact causing Grail to stagger back several paces. As he retreated, he raised his left arm slightly. The night card holder sprang open once more, ejecting a card that Grail deftly caught and slid into the driver. "Ride Care Furrier." The mechanical synthesized voice echoed in Grail's ears, and suddenly, a black and white firearm materialized in his right hand. Without hesitation, before the frost giant within the store could hurl another ice blade, he pulled the trigger. A beam of light shot forth, instantly striking the frost giant's left chest, resulting in a violent explosion. With a thunderous roar, the frost giant's left shoulder and a portion of its chest were obliterated, shards of ice scattering in all directions, releasing a chilling aura that rapidly lowered the temperature of the entire room. A significant portion of its arm was propelled skyward by the blast, landing atop a pile of beverages and instantly turning a soda into a frozen delight. Seizing the opportunity, Grail swiftly pivoted to aim at the frost giant across from Thor, promptly squeezing the trigger once more. However, having learned from his companion his earlier misfortune, this frost giant leapt into the air, narrowly evading the subsequent beam of light. In a mere 5 seconds, The sequence of events that transpired surpassed all that Eric and Daisy had previously encountered, leaving them in a state of astonishment. "I must be dreaming," Daisy exclaimed, her eyes wide as she beheld Grail clad in the drive armor, her tone laced with disbelief, akin to witnessing a ghost. Eric's expression mirrored her shock. His worldview, built over decades, had crumbled in the past few days. First, the Norse god Thor had appeared, then a giant blue creature. And now, a child he had known for 2 hours had transformed into a superhuman. Was there no longer any normalcy in this world? Seeing Eric and Daisy still standing there, dumbfounded, Grail shouted, "Run." At the sound of his voice, Eric snapped out of his stupor. Grasping Daisy and sprinting towards the off-road vehicle, calling out to Jane, "Jane, over here, hurry." The frost giant, injured and missing a substantial part of its chest, emanated a torrent of cold air, causing the temperature in the store to plummet and encasing the ground, shelves, and various goods in a layer of frost almost instantaneously. Were this to befall a human, such grievous wounds would undoubtedly lead to a swift demise. Yet the frost giant appeared impervious to pain. After a slight retreat, it surged forward once more, raising its remaining right arm, from which emerged a tapered ice spike, adorned with sharp protrusions, resembling a mace. As Greer turned to confront the frost giant facing Thor, the creature continued its advance, shattering the glass door. With its mace, it struck fiercely towards Greer, who stood not too far from the door. Greer, with heightened auditory senses, keenly detected the sound of the icy mace slicing through the air. He swiftly withdrew his right leg and pivoted his body in a half-circle. The frozen mace grazed Greer's shoulder, crashing into the concrete floor with a resounding thud, creating a crater filled with fractures, as the mace's tip embedded itself within. Brilliant ace. Synopsis: fighting for faith, yearning for victory in every battle, soaring forth towards the ever-changing arena, the glory upon the red clay court, the pride of the diamond ace, as radiant as a diamond, standing proudly at the center of the court. The most dazzling spectacle. This is the most sincere vow of the king. Who are we? The King Saito. Chapter 39. Ice and Fire. As Greer sidestepped, his right arm swung forward, transforming the gun in his grasp into a sword. With a downward strike, he cleaved the frozen mace, resonating with a sharp crack, as the specially forged blade effortlessly bisected the weapon. Once the frost giant was disarmed, it retaliated with a kick aimed at Greer, who, having completed his swing, lifted his foot to counter. Just as the frost giant's kick made contact with Greer, his right foot also struck the giant's abdomen. The combined force of their attacks sent both Greer and the frost giant reeling backward. The strength of the frost giant was surprisingly formidable, a testament to the might of a race once bold enough to confront Asgard. Such power emanated even from a mere ordinary squad. Not to mention the elite forces guarding Laofey. The frost giant was sent crashing against a brick wall, creating a dent as its icy armor fractured, spiderweb-like cracks spreading across its abdomen. Greer collided with a fuel truck, compressing it like a crushed soda can, unleashing a geyser of gasoline that doused him, the noxious odor permeating the air. The frost giant, using its one arm to push against the wall that had trapped it, forcibly opened the bricks, accompanied by the clattering sound of falling debris. It resumed its charge towards Greer, its right arm once again conjuring a mass of ice that swiftly morphed into a blade. In just 2 strides, it covered the 10-meter distance. As the frost giant took its second step, the moment arrived when its broad foot descended. With well-prepared intent, Greer propelled himself off the ground, soaring into the air as his right hand aimed the gun at the gasoline that splattered everywhere below, pulling the trigger with determination. While Greer engaged in a vibrant clash with the frost giant, Thor found himself ensnared in a dire predicament. Despite his battle instincts still intact, he had lost his divine powers. Both his strength and speed were diminished, and his stamina was significantly depleted. He could only rely on years of combat experience to evade the frost giant's assaults, the scene unfolding with perilous intensity, akin to navigating a mountain road, where the ever-looming threat of falling into an abyss quickened one's heart. The frost giant, wielding his icy blade, observed the once mighty god of thunder, now in a pitiful state, desperately darting to and fro. A sense of twisted satisfaction surged within the giant, reveling in the conquest of a once dominant force. At that moment, the distant roar of an engine grew louder, its headlights casting an enchanting blue glow upon the frost giant. The noise compelled the giant to turn his head, revealing an off-road vehicle barreling toward him at breakneck speed, its engine roaring like thunder. The dazzling headlights forced the frost giant, accustomed to the shadows of the cold realm of Jotunheim, to shield his eyes. In the next instant, the vehicle collided with him, producing a resounding crash. The frost giant was sent tumbling backward, akin to a ball bouncing and rolling across the ground until he ultimately crashed into a boulder, coming to a halt. The vehicle, too, fared poorly. Striking the frost giant was scarcely less damaging than colliding with a stone pillar. The impact left a significant dent in the bumper and front of the car, causing Jane, Eric, and Daisy, secure by their seatbelts, to lurch forward violently. Had it not been for the deploying airbags, they would have surely struck the windshield. Jane shook her head vigorously to dispel the dizziness clouding her mind and shouted through the driver's side window, "Thor, get in." Yet Thor, his body caked with mud and grass from the rolling evasion, staunchly refused, leaving Eric and Daisy astounded. They finally understood why Thor had bravely charged forward. It was for the honor of a warrior. Before Jane could utter another word, a thunderous explosion erupted from the left, sending shockwaves that cracked the car's windows. Had the force been any greater, the glass would have shattered entirely. The subsequent shockwave caused the entire vehicle to shudder. This cacophony drew Jane, Thor, and the others' attention, the blast's heat whipping their hair. They beheld the gas station, 30 meters away, engulfed in flames. The 3 fuel pumps twisted and deformed under the relentless fire, ultimately melting into a pool of molten metal. Flames danced across the ground, igniting the 2 buildings of the station, which blazed like colossal torches, illuminating the night sky and dispelling the darkness, casting a warm glow over a 100-meter radius. Amidst the searing inferno, a figure clad in black and white armor emerged step by step from the flames, enveloped in a fiery aura. In his right hand, he wielded a long sword, upon which rested the severed head of a frost giant, slowly melting in the blazing heat. Rewind to 10 seconds prior. Greer vaulted high into the air, thrusting his spear into the ground. Though the energy expended was minimal, it was sufficient to cause an explosion at the impact site, igniting the gasoline-soaked earth in a cascade of flames. The fire rapidly spread, first igniting the ruptured fuel tank, then leaping to 2 additional tanks, transforming the entire gas station into a raging inferno within mere moments. With flames licking at his form, Greer charged forward, his sights set on the agonized frost giant engulfed in the blaze. Sprinting at a speed of 12 to 13 meters per second, he closed the distance in an instant. With a powerful sweep of his sword, he momentarily parted the fiery sea within a 3-meter radius. The blade forged from special material slicing through the frost giant's neck like lightning. A faint crack resonated as the giant's head fell, and before it could touch the ground, Greer pierced it through with his sword. The massive body toppled backward, succumbing to the flames, lifeless and utterly defeated. Synopsis. As Muyong opened his eyes, he found himself in a seemingly extraordinary world. The subsequent fundamental operations involved training, posturing, and overwhelming adversaries. However, upon encountering an orange glass orb containing stars, he realized that these operations were fraught with challenges. Figures such as Vegeta, Frieza, Cell, and Majin Buu were all formidable threats. To engage with them, one must possess considerable strength. But this is Earth, and it seems he has traversed here at an opportune moment. There may still be hope. Chapter 40, Double Kill. Within the Inferno, temperatures soared above 1,000 degrees. Under such extremes, even metal would melt and deform. Yet, Greer, clad in divine armor, remained unperturbed. Stepping onto the searing ground as he exited the blazing sea, the frost giant's head, impaled on his sword, slowly dripped molten remnants onto the earth, staining it a vivid blue. In a distant room, Coulson observed Greer's emergence from the flames, fixating on the frost giant's head suspended before him. He instructed, "Document this. The high temperatures of burning gasoline can melt frost giants. To combat them, we require weapons of even greater heat." Straightening up, he turned to Clint, smiling as he remarked, "It appears your quiver needs an additional type of arrow." Clint remained silent, standing like a hawk, his keen eyes fixated on Greer. In a hushed tone, he queried, "Is there any arrowhead capable of penetrating that armor?" Coulson maintained his smile, replying, "There should be one, though it comes at a steep price. We will need to seek approval from the director for funding and materials, and unfortunately, pre-testing is not an option." Clint remained silent, fully aware of Coulson's implications. Even if a special arrow were crafted, its true efficacy could only be assessed in the heat of combat. Should it fail to penetrate, it would indeed be quite embarrassing. Hence, it was inconceivable for him to devise a strategy centered around his archery skills. Thus, the likelihood of producing specialized arrows was minimal. As they conversed, Greer swung his right arm, casting the severed head of the frost giant from his blade, sending it hurtling towards the frost giant that had been struck by Jane's vehicle. The head, its surface frost having already melted, rolled several times before coming to a halt. The now recovered frost giant gazed intently at the nearby head of its fallen comrade, its mouth slightly agape, revealing sharp fangs, its eyes radiating a hunger for Greer. Unfazed, Greer continued his advance, softly remarking, "Your strength and defense are quite formidable. It took but a single kick from me to shatter your ice-forged armor. Alas, your weaknesses are glaringly apparent. High temperatures can effortlessly melt your glacial protection. Look, your companion's head was so easily severed by my blade. Do you think that once the gasoline is expended, I would be unable to contend with you?" As he muttered to himself, Greer raised his empty left hand slightly, causing the knight card box to open. A card spun gracefully into his grasp, which he promptly inserted into the decade driver. The central ruby projected a logo, while a mechanical, synthesized voice echoed in Greer's ears. "Can ride Faiz." The dead driver extended numerous tendrils glowing with crimson light, enveloping Greer and manifesting the rider's armor, along with other equipment such as the sun goddess attire and metal plates. In the blink of an eye, Greer's black and white armor transformed into the radiant red Faiz, strikingly visible amid the night. The trio in the vehicle, including Eric, were once again taken aback, questioning if they were witnessing a magic trick as the armor changed in an instant. In contrast, Thor appeared unperturbed, his interest piqued as he scrutinized Greer's armor, contemplating whether his own could be similarly enhanced to shine and dazzle more impressively. Just as the transformation into dead Faiz completed within a mere second or two, the frost giant charged forward, resembling a famished wolf as it lunged at Greer, arms raised high, wielding two icy blades aimed to cleave him in two, exuding an intimidating force akin to a mighty strike. The frost glimmered under the firelight, sparkling like crystal. "Be careful," Thor exclaimed, hastily attempting to intervene. Unfortunately, stripped of his divine powers, his speed was insufficient. Just as Thor's warning escaped his lips, Greer sprang into action, sidestepping with agility, his right arm wielding the long sword to meet the two icy blades, clashing with formidable force. The combined might of Greer's own 2 or 3 tons of strength, along with the weight of the frost giantess leap, culminated in a collision exceeding 10 tons. The impact forced Greer's arm downward sharply, causing the ground beneath his feet to sink, nearly engulfing them, while the two icy blades shattered in response. With the fingers of his empty left hand clenched into a fist, the photon veins on his bent arm illuminated, as 30% of the photon blood, under Greer's command, coalesced in his right fist. After the clash between the long sword held in his right hand and the ice blade of the frost giant, his curved left arm sprang forth like a coiled spring, delivering a devastating blow capable of splitting mountains and rocks into the frost giant's abdomen. With a resounding thud, the icy armor on the frost giant's midsection shattered instantaneously, caving inwards, causing Greer's left fist to sink deeply into it. The overwhelming force propelled the previously descending frost giant once more into the air, tracing an arc as if a golf ball struck with great force. Soaring away at an accelerated speed, Greer forcefully pushed off the ground, launching himself into the air, as a card flew out from the knight's box and landed in his hand, which he swiftly inserted into the driver. Attack ride, Ryan SSH. Greer ascended 35 meters high, with the photon veins in his right leg glowing brightly, as 60% of the photon blood surged towards his right foot, igniting it with a fierce red light. A beam measuring 2.5 meters shot forth from his foot, striking the frost giant, which was plummeting from its apex, opening like an umbrella into a conical shape, spinning rapidly. Greer's descent accelerated abruptly as he plunged into the crimson drill. The energy from the photon blood gathered beneath his feet explosively unleashed forward, effortlessly creating a nearly 1 meter wide hole in the frost giant's chest, nearly bisecting it. Greer, having penetrated through the frost giant's body, landed first on the ground, slightly bending his right leg to absorb the impact. Behind him, the frost giant's massive form crashed heavily to the earth, bouncing half a meter high before settling once more, completely still. Meanwhile, Greer's score surged from 404 to 821. Chapter 41, Hide and Seek. Slaying a frost giant rewarded approximately 400 points, much to Greer's astonishment. A single frost giant equated to the worth of a dozen or more criminals. Such a high experience yield sparked Greer's imagination, even leading him to entertain the notion of farming monsters in Jotunheim. However, this thought was quickly quelled. To venture into high-level dungeons, one needed to first gather a full set of epic gear, craft a 12 weapon, and acquire various attribute-enhanced outfits. With his current ensemble of blue skies and white clouds, it was wiser to stick to grinding lesser monsters, lest he become prey himself. While glancing at his score, Greer suddenly heard heavy footsteps emanating from the town, accompanied by the sound of cracking ice, identical to the noise made by the two frost giants in motion. Alarmed, he pondered, could there be more than just these two frost giants? How did so many frost giants come to Earth from Asgard? Was Odin truly asleep, as the legend suggested, allowing Loki to seize power and plunge Asgard into chaos? Regrettably, no matter how much he speculated, he could not influence the distant Asgard and had to prioritize the present situation. He immediately shouted at Thor, who was covered in grass clippings and dirt, resembling a vagabond more than a deity. "We must leave. There are frost giants nearby." "What?" Thor exclaimed, his eyes sharpening with alarm as he scanned the surroundings warily. Although he preferred to resolve issues through force, he was no fool. A couple of frost giants could be considered a mere coincidence, But if there were 3, 4, or even more, something was amiss. The fact that they had pinpointed his location only deepened his ominous suspicions. Jane once again called out to Thor, "Thor, we must go. Our presence here is a hindrance." At her words, Thor clenched his fists, his face a mask of frustration and anger. The mighty Thor had become a liability. Yet, no amount of resentment or fury could alter the reality that he, stripped of his divine powers, could not contend with even a single frost giant. If it weren't for this child, Jane and the others might have already fallen victim to the giants. Moreover, Jane spoke the truth. Their presence indeed compromised the child's performance. Thor recalled his past battles, where he relished charging alone into enemy ranks, unleashing a tempestuous storm of lightning. Having teammates nearby only restrained him from executing such indiscriminate strikes. With this thought in mind, Thor leapt into the vehicle, resolved to have Jane drive them away to avoid obstructing the child's efforts against the frost giants. After all, while frost giants posed little threat to Asgard, they were formidable adversaries for fragile humans and must be eliminated without delay. Greer strode over to the vehicle, yanked the bag he had previously handed to Daisy from the window, and, under the curious, astonished, and fearful gazes of Eric and Daisy in the back seat, hurled the bag into the air. Then, with a vigorous swing of his sword, he cleaved the water bottles within the bag in half, and sent them flying further away with a series of kicks and strikes. The chilling aura emitted by the frost giants had dropped the temperature in the vicinity significantly, causing the spilled water to freeze instantly into shards of varying sizes. Amidst the roar of the car's engine, Greer lifted his head to survey the surroundings. The enhanced vision afforded by the knight armor allowed him to spot several frost giants advancing in pairs along the street. Leaping from rooftops, there were at least 6 of them. Assuming that one knight card could vanquish a frost giant of comparable strength to a basic form of dead, Greer would require 6 cards in total. Regrettably, he possessed only one knight card remaining. He raised his left arm, opening the knight card box from which the Dragon Knight card soared forth. With a precise downward motion of his arm, Greer inserted the Dragon Knight card into the Decade Driver. "Can ride Rucky. Let's play a game," Greer exclaimed with a smile, leaping forward and seamlessly slipping through a palm-sized shard of ice, vanishing from sight, more adept than a liquid cat at navigating tight spaces. The scene left the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents observing from various angles momentarily stunned. Soon after, the communication channels were inundated with reports of the target's disappearance, prompting Coulson to rush towards the screen. Several computer monitors displayed only 3 rapidly approaching zones of anomalously low temperature, alongside a raging inferno at the gas station, while the flat-nosed off-road vehicle heading toward Highway 40 revealed no trace of Greer. The 6 frost giants, encircling from different directions, appeared equally bewildered. Glancing at the desolate gas station, they redirected their pursuit towards Thor and his companions, who were departing in the off-road vehicle. Laufey had dispatched them specifically to confront the god of thunder, Thor. All else was inconsequential. Seeing the menacing creatures charging towards them, Daisy turned pale and exclaimed, "Hurry, hurry. They're going to catch up." She cursed her luck, wishing she were aboard a rocket that could soar away in an instant. "Shut up," Jane shouted, striving to concentrate on the uneven road ahead. If they could just reach the interstate, they could speed away, ensuring that the frost giants would be left in their dust. The last of the frost giants had leapt from a rooftop, landing in front of the blazing gas station, poised to sprint forward. Suddenly, a blue-green figure emerged from the ice behind him, its silver armor glinting ominously in the moonlight. As Greer leapt upward, he fired beams from the gun in his right hand at the frost giant, who remained oblivious to the impending threat. The beams detonated upon impact, showering the area with fire and ice shards, leaving the frost giant riddled with gaping holes. The moment Greer landed, he vanished into the thin ice, his final shot striking the frost giant's head, rendering it as mangled as a watermelon struck by a hammer. Chapter 42. What to do with 3.5. The gas station, still engulfed in flames, stood out starkly against the night-shrouded landscape, yet the small town remained eerily silent. No one emerged from their homes, as if the sound of chaos were unheard or the town itself was deserted. This profound stillness heightened the unease of the remaining 5 frost giants, who twisted their necks, scanning their surroundings for the unseen assailant. Just as one frost giant turned its head to the left, Greer burst forth from the thin ice on the right, sword in hand, thrusting powerfully towards the creature's neck. Despite the 80-kilogram weight of his armor, Greer's leap generated only a whisper of sound, nearly imperceptible to human ears, yet thunderous in the frost giants. Having been defeated by Asgard and knowing no war since, the frost giant possessed 0 combat experience. Instead of evading instinctively upon hearing the sound, it turned to investigate, exhibiting the reaction of an ordinary individual rather than that of a seasoned warrior. As he twisted his head halfway, a silver glimmer caught his eye, accompanied by a sharp pain in his neck. The blade, forged from a unique material, pierced the throat of the frost giant. As Greer fell, his arm followed the trajectory of his descent, forcefully creating a gash in the frost giant's neck. Just as the blade withdrew from the frost giant's throat, it vanished, leaving behind a remaining segment that rotated 90 degrees. In a heartbeat, it transformed into gun mode and unleashed a beam of light that precisely struck the gash, detonating within and sending the frost giant's head soaring into the air. In the instant Greer landed, he vanished once more, his entire appearance and disappearance spanning less than 2 seconds, shorter than the time it took for the headless frost giant to collapse. However, 2 frost giants had witnessed Greer's emergence and swift departure, immediately erupting into a cacophony of shouts in an unintelligible tongue, rather than the universal English of Marvel films. Despite their heightened vigilance, the surrounding reflective ice made it difficult for their 8 eyes to monitor everything. As the head of the soaring frost giant crashed to the ground, Greer's figure reemerged behind another frost giant, who stood with its back to the gas station. Ambushes can be startling. The first is typically effective, the second somewhat so. But to achieve even a third of the initial impact in quick succession is akin to luck. Thus, Greer leapt from the mirrored world only to be detected by the already alert frost giant, which hurled an ice dagger at him in an attempt to thwart his assault. The frost giant, who had been ambushed, swiftly twisted its waist to attack Greer with a knife clutched in its right hand. However, Greer's beam, originally aimed at its throat, struck the frost giant's right shoulder, obliterating half of it and sending the creature staggering back from the force of the explosion. The ice dagger thrown by another frost giant struck Greer's chest, colliding with 2 metallic plates resembling heart protectors, the impact propelling him backward in midair. He landed on the ground, skidding back 3 or 4 steps before regaining his footing. In that brief moment, 3 frost giants brandished their heavy ice blades, charging at Greer from various angles. The frost giant with the damaged right shoulder steadied itself and lifted its unscathed left arm to join the assault. This illustrates the limitations of night cards. Both KR cards and their FR counterparts, regardless of their forms, possess fixed energy. Once inserted into the drive driver for activation, the card's energy begins to deplete, with stronger attacks consuming energy at a faster rate. However, not all night cards are bound by such constraints. For instance, the masked rider known as Wizard, who bears the title of a magician, can manipulate the 4 elements of water, fire, earth, and wind, drawing upon external energies to unleash attacks without depleting its own, significantly extending its active duration. Such night cards, capable of harnessing and utilizing external energy to launch attacks, are notoriously expensive. For instance, the wizard known as Faiz, whose basic form requires points equivalent to double that of the Dragon Knight, cannot simply be summoned for immediate use. A considerable amount of time is necessary for familiarization and practice to adeptly manipulate and wield magic. Unlike swordsmen, who can commence their training with merely a sword or even a stick, wizards must first attune themselves to magical elements, learning to channel these elements into specific sequences through mental prowess to unleash their spells, often requiring wands and other tools. This explains the adage that some wizards are the wealthiest of the impoverished, as their funds are predominantly expended on various magical materials, akin to those burdened by substantial mortgages yet surviving on instant noodles. Thus, after reviewing the conditions for summoning and utilizing the wizard, Greer swiftly decided to pass. Merely exchanging a card provides a facade, while the true mastery of magical skills and the methods to wield them demand either personal insight or further exchanges, which is an insatiable abyss. In contrast, the time-traveling Kamen rider Den-O is even more demanding. While the wizard operates without the need for a means of transport, Den-O must exchange substantial units of energy to obtain a time-traveling vehicle, which in its bare form requires additional exchanges for various offensive weapons. This reflects the trend of dismantling Den-O's vehicle into parts for individual sale, a practice that has proliferated within the industry. It is precisely due to financial constraints that Greer opted to exchange with a relatively unremarkable Faiz to maintain appearances. However, now, confronted by 3 imposing frost giants, Greer realizes the necessity of acquiring a knight capable of absorbing external energy to mitigate personal energy loss, thereby extending operational time. The arrival of Thor a year in advance, coupled with the presence of frost giants not depicted on Earth in the films, indicates that the original narrative has spiraled into chaos. The timeline of the Chiritan invasion of Earth is now uncertain. Should he partake in such a grand raid, a resilient hero will be essential. It cannot be resolved in mere moments. Chapter 43, Agito. As Greer contemplated various matters, his hands remained swift, retreating while pulling the trigger, unleashing beams of light at the rapidly advancing frost giants. Having witnessed the potency of Greer's firearm, the frost giants hesitated, elongating a journey that would typically take 2 seconds to 4 or 5. Seizing this opportunity, Greer quickly browsed through the KR card set. ultimately pausing at the Kamen rider Agito, renowned for transcending the corporeal, mental, and spiritual realms. This rider can harness the powers of earth, storm, and flame residing within, gathering and manipulating these energies to unleash formidable assaults. Compared to the Kamen rider wizard, who masterfully wields the 4 elemental forces through an array of dazzling spells. Agito's manipulation of these 3 energies is relatively straightforward, making it particularly suited for Greer, who lacks prior experience in this domain. After all, unlike the mage who has a dedicated assistant to craft magic rings imbued with arcane power and spells, which can be activated with a simple command, Greer must either exchange points for magical skills or embark on the arduous journey of learning magic from the ground up, much like Doctor Strange, gradually mastering the intricacies of various magical attributes and their manipulation. In essence, it boils down to either spending points or investing time. It is akin to Greer in his past life braving the harshest of weathers to obtain a driver's license, simply because he could not afford a dedicated chauffeur, who would willingly subject themselves to the perils of driving, when one could comfortably lounge in the back seat, engrossed in their phone. Ultimately, it all stems from financial constraints. Were he to possess several million points now, hesitation and planning would be obsolete. He would seize every card at once, drive an electric vehicle to Titan, and confront the formidable purple sweet potato with unrestrained vigor, rather than living in constant trepidation. As these thoughts raced through his mind, his hands moved with equal urgency. With his right hand, he fired upon the frost giant, while his left arm lifted, causing the knight card holder at his waist to automatically open, allowing a card to spin forth and land in Greer's grasp. He swiftly inserted it into the Decade driver. Can ride Agito. The ruby at the core of the Decade driver illuminated, resembling the symbol on Agito's head. Instantly, the black and white Decade armor transformed into a pure black ensemble. Dark golden metallic gauntlets, ranging from 15 to 25 centimeters in length, adorned his ankles and wrists, while oval-shaped knee guards graced his knees. His torso was enveloped in a half-body armor of dark gold and bright silver, with shoulders accentuated by upwardly curving, Eve-like plates, and a pair of inwardly curved sharp horns atop his head, evoking the image of a Western dragon, a stark contrast to the Eastern dragon of Ryuki. This scene was vividly displayed across several screens in the distant room. Coulson, observing the transformation of Greer into yet another form, pressed his lips together, remaining silent as he fixated on the other screens, showcasing Greer's previous transformations into Decade, Ryuki, Faiz, and now this latest incarnation, alongside an older suit, revealing 5 distinct armors. He pondered whether there might be even more. Coulson regretted the inadequacy of his equipment. Originally tasked with tracking the suspected extraterrestrial Thor, he had not anticipated encountering Greer after Thor and Jane departed the small town for Route 40. Even more astonishing was the emergence of frost giants from another world, engaging Greer in a fierce battle. On the screen, the fastest frost giant had reached Greer, wielding an ice blade that slashed down towards him, who had lost his firearm upon transforming into Decade Agito. Facing the menacing frost giant, Greer did not flinch or retreat. Instead, he stepped forward, raising his left arm to catch the icy blade barehanded, his 5 fingers gripping the sharp, frigid weapon firmly. The descending ice blade suddenly halted midair, unable to descend even a fraction further. Greer's demeanor was as relaxed as if he were catching a child's wooden stick, effortlessly. "Is this all the strength you possess?" Greer taunted, swinging his right arm forward. The force of his punch was so formidable and swift that it compressed the air, creating visible ripples. In the next heartbeat, his heavy fist struck the frost giant's chest with a resounding crash, creating a deep imprint where Greer's fist nearly sank halfway into the giant's torso. After sending the frost giant flying, Greer immediately took off running towards the left, where another frost giant loomed. At the moment of contact, the giant swung its ice blade down toward Greer, who deftly twisted his waist, spinning around to deliver a series of kicks. One kick sent the ice blade soaring away, while another struck the giant's midsection. With a dull thud, the frost giant was sent reeling backward, crashing heavily to the ground, sliding across the gravel and withered grass for several meters, carving a deep trench into the earth. The only remaining frost giant, having suffered a grievous injury to its right shoulder at Greer's hands, staggered forward a couple of steps, only for the situation to take a dramatic turn. In a brief moment, 3 of its companions had been dispatched, leaving it alone to continue its forward momentum. Chapter 44. The Execution's Melody. Casually discarding the severed arm of the frost giant, Greer bent his left knee forward, shifting his body's weight to the left. With a powerful shoulder charge, he collided with the frost giant's chest, accompanied by the sound of cracking ice. The giant's chest caved in, fissures spreading outwards. The immense force sent the frost giant staggering backward, and before it could regain its footing, Greer advanced, delivering another crushing blow to its chest. In a mere half-second, he unleashed 3 consecutive punches upon the frost giant. Although not every punch unleashed the full force of 7 tons, each still packed a punch of 5 or 6 tons. Such power could easily bend or even shatter steel, let alone the frail ice giant. After the third punch, the frost giant, weighing several hundred kilograms, was propelled off the ground, soaring backward for over 20 meters before crashing down heavily, its chest marred by 4 deep dents and fractures spreading across its torso. Resembling a shattered porcelain doll, a torrent of icy liquid seeped from the cracks, while ultra-cold fluid dribbled from the giant's mouth and nostrils. After twitching a few times on the ground, it fell silent, having been brutally dispatched by Greer's fists. Greer slowly straightened his back, clenching his fists as he reveled in the overwhelming power coursing through him, vastly superior to that of the Dragon Knights, Fai, and Dead. In an instant, he transformed from an infant into a full-grown adult, feeling as if a mere stomp could shake the mountains and a swing of his fist could stir the seas. After exchanging his 400 points for the Agit KR card, his remaining points surged from 200 to 612, clearly indicating that the Frost Giant had perished. Previously, using other Knight cards required executing a Knight kick or sneak attack to vanquish the Frost Giant. Facing it head-on would have been an insurmountable challenge. However, Greer did not afford them a moment to ponder. His horns unfurled into 3 distinct branches above him, and the heavy earth beneath his feet began to transform. This sensation was profoundly mystical, as if the ground had become an extension of his very being. The strength of his will dictated the energy he could summon. As the horns fully extended, a pattern resembling his own head materialized beneath his feet, emanating a soft yellowish glow. Stepping forward with his left foot, he spread his arms wide, focusing his mind and immersing himself in the boundless energy concealed within the earth. At this moment, a song of execution would be most fitting. The pattern beneath him began to slowly rotate, ultimately merging into his feet, while the 2 dark golden metal rings on his calves glowed with the same earthy luminescence. Intensifying in brilliance, though Greer's legs trembled slightly. This was his first attempt at energy gathering, and he had no previous experience. In his eagerness, he became distracted, causing the amassed energy to slip from his control. Sensing the situation, he leaped into the air without waiting to fully concentrate the energy. Soaring 7 or 8 meters into the sky, he descended rapidly at an angle, and in less than a second, he landed a powerful kick squarely on the chest of a frost giant that had just risen. With a resounding thud, the Earth's gathered power surged into the frost giant, sending it crashing backward, its back slamming into the ground and creating a deep depression as it slid, akin to a bulldozer carving a trench several meters long and half a meter deep. This was not a Knight kick derived from the Agit exchange, but rather an imitation of Fai's technique. Although it did not reach the maximum force of 30 tons, it still delivered a kick of 20 tons. By acquiring Knight kick skill cards, one could achieve the optimal force application, attack angles, jump heights, and descent speeds, thereby fully unleashing the technique's potential. It was akin to possessing the memories and expertise of a master chef. One merely needed to follow the prescribed steps. Alternatively, one could invest considerable time in extensive practice to gradually acquire the necessary experience, achieving similar results to those of the skill card, illustrating the choice between expending vast points for skill cards or dedicating extensive time to honing one's craft. After Greer rose to his feet, the score of 612 pulsated once more, transforming into 1021. Without hesitation, Greer redeemed the Knight kick of Agito, valued at 850 points, reducing his score to 171. The exorbitant cost of the Agito Knight kick was not solely due to its execution, but also encompassed the expertise of harnessing and utilizing the power of the earth. By consuming an experience card, Greer instantaneously evolved from a novice to a seasoned veteran, once again unleashing the sharp horns atop his head. The Agito pattern that emerged from the ground beneath him glowed 2 levels brighter than before, making it visible from all directions without the need for an aerial view. In Chapter 45, the Heavenly Motorcycle, the last 2 Frost Giants, after witnessing their comrade obliterated by Greer's powerful kick, turned in terror and fled. They had come to the stark realization that they were no match for Greer, and remaining would only lead to their demise. Under the looming threat of death, the 2 Frost Giants summoned every ounce of strength they possessed, sprinting at a speed that surpassed anything they had ever achieved, dashing towards the dark expanse beyond the town. Their previous arrogance evaporated, leaving them as desperate as hounds bereft of their homes. Behind them, Greer soared high into the air, the moonlight illuminating the armor of Kamen Rider Agito, shimmering brilliantly, allowing his silhouette to be discerned even in the night. At that moment, Greer gazed down upon the world like a deity, standing 30 meters above, invoking a sense of awe and insignificance in those below, especially as he amassed the formidable power of the earth, further enhancing his air of superiority. The earth power stored within the luminous metallic rings around his feet was deliberately redirected to his wrists, causing the arm guards to glow as well, while the rings at his feet dimmed. After reaching the apex of his leap, Greer suddenly glided forward, descending at a velocity that far exceeded gravitational acceleration, as if propelled by rocket boosters. In the blink of an eye, he caught up with the fleeing frost giants on the ground. The rapid descent created a piercing sound as the Agito armor sliced through the air, a noise that resonated in the ears of the frost giants like a death knell. One of them instinctively turned his head, only to witness a human cannonball hurtling towards them at breakneck speed. Before his mind could process the impending danger, Greer's fists collided with the backs of the two fleeing giants. Crack, crunch, accompanied by the sound of shattering ice. The giants' torsos bent forward while their lower bodies arched backward, their massive forms toppling heavily to the ground, creating a deep crater in the earth strewn with gravel and dry grass. Boom, boom. Two thunderous explosions resonated almost simultaneously as columns of flame engulfed Greer, who found himself at the center of the chaos. Amidst the surging inferno and the debris propelled skyward by the shockwave, Greer slowly straightened his posture, remaining immovable against the force capable of uprooting stones, indifferent to the flames that danced around him. His score flickered once more, ascending to 985. While Greer stood tall, proudly asserting himself amidst the blaze, allowing the searing tongues of fire to caress his Agito armor. The sand beneath his feet began to melt, and the parched vegetation, tinged with the hues of autumn, ignited, transforming the area into a sea of flames. Visible from afar as the night sky blazed with a crimson glow, the gas station, previously ignited by Greer's gunfire, continued to burn, with the motorcycle parked beside the pump reduced to a mere skeletal frame, barely hinting at its former shape. Greer felt a twinge of frustration. Should not a Kamen rider be more attuned to motorcycles? Why was he cursed with such ill fate? Both bikes had perished before they could even warm up. Now, in the late hours of the night, finding a ride was akin to discovering a pearl in the sands of a beach. With a resigned sigh, he raised his left arm, and a card flew from his rider car box, his score plummeting to 275. I refuse to believe this can be destroyed again. Greer muttered indignantly as he inserted the card into the decade driver. Instantly, a hexagram magic circle materialized on the ground, radiating a brightness surpassing that of the moon. In that brilliant light, the next moment, a heavy motorcycle measuring 2 meters and 30 centimeters in length, 1 meter and 10 centimeters in height, and 83 centimeters in width materialized at the center of the magic circle. It was even larger than the one Stark had gifted him, adorned in a silver finish with barcodes-like protrusions painted a striking magenta. As the magic circle dissipated, Greer approached, swung his leg over the motorcycle, and despite his total weight of 83 kilograms, including the armor, it merely sank a few millimeters under him. This motorcycle, named Reimagined, was exclusively for dead and cost 710 points to exchange, 60 points more than the mirror motorcycle traversing the mirror world. Such expense was justified, as its fairing, engine, frame, and body were crafted from the same divine, or as the dead armor. Not even explosives could hope to destroy this motorcycle. Moreover, it functioned as though it were an extension of Greer himself. Even from a distance, a mere thought could summon it to his side. In its autonomous mode, it could drive itself over to him and could also transform into the exclusive mounts of other riders, such as the Pegasus. The fuel tank beneath the seat was connected to an infinite Klein bottle, capable of accommodating the oil from the Middle East without ever facing shortage. The extraordinary engine, capable of traversing highways on gasoline, transforms into an invincible steed powered by dimensional energy, enabling movement across land, sea, air, and even the cosmos. Upon Greer mounting the motorcycle, it roared to life, illuminating the front and rear with its dimensional headlights, casting a beam that could pierce through the darkness for a distance of 150 meters, rivaling that of a high-powered spotlight, rendering oncoming vehicles utterly blind to what lay ahead. In truth, Greer had no desire to be out driving at such an hour. Yet after a fierce confrontation with the frost giant, igniting a gas station and creating several craters, the commotion had been far too great. Lingering any longer would invite compensation claims. With a twist of the throttle, the motorcycle surged forward, deftly navigating the uneven terrain, while its robust suspension and hydraulic system minimized the bumps felt by Greer, who swiftly turned on a Highway 40, speeding away from the town. Chapter 46, The Watcher. The seemingly endless expanse of Highway 40 lay cloaked in darkness, devoid of any other vehicles, prompting Greer to maximize the headlights, illuminating the road ahead. He pushed the motorcycle to its top speed of 350 kilometers per hour, covering nearly 98 meters per second, a truly exhilarating experience. Not long after setting off, Greer's enhanced vision, courtesy of the armored suit, spotted an off-road vehicle parked at the roadside, with several individuals engaged in a heated discussion outside the barrier, one of whom was the imposing figure of Thor. Why had they not departed? Greer pondered, easing off the throttle to allow the motorcycle to coast forward. The beam from the headlights was strikingly conspicuous in the night, causing Thor and his companions to instinctively turn their gaze towards the light. In mere seconds, the motorcycle reached the rear of the off-road vehicle. Greer applied the brakes, bringing the motorcycle to a steady halt behind it, the armored suit disengaging upon stopping, leaving only the silver metallic belt securely fastened around his waist. Switching the high beams to low, Greer called out to Thor and the others. "What are you still doing here?" Upon hearing Greer's voice, Thor and his companions were visibly taken aback, their faces betraying expressions of surprise and disbelief. Without hesitation, Thor rushed over, while Jane and Eric hesitated momentarily before following, Daisy cautiously inching forward, as if approaching a volatile device. Thor reached Greer's side, his broad hand clapping Greer's shoulder with a resonant voice. "I did not expect to find a human here in Midgard who rivals the warriors of Asgard. You have aided me and possess remarkable strength. Join my guard, and I shall grant you the leadership of a small team." To Thor, the opportunity to join his guard was a profound honor, whether in Asgard or other realms. Being part of the royal guard was a mark of respect and recognition for a warrior. It was akin to being approached by Emperor Li Shimin at the Xuanwu Gate during the Tang Dynasty, asking if one wished to be a trusted confidant, or being offered the chance to manage a new software before Alipay's launch. Before Greer could utter a word, Jane hurriedly stepped forward, interjecting as if to mediate the situation. He was previously struck by Daisy's car, hitting his head on the ground, and since then, he has insisted he is Thor, the god of thunder from Norse mythology. To Jane, Thor's claim sounded utterly delusional. Who would casually proclaim to a stranger, "Be my captain of the guard?" This was neither an interview nor a corporate office. Moreover, the man possessed extraordinary strength and had just rescued them from a group of unknown creatures. Was it possible that the gods of Asgard were so oblivious to human customs? Jane felt a disillusionment with the beautiful myth. Indeed, legends are merely stories, and there was nothing in the tales to suggest that the thunder god resembled a bumbling fool. If Greer were not a traveler from another realm and unaware that Thor was not a mere mortal, but a prince of Asgard, he too would undoubtedly consider him insane. Even so, upon hearing Thor's words, Greer's cheeks involuntarily twitched. Thor's thoughts remained entrenched in his identity as an Asgardian prince, completely oblivious to the reality of being cast down to earth. With such an attitude and line of reasoning, he would find himself beaten 3 times a day in New York. Nearby, Eric quickly shifted the topic, inquiring, Russov, what about the frost giants in the town? All 8 of them have been slain, Greer replied. Eric and Jane exchanged glances. Although they were scholars of astronomy and physics, they understood the rarity of extraterrestrial beings. How could such living aliens be exterminated? It was far too cruel. They should be captured for research and dissection. As soon as Greer finished speaking, Daisy, who had been standing at the back, brightened with excitement and anxiously asked, "So, does that mean there are no frost giants left in the town?" "Probably. At least, all that I saw have been killed." Greer crossed his arms and leaned against the motorcycle's dashboard, asking, "Why are you all stopped by the roadside?" Daisy pouted and muttered, "That was my new purchase. I just finished paying off the loan 3 months ago. Aren't you all hungry? Our food and drinks are in the RV." Daisy's mention of food triggered a sense of hunger in everyone. Since leaving the town where the hammer had fallen at noon, they had yet to eat. Greer had also departed from Los Angeles around midday, and now it was already 9 o'clock. 7 or 8 hours without food or drink had left them famished and parched, especially since their freshly purchased supplies had been incinerated at the gas station. Eric and Thor quickly exited the vehicle, with Eric directing the off-road vehicle to reverse closer to the RV for easier connection. Greer remained on his motorcycle, scanning the surroundings, wary of any remaining frost giants. In just over 10 seconds, the RV was successfully hitched. Eric waved to Greer and hurriedly got back into the vehicle with Thor. Observing this, Greer started his motorcycle, preparing to leave, and felt an inexplicable urge to glance toward the northern side of the town, where darkness obscured everything. The off-road vehicle had already started and was heading towards Highway 40. Shaking his head, Greer dismissed the unsettling feeling from his mind, twisting the throttle to follow. And soon the 2 vehicles disappeared into the night, their headlights glow swallowed by the mountains. In the direction where Greer had been gazing, a figure clad in a tawny robe hovered mysteriously over 10 meters above the ground. The eyes beneath the hood pierced through the distance of 7 or 8 kilometers. Fixating on Greer, who rode away on his motorcycle, and Thor, seated in an off-road vehicle, with a swift motion of the right arm raised behind him. A swirling ring of fire materialized before him, and as it moved backward, the figure passed through the fiery circle, vanishing without a trace. The fire ring dissipated in the next heartbeat. Chapter 47, The Legends of Asgard. After the motorcycle and off-road vehicle had completely vanished, dozens of agents emerged from their hiding places in the small town. Flames still roared near the gas station. Yet more than a dozen agents bravely rushed toward it to extinguish the fire. Many donned hazmat suits, carrying boxes and ice coolers, sprinting towards the gas station to meticulously search for the remnants of the frost giants, carefully sealing the fragments within boxes and coolers for safekeeping. Following the completion of the firefighting and debris retrieval, they commenced disinfection procedures. Despite the large number of personnel, each engaged in their distinct tasks with remarkable orderliness, swiftly transforming the scene into a facade of a gas station fire incident before finally vacating the area. Meanwhile, in the distant realm of Asgard, the guardian of the Rainbow Bridge, Heimdall, gazed with eyes aglow in a soft orange light, transcending distance and space to observe Thor on Earth. He had been watching for 10 minutes, yet was unable to discern the hidden passage through which the frost giants had entered Midgard from Jotunheim, a fact that troubled Heimdall greatly. This implied that the frost giants might possess a means to elude his all-seeing eye, a disheartening prospect for Asgard. Historically, Asgard had kept the frost giants of Jotunheim in check largely due to the existence of the Rainbow Bridge and the all-seeing eye, which functioned like a map, providing constant awareness of enemy movements, while the Rainbow Bridge allowed for the rapid deployment of troops, catching adversaries off guard. Many forces, comparable to or even surpassing Asgard in strength, had been vanquished in this manner. Now, however, with the all-seeing eye unable to track the movements of the frost giants, Heimdall's vigilance intensified, directing much of his attention towards Thor, fearful that he might fall prey to the frost giants or other sinister forces. Even more troubling was the presence of another individual alongside Thor, whom he could not perceive. This led Heimdall to ponder whether this person was connected to the frost giants, and if they had some relation to the means by which the giants managed to evade the scrutiny of the all-seeing eye. Lost in thought, Odin approached, leaning on Gungnir and catching his breath. He inquired of Heimdall, "Have you yet discovered the reason the frost giants can evade your all-seeing eye?" Heimdall shook his head, opting not to address that question. Instead, he spoke of Thor. "There is someone beside Thor whose presence I cannot discern. I wonder if it is related to the frost giants and whether we should send someone to investigate." Odin spoke, his single eye involuntarily turning toward the direction of Midgard. At this moment, Thor and his companions had already driven their vehicle away from Highway 40 and arrived at an open area. To accommodate the speed of the off-road vehicle towing the RV, Greer had also reduced the motorcycle speed to 110 kilometers per hour. After all, it was nighttime and visibility was limited. Without transforming, he would not dare to reach top speed. After leaving the small town, they traveled for over an hour before arriving at a quaint village. However, it was nearly 11 o'clock at night, and most of the houses had extinguished their lights. The few that remained lit were not shops, leaving them with no place to spend their money. With no other option, they parked the RV in an open space outside the village. Daisy and Jane began preparing dinner inside the RV, while Eric, Greer, and Thor brought out several lounge chairs, reclining on them and gazing at the starry sky while engaging in casual conversation. Thor, on the other hand, listened with great interest and complimented, "Your armor is magnificent. Who forged it? The weapons and armor crafted by the dwarves are not like this. Could it be the work of artisans from beyond the Nine Realms?" "I do not know." Greer shrugged, promptly redirecting the conversation toward Thor, feigning curiosity as he inquired, "Are you truly the Thor of Norse mythology?" Upon hearing Greer's question, Eric immediately perked up, listening intently. Despite ample evidence suggesting that this robust man was indeed Thor, Eric, a believer in science, found it hard to accept that a fictional mythological figure could be real. Thor beamed with pride, responding somewhat arrogantly, "The armies of Asgard have fought across the 9-star realms, leaving legends in their wake. 2,000 years ago, my father led the Asgardian forces against the frost giants of Midgard and Jotunheim, driving them from Midgard and placing it under Asgard's protection. However, my father later forbade the Asgardian army from entering Midgard, no longer interfering in humanity's development and existence. Due to this prolonged absence and humanity's forgetfulness, real events and figures have transformed into tales passed down through generations." Eric interjected, "Indeed." Greer nodded slightly and continued, "Then how did the frost giants come to Earth? Was it not said that Earth is within Asgard's protective domain?" As he pondered the question, Thor himself fell into a moment of reflection. His ignorance darkened Greer's mood. It seemed likely that, as portrayed in the films, Loki had begun to stir trouble, causing the orderly realm of Asgard to descend into chaos. Neglecting even the invasion of the frost giants into Midgard, Greer silently contemplated the need to strengthen their power swiftly. Overwhelmed with thoughts, he found little inclination to ask further questions, instead listening to Eric and Thor's conversation while reclining on the lounge chair, staring absent-mindedly at the myriad stars in the night sky. Chapter 48, The Path of Revenge for Old Father. A peaceful night passed without the disturbance of frost giants or destroyers, and early the next morning, Greer bid farewell to Thor and the others. Mounting his motorcycle and heading down Highway 40 towards New York, Greer did not inquire about Thor's destination or his future plans on Earth. Without hesitation, he rode his motorcycle and swiftly vanished from Thor's sight. Had it not been for the unexpected appearance of the frost giant last night, he would have already departed. The Asgardian throne was a matter of inheritance among brothers, and as an outsider, he had no business meddling in their affairs. Indeed, Thor's nonchalant response only elicited a resigned sigh from Jane, prompting her to abandon the idea of continuing their conversation and instead begin to gather her belongings in preparation for departure. Their astronomical observations in New Mexico had scarcely commenced before being abruptly halted. A cadre of agents confiscated their equipment and research materials. The sole gain from this endeavor was the peculiar Thor, stripped of his powers. It was because they suspected this individual might truly be the god of thunder that Jane and Eric hastily fled the chaos surrounding the fallen hammer, aiming to prevent Thor from being discovered and taken by the agents, which would render their singular achievement null. Unexpectedly, they encountered a youth stranded with an empty tank. As if by magic, conjured an array of bizarre armors, and proceeded to engage in combat with the creatures Thor referred to as frost giants. In just a few days, the trio had their eyes open to the extraordinary, realizing the vastness of the world was filled with unimaginable wonders. Although their anticipated observations and experiments had failed, with equipment and materials lost, capturing a Norse god and witnessing the battle between the masked hero and the frost giants made the journey worthwhile. Thus, Greer sped continuously, reaching New Jersey by dusk. Crossing the Washington Bridge, he returned to Manhattan, the bustling economic heart of America, after a 4-day absence. His previous visit had been a hurried affair to rescue his father, leaving no time to appreciate the foreign allure. Now, Greer found himself equally devoid of leisure as he traversed the 9A highway, arriving in Harlem, a renowned African-American community in Upper Manhattan. The proportion of black residents here surpassed that of Brooklyn. Despite being part of Manhattan, the greenery, infrastructure, and safety conditions starkly contrasted with the central business district. Greer felt this disparity acutely as he turned off the 9A highway. The sides of the secondary roads were lined with parked vehicles, encroaching upon half the roadway. Perhaps due to the late autumn, both the road and sidewalks were strewn with many withered leaves, and the hurried passersby were predominantly non-white. Greer was no stranger to this area. In his previous life, he had played the game Prototype 2, set against the backdrop of Manhattan. He had maneuvered the protagonist across the island numerous times, many buildings appearing familiar, including the 14 cross-shaped towers within the park. He had guided Alex through this very place, engaging in mayhem, climbing walls, and gliding through the air. However, Greer was not here for a pilgrimage. This place housed a secure location established by the late patriarch. With a total of 4 such sanctuaries, the one in Brooklyn had been dismantled, and the one in Queens had likely been compromised, leaving only these 2 in Manhattan. Before departing, Mindy entrusted Greer with the address and keys. He parked his motorcycle beneath a building and took the elevator to the 14th floor. Using the key, he unlocked the wooden door and stepped inside. From the outside, the door appeared unremarkable, but within lay a second iron door, formidable enough that breaching it without explosives was utterly inconceivable. The apartment comprised 3 bedrooms and 2 living areas, but the entrance to the 3rd bedroom was cleverly concealed within the closet of the left side bedroom. Upon entering, one would discover an entirely different realm. The walls were lined with iron racks brimming with an array of firearms, while boxes of ammunition in various calibers were stacked below. Handguns, shotguns, submachine guns, sniper rifles, grenades, and other explosive devices were all present, resembling a miniature arsenal. It became evident where the patriarch's money had been allocated, towards weaponry. Near the window stood a table adorned with 2 computers, and above the window hung a board covered with photographs and names, interconnected by crimson lines, annotated to indicate their relationships, resembling a pyramid. Many names at the base of the pyramid were marked in red, diminishing in number as one ascended, with the topmost 3 rows comprising over a dozen names, none of which bore red markings. It was clear that the lower-ranked minions could be easily located and eliminated, while those higher up were far more elusive. Greer settled in and began to sift through the information on the computers and the documents detailing the patriarch's targets for revenge and plans, spending 3 hours piecing together a coherent narrative. These materials had been meticulously collected by the patriarch since his release from prison, gathered quietly over time regarding the drug lord Frank Amick, who had initially conspired against him. Chapter 49, The Night in the Dark. The relational chart hanging on the wall spanned 2 meters in length and width, with red lines connecting photographs and names, each marked with annotations detailing their connections and brief biographies that sent a chill through Greer's core. The majority of individuals depicted were gang members and criminals constituting a drug trafficking syndicate, yet the remainder served as the protective umbrella for this network. New York State legislators, city council members, the NYPD, dock management personnel, all providing protection from the highest echelons to the grassroots. Every official, regardless of stature, who contributed to the smooth operation of this network, or could be of use, reaped financial rewards, with the amount varying according to their position and the extent of their contribution to the protective web. Those who dare to tear down this network would face severe repercussions. The greater the force applied, the harsher the backlash. Greer fully comprehended the magnitude of trouble he would encounter once he commenced dismantling this web. Disrupting their financial avenues was akin to slaying their kin, and those seeking revenge would not only include these drug lords, but also powerful entities like the NYPD. It was reminiscent of a tragic scene from Batman, The Dark Knight, where all officers endeavored to capture the fugitive the night of the night. Greer firmly believes that he too will soon earn such an honor, being relentlessly pursued by both the virtuous and the wicked alike. However, unlike Batman, Greer's motivations are not rooted in a desire to protect the unfamiliar city of New York. He lacks the noble character and the ideology that all humanity is one. Were it not for his extraordinary abilities, Greer would heed the Elder's advice and lead a mundane existence. Yet, endowed with powers far surpassing those of ordinary men, he is compelled to exact vengeance for the Elder. For the past month, the Elder has diligently guided him, and thus, he feels indebted to repay even the smallest kindness with a grand gesture. He resolves to fulfill the Elder's vendetta to honor this debt, allowing the Elder to rest in peace while simultaneously amassing points for himself. Having made his decision, Greer rises and surveys the firearms displayed on the wall. He opens a drawer, dons a pair of black leather gloves, and retrieves 2 handguns, an automatic rifle, a sniper rifle, and 6 grenades, before commencing the task of loading the corresponding ammunition into the magazines. His intention is to utilize the weapons provided by the Elder to eliminate those on the list, primarily for the sake of discretion. The firepower of the weapons typically wielded by Kamen riders is excessively potent. Employing them to confront mere mortals would be akin to using a ship's cutting machine to slaughter a chicken, creating an uproar he wishes to avoid. He has no desire for the S-H-I-E-L-D to come knocking at his door, as evading them is already a challenge. The sword, too, presents its own limitations. Its range is insufficient, and he is no ace, devoid of a penchant for dismemberment. Nor does he wish to earn the moniker of a dismemberment fanatic. He attaches the silencer to the muzzle, fills the magazines, slings the sniper rifle across his back, hangs the assault rifle in front of him, and secures the handguns in holsters at his sides, while stowing the grenades in a waist pack he intends to wear. Next, Greer retrieves a voluminous black cloak with a hood, wrapping himself tightly within its folds, and dons a half-mast helmet reminiscent of Batman. Before raising his left arm to produce the Decade card, inserting it into the Decade driver, transforming him into Kamen Rider Decade. He switches off the lights in the chamber, steps into the pitch-black living room, where the city outside is aglow with lights as dusk settles in. From his vantage point on the 14th floor, he can see far and wide, as countless homes illuminate their windows, while few concern themselves with the darkness concealing myriad evils. The dark New York, I have arrived, Greer murmurs, pulling open the living room window and leaping into the abyss. The dim glow of the streetlights along the winding path of the park apartment cast shadows, and the sheltering trees create a blanket of darkness beyond a certain distance. Clad in his black and white armor, he becomes a natural shroud, allowing him to descend silently and gracefully, like a cat, onto the ground littered with fallen leaves, bending his legs to absorb the impact. As he stands, the Decade armor vanishes without a trace. A driverless motorcycle glided along the desolate road, halting beside Greer as he stepped onto the street. With a swift motion, Greer swung his leg over the bike and twisted the throttle, propelling himself forward at an astonishing speed. The wind whipped through his black cloak, creating a haunting symphony, and in no time, he vanished into the flow of traffic. The demise of Big Daddy was undoubtedly linked to that so-called informant. Greer's first target was him. Utilizing a Viper phone to infiltrate the telecommunications company, he could pinpoint the informant's location unless the phone was powered off and disconnected from the base station signals, as the strength of signals from 3 towers would reveal his whereabouts. The streets were nearly deserted at 11 o'clock at night, with Greer weaving through the sparsely populated thoroughfare on his motorcycle. Once he confirmed the area was clear, he released his grip with his left hand, and a card flew into his palm, which he swiftly inserted into the driver's device at his waist. In an instant, his black cloak was replaced by Dragon Knight armor, and as he completed his transformation, the motorcycle made a sharp turn to the left, crashing through the storefront window, with both man and machine disappearing into the glass. On the 15th floor of a nearby building, 5 or 6 men and women lay sprawled across the filthy floor, sofas, and tables, surrounded by empty bottles, discarded clothing, and numerous used syringes, clearly a gathering of drug addicts in a state of disarray. One particularly disheveled individual, likely in his 40s, staggered to his feet, naked and swaying as he made his way toward the bathroom. as he reached the living room without turning on the lights. He was startled by someone leaping through the window, momentarily frozen, blinking and shaking his head in disbelief. Greer seized the man by the neck with his right hand and delivered a swift blow to his head, rendering him unconscious. He hoisted the limp body through the window and leaped, grasping the fire escape ladder on the 18th floor with one hand. Using the momentum, he propelled himself upward until he reached the rooftop, where he unceremoniously discarded the traitor onto the ground. Chapter 50, Interrogation. The autumn chill and the icy surface jolted the bare man awake, instinctively wrapping his arms around himself in a futile attempt to find warmth. Before he could comprehend his predicament, Greer, clad in Dragon Knight armor, seized the man's right leg and yanked him off the ground, flinging him outward. The force of the throw caused his forehead to collide violently with the hard wall, nearly knocking him unconscious as blood streamed from a gash, trailing toward his scalp. In his precarious position, hanging headfirst from the building, he found himself unable to bend his body, forced to strain his neck upward to avoid glancing down. Suspended 100 meters above ground, held by his leg, and dangling headfirst outside the building, the terror surpassed that of bungee jumping. At least bungee jumping had a safety cord, but here, if his captor released him, he would plummet to his demise. Overwhelmed by sheer terror, the man cried out in desperation, losing control and wetting himself, the warm liquid cascading down his legs. Yet, he paid no heed to the shame, straining to turn his head to discern the identity of his tormentor. Above him loomed a vague silhouette, glimmering with the silvery sheen of moonlight, while two crimson lights, fragmented and pulsating, adorned its head, obscuring any clear vision of the figure. Despite the mask concealing the stranger's face, the instinct for survival compelled the man to plead. "What do you want? I can give you anything. The money is in the safe in my room. I can open it for you. I also have cards in my pocket. The password is..." Before he could finish, Grell loosened his grip slightly, allowing the man to slide down a bit before tightening his hold once more. The sensation of falling sent the man into a fit of panic. Tears and snot streaming down his face as he cried, "What do you want from me? I'll give you anything." Yet, his pitiful demeanor only fueled Grell's wrath. Did he ever consider the fate of those he betrayed when he sold out his own father? Leaning closer, Grell's voice dropped to a menacing whisper. "Where's Parker Robbins?" "What?" Grell repeated his question, and the man, trembling from the cold and fear, stuttered, "I don't know. I've never heard that name. I can give you money." "Oh, is that so? You claim ignorance?" Grell retorted as he released his grip on the man's ankle, causing him to plummet, a piercing scream escaping his lips as he experienced the chilling rush of falling. Just as he descended a meter, Grell bent down to grasp his ankle once more, lifting him back up, with the man's cries echoing in the air. Grell's devilish voice once again reached his ears. "But you once told someone you knew where Parker Robbins was, and then you betrayed him. Do you recall that? If not, I can help you remember." Grell's words triggered a memory in the man, recalling an encounter from the previous week with an officer he had not seen in ages. Inquiring about Parker Robbins, he had once profited from selling information about underworld figures, but that officer was no longer in the force. He had taken the money and promptly sold the officer out, pocketing a tidy sum. Afterward, he had dismissed the incident from his mind, indulging in a carefree spending spree and hosting gatherings at home. Now, with blood rushing to his head and Grell's words echoing ominously, anxiety gnawed at him. Could it be that the retired cop had come back for revenge? Seeing the man fall silent, Grell once again loosened his grip, allowing him to slide down slowly, inch by inch. The dread of this gradual descent, uncertain of when he would be cast aside to meet a gruesome end, proved far more harrowing than the prospect of immediate death. The individual once again erupted into a panic-stricken wail, desperately clutching the wall, allowing the coarse cement to tear at his fingers, unwilling to let go. The terror of death compelled him to spill forth his confessions like beans from a bamboo tube. "I'll tell you everything, just don't let go." He hastily continued, "I don't know. I truly don't know. I'm merely a petty thug. He's the notorious Red Hood of Brooklyn's gang. How could I possibly know his whereabouts?" Before he could finish his defense, Greer growled in a low voice, "But you claimed to know. You told him you knew where he was." The man hurriedly replied, "I merely wanted to deceive him for some quick cash. I didn't mean it. And what else?" Greer's voice grew increasingly ominous as he slowly loosened his grip, causing the man's legs to slip further from his grasp. The biting wind at such a height, coupled with the blood rushing to his head, rendered him more uncomfortable than death itself, sending tremors through his entire body until his skin began to turn purple. "I swear," the man stammered, his teeth chattering. "I sold information about the Red Hood to a retired cop named Nishandy Jess. That's all I know. I'm telling the truth, I swear." "Where can I find Nishandy Jess?" "In Building 9, Apartment 04 on the 3rd floor at 1st Avenue and 116th Street in East Harlem." "Is that true?" "Yes, yes." The man nodded frantically, as if fearing his words were insufficient. He quickly added, That's all I know. I even have money. I can give it to you. I do not want your money. I seek your redemption, Greer declared, abruptly pulling the man back from the precipice. Taking a step forward onto a patch of water on the rooftop, causing both to vanish into the watery depths. Minutes later, the building manager, drawn by the cries from the rooftop, ascended to investigate, shining a flashlight around only to find emptiness before departing. After merely a dozen seconds in the puddle, Greer burst forth on his motorcycle from a shop window 2 streets away, speeding down the vacant street. As for the informant, he vanished without a trace the moment he entered the mirrored world, which rejected all material existence. There could be no better means of erasing evidence. Chapter 51. The Invisible Assailant. According to the theory of 6 degrees of separation, one is never more than 6 individuals away from any stranger. Greer was fortunate, learning of Parker Robin's location through just 3 intermediaries. The informant who sold out the old man revealed that he was a peripheral member of Brooklyn's Red Hood gang, who then disclosed the name of someone who could lead to Parker Robbins. From the third person, Greer learned that Robbins would be at the docks tonight to pick up a shipment. Suspended outside the towering edifice, swaying like a pendulum in the biting wind, loyalty, already a fragile thing, was instantly cast aside. In such precarious circumstances, he felt compelled to speak freely, fearing that if he did not divulge enough, this enigmatic figure might let him plummet to his doom. After listening to their words, Greer thoughtfully took care of the disloyal subordinates of the boss. He then rode his motorcycle along Highway 278, heading towards an indoor sports arena constructed on reclaimed land at the intersection of Highway 278 and Pineapple Street. Were it not for the revelations of an insider, Greer would never have surmised that this location served as a trading point. Sellers would arrive via small boats from large vessels on the East River, docking at this riverside arena with its secretive access codes to conduct transactions. The area was surrounded by water, allowing any unexpected incidents to swiftly dispose of evidence by submerging illicit substances. Adjacent to the venue were both the highway and the river, providing convenient escape routes. Additionally, the indoor basketball court was equipped with a roof, mitigating concerns about aerial surveillance. Consequently, Parker Robbins deemed this a crucial trading hub, where only significant quantities of narcotics would be exchanged. Those permitted to participate in the transactions were trusted individuals, one of whom was the third party Greer had cast into the mirror world. Greer did not charge directly towards the arena. Instead, at a considerable distance, he transformed into Kamen rider Ryuki, racing into the expansive indoor venue of over 1,000 square meters on his mirror motorcycle. The arena was flanked by water on 3 sides, and numerous glass windows adorned the interior, granting the Ryuki armor a distinct advantage. Through the glass, one could clearly observe the outside world, while the heavy doors were secured with 2 iron locks. Armed guards were stationed at each corner of the surrounding walls, vigilantly monitoring the area with infrared binoculars, while lookout posts were established atop nearby buildings. The scale of this operation suggested a significant transaction, confirming that the intelligence regarding Parker Robbins' presence here was accurate. Thus, Greer refrained from hasty actions, instead meticulously surveying the venue within the mirror world, familiarizing himself with the terrain and noting the positions of every individual. In a modest changing room adorned with a VIP sign, Greer emerged from the mirror, reverting to his original form and placing his weaponry on the ground. He opted against using Dead's firearm, as its destructive power was excessive. Instead, he chose standard firearms that would not attract undue attention from law enforcement. After all, in this city, gunfire was a daily occurrence, and a few extra shots would hardly raise eyebrows. The iron gate slowly creaked open, allowing several black cars to enter in succession before the gate was locked once more. A dozen burly men in black suits disembarked, each with bulging waistlines and a few brandishing automatic rifles, indicating their semi-militarized status. Finally, a middle-aged man clad in a blue, form-fitting tracksuit emerged, underneath which was a red-hooded garment. He bore 2 holsters at his sides, each housing a silver handgun, yet his feet were shod in worn-out boots, creating an ensemble reminiscent of someone hailing from a transitional urban area. However, the surrounding subordinates dared not utter a sound, reverently guarding this seemingly ordinary middle-aged man as they proceeded towards the west. That room concealed a hidden door leading to an underground chamber, where a clandestine passageway connected to the East River, resembling a dock, allowed vessels to navigate directly into this room. Once the iron door was secured, the anxious subordinates heightened their vigilance, wary of any unwelcome intruders who might disrupt this crucial transaction. Near the eastern wall by the parked vehicles, one individual, oblivious to the looming threat, was peering through binoculars at the water surface. Unbeknownst to him, an arm emerged from behind a car window, swiftly covering his mouth and pulling him backward. Completely unprepared, he was yanked away before he could even muster a struggle, vanishing into the depths of the vehicle. The binoculars clattered to the ground with a soft thud, prompting a nearby onlooker to turn his head, only to find the spot vacated. How audacious of this fellow to abandon his post when the boss was present. Is he courting death? This person muttered in frustration, but before he could fully turn around, he caught a glimpse of a shadow reflected in the glass of the parked vehicle. His brain barely registered the danger when the silhouette lunged through the window, one hand clamping over his mouth while the other gripped his neck, pinning him against the wall. A sudden wave of agony surged through his throat, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of suffocation. His desperate struggles only intensified the feeling of asphyxiation, leading him to lose consciousness in mere moments. Greer, seizing the unfortunate soul, strode towards the car and plunged once more into the mirrored realm. The over 100-pound body he carried vanished instantly upon entering this spectral world, akin to a feather falling into a sea of flames, disappearing without a trace, leaving not even ash behind. As time passed, subordinates near the glass or reflective surfaces continued to vanish one by one. Greer's speed was astonishing, complemented by his formidable strength and the element of surprise. Each of his actions was executed with precision, covering mouths, constricting throats, rendering them voiceless before casting them into the mirror world. A process that took no more than 2 or 3 seconds in total. However, as the number of the missing grew, so did the likelihood of discovery. After the 6th individual was eliminated, someone finally noticed the absence of several posts, promptly raising the alarm. The previously tranquil courtyard erupted into chaos, flashlights flickering wildly and footsteps scattering, as they searched for both the assailant and the vanished amidst the artificial landscape filled with exercise equipment and partition rooms. Chapter 52. The Slaughter. Armed with a sniper rifle slung across his back, a rifle hung before him, and 2 handguns clutched in his hands, he appeared every bit the rogue, a far cry from the heroic visage of a masked rider, utterly defiling that noble image. However, Greer was indifferent to appearances. His sole focus was on the act of killing. With both handguns loaded, he detected footsteps echoing down the corridor on either side. He advanced and forcefully kicked open the door, striding out with commanding presence. Even before fully emerging, his arms extended outward, guns aimed at the dimly lit hallways. In a fleeting moment he stepped outside, his fingers curled around the triggers, and the muffled sound of suppressed gunfire ensued. 2 bullets whirled through the air, releasing piercing shrieks as they accurately struck the heads of 2 individuals, puncturing their sturdy skulls. The force of the bullets sent both men tumbling backward, crashing heavily onto the marble floor as crimson and white fluids began to flow slowly from the minuscule holes, life extinguished. Greer cast not a glance at the lifeless bodies as he stepped over them, continuing onward. In just over a month since arriving in this world, he had transformed from a sheltered recluse who had never harmed a chicken into a cold-blooded warrior, capable of killing without a flicker of hesitation. Is it true that one becomes accustomed to what they do repeatedly? After all, the act of killing had become second nature to him. Once fearful of darkness and ghosts, he now scoffed at the notion. Should a ghost appear, he would not hesitate to eliminate it. Greer exhibited no intent to conceal himself, boldly traversing the shadowy indoor arena. Spotting a beam of flashlight in his line of sight, he raised his weapon and fired, followed by the sound of a body hitting the ground and the flashlight rolling across the floor. This asymmetrical battle was fated from the outset. Despite the presence of 20 or 30 gang members, their firearms could not penetrate the Dragon Knight armor that clad Greer. Conversely, Greer, donned in his Dragon Knight armor, was impeccable in his marksmanship. Once the ammunition in both handguns was expended, he casually discarded them into a shattered glass door, the shards reflecting a distorted reality. He yanked down a rifle, firing with one hand while the other hurled 2 grenades towards the gang members hiding behind vehicles. The thunderous explosions drowned out the sound of gunfire, and the flames that erupted could be seen from a considerable distance. The vehicles parked in the yard were first riddled with bullet holes and then reduced to scrap metal by Greer's grenades. The cacophony of shattering glass and mirrors reverberated through the air. The 8 or 9 gang members who had taken cover behind the cars lay sprawled across the ground, some dead on the spot, while others were grievously injured, wailing in agony. With a force of 500 kilograms, Greer effortlessly tossed the grenades, each one landing precisely behind the cover of the gang members, each explosion accompanied by screams of terror and despair. After 5 detonations, the yard fell silent. No more gunfire rang out, and aside from Greer, all others lay peacefully on the ground. The area was littered with shattered glass and bullet casings, while several cars blazed fiercely, illuminating the scene like torches, casting light upon the fallen. The warm blood flowed freely through the cracks in the tiled floor, saturating the courtyard with a metallic scent, and scattered remnants of flesh from the explosion littered the exercise equipment, transforming the space into a veritable slaughterhouse rather than a venue for youthful vigor and sweat. A lookout, peering through binoculars, was relaying information via a walkie-talkie when Greer, with his sniper rifle poised, caught his gaze. Their eyes met in a moment of silent acknowledgement, a sniper confronting another sniper. Through the eightfold scope, Greer discerned a flicker of surprise on the man's face, perhaps due to Greer's Dragon Knight armor or the sniper rifle he wielded. With a voice laced with mirth, Greer murmured, "I see you." He then tightened his finger around the trigger, and with a resounding crack, even clad in Imperial Knight armor, Greer felt a slight jolt as he steadied the rifle. A long bullet erupted from the muzzle, streaking through the air like a meteor. In the next instant, the man's head burst apart, reminiscent of a watermelon struck by a hammer. Greer swiftly redirected his weapon toward another lookout on a distant building, pulling the trigger again. In a mere 10 seconds, he had eliminated all the sentinels after depleting 7 rounds from his magazine. Discarding 2 acquired handguns into the raging inferno of a burning car wreck, Greer advanced toward the concealed docking room below. Only 5 minutes had elapsed since he had kicked down the door, and over 30 menacing gangsters lay slain at Greer's hands. What irked Greer was that the points earned from dispatching these gang members, combined with his previous total of 175, amounted to a mere 1121, paltry compared to the Frost Giant. The transaction below had scarcely begun before chaos erupted above, with gunfire and grenades instilling fear into the hearts of these shadowy figures, who exchanged wary glances, suspecting each other of drawing the attention of the authorities. Boxes of invaluable white powder were tossed into the water, even the containers washed clean. While his subordinates engaged in this frantic endeavor, the red-hooded leader, Parker Robbins, stood silently, donning his hood and casting a grim gaze over everyone present. Several of his men attempted to communicate with the ground via walkie-talkie to ascertain the unfolding situation, but all they heard were gunshots, explosions, cries, and groans. After the final 7 heavy gunshots drowned out all other sounds, silence enveloped the scene, indicating that all evidence had been obliterated. Chapter 53. Beware of Grenades. The seller from South America displayed immense fury, muttering incomprehensible words that, judging by his tone, were likely curses. One could only imagine the frustration of witnessing such a vast quantity of goods discarded into the river, an extravagant waste of currency. Muttering under his breath, he summoned his subordinates, preparing to depart on the speedboat that had brought him here. Yet, after taking but a few steps, Parker Robbins turned his head, his voice hoarse as he remarked, "Why the haste to leave? The sirens are barely audible. It seems someone has come to disrupt our affairs." What did you say?" The seller, visibly distressed, glanced vacantly at the empty crate and the surface of the water devoid of any trace of white powder, and erupted in fury. "Why didn't you mention this earlier? You tell me the goods have been thrown into the water only now? Are you a fool?" To him, it mattered little to whom he sold, as long as he received payment. The perilous journey from South America was not undertaken merely to listen to splashes. Yet, now, before he could even unload the cargo, it had been tossed into the depths, jeopardizing his payment. How could he not be enraged? "Fear not, my friend. You have come a long way and shall not return empty-handed. Your money is assured," Parker Robbins said, forcing a smile and adopting a gentle tone. "This is our first transaction, and to have it disrupted is truly disheartening. Allow me to capture these uninvited guests and ascertain who sent them, so you may judge whether I possess the strength to be your sole partner in this venture." As Parker spoke, 5 of his men remained behind him while the other 10 brandished automatic rifles, advancing toward the stairway and the water's edge, preparing to approach from both directions. Among them, only 3 made their way up the stairs, their purpose being to divert the enemy's attention, allowing the remaining 7 to ascend the embankment and launch a surprise attack. The foremost individual on the staircase had already disengaged the safety on his automatic rifle, the muzzle pointed forward, poised to fire at a moment's notice. The light from the overhead fixtures cast a shadow of the first man upon the 2 behind him, obscuring their view. "Grenade!" the leader screamed, his voice a piercing wail as he turned to flee, seeking distance from the impending threat. Yet, as he spun around, 2 grenades hurled his way swiftly caught up, detonating overhead with a thunderous roar. In the aftermath of the explosion, the once pristine white walls were splattered with vivid red, littered with remnants of flesh and bone, metal shards and debris. The 3 bodies, utterly mangled, lay scattered, a sight so gruesome that it would surely drive those with weaker constitutions into madness. Below, in the small dock, the 7 men began to ascend the ladder when a deafening boom resonated from the stairwell, followed by a torrent of smoke billowing forth. The acrid scent of gunpowder mingled with the nauseating odor of blood, leaving little doubt about the fate of the 3 individuals. Everyone hastily raised their weapons, aiming at the still-smoking stairway, seeking cover. Meanwhile, the South American seller, crouched low and shielded by 7 or 8 of his subordinates, dashed toward the speedboat, realizing that while money could be earned again, losing his life would render everything futile. Above, Greer tossed a grenade through the iron gate and turned towards the riverbank on the west side, casually picking up a brick and tossing it in his hand. As he reached the riverside, a figure emerged, only to be met by the shadow of Greer standing beside the embankment. without affording the man a moment's clarity. Greer seized him by the neck with his left hand and pulled him up, while his right hand followed suit, bringing the brick down forcefully upon the man's head. A dull thud echoed as the brick shattered, warm blood streaming down in the aftermath. The man had no chance to utter a sound, as Greer rendered him unconscious and cast him aside, seizing the automatic rifle from his grip and yanking it free, breaking the strap and claiming the weapon as his own. As more figures approached, Greer mused on the irony of their plight, likening it to the tale of the truly a choice befitting the astute. He aimed the rifle over the embankment and pulled the trigger, flames erupting from the muzzle. The sound of gunfire rang out, echoing in the air. The 5 individuals below, preparing to ascend, hastily retreated into the dock, daring not to show their heads for fear of a bullet. They could only extend their own firearms upwards, firing blindly. Their bullets soaring like shooting stars, creating a cacophony of chaos, a vivid demonstration of the art of chance shooting. Meanwhile, beneath the water, the South American seller and his subordinates had boarded a speedboat, indifferent to Parker Robins' pleas. In his words, "This is your conflict. I shall not meddle." As the South American seller and Parker Robins engaged in a futile exchange, a shadow emerged from the depths, propelling itself swiftly toward the speedboat. It was Greer, clad in dead armor, armed with a rifle, and gripping 2 grenades with safety pins removed. When Greer was 3 meters from the speedboat, he released his thumb, allowing the safety lever to fly off. After a brief pause, he thrust his arm above the water's surface, hurling the grenades into the vessel. The thunderous explosions followed, boom, boom. The flames erupted brilliantly in the dock, the confined space amplifying the devastation wrought by the grenades, obliterating the speedboat and all aboard. Shrapnel scattered, igniting a chorus of screams as Parker Robins' men suffered grievous losses, even Robins himself being toppled by the force of the blast. Chapter 54. The Hidden Mutant? Seizing the opportunity, Greer grasped the cemented bank with his left hand and pulled himself up with sudden force, utilizing the recoil to leap from the water. In the same motion, he drew his rifle, aiming around him. However, this vigilance proved largely futile. After the grenade explosions, there were no standing figures left. The compact dock, scarcely 100 square meters, was decimated by a single grenade, let alone 2. Even in areas spared from shrapnel, the shockwave alone was sufficient to claim lives. Thus, when Greer emerged from the water, drenched, he had not fired a single shot. He stood alone amidst the fallen. The remnants of a shattered speedboat emerged from the water, engulfed in flames that ignited the oil slicks on the surface, becoming the sole source of illumination after the bulb was shattered. The flickering flames cast eerie reflections on Greer's Imperial Knight armor, yet failed to produce any glimmer. The room was filled only with the faint sound of Greer's soft footfalls and the anguished cries of the severely wounded. As Greer reloaded his weapon, an explosion sent Parker Robins, who lay on the ground, flying and unleashing a primal roar of pure rage. While a seller might be contacted again, what could be done if one were to perish? Would he resort to deals in hell? Without the goods from this South American supplier, he would remain at the mercy of others for supplies, igniting his fury. Upon hearing the roar, Greer swiftly turned, aiming his gun towards the source of the sound, and beheld a figure rising from the ground. Despite the dead armor possessing formidable night vision, Greer found it oddly difficult to discern the features of the individual, with the only clarity being the 2 glowing red points in their eyes, reminiscent of a ravenous wolf in the night. There was no dramatic exchange akin to a television drama, such as "Who are you?" Instead, Greer fired without hesitation, prioritizing elimination over inquiry. A barrage of bullets erupted from his firearm, hurtling towards Parker Robins at a velocity of 600 to 700 meters per second, mere meters away. In an astonishing twist of fate, Robins evaded the onslaught, causing the bullets to ricochet harmlessly off the wall, raising a cloud of dust. With his ancient boots, Robins moved with remarkable agility, leaving a trail of afterimages as he lunged towards Greer. He bellowed in furious defiance, his clenched fists swirling with tendrils of gray mist, delivering a devastating strike aimed at Greer's chest. As Robins charged with a ghostly swiftness, Greer ceased firing, wielding his firearm as a bludgeon to strike Robins. They collided almost simultaneously. Robins' fist crashed into Greer's chest with a muffled thud, the immense force propelling Greer backward, forcing him to retreat 3 or 4 steps before regaining his balance. Conversely, Greer's swinging rifle shattered upon impact with Robins' shoulder, disintegrating into myriad fragments, a testament to the strength he exerted. Such force, even against a brick wall, could have created a gaping hole. Yet upon striking Robins, it merely caused him to stagger to the right and slide back 3 or 4 meters, before rising as if unscathed. What formidable strength! Is this creature made of iron? Greer, having retreated several steps, gazed in astonishment at Robins, who was rising from the ground. Not only had he been pushed back, but the rifle had shattered against his arm, and yet his shoulder bore no apparent injury. after being struck and sent flying by Greer's rifle, but Parker Robbins sprang back to his feet like a coiled spring. However, this time he refrained from rushing forward, his crimson-tinged eyes fixated intently on Greer, as if attempting to discern the identity of the person concealed behind a mask. With a voice that bore a hint of hoarseness, Parker Robbins proposed, "With such formidable power at your disposal, why remain subservient? Join me, and together we shall dominate New York, reigning as the sovereigns of the underground, far superior to being mere pawns." Greer, however, had no inclination to engage in a protracted verbal exchange. Before Parker could finish his words, Greer hurled the twisted remnants of his rifle as a makeshift projectile and charged forward, intent on swiftly eliminating this adversary before making his escape. The scene was rife with explosions, gunfire, and flames. Unless one were blind, it was inconceivable that no one would witness the chaos. The blaring of police sirens was imminent, and the prudent course was to resolve matters and depart. Upon Greer's projectile being launched, Parker ceased his prattling, evading the makeshift weapon with an extraordinary reaction time as he stepped to the left. Just as he regained his footing, Greer was upon him, his right fist imbued with the force to shatter stone, aimed directly at Parker's abdomen. At that moment, Parker Robbins inexplicably vanished from Greer's line of sight, leaving the punch to strike nothing but the surrounding air. Greer, taken aback, turned his gaze to scan the vicinity, searching for the whereabouts of the figure in the red hood. He had clearly observed this person suddenly disappear, akin to an act of invisibility. Invisibility? A thought sparked in Greer's mind, leading him to consider mutants or Inhumans, two renowned races within the Marvel Universe endowed with extraordinary abilities. After encountering only ordinary individuals for over a month, he had nearly forgotten that such gifted beings existed in this world. This revelation served as a reminder for Greer that he would undoubtedly encounter others with special powers in the future, necessitating utmost caution. Indeed, in this tense moment, Greer's thoughts began to meander, slipping into distractions about the existence of entities like the Avengers. Chapter 55. Unknown creatures. Despite his musings on mutants and Inhumans, Greer remained vigilant, diligently searching for Parker Robbins' presence, keenly attuned to the sounds within the room. Even if invisible, one could not traverse the ground without producing noise. Amidst the carnage of the dock, only the whispers of the wind and the crackling of burning debris filled the air, accompanied by the distant sound of ship's horn and the roar of car engines, all of which Greer diligently noted. Yet, he heard no footsteps. This absence of sound caused Greer to furrow his brow. Could it be that Parker remained stationary? Contemplating this, Greer raised his left arm, and a card flew into his hand. Before he could insert it into his waist-mounted driver, a sudden whoosh pierced the air behind him, prompting Greer to swiftly pivot, raising his leg to deliver a powerful kick toward the source of the noise. Although a series of actions flowed seamlessly, it was still too late. The moment a card flew from Greer's nightcar box's waist, the figure of Parker Robbins materialized behind him, both hands entwined with bolts of lightning-like energy that mercilessly struck Greer, who had only just turned 60 degrees. The explosion of electrical energy was far more powerful than that of a grenade, sending Greer hurtling through the air, tumbling 2 or 3 times before crashing onto a burning speedboat that was sinking, causing one end to rise sharply while Greer sank towards the depths of the water. Surrounding debris from 2 grenades was once again hurled aloft by the shockwave of the electrical explosion, striking the walls and falling into the water. Amidst this hurricane-like shockwave, Parker Robbins, his feet hovering 20 centimeters above the ground, slowly descended. The red hood had drifted out from his dark blue tracksuit, swaying up and down in the fierce wind. While the scene was undeniably surreal, Parker Robbins maintained an expression of calm, clearly accustomed to such chaos. His gaze fixed upon the rippling surface of the water, his face filled with anger and resentment as he gritted his teeth, muttering, "Damn it. Who is trying to sabotage this deal? When I find you, I will surely extract your soul." Before he could finish his words, a tremendous sound erupted from the water's surface, and a column of water shot up toward the ceiling, shattering upon impact and transforming into a cascade of droplets. Amidst the countless water beads, an individual clad in a form-fitting black leather suit adorned with dark golden metal plates leaped from the depths. This sight caused Parker Robbins' eyes to widen in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that his attack had proven so ineffective. He had concentrated the majority of his energy into that assault, enough to fell an elephant, but this peculiar armored figure emerged unscathed, capable of leaping so high from the water's formidable resistance, leaving him utterly astonished. Upon surfacing, Greer immediately assumed a knight's kick stance, charging rapidly towards Parker Robbins, who was merely 3 meters away. Yet, as before, Parker Robbins vanished once again, causing Greer's uncharged, gravity-powered kick to strike nothing but empty air, crashing against the concrete ground with a resounding thud. The previously cohesive concrete floor cracked into a myriad of fissures, with a large pit forming at the center, swallowing half of Greer's lower leg. As the force of the kick reverberated through the concrete, the invisible Parker Robbins reappeared behind Greer. This time, not only gathering energy in his fists, but also concentrating the gray mist swirling around his red hood into his punches, evidently preparing to unleash his full power. Such a tactic cannot be employed against me twice. Greer, seemingly well-prepared, swiftly pivoted at nearly double the speed of before, lowering his center of gravity as he crouched down. His tightly clenched right fist thrust forward to collide with the incoming punch from Parker Robbins. The impact produced a resounding crack. The force of their fists meeting caused Greer to slide back several dozen centimeters. Parker Robbins fared far worse. The immense force of 7 tons rendered his entire arm numb, as if his muscles, bones, blood vessels, and nerves had been pulverized. Had it not been for the protective layer of energy, his arm would have likely shattered like a balloon bursting. He was propelled backward like a struck baseball, crashing heavily into the wall, with a significant portion of his body embedded within it. Jagged fragments of brick mercilessly tore through his clothing and skin, plunging deep into his flesh, reducing both his spine and skin to a mere powder under the colossal pressure. After delivering that powerful punch, Greer swiftly extended his legs and arms, assuming a stance to gather energy. From the position of his feet, the symbol of Agito's head emerged on the ground, while the twin horns atop his head transformed into 6. He did not amass the energy to its fullest capacity. Instead, he gathered merely a fraction before launching himself 2 meters into the air, gliding forward as if in a state of weightlessness. He landed a decisive kick squarely on Parker Robbins' chest, unleashing the accumulated energy in a torrent. In the next moment, Parker Robbins erupted, with the cement wall giving way to a gaping crater 3 meters deep. Countless fragments of stone and soil flew in all directions, crashing down into the water with a cacophony. The immense shockwave caused the docks, ceiling, and walls to fracture, creating numerous fissures of varying sizes. The deep pit in the wall where Greer's foot had landed caused large clumps of earth to collapse, burying tattered clothing and worn boots beneath the rubble. Glancing at his score, which had risen to 95, Greer noted that Parker Robbins had contributed an impressive 520 points, surpassing even the Frost Giant. Indeed, the greater the strength, the more experience gained. The entire dock appeared to sway precariously, prompting Greer to dash out in a couple of strides. He leaped up, not sparing a glance at the scattered corpses, and sprinted toward the exit. With a slight lift of his left hand, a card shot forth, which Greer caught and inserted into the decade driver. In an instant, the exclusive motorcycle of Dead appeared before him. He effortlessly mounted it and twisted the throttle, propelling himself forward at a speed of 100 meters per second, vanishing into the night. In the distance, flickering police lights became faintly visible. Amidst the collapsing dock, a tattered red hood and worn boots, buried in the earth, inexplicably emerged, soaring across the river to the opposite shore of Manhattan, where they were caught by a humanoid figure, its hands adorned with black, scaly skin. Chapter 56, The Demon Nisandi. The darkness of night enveloped the earth, rendering it pitch black, thus making the figure clad in black at the riverbank exceedingly inconspicuous. It was only upon closer proximity that one could discern him, as much of his body was covered in fish scale-like patches, resembling a creature of the deep. Clad in a thick, oversized black robe that obscured even the head, the figure could not entirely conceal the 3-toed, furry, broad foot that rested upon the ground, nor the slowly swaying dark purple tail. The hands, adorned with a red hood and black boots, bore 4 fingers, each tipped with long, rigid nails. Far from human, they bore a resemblance to the demons of legend. From the palms of this being emanated a vast cloud of dark mist, which within mere seconds inflated the flat red hood and tattered boots to a bulging state, as if carelessly discarded like refuse. The mist billowed forth from the hood and boots, converging towards the center, and in the blink of an eye, coalesced into a vague human silhouette that settled upon the grass-laden ground. Subsequently, the demonic figure uttered a series of incomprehensible notes, causing the mist to gradually dissipate, revealing a perfect likeness of Parker Robbins. Upon the final note's release, Parker, clad solely in the red hood and boots, abruptly opened his eyes, springing from the ground with the agility of fish. Unconcerned by his nakedness, he hastily grasped the red hood that cascaded down to his waist, only to discover that not a single gray thread remained at the entrance, causing his countenance to pale, transforming his expression into one of dismay. After a prolonged moment, he managed to suppress his anger. He then bowed deeply to the demon, who faced the river and spoke with utmost reverence. "I am profoundly grateful for your rescue, Lord Nisandi." The demon, standing by the riverbank and named Nisandi, broke into a grin. "How have you met your demise again? With such a state, how can I rest easy? That rascal Mephisto sought a contractor just days ago to seize souls from his place. Should you fail to surpass him, do not blame me for seeking a new contractor." Nisandi's words sent a shiver of dread through Parker, compelling him to declare with fervor, "Rest assured, Lord Nisandi. I shall deliver many high-quality souls to you. I will not let you down." "That is reassuring," Nisandi replied. "Remember, all that you possess is bestowed by me. Without my favor, you are but a destitute wretch. The more souls you provide, the greater the power I shall grant you. Do not disappoint me." Nisandi raised his right hand, the long, hard claws gesturing imperiously at the dutifully bowed Parker, making him lower his head even further. Fearful of inciting any discontent in Nisandi that might strip him of his power, a chill breeze laden with the scent of the tide swept across the river, causing Parker to break out in goosebumps. Despite shivering uncontrollably, he dared not move. After a considerable time, he cautiously raised his gaze, only to find the space before him utterly vacant. Nisandi had vanished without a trace. This revelation allowed Parker to exhale a sigh of relief. Each encounter with this demon was a monumental strain. Just months prior, he had been a destitute lowlife, engaging in petty thievery. One fateful day, while pilfering from a warehouse, he discovered it barren, save for a series of lit white candles arranged in an enigmatic pattern. In the midst, there lay a crimson cloak and old boots. With a resolve not to leave empty-handed, he took these items, unwittingly invoking the demon Nisandi. As a prize for disrupting the summoning ritual, Nisandi demanded that Parker Robbins procure souls for him, or else face the extraction of his own soul. Initially compelled, Parker soon discovered that upon offering souls as sacrifices, the cloak and boots bestowed upon him extraordinary strength, enabling him to confront multiple adversaries without fear. This transformation from reluctance to a fervent desire for power led Parker to become inseparable from these artifacts. He shunned the idea of returning to a mundane existence, aspiring instead to elevate himself above others. Tonight's endeavor was a crucial step in his ascension, as he sought to acquire goods from South America, liberating himself from dependency on suppliers, while also amassing wealth, recruiting followers, and acquiring more formidable weapons. However, before the transaction could commence, an uninvited guest intruded, ruthlessly decimating his subordinates and ultimately claiming Parker himself. Thus, the tenuous connection to South America was severed, its restoration promising to be exponentially more challenging. Yet, as long as he lived, he believed everything could be restarted anew. With this mindset, Parker ventured onto the highway, shivering from the cold despite his bare skin, yet burning with fervor as he plotted how to deliver a bounty of souls to Nisandi, in a bid to retain his status as a contractor and the accompanying power. Resolute, he approached a car parked by the roadside, shattering its glass with a single punch. Amidst the blaring alarm, he leapt through the window, dismantled the lock, and ignited the ignition with a few deft maneuvers, driving off into the night. Meanwhile, on the Atlantic, Nisandi did not exhibit his usual haughty demeanor as he sped across the water, frequently glancing back as though pursued by some dreadful entity. In a fleeting moment, a golden ring of fire materialized abruptly on the dark sea, glaringly bright against the abyss. The next instant, a figure clad in a brown robe leapt from within, wielding a golden lasso that ensnared Nishandi's right arm. A powerful tug sent the demon tumbling into the water. In the following moment, identical rings of fire emerged from all 7 directions, with 7 figures, all draped in the same brown robes and bearing the same stature, springing forth. They brandished their lassos, binding Nishandi's limbs and torso, effectively rendering him immobile. Chapter 57, The Worst Week. Despite being thoroughly restrained, the demon Nishandi exhibited no signs of distress. Instead, he leisurely surveyed his surroundings and addressed the robed figures standing upon the water surface, stating, "Truly, you are the supreme mage. It seems I have been discovered within mere moments of my arrival. Pray tell, how do you intend to deal with me? Will you obliterate me with your unparalleled power? However, this requires you to return to the realm of darkness once more." With a teasing tone, Nisandi observed as 8 individuals simultaneously raised their heads. Under the moonlight, one could faintly discern the 8 identical faces obscured by their hoods, as though they had been meticulously copied and pasted. Their youthful visages, seemingly no older than 20, were further accentuated by their bald heads and garb reminiscent of ascetic practitioners. In unison, the 8 figures tightened the energy whips in their grasp. The astonishingly resilient scales adorning Nisandi's exterior seemed as fragile as tofu against these energy whips, tearing effortlessly and allowing the whips to penetrate deep into his flesh, releasing a scent reminiscent of charred meat, evoking the gruesome imagery of dismemberment. Yet, Nisandi appeared impervious to the pain, erupting into laughter and casually swaying his tail. Unfazed as he remarked, "Is that so? What significance does eliminating this projection hold? I can summon another at any moment. If you possess the courage, venture into the realm of darkness. My true form awaits your esteemed presence." In response to Nisandi's provocative words, the surrounding 8 remained silent, merely tightening their energy whips to restrain him. Above, another portal materialized, and an individual clad in a similar brown robe, yet without a hood, leapt forth. With hand clasped, he summoned a complex array of magic, composed of hundreds of intertwining lines. Nisandi, undaunted, proclaimed, "From the moment you began to wield dark energy, Earth's fate was sealed. An increasing number of demons will discover this planet and seek sustenance. With every invocation of dark energy, the rift between the dark dimension and Earth widens." Before he could finish his statement, the magical array transformed into a bolt of crimson lightning, Bostath as thunder, striking Nisandi with devastating force, reducing this projection to ashes, rendering it utterly non-existent. Subsequently, the surrounding projections vanished one after another, leaving only the Supreme Mage, Ancient One, above. The dark web-like pattern on her brow had faded from sight. Without casting a glance at the tumultuous sea below, she turned and stepped into the portal, disappearing, leaving behind the roaring waves that echoed the unrest of the moment. This unease was not confined to the ocean. In the depths of night, the already resting director of S.H.I.L.D., Nick Fury, was roused by an urgent call concerning a crisis. The large screen embedded in the wall displayed a man in his 30s, clad in a coarse work uniform emblazoned with the words Pingo Do. In a hurried tone, he reported, "Director, we have a situation. 10 minutes ago, the military sealed off the factory, and a minute ago, gunfire erupted inside. They're certainly attempting to apprehend the target." What? Nick Fury's already dark expression deepened further, as the screen displayed surveillance footage from within the factory, revealing armed soldiers cautiously navigating through the facility, which was cluttered with various mechanical equipment. In the next moment, two soldiers unexpectedly soared into the air on one of the surveillance screens, crashing against mechanical equipment and shattering a soda bottle, causing a cascade of colorful soda to flow down like a gentle stream. Following this chaos, a large green figure swiftly darted across the screen, sending the steel machinery toppling and twisting, steel beams contorting like pretzels before snapping, as fragile as tofu. The factory, once orderly, instantaneously devolved into disarray. Without needing further observation, Nick Fury understood that the worst had transpired. Furrowing his brow, he inhaled deeply, suppressing the fury within, and spoke in a composed tone. "Do not reveal your identities. Monitor the situation inside and report any developments immediately." "Yes, sir." The brief communication concluded in 10 seconds, yet Nick Fury found himself devoid of any sleepiness. He sat on the sofa, downing a cup of coffee in one gulp, then emphatically placing the cup on the table. He was overwhelmed with the urge to curse. The military personnel were nothing short of foolish swine. He was desperately trying to conceal the truth. While General Ross and his ilk seemed intent on broadcasting the existence of the Hulk to the world, making grand attempts to capture him. This had been the case 5 years ago, and now it was no different, yet he found himself powerless, able only to voice his concerns. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D. is an espionage organization, prohibited from exerting influence within the military. Otherwise, with such a vast organization holding immense intelligence and military power, no one would find peace in slumber. After a prolonged moment on the sofa, Nick Fury regained his composure and called out to the empty, dimly lit room. "Contact Phil Coulson." The wall automatically displayed Coulson's number, and within 3 seconds, the call connected. Coulson, bundled up like a mummy, stood inside a tent, exhaling frosty breath, evidently in an extremely cold location. "Coulson, how are things on your end?" At last, hearing a piece of good news brought a hint of a smile to Nick Fury's face. "Find him as soon as possible. A team requires a core, and a disorganized group cannot achieve anything." "I will, sir." After ending the communication, Nick Fury let out a sigh of relief. This week had been filled with bad news. Stark's unconventional announcement of his identity as Iron Man overshadowed the mysterious Kamen rider, followed by the arrival of Thor, another being from another realm. Just when he thought to enjoy a quiet weekend, he received word that the once docile Hulk was being pursued by the military. It had truly been a dreadful week. Yet, it wasn't entirely bleak. At least these individuals hinted at the formation of a team, which wasn't so terrible after all, was it? Nick Fury reassured himself as he made his way to the bedroom. Only with sufficient rest could he muster the energy to tackle the challenges ahead. Chapter 58. The Carnage at the Dock. As the ancients said, on a moonless night with a howling wind, it is a time for murder and arson. The obscure darkness of a night often conceals countless evils, various unsavory dealings taking place under its shroud, akin to a gathering of specters, forcing the virtuous to retreat. At a dock in Brooklyn, adjacent to the Atlantic, an array of vividly colored shipping containers tower like mountains, obscuring the starlight, moonlight, and searchlight beams, casting countless shadows. In the southeastern corner of this dock, numerous vessels are anchored, among which one small ship, measuring merely 20 to 30 meters in length, is bustling with activity as workers unload cargo. Nearby, Armed personnel vigilantly survey their surroundings from various heights atop the containers. Without approaching closely, one might easily overlook these figures lurking in the shadows. At the highest point, a figure armed with a sniper rifle crouches atop a container. Suddenly, he hears the faint sound of footsteps behind him. Before he can react, a powerful hand grips his neck. Twisting forcefully with a snap, silence envelopes the scene as he slumps lifelessly to the side. Clad in dead armor, Grell casually tosses the lifeless body aside and kneels on the container, aiming his sniper rifle at a figure standing on another container, and pulls the trigger. With a resounding bang, Grell's body trembles slightly, and a gaping hole appears in the chest of the target, sending the individual flying off the container, swallowed by darkness. The gunfire reverberates like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, stirring tumultuous waves. Both loaders and guards scramble toward the nearest cover, while several apparent leaders hurriedly dial phones, seemingly inquiring about the unfolding chaos. Were it not for the dead armor, even a stationary target would be a challenge to hit consistently. Yet, the formidable power and heightened senses bestowed by the armor transform Grell into a marksman of remarkable precision, capable of eliminating a foe with a single bullet. Rapidly emptying a magazine, Grell leaps to an adjacent container, shifting his position while discarding the spent magazine and reloading with a fully loaded one he had scavenged from the fallen opponent. As he exchanges magazines, Grell halts, continuing to fire downward. After shifting positions 4 times, he exhausts his ammunition. Shaking his tingling, fatigued arms, he rises and hurls his sniper rifle at a gang member climbing up from 20 meters below, eliciting a brief anguished scream followed by the thud of a body hitting the ground. Grell's constant repositioning renders the gang members below unable to ascertain his location, compelling them to fire wildly in a desperate attempt. Bullets streak through the air like meteors, striking the containers and igniting showers of sparks. Yet none find their mark where Grell has recently relocated. With a swift flick of his voluminous black cloak, he reveals a canvas backpack, placing it atop the container before him and opening it to reveal an assortment of grenades. Spherical, melon-shaped, cylindrical, and even wooden-handled. While such items may be unavailable in conventional stores, they could be easily procured through unofficial channels, provided one has the means. Equipped with night vision capabilities, his extraordinary vision allowed him to discern the precise locations of each individual below. Weighing the grenade in his hand, he summoned his arm's strength and hurled it forth. With a force akin to that of a 1-ton weight, the grenade soared as far as an infantry cannon. The arc of its trajectory enabled Greer to launch the grenade towards the gang members without exposing himself. In such terrain, it proved far more effective than a firearm. As the grenades dwindled in his backpack, the cacophony of gunfire around him correspondingly diminished. After tossing 15 grenades, some could no longer endure and chose to flee. While an exchange of fire might have been manageable, the inability to see the enemy, combined with the devastating consequences for his own side, rendered the situation untenable. Such one-sided combat would challenge even a disciplined army, let alone these ragtag gang members. Greer paid no heed to those who fled. Instead, he continued to hurl grenades at the remaining gang members clinging to their positions, the thunderous explosions echoing like the footsteps of death drawing ever nearer. Whether they would meet a fate similar to the others, shattered by explosions, or choose to escape, the answer was all too clear. With one leading the charge, the others soon followed suit in their retreat. "If you wish to leave, did you consult my opinion?" Greer whispered, securing the grenade pouch on his back before leaping from the 20-meter-high shipping container. He landed beside a fallen gang member, swiftly picking up an AR-5 rifle, firing a round, and then sprinting through the labyrinth of stacked containers. The formidable auditory acuity afforded by his dead armor allowed Greer to hear the footsteps of those fleeing, the anguished cries of the wounded, the whistling wind through the container gaps, and the distant wail of police sirens with crystal clarity. "Let us engage in a game of hide and seek. Those I find will surely meet their demise," he declared, having emerged from the lengthy alley into the spaces between the rows of containers. As he continued to run, his hands raised, he aimed his weapon at an open area to his left. Just as he lifted his firearm, a gang member fortuitously dashed out from a narrow passage between the containers. With a resounding crack, a bullet whirled and struck the man, who fell lifelessly to the ground, sliding several meters and leaving behind a vivid crimson trail, akin to a mop dragging across the floor. Yet Greer had already plunged into the next row of containers, never pausing even to take aim. As he pulled the trigger, the bullet left the chamber, and he was already sprinting towards the next target, casting not a glance back, his confidence in his marksmanship through the dead armor unwavering. Chapter 59. The Adversary, Frank Amick, a young man of merely 20-something, of Mexican descent, was drenched in sweat as he raced through the narrow alleys formed by the stacked containers. Above him, a sky adorned with countless stars. Ahead lay an expanse of impenetrable darkness, and in his ears, the crisp sound of gunfire erupted every few seconds. Each gunshot resonated like a death knell, causing the young man to tremble uncontrollably, his cold sweat nearly saturating his clothing. He had participated in numerous gang confrontations, yet none had ever left him so utterly pinned to the ground, bewildered by the assailant's identity, their numbers, or their location. His comrades fell one by one, reduced to mere pulp by grenades. As the defensive line crumbled and the remaining survivors began to scatter, he witnessed several individuals, while fleeing, struck down by bullets from an unknown source, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The rows of containers constricted his vision, rendering the attackers invisible. Once, he reveled in tormenting others, deriving immense pleasure from witnessing the terror and pleas for mercy of the weak, relishing their slow demise steeped in fear and agony, a true sense of conquest. Yet now, he found himself ensnared in the very terror he had inflicted, akin to being blindfolded, feeling the searing heat of a branding iron without knowing when it would sear into his chest. This profound fear magnified infinitely within the narrow, shadowy alley of containers. In the distance, the penetrating sound of police sirens pierced the air, a sound that typically elicited annoyance and dread now felt inexplicably comforting, bringing him to the brink of tears as he hastened towards the source. After hearing 3 more gunshots, he finally emerged from the maze of containers, spotting several police cars with sirens blaring, lined up and approaching. Without hesitation, he dashed toward the vehicles, shouting as if he had spotted long-lost family. The police cars halted 20 meters away, doors flung open as 7 or 8 officers descended, guns drawn, commanding him to lie on the ground with his hands visible. All the officers crouched collectively, sheltering behind the armored doors, only their weapon-bearing hands protruding. The containers ahead were shrouded in darkness, shadows lurking that might conceal the very assailants who had fired moments before. They heard the gunfire but saw no flash, unsure of where the bullets might strike. Firing erratically in a futile attempt to intimidate, too fearful to budge from their cover, calling for reinforcements. Before long, helicopters and the emergency services unit arrived, equipped with riot shields and wearing bulletproof vests, cautiously advancing into the container area. The helicopters patrolled above, while the ESU meticulously searched among the containers, scouring the vicinity for several hours without discovering a single survivor. Only 33 intact corpses and some dismembered remains were found, alongside an arsenal of firearms, shell casings, signs of explosive detonations, and over 700 kilograms of narcotics. Upon concluding their search, they could only cordon off the scene, awaiting a team of experts to investigate and seek further clues. In a world where secrets are difficult to keep, especially with the bustling docks now sealed off, anyone could surmise that a significant crime had transpired, drawing reporters like bees to honey, rushing eagerly toward the scene. Even in the face of a blockade that prevents access to the scene, the transportation of body bags, weapons, and narcotics aligns perfectly with the characteristics of gang warfare, ruthlessly capturing the attention of countless journalists. Within a lavishly adorned office, a middle-aged man, balding with only a few strands of hair remaining on the sides, gazes at the television, his complexion as dark as the bottom of a pot. He finally comprehends why there has been no news from those dispatched to retrieve the goods. His associates have met their demise. In a fit of rage, he hurls the remote control, shattering the television screen and obliterating the images that had incited his fury. However, the destruction of the television fails to alleviate his anger. He rises from his seat and sends everything on his desk crashing to the floor, transforming the once pristine office into utter chaos within mere seconds. Had Greer or Mindy been present, they would undoubtedly recognize this greasy, balding man as Frank Amick, the most formidable drug lord in the area and a sworn enemy of Big Daddy. The news on the television fuels Frank Amick's wrath as he continues to smash objects, cursing vehemently, once again, who is betraying me? When I find you, I will chop you up and feed you to the dogs. Followed by a series of greetings to your family and ancestors. Just as he is about to unleash more vitriol, the door to his exquisitely appointed office swings open. A burly man in a black suit, bald and deferential, enters, seemingly oblivious to the shattered porcelain scattered across the floor, and respectfully announces, "Boss, Parker Robbins has arrived. He wishes to see you." Frank Amick turns his head, breathing heavily, his anger still simmering. He dares to come see me? I suspect he is entangled in these recent losses. Summon Chris and have Robbins wait in the reception area. Yes, boss. The bald man hastily retreats, fearing that any delay might provoke his boss's ire. With a scowling countenance, Frank Amick reclines on his leather sofa, gazing out at the sprawling expanse of Manhattan from his lofty perch on the 40th floor, instilling a sense of dominion over the world below. Lost in thought, observing the distant low-rise buildings, he is abruptly jolted by the sound of wind howling past. This sound brings a smile to Frank Amick's otherwise grim face. As he turns his chair, he witnesses a swirling vortex of red rushing down the corridor and into his office, sending papers flying and adding to the disorder. Yet, rather than feeling dismayed, Frank Amick watches with amusement as the petite red whirlwind, standing 2 meters tall and over a meter in diameter, comes to a halt before his desk, revealing a youth clad in a blood-red bodysuit, adorned with a red mask, his hair styled akin to a broom. Chapter 60. The Red Whirlwind. The surrounding red vortex dissipates swiftly, yet the boy appears somewhat uncontrollable. After the whirlwind vanishes, he spins several times due to inertia, nearly toppling over before steadying himself against the desk. Frank Amick gazed at the boy clad in peculiar attire with a warm smile, gently inquiring, "Chris, how is your practice progressing? Are you able to harness that power?" The youth, named Chris, puffed out his chest with pride and declared, "Of course I can control it. I can fly now, as you just witnessed. I soared up from the basement to the 30th floor in merely 10 seconds." Frank applauded appreciatively, his face beaming with joy. "Truly commendable, my son. Your strength is formidable, indeed. Could you contend with Iron Man?" "Absolutely. You are the best." Frank lavished praise, eliciting a triumphant smile from 16-year-old Chris, who spun around to showcase his costume, exclaiming like a child displaying a prized possession, "Dad, look, the red whirlwind from D Comics can control the wind. And so can I. Hence, I fashioned this costume for myself. Oh, and I've chosen a name for my persona, Red Whirlwind. What do you think? A splendid name." Frank remarked as he rose and wrapped an arm around his son, leading him outside. "You've grown, and it's time you become acquainted with our family business. I shall introduce you to someone. He is ambitious and has long sought to usurp my position. Then why not eliminate him?" Chris asked nonchalantly, as if discussing the slaughter of poultry. "That is precisely what I wish to impart to you today. Do not assume that subordinates are unwaveringly loyal. Anyone capable harbors ambition. Do not fear ambition, for those who aspire often operate with greater efficiency, striving to earn your trust and leverage your resources for their own advancement. As long as you remain superior, they must feign loyalty to serve your interests." Frank was imparting lessons in leadership, patting his son's shoulder. "Thus, when I display my anger, you shall demonstrate your formidable power, not to kill, but to intimidate. He possesses considerable capability, and I require him to cleanse Brooklyn. He is of great utility." "I understand, Dad. By the way, I wish to change cars. Tired of the Ferrari? I shall have someone arrange for a Rolls-Royce shortly." As the father and son conversed, they arrived at the reception room, where Parker Robinson, embodying a blend of urban and rural styles, stood by the window, his gaze coldly fixed outside. Upon hearing footsteps, he turned and bowed to Frank, offering no further acknowledgement. Frank's demeanor shifted from jovial to icy as he glared at Parker, plopping down onto the sofa and sneering. "I hear you found new suppliers. Where are they? Why haven't you introduced me? I've been searching for new sources for quite some time." Parker, maintaining his composure, replied, "They're dead, and many of my men have been killed as well." "Huh." Frank erupted into laughter, his tone dripping with derision. "You possess such prowess that you could secretly liaise with South American sellers and yet have fallen victim to betrayal. Why not seek vengeance yourself? There are benefits to self-indulgence. Yet it is only when one is bullied that they remember their status as a leader. If everyone were like you, what purpose would I serve as a leader? Perhaps I should just assume the role of father." Chris, with a commanding presence, stood beside Frank, defiantly striking a pose to assert his significance. However, Parker Robbins remained utterly unresponsive to Chris's flamboyant attire, maintaining a stoic expression as he spoke in his usual tone. "In the past fortnight, the news has reported 5 gang confrontations. The first was instigated by me. The other 4 were, I believe, you're doing, boss." Frank raised his right index finger, and Chris, self-styled as the Red Hurricane, instantly understood the cue, raising both arms to conjure a whirlwind that swept through the parlor, uprooting flowers in its wake. Amidst this tempest, Frank slowly rose, his voice laced with menace. "I was just about to inquire, was it you who set off the alarms? How could outsiders be so acutely aware of each transaction's location and timing?" Though nearly toppled by the gusts, Parker's demeanor remained composed, seemingly unfazed by the sudden maelstrom. "It was not me, but I know who is responsible." "Who?" "Damon McLeody. A few years ago, he was the only one in the entire police department unwilling to accept bribes, relentlessly pursuing you until you incarcerated him." Frank pondered deeply. Yet he struggled to recall any details. Throughout his life, he had harmed and betrayed countless individuals, enough to fill a book, leaving little room for memories of minor players from years past. Parker Robbins, not expecting the busy Frank to remember the name, continued despite the fierce winds. "Since a few months ago, my subordinates selling loose goods have been systematically murdered. I paid for intelligence that revealed this disgraced officer was investigating you. I dispatched my executioners and assassins to eliminate him. Although they succeeded, the assassin was killed by his associates, and the executioner suffered a broken arm. Utterly useless. Chris, mimicking his father's tone, scoffed, waving his left hand to intensify the whirlwind, which sliced through chairs and tables like butter, leaving deep gashes in the walls, sharper and faster than a chainsaw. How powerful! Or perhaps it is you who are inadequate. Before Chris could finish, Frank raised his hand to silence him, signaling Parker Robbins to continue. Your last 4 transactions were sabotaged, without a doubt by him. No gang would create such a ruckus, killing so many without seizing the goods. Only he would act in such a manner, driven by vengeance. Chapter 61. The Winds of Change. In a fit of rage, Frank suspected Parker Robbins was the culprit, but as he calmed, he contemplated the situation and realized such actions would hold no advantage for Robbins. Moreover, the 4 disrupted transactions involved killings without the theft of goods, clearly indicating a targeted vendetta rather than a case of black-on-black crime. At the scene of the 4 attacks, numerous traces of grenade explosions were evident. Following extensive investigations, the police reconstructed the sequence of events. First, snipers executed long-range assassinations, followed by the use of an unidentified device to launch grenades with remarkable precision over considerable distances. Ultimately, the assailants employed firearms belonging to gang members to pursue the survivors and the injured. In another attack, there were signs of scorching flames, suggesting the use of high-temperature weaponry. The findings from these 5 attack sites indicated that the number of assailants was minimal, possibly even just a single individual. While the cries for an ambulance echoed, the cocoon burst open and Chris emerged unscathed, suddenly endowed with the extraordinary ability to control a red hurricane. This revelation brought Frank immense joy, prompting him to transform the basement into a training ground for his son to familiarize himself with his newfound powers. Having witnessed Chris's devastating potential, Frank knew that once he morphed into the wind, despite the red hue of the hurricane preventing him from achieving stealth, he could swiftly strike down opponents, either by colliding with them or by slicing them apart with the sharp winds, more effective than a meat grinder, capable of easily defeating a dozen or more semi-armed adversaries. After casually dismissing Parker Robbins, Chris eagerly exclaimed, "Dad, let me go eliminate that vandal." Frank's voice rose sharply, causing Chris, previously animated, to stand at attention. Frank continued, "You must not think of personally handling everything. That is the role of your subordinates. A leader must remain behind the scenes, allowing others to charge into battle on your behalf, and when issues arise, they should be the ones to bear the consequences. Remember, if you find yourself in trouble, your subordinates will be more inclined to seize your position rather than come to your rescue." Chris nodded, indicating his understanding. This response elicited a broad smile from Frank, who then stood up and, without a glance at the disheveled conference room, walked out while stating, "I spend a considerable amount of money each year on those greedy individuals, not merely to ensure they turn a blind eye to my actions, but so they can be of service when needed." Chris followed behind, somewhat bewildered by the implications of his father's words. As Frank paused in the corridor, he turned to gaze out at the clustered skyscrapers and buildings, saying, "One must learn to leverage official power against adversaries. This isn't a turf war. We can simply let the New York Police Department handle it, as we are taxpayers, and they have an obligation to ensure our safety. Our task is to provide them with leads on the perpetrators." Chris nodded again, still somewhat perplexed, and Frank waved him off, saying, "Continue your training. Only by growing stronger can you gain greater influence in the city." Upon hearing this, Chris hurriedly exclaimed, "Dad, goodbye," and transformed into a red whirlwind, dashing down the corridor. He preferred floating in the basement and causing mayhem over listening to his father's lectures. As Chris departed, Frank's gaze grew somber. The transparent glass window before him transformed into a mirror, reflecting the visage of a corpulent, bald man. In the solitude of the empty corridor, Frank muttered menacingly, "With Chris by my side, I shall undoubtedly usurp you, Fisk." 3 days later, the New York Police Department convened a press conference to address the series of 5 large-scale gang confrontations that had transpired over the past fortnight. The deceased were predominantly gang affiliates, likely victims of vendettas or retribution. The assailants were few in number, yet their marksmanship was precise, suggesting they were individuals with professional training. At the conclusion of the briefing, the police spokesperson vowed with utmost conviction to deploy all resources to resolve the case, ensuring that the perpetrators would not evade justice. Meanwhile, Greer lay languidly on his plush bed, munching on an apple while listening to the spokesperson's nonsensical declarations on television. Over the past month and a half, he had been involved in 4 operations. Where did this 5th incident arise from? Was it merely a coincidence that a gang skirmish occurred, diverting the police's investigative focus? Nonetheless, let them pursue the elusive, highly trained professionals. Big Daddy's network had already eliminated 30% of them. Under the looming threat of death, traitors were never in short supply. In the 4 assaults, Greer had learned that Frank Amick's whereabouts were traced to a financial firm in Midtown, which was, in fact, a front for laundering vast sums of illicit wealth. As Greer awaited Uncle Jimmy's dinner while reclining on his bed, Jimmy Woo donned his chef's attire, standing in his room. On the display screen embedded in the wall, Officer Hill, clad in a tight black uniform, issued new directives. The chief had ordered him to proceed to M25 in Harlem. Plan 1, Chapter 62, Officer Hill concluded. Without inquiring about the reasons, Jimmy Woo simply nodded in acknowledgement, signaling his understanding of the mission. Hill's image promptly vanished, indicating the end of their communication. Jimmy Woo switched off the tablet and tossed it casually onto the bed before turning toward the door. The camouflage panels flanking the screen slid inward, obscuring it from view. Unbeknownst to Greer, who was in the innermost room upstairs, he had gnawed his apple down to the core. Without a glance, he tossed the core forward, its trajectory tracing a parabolic arc before landing precisely in the trash bin behind the door. Just as he reached for a second apple, his hand hesitated mid-reach, compelled by an instinct that urged him to glance toward the door. 2 seconds later, his ears detected footsteps that were slightly heavier than those of an ordinary person. Since acquiring the Agito card, Greer had discovered his sixth sense had become remarkably acute, as if he possessed an extrasensory perception unrecognized by the scientific community. It resembled the psychic abilities awakened in individuals with the potential to become Agito, akin to those portrayed in Kamen Rider Agito. This newfound capability served Greer well. Much like during the recent dock attack, where the towering stacks of containers echoed with the wind's whispers. The sound is muffled, the vision constrained, and the hearing disrupted. Yet the extrasensory perception remains entirely unaffected. Often, while running, one can sense the presence of someone on the left side, and guided by this intuition, one can shoot with unerring accuracy. When adorned in the Agito armor, this extrasensory perception is significantly amplified. Conversely, the Decade armor diminishes its efficacy by half. Even when not clad in armor, the sensitivity remains several times greater than that of an ordinary person. This leads Greer to speculate that the exorbitant value of knight cards like Wizard and Agito, which can manipulate energy, is likely not solely due to their energy control capabilities. They may also induce physical transformations. Just as the Agito card endows Greer with extraordinary sixth sense, could it be that the Wizard card alters his physiology, enabling him to wield magic even without the Wizard armor? As Greer's thoughts drifted, a knock at the door interrupted him. Uncle Jimmy, clad in a chef's outfit, peeked in and said, "Greer, could you do me a favor?" "Of course, Uncle. What do you need?" Greer replied, sitting up from his bed. Uncle Jimmy opened the door, his round face adorned with a warm smile, and explained, "An old friend's daughter is celebrating her birthday, and he asked me to prepare some authentic Chinese dishes. We had arranged for him to pick them up, but he just called to say he can't make it due to an urgent matter. It's quite busy around 6 or 7, and I can't leave, so I was hoping you could deliver them." "Absolutely," Greer interjected before Uncle Jimmy could finish, already getting out of bed and putting on his shoes. "Where am I delivering them?" "To the community garden building east of the intersection of Grand Street and Bowery Street in Manhattan's Chinatown. I'll give you their phone number, and you can call when you arrive," Uncle Jimmy replied as he stepped outside. "I wouldn't bother you if I weren't truly busy," Greer quickly reassured him. "It's no trouble at all. I have time to spare, and it's nice to ride around. You've always looked out for me. Helping you is the least I can do." They made their way to the kitchen, where the Peking duck was already sliced, and a chef was packing sauces and pancakes. Nearby, 5 takeout boxes filled with authentically spicy Sichuan dishes, unmodified for local tastes, awaited. In no time, all the dishes were packed into a large box, securely tied to the back of Greer's motorcycle with several ropes. Greer donned his helmet, mounted his motorcycle, waved goodbye to Uncle Jimmy, lowered his visor, and revved the engine, merging into the evening traffic. After bidding farewell to Greer, Uncle Jimmy turned back towards the shop, wiped his greasy hands with a towel around his neck, retrieved a flip phone, pressed 1 to send a message, and tucked the phone into his pocket, humming a catchy tune from the last century as he headed towards the kitchen. At this moment, Greer was maneuvering his motorcycle swiftly through the bustling traffic. The sun had dipped below the horizon, marking the peak of the evening rush hour. Given the narrow roads of New York, traffic jams were an all too frequent occurrence. However, such inconveniences held little significance for Greer, as he adeptly navigated between vehicles, resorting to narrow alleyways whenever necessary, with nothing impeding his pace. The Decade belt endowed Greer with remarkable strength and heightened senses, while Agito's supersensory perception enabled him to reach speeds of 70 to 80 miles per hour amidst the congestion, leaving a multitude of disgruntled drivers in his wake. At this breakneck speed, Greer swiftly arrived at the location mentioned by Uncle Jimmy. Upon answering the call, he was greeted by a middle-aged man, but the person who emerged to retrieve the package was a mixed-race young girl, embodying a blend of Eastern and Western aesthetic appeal. Likely around 15 or 16 years old, clad in a white, thin sweater and jeans, she brought a vibrant touch of youth to the starkness of the autumn day. As she approached, Greer felt an unsettling sense of familiarity, as if he had encountered her before, yet the memory eluded him. As he pondered this, his gaze lingered on her, which might have appeared rather foolish to onlookers. The girl, displaying remarkable poise, seemed unperturbed by his scrutiny, and politely inquired, "Hello. Are you delivering for Uncle Jimmy's restaurant?" "Yes, indeed." Greer nodded, untying the rope from the back seat and lifting the box. "It's rather heavy. Should I carry it upstairs?" "Thank you so much," she replied graciously. As they entered the building, a nearby appliance store was showcasing 9 televisions, 8 of which were broadcasting news about the 5 gang-related shootouts that had transpired over the past 20 days, capturing the attention of New Yorkers. Only one television in the corner reported on the bomb attack at Corvo Academy, where military bomb disposal experts had rushed to the scene, only for the bomb to be detonated remotely, resulting in casualties among the military forces. Upon entering Chinatown, Greer was immediately struck by a sense of warmth and familiarity. Even on the outskirts, the shop signs and the conversations of passersby were predominantly in traditional Chinese characters and Cantonese, with English being a rarity. However, in stark contrast to Midtown, the environment here could only be described as chaotic and unkempt, rivaling even the disarray found in Harlem. And Brooklyn offered few areas that could be deemed more disorderly. The building Greer entered was reminiscent of the tenement style that flourished in the late 20th century. With its narrow and dimly lit stairwell and walls marred by peeling paint and cracks, remnants of a long-ago paint job, the light bulbs emitted a faint, yellow glow. Despite the squalor of the streets, the hallways in front of each apartment were meticulously clean, with some even adorned with tiled floors. Upon reaching the 3rd floor and opening the door, Greer was pleasantly surprised to find that the girl's home was beautifully decorated, a stark departure from the tenement style. Greer placed a box filled with food onto the marble tiled table in the living room. The sound of the kitchen's exhaust fan indicated that the man who had just taken the call was busy preparing for his daughter's birthday celebration. After bidding farewell, the girl left a profound impression on Greer with her fluent Mandarin. Aside from her silky, light golden hair, she bore a striking resemblance to a typical Chinese girl, evidently inheriting most of her mother's genes. Her personality was exuberant, exuding the vibrant spirit of a lively young woman. Encountering such beauty always brought joy. And humming a cheerful tune, Greer descended the stairs, mounted his motorcycle, and sped away, swiftly dismissing the serendipitous encounter from his mind. Before him lay only the thrill of speed and the flow of traffic, with no thoughts of anything else. In his past life, he had acquired numerous skills, but none pertained to communication. The option of charming women had never appeared, leaving him with the only choice of forgetting after encounters. Meanwhile, after the girl closed the door upstairs, the incessant noise of the exhaust fan ceased. A middle-aged man, clad in loungewear, emerged and addressed her. "Daisy, what do you think?" He was interrupted as she elongated her words, saying, "Mr. Hyde, I'm currently on a mission, so please call me Louise. Can we maintain a bit of professionalism here?" She settled onto the sofa, methodically unpacking the food containers while commenting, with Uncle Jimmy's culinary skills. He should be running a restaurant instead of being a spy. He could make a fortune. Then why insist on carrying out this mission? The middle-aged man, exuding a sense of helplessness at her impatient tone, replied earnestly, "I told you before, do not get involved. Focus on your studies in the academy. Why take on this task? This is an S-class mission. If I succeed, it could elevate me to a level 4 or even level 5 agent. I would shatter the academy's record for early graduation, becoming a legend." Daisy's face radiated pride and aspiration. The man's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "Is that really the reason? I certainly do not wish to spend 8 years in that dreary, rule-bound academy when I could finish in 2 or 3 years. Why prolong my stay?" Daisy retorted, switching on the television to watch a drama, her head not turning as she said, "Dad, what are you still doing here? Today is my birthday. Hurry and prepare for the celebration. If you must take on this mission, at least show some dedication." "I'm only looking out for your best interests," her father, Hyde, implored with a tone of concern. "I have been part of the organization for 11 years and have only seen one S-class mission." Before he could finish, Daisy rudely interrupted. "That green blood you researched." Before she could elaborate, Hyde covered her mouth, leaning in to whisper, "Have you forgotten the confidentiality regulations? This information is not meant for someone of your rank. You absolutely must not disclose it." "Oh." Daisy nodded obediently, deeply aware of the hierarchical structure within S.H.I.E.L.D. It was precisely this understanding that motivated her to accept the mission as she sought to elevate her standing. "Did you not observe? He is merely an innocent young man, posing little threat. Besides, it is not as if I am required to engage in combat. It is merely a date, a movie, a foray into romance. Even without this assignment, I would inevitably begin dating, watching films, and exploring romance at the academy. Why not choose something intriguing? As she spoke, Daisy had already picked up her chopsticks and commenced feasting on roasted duck. Mumbling through her meal, the task has been accepted, so it must be completed. Abandoning it midway is simply unacceptable. If you choose to give up, that is your decision. I shall not falter. Completing an S-level mission will leave an indelible mark on my resume. My aspiration is to become the second Carter. Before Hyde could respond, his phone vibrated in his pocket, emitting the unmistakable ringtone of Amazing Grace. Both individuals paused, recognizing that it signified a call from S.H.L.D. Hyde hurriedly retrieved his phone and placed it on the table. The transparent glass surface seemed to unlock, transforming the left side into a screen that revealed the visage of Nick Fury. Director? Hyde's face was painted with astonishment. He had not anticipated a personal call from Nick Fury himself. After 11 years with S.H.I.L.D., he had only met Fury once before. A year ago, when he had developed a serum that significantly enhanced human capabilities, albeit with varying effects. The fact that this mission had warranted Fury's attention heightened Hyde's awareness of its extraordinary nature, intensifying his desire for Daisy to withdraw. Chapter 64, Banner's Journey East. Have you encountered the target? Nick Fury wasted no time with pleasantries, directly inquiring about the mission's details, his expression as stern as ever, devoid of any hint of a smile. This serious demeanor perfectly illustrated the essence of authority without anger. Daisy, in the midst of savoring her Sichuan cuisine, quickly dabbed her mouth with a napkin, rose to her feet, and attempted to adopt a serious countenance, despite her youthful features. I have made initial contact with the target in accordance with Directive 1. However, what? Daisy's words were abruptly interrupted by Fury. Remember, this is a long-term mission. There is no need for pre-established plans. Forget the various methods you have learned in your 4 months at the academy. Simply act as an ordinary girl. Daisy appeared momentarily taken aback, taking a while to grasp the implication. It seemed she was chosen for this S-level mission not due to her exceptional potential as an agent, but rather for the advantages of being an ordinary girl. It felt as though she were being told that serving in the military should be as carefree as civilian life, which was rather insulting. Oh, I understand. Fury's dark countenance betrayed no emotion, and he chose not to dwell on the topic, continuing, this mission is of utmost importance. Until its completion, your identities as agents will remain classified. From now on, you will report directly to me. Should any issues arise, contact me. That will be all. Upon concluding the conversation, Nick Fury terminated the communication, maintaining a tone of command throughout. However, both Hyde and Daisy appeared unfazed, evidently accustomed to the rigid hierarchy within S.H.I.L.D. In Fury's exclusive office, having just ended the call, he commenced addressing new matters. An urgent email filled with garbled text, once decrypted using a specialized algorithm, revealed only a scant few words. The target departed Indiana at noon, driving eastwards, transitioning from Route 70 to Route 76 in Pennsylvania, with an anticipated destination in New York. Oh, had he not already produced a subject from his super soldier program? Why the need for the contemptible infinity formula? Sir, his subject was severely injured by Hulk at Culver Academy, sustaining multiple fractures, rendered immobile in bed. Clearly, he is no match for Hulk and likely seeks the infinity formula to temporarily augment his strength against him, reported Agent Hill. Following her briefing, she added, Sir, General Ross has received robust support from the Department of Defense, with both the FBI and CIA providing intelligence assistance. So we, without allowing Hill to finish. Fury raised his hand to halt her further remarks, nodding as he interjected, I understand. We can allocate him 3 doses of the infinity formula and offer limited intelligence support. Beyond that, we shall refrain from further military involvement, lest the members of the World Security Council lose their rest. Yes, sir. Fury's solitary eye narrowed slightly as he instructed Hill, ascertain the reason behind Bruce Banner's urgent desire to reach New York. There must be something compelling him to take such significant risks. After addressing all matters, the hour had grown late, and Nick Fury finally retired for the night. Meanwhile, on Route 76, a pickup truck with its metallic surface nearly stripped of paint continued its relentless journey. Traveling at a mere 90 miles per hour, the vehicle emitted a distressing creaking sound, raising concerns about its imminent disintegration. At the wheel sat a scruffy middle-aged man, none other than the sought-after Bruce Banner. He wore a baseball cap pulled low over his brow, frequently glancing toward his girlfriend, Betty Ross, who sat in the passenger seat, visibly anxious. Bruce, is it really wise to go to New York? Especially Manhattan. It's far too perilous, she expressed with concern. The danger lies with me, Banner replied, a hint of self-deprecation in his tone. Before reassuring her, I have been in contact with Mr. Blue over the past few years, sending multiple blood samples. He has developed an antidote, and the experiments with the blood samples have proven successful. I need to go and test it. Betty opened her mouth, intending to dissuade Banner from participating in such a precarious experiment, but the words faltered on her lips. Having witnessed the astonishing transformation of Bruce into the Hulk at Culver Academy, she was acutely aware of the reasons behind his 5-year absence. Unable to indulge in intimacy, they might as well engage in a platonic spiritual romance. Unable to experience excitement, they could retreat to a secluded spot in the northern Maple Country, embracing a tranquil, ascetic life. In life, contradictions must be avoided, let alone quarrels. Otherwise, one may find themselves involved in domestic violence cases, while others face accusations of murder. Is it conceivable that a couple, such as Bruce and Betty, could navigate their relationship without conflict? Neither Bruce nor Betty possesses such confidence. Even if one were to disregard these concerns, the military would not relent in their pursuit of the immensely powerful Hulk. After all, Betty's father is leading a substantial force in the hunt for him. A peaceful existence can only be achieved if Bruce and Betty remain together, devoid of the Hulk. Otherwise, a future seems unattainable. Sensing Betty's apprehension, Banner gently released the steering wheel with his right hand and took hold of Betty's, offering her reassurance. Do not worry. I will surely find a way to rid myself of the Hulk. With a nod of agreement, Betty grasped Banner's hand firmly, directing her gaze ahead into the vast darkness. The beams of the car's headlights illuminated only a limited area, rendering the path ahead obscured. She could only comfort herself with the notion of an unknown future, believing that light awaited them. Chapter 65, Boss, to rob or not to rob. In the early morning, Grell emerged from his room, yawning as he washed up before heading downstairs. With headphones on and music playing, he began his morning run along the streets. Despite his ability to transform into a masked rider, Grell had never ceased his training, striving to become stronger. After all, his armor lacked the advanced technology of Stark's Iron Man suit, which could be controlled by the AI, Jarvis. Everything depended on his own capabilities, and the extent of his power hinged upon his skill. When he first arrived in this world, he could barely take down 2 small thugs with sheer force. Now, a single kick from him would surely incapacitate. Running at a speed comparable to a sprint for 10 uninterrupted minutes, he circled the nearby streets, covering approximately 4 to 5 kilometers. Yet, Grell merely felt slightly breathless. Had he been in his former, less fit body, he would have long since collapsed from exhaustion. Moreover, he had not donned the decade belt, relying solely on his physical capabilities. Otherwise, he might have completed the lap in just 3 or 4 minutes. As he approached Uncle Jimmy's door, preparing to stow away his phone, Grell caught a glimpse of a news alert at the bottom of the screen. A bombing incident has occurred at Corvo Academy, resulting in casualties among dozens of soldiers responding to the emergency. The academy remains under lockdown as authorities search for any remaining explosives. The accompanying image depicted the school, gates cordoned off with police officers on guard. Grell paused, lowering his head to examine the news, quickly skimming through the article. The name sounded familiar, evoking memories buried deep within his mind. Corvo Academy? This was the military's involvement in the film The Incredible Hulk, wasn't it? Perhaps it was merely a bombing incident, as this affluent place could easily handle such matters. Rockets would pose no challenge. Yet, considering the precedent set by Thor's early arrival, the original narrative could only serve as a reference, not a certainty. Even if the Hulk and Abomination were to cause havoc in New York, it would hardly be a cause for alarm. Removing his headphones and stuffing them along with his phone into his pocket, Greer pondered the question of how many points he would earn for vanquishing the Abomination as he entered Uncle Jimmy's shop. Just 20 days prior, he had reduced Iron Tyrant to mere fragments with a single kick, earning 2,300 points, equivalent to defeating 4 or 5 Frost Giants. The Abomination, by all accounts, was significantly stronger than Iron Tyrant. Why then were the points not multiplied 3 or 4 times? Over the past few days, he had eliminated several gang members, accumulating nearly 6,000 points. Should he manage to secure an additional 10 or even 18,000 points, he would dare to exchange for the Mage's card. The dilemma of whether to confront this boss loomed large. Could he truly defeat it? Perhaps he should first assess the situation, employing a guerrilla strategy, attack if he was capable, flee if he was not. Greer internally calculated, unwittingly transforming from a position of avoidance to a desire for engagement, a shift largely influenced by his newfound strength. Even during breakfast, the compulsive Greer remained undecided about his course of action. To seize the opportunity was tempting, yet he feared attracting unwanted attention, jeopardizing his ability to hunt discreetly. Conversely, the thought of abstaining felt unsatisfactory. After all, such a formidable boss was a rare find, and defeating it would be tantamount to vanquishing numerous minions. Shortly, steaming buns and savory tofu pudding arrived. Uncle Jimmy had not yet appeared, but his voice echoed from the kitchen, accompanied by the enticing aroma of the buns, which instantly dispelled Greer's inner turmoil. He began to relish the delightful three-flavor buns and salty tofu pudding. As Greer savored his meal, Uncle Jimmy refrained from eating immediately, opting instead to impart a heartfelt reminder. The SAT exam is at the end of the month. How prepared are you? A question mark appeared above Greer's head as he recalled Uncle Jimmy mentioning it ages ago. However, for the past few weeks, he had been preoccupied with dismantling Frank's criminal gang, completely forgetting about the exam. If not for Uncle Jimmy's reminder, he might have overlooked it entirely. Observing Greer's bewildered expression, Uncle Jimmy sighed deeply and began to lecture him on the importance of education in altering one's destiny, cautioning him against emulating the aimless delinquents on the streets. Greer felt overwhelmed, unable to counter Uncle Jimmy's words. Without the decade driver, Uncle Jimmy's advice was undoubtedly sound. In this nation rife with prejudice, the struggle was far greater than in his homeland. Only with superior education and skills could one secure decent employment. Uncle Jimmy acted out of genuine concern, despite their lack of familial ties, consistently looking out for him and teaching him how to survive in this place. He charged only a modest living expense while providing him with sumptuous meals. His incessant advice stemmed from a desire to ensure Greer had a promising future. Unlike his own experiences where government officials displayed palpable impatience upon recognizing his non-white status. Only after finishing breakfast did Uncle Jimmy conclude his earnest discourse. Just as Greer was about to ascend the stairs, he heard Uncle Jimmy's voice once more from the kitchen. Later, accompany me to the place where you delivered food yesterday. A friend of mine has a daughter who took the SAT exam in April and knows which books to buy and what to study. Even if the SAT exam in November does not yield favorable results, there is still the opportunity in December, and since the spring enrollment begins in January, there is ample time. Greer hesitated momentarily, but ultimately acquiesced. After all, he could not simply storm into a financial firm in Midtown during daylight hours. So he decided to follow Uncle Jimmy's lead. Tonight, he would exact revenge on Frank for his father. It was akin to an engaging game. Initially, it was merely entertainment. But as time passed and habits formed, one found themselves compelled to log in weekly, prioritizing the game above all else, creating account after account, until it was no longer a game, but rather the game controlling them. Chapter 66. Banner's trip to New York. Uncertain how much time had elapsed, Greer was in a drowsy state when suddenly his consciousness jolted awake, and he sprang from his bed. Almost immediately, he heard the familiar sound of footsteps approaching down the hallway, unmistakably those of the busy Uncle Jimmy. With a sigh of relief, Greer relaxed his tense muscles. Ever since acquiring the supersensory perception of Agito, he had been attuned to even the slightest disturbances around him, even in the depths of sleep. Sometimes, he mused that had he possessed this ability in his past life, he would have never had his phone confiscated by teachers, resulting in months without play. Glancing at his phone beside him, he noted it was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Indeed, the timing could fluctuate from mere minutes to several hours. Especially when a woman said she would arrive shortly, one could easily afford to have a meal and engage in a game before heading over without being late. However, Uncle Jimmy's tardiness stemmed from the fact that he was the sole chef in the restaurant, accompanied by merely 3 helpers who also doubled as waitstaff and general laborers, meaning the restaurant would essentially close without him. Yet, no matter how fatigued, Uncle Jimmy preferred to be hands-on. After all, professional chefs are costly, and as a self-reliant Chinese individual, he was resolute in avoiding unnecessary expenditures on hired help. By the time they finished lunch, it was already 2 o'clock, and the two set off for the home of Uncle Jimmy's friend, Hyde. Initially, Uncle Jimmy intended to take public transportation, but Greer declined, as he found the subway system beneath contempt, a stark embodiment of dirt and disorder. After decades of operation, what could one expect? It was a patchwork of maintenance and repairs, and punctuality was a rarity. It was often better to ride a motorcycle. Following the elevated highway across Brooklyn, they proceeded until they turned onto the Manhattan Bridge, only to encounter yet another traffic jam. Despite New York's global fame, the roads here were genuinely narrow. Even the double-direction 8-lane roads were scarce on Manhattan Island, let alone in other areas. Approximately 70% of New York streets were merely 2 lanes wide. Greer had been incredulous upon his arrival, as the legendary wealth of New York seemed at odds with its limited roadways, while back home, wide roads were often congested. Here, the narrow streets meant that any slight increase in traffic or an accident would inevitably result in a gridlock. Amidst the envious and resentful gazes of drivers and passengers within their vehicles, Greer deftly navigated through the gaps in traffic on his motorcycle, with Uncle Jimmy as his passenger, swiftly reaching the other side of the bridge where a temporary checkpoint had been established. Over 20 officers, partially armed, meticulously inspected each vehicle, checking identities. However, Their pace was far outstripped by the influx of cars, yet they continued their thorough and unhurried inspections, indifferent to the nearly paralyzed state of the bridge. Nevertheless, this was of little concern to Greer, for he had already arrived at the checkpoint and possessed the necessary documents to pass through without a hitch. As it was not yet rush hour, he encountered no further traffic, and by nearly 3 o'clock, he successfully arrived at the renowned Chinatown in New York. He parked the motorcycle downstairs, and Uncle Jimmy, well acquainted with the surroundings, ascended to the 3rd floor, knocking on the door. A few moments later, the iron door swung open to reveal a middle-aged man clad in casual home attire, his face impeccably groomed, who greeted them with a warm smile, exclaiming, "Ah, old Jimmy, come in." His Mandarin, tinged with a Sichuan dialect, puzzled Greer, who wondered how Jimmy's daughter spoke such fluent standard Mandarin despite his own accent. Meanwhile, as Hyde and Uncle Jimmy engaged in lively conversation, a speedboat cut across the Hudson River from west to east, racing towards Manhattan Island. On board were only 2 passengers, both clad in sunglasses and trench coats, their identities thoroughly concealed, none other than Bruce Banner and his girlfriend, Betty Ross. They had traversed numerous obstacles to reach New Jersey. But upon approaching the tunnel into Manhattan, they discovered police officers conducting inspections on each vehicle. To prevent exposure, the pair swiftly discarded their nearly obsolete pickup truck, which had cost them $400, opting instead to enter Manhattan by boat. They then boarded the crowded subway, arriving at the Gibbons Academy located in Harlem, New York, where they met Professor Samuel Stern, a cell biology expert with whom they had been corresponding through email. The professor was a slender, diminutive middle-aged man who, upon seeing Bruce, was filled with excitement, continuously discussing his research findings. His fervent demeanor compelled Banner to interrupt, articulating the purpose of his visit. After all, he was now a primary target of military pursuit, and each passing moment increased his peril. He was eager to ascertain whether the solution mentioned in the emails regarding the Hulk within him was indeed viable. Banner's inquiries were met with a nod from Samuel Stern, who proudly proclaimed, "Indeed, I have synthesized a substance capable of isolating a previously unseen trace hormone from your blood with the aid of a dialysis machine. Not only is this hormone absent in humans, but it has yet to be discovered in any known organism, suggesting that the human body still harbors secrets yet to be explored. If we can unravel this..." "Wait," Banner interjected. "Are you suggesting that my transformations are due to this hormone? But every time I transform, I have no recollection of the events during the change. It feels as though another entity is exerting control over my body." Samuel Stern shrugged and remarked, "I cannot ascertain much from those blood samples alone. Initially, I dismissed this hormone as an impurity and eliminated it from my analysis. However, after injecting your blood into mice, rabbits, and monkeys, and still observing its presence, I realized it was not an impurity, but something more significant." Before Samuel could finish his statement, Banner abruptly stood up from his chair, astonished, and exclaimed, "Wait a moment. You conducted biological experiments? Did I not warn you? This is a highly dangerous substance. Biological experimentation is absolutely out of the question." Chapter 67, The Train in the Sky. "Ah, my friend, you're also an expert in biology. A mere drop of blood cannot yield substantial insights. Only live experiments can provide more comprehensive data," Samuel Stern said, raising his hands in exasperation. "I have informed you that this is an exceedingly perilous substance." Before the irate Banner could respond, Samuel shrugged and continued, "I witnessed a frail infant monkey effortlessly shatter tempered glass and wire mesh. I emptied my gun in an attempt to kill it. Yet it charged at me and perished mid-air, mere 2 meters away. Had I hesitated for half a second longer, you would not have seen me again. Fortunately, I extracted the substance that may heal you from its body." Betty, restraining the furious Banner, interjected, "So, are you certain you can cure Banner?" "Madam, you must understand that every vaccine undergoes countless simulations and clinical trials, with continuous modifications based on data before achieving success. That monkey was the only test subject that did not succumb immediately after injection. I have no second chance to test this substance's efficacy. I can only say it may completely cure you, or perhaps merely suppress your transformation, or it may fail entirely." Samuel's words tightened Betty's grip on Banner's hand, igniting an impulse to strike him. She immediately turned to Banner and said, "Bruce, we must leave. There must be other ways." Rising to her feet, she prepared to pull Bruce away, deeming this individual utterly unreliable, without experiments or guarantees of success, and no knowledge of the post-injection effects. This was tantamount to playing with lives. Yet, Banner stood rooted in place, seemingly engaged in a fierce internal struggle. After a considerable pause, he finally stated, "When can I receive the injection?" "Bruce?" Betty exclaimed in shock. The uncertainty of the situation contrasted sharply with Banner's desire to inject himself with that unknown substance. It appeared utterly reckless. With resolute determination, Banner replied, "Betty, I cannot let this opportunity slip away. Samuel Stern is the finest biology professor I know. As long as Hulk exists, I will be forced into hiding, unable to be with you. I want to try. I want to take this chance." He then turned to Samuel Stern and asked, "When can we commence the experiment?" "As soon as you wish. Follow me." Samuel Stern spoke as he pulled open a drawer and retrieved a set of keys, making his way outside. Betty and Bruce, hand in hand, followed closely behind him until they reached the parking lot. Samuel Stern unlocked the door of a vehicle, continuing his conversation. "This month, there have been 3 large-scale homicides in Harlem and 2 in Brooklyn, causing quite a stir within the New York Police Department, which is now conducting widespread investigations. The incident where I shot that monkey has come to their attention, bringing a heap of trouble, and they even searched my laboratory." "What?" Banner felt a surge of anxiety. If the blood containing gamma energy was discovered, the authorities would inevitably associate it with the Hulk. Wouldn't that mean he was walking straight into a trap by seeking out Samuel Stern? As he started the car, Samuel Stern reassured him, "There's no need to be anxious. They didn't uncover anything. However, to prevent any future experiments from spiraling out of control and causing complications, I have ceased conducting experiments at the school and relocated them to downtown. You arrived at a fortuitous moment. I just moved the final batch of equipment there yesterday, and we can commence the injections once we arrive." Sitting in the back seat with Betty, Banner lowered the brim of his hat, striving to remain inconspicuous, and whispered, "I hope we can expedite this. I wish we could too, but this damned road is seldom clear. Let us hope for a stroke of luck." Samuel Stern replied in a teasing tone, pressing the accelerator as the vehicle merged onto the highway, heading towards the southern side of Manhattan. Meanwhile, at Hyde's residence, Uncle Jimmy mentioned that Greer would be taking the SSAT exam and inquired about the necessary books. Daisy offered to lend Greer the books she had previously used, remarking that since those books were essentially useless now, there was no need to spend money on new ones. Uncle Jimmy expressed his gratitude and asked Greer to assist in moving them. Following Daisy's instructions in her room, Greer removed several books from the top shelf of the bookcase, stacking them to a height of over a foot. Only then did Daisy declare, "That's all the books." Looking at the thick pile of books, Greer felt an overwhelming sense of calm, devoid of any turmoil. The SSAT in November and December could go to hell, with so many books. It would likely take him until next year to finish them. As he stepped down from the chair, Greer caught sight of a framed painting on the bedside table. Having only glimpsed it from afar previously, he now viewed it up close, observing it more clearly. The crooked wheels beneath painted tracks were colored in red, blue, and gold. Though it was referred to as a little train, it lacked even a front, and the artwork was quite unappealing. It seemed to be a creation from the girl's early attempts at drawing. This evoked memories for Greer of his own elementary and middle school days, when he would doodle with a ballpoint pen in his books, adding mustaches and glasses to various characters, transforming perfectly good books into a chaotic mess. Following Greer's gaze, Daisy looked up at the painting and reminisced. "I created this when I was 5. I can't quite explain it, but one day I just decided to draw it and told my father that I was riding on a train soaring through the sky, traveling incredibly fast. The following day, my father purchased the DVD of Doryman, the record of Nobita's Space Blazer for me, assuring me that I could express my desires directly to him without any need for subtle hints." Greer couldn't help but chuckle, reminiscing about his own childhood, when he would see something he longed for and say to his mother, "I saw this being played at so-and-so's house." His parents would understand, and he often found the object of his desire waiting for him on the table the very next day. He had also watched Doryman, the record of Nobita's Space Blazer, marveling at Nobita's adventures across various realms, a source of great envy for Greer. Countless times during class, he had daydreamed about riding the galactic train to an amusement park in space. With a nostalgic tone, Greer lamented, "But as one grows older, such dreams diminish, replaced by an array of books and examinations. Why do you sound like an old man? Is it really worth such lamentation over a few books? A couple of weeks of focused study is more than sufficient. The SSAT exam is quite manageable," Daisy remarked with a smile, striving to maintain a serious demeanor to suppress her laughter. Greer's expression was reminiscent of someone who had just realized their study materials were new right before an exam. A sensation of utter despair that was almost palpable. Chapter 68, A Storm is Brewing. The roads in New York are perpetually congested, especially in densely populated Manhattan. At 3 o'clock, Samuel Stern and Banner set off from the Upper West Side, traveling south. The 30-block journey was fraught with traffic delays, taking nearly an hour to reach the Lower East Side. After parking beside a quaint 3-story building, Banner adjusted his cap and stepped out of the vehicle. As a passerby brushed past him, his right hand subtly trembled, causing a tiny device, perfectly matching the color of his attire and measuring only a few millimeters, to adhere to his clothing before he nonchalantly continued on his way. Betty surveyed her surroundings, noting that most shop signs were adorned with unfamiliar traditional characters. It was her first visit here, making it feel as though she had entered a foreign land. Samuel Stern locked the car and made his way towards the building. Chattering incessantly, the NYPD has little presence in Chinatown, and the Chinese community tends to avoid getting involved in matters that don't concern them. They are unlikely to report anything unusual immediately. Most importantly, the food here is exquisite. If our experiment succeeds, I shall treat you to whatever you desire. Banner, with his hand pressed against his cap, scanned the area vigilantly. The sun had begun its descent, illuminating the shop signs and increasing the foot traffic on the street, which stirred a sense of unease within him. The trio entered the room, and the loquacious Samuel Stern enthusiastically began to introduce his secret base. I've transformed the basement into a biological research center. Even if we were to fire a weapon, the sound wouldn't escape. The first floor is my living quarters, and the second floor, where we are headed, is equipped with the instruments I have already calibrated, ready for experimentation at any moment. And the third floor? Banner inquired. For the first time, he felt that sending his blood samples to this individual might have been a grave mistake, despite having emphasized the dangers of such materials in his correspondence. This person was still conducting biological experiments, concentrating on creating more blood samples. What lay beyond the known was a troubling thought. What on earth have you done? Banner bellowed at Samuel Stern, the heartbeat monitor on his wrist emitting urgent beeps. Stern promptly raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. Hey, take it easy. I'm only conducting research. The blood samples you sent me are scarcely sufficient for a few experiments. I require multiple repetitions of the experiments to minimize errors. I swear, apart from myself, no one is aware of the existence of these samples. All the manufactured blood samples are stored on the third floor. I've invested a fortune in equipment to preserve them, nearly bankrupting myself in the process. Without uttering a word, Banner strode towards the third floor, pushing open the door to reveal rows of freezers. Through the glass, countless bags of blood samples hung suspended, each meticulously labeled with dates and concentrations in vibrant colors. The sight was alarming to Banner. Should these samples ever escape, it would undoubtedly lead to catastrophe. Stern, following closely behind, eagerly shared his findings. Your blood, or rather the gamma energy, possesses boundless possibilities, immense potential, and countless applications. Before moving, I conducted dozens of viral experiments, and the viruses perished in an alarmingly short time. I have yet to discover more potent viruses for experimentation. However, if we unravel the secret of your blood's ability to annihilate viruses, we could create vaccines to combat myriad diseases. This would certainly be a Nobel Prize-worthy discovery, with patents alone providing a lifetime of wealth. No, 10 lifetimes. As he spoke, Stern's tone grew fervent and his eyes sparkled with visions of glory and fortune, as if an avalanche of accolades and riches were descending upon him. This was precisely why he persisted in his perilous experiments. The prospect of developing vaccines to combat diseases that currently elude humanity was undoubtedly comparable to penicillin, if not surpassing it as a monumental discovery in history. With such temptations of fame and fortune, the associated dangers seemed trivial. No, these samples must be destroyed. Not a single one can remain. They must be eradicated immediately. Banner's words fell like a bucket of icy water, shattering Stern's dreams in an instant. What? Now it was Stern's turn to be astonished, his gaze fixed on Banner with a blend of confusion and disbelief. Did you not hear me clearly? Would you like me to repeat what I just said? Stern, I heard you quite well, Banner replied patiently. But the military does not seek this for healing. They wish to create monsters like me. I am both the orchestrator and the victim of this experiment, and I comprehend the peril of this serum. But we must also recognize the serum's potential benefits. If successful, it could save countless lives, Stern argued vehemently. If he succeeded, he would be celebrated as a great figure, rather than languishing as a mere professor in a school. What is the probability of success? How many monsters will be created before then? Banner remained unmoved by Stern's grandiose visions. At that moment, Betty interjected, Hey, you two, I believe these abstract matters can be discussed later. Shouldn't we first address how to resolve the situation concerning what resides within Banner? The military personnel have been relentlessly pursuing Bruce, making it perilous for him to linger in this vicinity. As Betty aptly noted, several military vehicles are stationed before the building of the biology department at Gabon Academy, where a contingent of semi-armed soldiers is orderly disembarking from the edifice to board the trucks. Leading the convoy is a comprehensive information command vehicle, within which General Ross is receiving reports from his subordinates. Samuel Stern's personal computer has revealed correspondence between him and Bruce Banner, discussing strategies to address the Hulk residing within Banner. What did you say? General Ross erupted, his face contorted with rage as he barked, Find them immediately. We cannot allow the Hulk to vanish. A woman seated at a computer raised her head and stated, SHIELD has provided the latest intelligence. Traffic cameras near Grand Street in Chinatown captured Samuel Stern's vehicle. All teams were promptly dispatched to the location, and instructions were given to the Airborne Division to deploy 2 armed helicopters to escort the transport helicopter carrying Blonsky and the capture team. The New York Police Department was alerted to prepare for the evacuation of nearby residents. General Ross issued a flurry of commands, and the military transport trucks and armored vehicles roared to life, advancing swiftly toward the downtown area under the glow of the setting sun. 2 armed helicopters and a large dual-rotor H-47 transport helicopter also took flight from a military base, soaring toward Manhattan at a mere 20 meters above the water surface. Chapter 69, Blonsky. Despite the presence of a young woman beside him, Greer found himself at a loss for conversation, pondering the necessity of a common topic. The question arose, how should he initiate dialogue? Should he ask if she had eaten? In his boredom, Greer picked up a history book to peruse. Its thickness suggested that the editor possessed a remarkable imagination, chronicling events from the establishment of the nation to the present in a mere 5,000 years, a span that could encompass countless historical occurrences warranting a comprehensive volume. Uncle Jimmy hastily excused himself, and Hyde, seemingly aware of Uncle Jimmy's situation, made no effort to insist on him staying for a meal, simply remarking that he should come again when time permitted. Daisy, in her room, also stepped out, and the father-daughter duo escorted Uncle Jimmy and Greer downstairs. As they exited the corridor, a thunderous roar filled the air. Upon glancing upward, they beheld 3 helicopters soaring across the darkened sky, ascending in altitude. Before they could lower their gaze, 3-wheeled armored transport vehicles approached from the west, forming a line that passed directly before Greer and his companions, each equipped with a machine gun linked to a belt of ammunition. Hyde looked on in bewilderment at the departing armored vehicles and murmured, "What is the army doing here? Are they conducting drills?" 5 minutes prior, the 3 helicopters had arrived at the location where Samuel Stern and Banner were situated. The rear doors of the twin-rotor helicopter swung open, and Blonsky, who had previously suffered fractures from the Hulk's assault, leapt from a height of 7 to 8 meters onto the rooftop. Slightly bending his legs to absorb the impact, he quickly sprinted to the rooftop door, delivering a powerful kick that shattered the locked iron door, leaving a distinct footprint as he dashed down the stairs. As the other soldiers descended via parachute, Blonsky had already sprinted to the 2nd floor, forcefully kicking open the door. He was met with the astonishing sight of the Hulk, lying on a contorted metal bed, slowly reverting to the much smaller form of Banner. Samuel Stern, seated before several instruments, was visibly elated, repeatedly exclaiming, "It worked, it truly worked. My antidote is effective. It can indeed neutralize the gamma radiation's toxicity." "Wait, I need you to contact my father," Betty interjected, stepping forward to stop a soldier, hoping to inform him that Banner would no longer transform into the Hulk. However, before she could finish her sentence, Blonsky brushed her aside with a wave of his hand, advancing towards Banner, who was draped in tattered clothing. "Bring him out to fight me. Do you hear me? Let him come out." Blonsky, still consumed by the desire for vengeance against the Carnivore Academy, had always been a paragon of excellence as the sole success of General Ross's Super Soldier program, a model for all soldiers. Yet at the Carnivore Academy, he had been unceremoniously flung aside by the Hulk, nearly meeting his demise. Had General Ross not administered the experimental Super Soldier serum, he might have spent the rest of his life bedridden. Consequently, after experiencing a brief surge in strength from the Infinite Serum, Blonsky was eager to confront the Hulk once more to affirm his worth, seeking to surpass Captain America and avoid being discarded like refuse. Unfortunately, his aspirations crumbled. After landing several blows on Banner, there was no response. Samuel Stern remarked, "I have neutralized the hormone within his blood that resembles a toxin. He can no longer transform into the Hulk." "What?" Blonsky's face darkened at this revelation. Before he could articulate his frustration, several windows shattered as 5 or 6 soldiers burst in through the openings, their weapons aimed directly at the disheveled Banner, who lay motionless on the ground. One soldier swiftly approached to assess the situation and spoke into his earpiece, "General, we have captured the target. Evacuate him from the residential area immediately." "Understood." Several soldiers rushed in, firmly binding Banner to a stretcher. A female soldier assisted Betty, hurrying towards the rooftop helicopter. This was a residential area. Should Banner suddenly transform, the destruction would be catastrophic and someone would inevitably bear the blame. Having secured their target, they needed to swiftly remove him from the crowded vicinity. The soldiers came and went in a flurry, leaving Blonsky behind to await the arrival of reinforcements. He fixed his gaze on Samuel Stern, stating, "If you can make the Hulk vanish, can you also cause him to reappear?" "What do you mean?" Stern replied. Confusion etched on his face. "I want you to extract whatever it is from Banner and inject it into me." With that, Blonsky aimed his gun at Stern, his expression impassive as he declared, "Choose, Either you die or you inject me. The choice is yours. Samuel Stern raised his hands, gazing at the muzzle of the gun pressed against his forehead, and hastily remarked, "First, I must conduct a thorough physical examination, followed by the proper calibration of the proportions. There are no facilities available here." Before he could complete his sentence, Bronsky abruptly shifted the gun upwards and pulled the trigger. A bullet whizzing past Samuel Stern's ear and striking the wall behind him. The gunfire at such close range left Samuel's ears ringing, and he crumpled to the ground in sheer terror. "So you choose death?" Bronsky's tone remained unervingly calm, sending chills down Samuel's spine as he stammered, "Yes, of course. But I cannot guarantee the consequences." "Then hurry up. I'm not a patient man." Chapter 70. The Abomination's Rampage in Chinatown. A vial of serum, extracted from Banner during his transformation into the Hulk, was slowly injected into Bronsky's body, while the apparatus above emitted gamma rays, roasting Bronsky's form. Under Samuel Stern's eager gaze, Bronsky's skin gradually morphed into a vibrant green, and his already imposing physique swelled like an inflating balloon, muscles and sinews bursting forth, ripping his camouflage uniform to shreds, leaving tattered strips hanging from his body. Soon, he would become a multimillionaire, a celebrated Nobel Prize contender, and the recipient of numerous accolades. This was precisely why Samuel Stern readily agreed to administer the serum. He required more living subjects for his experiments to gather additional data, and with this individual presenting himself, there was no reason for hesitation. Staring in astonishment at the grotesque creature lying before him, Samuel Stern, its creator, found himself momentarily stunned, his smile frozen, his throat tightening as he whispered, "What have I truly created?" Bronsky then clambered off the bed, his protruding vertebrae bending his back into an arc, his smooth, gray-green head jutting forward, resembling a decrepit elder, yet his powerful muscles exuded formidable strength. "Can it comprehend my words?" Samuel Stern gazed up at the towering abomination, cautiously stating, "I now need to extract your blood for analysis to observe the alterations caused by the Hulk serum within you." His voice reached the abomination's ears, but it sounded akin to the buzzing of a fly, drowned out by a cacophony of other noises, inciting immense irritation within the creature. With a sweeping gesture towards the source of the disturbance, its palm, resembling a basin, struck Samuel Stern's waist, sending him tumbling through the air like a leaf caught in the wind, crashing heavily against the nearby apparatus. Accompanied by the sound of cracking bones, the device crumpled inward, shattering the test tubes containing the Hulk serum, which spilled forth, cascading down and seeping into the contorted form of Samuel Stern, flowing through his veins from the myriad of wounds inflicted upon him. A casual swat brought down a fly, momentarily alleviating the overwhelming irritation within. Yet the inexplicable cacophony in my mind persisted, akin to being encircled by 500 quacking ducks and honking geese, their discordant calls rising and falling, inciting a desire to crush the very sources of that noise. My tumultuous emotions compel me to bellow in rage as I leapt toward the source of the clamor. My enormous frame collided with the wall, and with a thunderous crash, the brick wall, as fragile as paper, crumbled under the impact, sending a cascade of bricks raining down upon the road below. It was the peak hour of bustling traffic, and, as the debris in my massive form fell, they struck a vehicle, shattering its windshield instantaneously. The slender frame could scarcely withstand my weight, crumpling under the pressure, while a torrent of blood mixed with shattered flesh oozed forth, staining my feet in the uneven asphalt. The car ahead was struck by the falling debris, prompting the vehicles behind to slam on their brakes in alarm. Both drivers and bystanders gazed in astonishment at the colossal creature perched upon the wreckage, rendering the street eerily silent for a fleeting moment. I leapt again, landing beside a car that had collided with a nearby building, its driver startled into inaction. With a gentle motion, I grasped the 1 or 2-ton vehicle and effortlessly lifted it, hurling it forward with force. The car tumbled through the air, its occupants screaming in terror as the overwhelming sensation of weightlessness and rotation enveloped them. Yet their cries could not alter the fate that awaited them. Meanwhile, Greer and Uncle Jimmy, having prepared to depart after the helicopter's passage, were engaged in a parting conversation. Suddenly, a spine-chilling, hysterical roar echoed from the distance, loud enough to startle nearby pedestrians, causing 2 vehicles to collide in panic. "What was that?" Uncle Jimmy exclaimed in astonishment. No sooner had he spoken than a car appeared in the sky, 10 meters above the ground, tumbling toward them. With a resounding thud, it crashed onto the street just 11 or 12 meters to their west, crushing 2 unsuspecting passersby beneath it, sliding forward for an additional 2 meters, leaving a crimson trail in its wake, before slamming into a wall, creating a gaping hole, with much of the vehicle lodged within, eliciting gasps from the onlookers. Both Uncle Jimmy and Mr. Hyde gasped in horror at the sight, while Daisy screamed in fright, turning away in dread. Greer stood wide-eyed, realizing that the source of the earlier sound and this airborne vehicle could only belong to a creature of immense power, be it King Kong, the Abomination, or the Hulk, none of whom should have been in Chinatown. Shortly thereafter, a column of flame erupted on the west side of the street, its brilliance stark against the encroaching darkness, followed by the sound of an explosion. As the echo of the blast resonated, another fiery column ascended, and the ground trembled slightly, as if some enormous entity were racing toward them. "We must flee." Standing beside the motorcycle, Greer hastily pushed it towards Uncle Jimmy, shouting at the three of them. "Hurry! Ride the motorcycle and get out of here. What about you? Who among you can run faster than I can? Quickly, right away." Without waiting for their response, Greer abandoned the motorcycle and dashed eastward, veering into a narrow alley. Chapter 71. The One Who Stood Up. Uncle Jimmy turned to hide, remarking, "I told you. He's a good kid. Well, the task of stalling has been accomplished. We must leave quickly." With that, Uncle Jimmy mounted the motorcycle, and Hyde and Daisy followed suit, swiftly speeding eastward, away from the chaos behind them. At this moment, the surroundings had become exceedingly tumultuous. Successive explosions and bursts of fire led people to believe that gunfire and car bombings were occurring, causing a frantic rush towards the east. The traffic congestion prompted many to abandon their vehicles and flee on foot, yet a greater number remained oblivious at home, unaware of the unfolding events. Only those within a few hundred meters of the explosion zone had heard the commotion, opening their windows to glimpse outside. However, the densely packed buildings severely restricted their view. They could barely see the ends of their own street, let alone the happenings on other streets. Amidst the panicked throng attempting to escape, the individual who had previously brushed past Banner and affixed a miniature listening device to him exhibited no signs of alarm. He slipped into a nearby building's entrance, ascending the stairs while pressing a tiny earpiece to his ear, stating, "Commander, this is Level 6 Agent Grandward. A powerful humanoid creature is causing extensive destruction in Chinatown, resulting in significant casualties." In a room filled with dozens of screens and computers, Agent Hill received the information from the scene. Observing the situation in Chinatown displayed on several screens, he calmly instructed, "I see it. You must immediately head to the Samuel Stern Laboratory on the 3rd floor to retrieve blood samples. There will be someone to assist you at the eastern intersection." Pushing open the door to the 3rd floor, Grandward was met with rows of freezers containing a vast array of blood samples. He produced a small, intricate device and placed it against the mechanical lock's keyhole. With a twist, the lock clicked open, allowing him to extract 2 bags of blood samples of varying concentrations before securely closing the freezer door and hurrying to the next one. Navigating through the alleyway, he climbed over a barbed wire gate and reached the intersection, leaping into a black commercial vehicle with reflective film on glass. No sooner had he shut the door than the driver, seated in the front, started the engine. Grandward, scarcely able to catch his breath, swiftly transferred the blood samples from a box he was holding into 2 medical coolers. Each cooler contained a bag of blood samples of differing concentrations. He placed 1 cooler in the passenger seat while he occupied the back seat with another cooler containing 15 bags of blood samples, maintaining complete silence with the driver throughout the journey. At this moment, the embodiment of hatred wreaked havoc upon everything in sight. Vehicles before him appeared as if sculpted from clay, easily crushed with a mere slap or stomped into a flat mass. Steel fared no better, and as for humans, a single step would reduce them to nothing but a puddle of flesh. The path he traversed lay in utter disarray, littered with the burning remnants of cars and the severed limbs of humanity, the once black asphalt nearly stained crimson. Nearby, desperate souls scrambled to distance themselves from this terrifying monstrosity, yet even in the emptiness of the street, they could not outrun the embodiment of hatred. With the streets now choked with vehicles and panicked crowds, their escape was rendered all the more futile. Only through rampant destruction could he alleviate his pent-up frustration. Seizing anything within reach, cars, lampposts, pedestrians, or trees, casting them aside without a second thought. The unfortunate bystanders and buildings lining the street bore the brunt of his wrath. Objects hurled were imbued with an uncanny velocity. A single car could smash through a wall, serving as a grim reminder to those inside that calamity had struck outside. On the rooftop of a modest 5-story building, situated 100 meters from Hyde's residence, Greer, clad in his dead armor, stood at the edge, gazing at the embodiment of hatred on the street below. He was perplexed as to why this creature, meant to wreak havoc in Harlem, had appeared here. Yet he had no desire to ponder the reasons. His singular focus was to vanquish the embodiment of hatred. In mere seconds since his arrival, Greer witnessed over a dozen lives snuffed out, their bodies nowhere to be found. Countless others had surely perished at the hands of this monstrosity, the tally impossible to ascertain. After all, who could discern the number of souls within those crushed vehicles? Since his crossing into this realm, Greer had taken the lives of no fewer than 100. Yet none were innocent. All were ruthless gangsters and thugs. However, the embodiment of hatred now engaged in unchecked slaughter, reminiscent of towering scholars who delighted in bullying the meek students of their class, relishing the fear they instilled. Such wantonness was intolerable. In moments of oppression, one often yearns for a champion to arise and put an end to the tyranny. Thus, let me be that champion, Greer murmured, raising his left arm. The knight's case at his waist sprang open, ejecting an Agito KR card that soared into Greer's grasp. He swiftly inserted it into the belt's driver, leaping into the air as he completed his transformation. At that very moment, the embodiment of hatred stood with one foot crushing the front of the car, creating a gaping hole as it leaned forward, grasping the roof with both hands. With a casual tug, the roof was wrenched apart. This grotesque spectacle, beyond the realm of normal comprehension, sent a middle-aged African-American woman and a boy of 13 or 14 inside the car into a terrified scream. Their cries, however, ignited fury in the face of the embodiment, which immediately raised its palm, sized like a basin, preparing to obliterate the source of the noise. The colossal hand swept down like a fan, stirring the air with a whoosh. The sound of the wind had barely settled when a leg adorned with a golden metal anklet appeared before the two terrified individuals. It delivered a powerful kick to the loathsome hand, diverting it from its original course. Chapter 72. The Avengers' Vision. The force exerted caused the grotesque hand to sweep over the heads of the mother and child, creating a gale that slammed into the asphalt beside their vehicle, sending up clouds of dust. With a resounding crash, the sturdy asphalt cracked, revealing a web of fissures as the enormous hand, larger than a basin, sank into the pavement. The resulting shockwave jolted the nearby car, causing its rear to slide several feet, while stones and shards of glass were violently hurled into the air. The African-American mother and son stood in stunned silence, witnessing a scene that shattered their worldview. First, a colossal monster had torn their car apart, and then a mysterious figure clad in a black bodysuit, embellished with dark golden metal plates, descended from above, delivering a kick that sent the monster's massive hand flying. In the next moment, this enigmatic individual seized the monstrous arm that had been slammed to the ground, and with a swift motion, hurled the creature, taller by a meter and significantly bulkier, through the air, where it tumbled several times before crashing into a wall, leaving a human-shaped hole in the bricks. From a moment of the kick to the moment the monster was flung away, a mere second had elapsed. The speed so astonishing that the creature had no time to discern the identity of its assailant. Grell turned his head to find the mother and son still dazed within the wreckage of their vehicle, evidently shaken, perhaps forever marked by this traumatic experience. However, there was no time for them to regain their composure. Grell, not being a psychologist, shouted at them urgently, "Run." Though the mother and son did not know who this helmeted figure was, they instinctively understood that he had just saved them by throwing the enormous monster away. They hurriedly unbuckled their seat belts and fled toward the east, away from the creature. As they ran, the young boy glanced back at the people fleeing in the street and a not-so-tall figure standing between them and a monster that was struggling to break free from the wall. Meanwhile, in a small room encircled by thick walls, barely 20 square meters in size, Nick Fury, clad in a black trench coat, stood at the center. 4 screens mounted on the wall displayed individuals of various skin tones and appearances. Fury's expression remained calm, yet his tone was unyielding as he stated, "I have warned you before that the Super Soldier program is fraught with uncertainties. Until results are revealed, no one can definitively say what it will produce. This is why S.H.I.E.L.D. has suspended the Super Soldier program. Yet, flesh and blood alone cannot contend with extraterrestrial civilizations. We require soldiers of greater strength." A commanding elderly gentleman with white hair interjected, "Surely you haven't forgotten the asymmetric war from over 20 years ago. For all these years, we have invested countless resources and manpower into the study of super soldiers, determined not to endure another merciless slaughter." On the right side of the screen, a Chinese man in his 30s remarked, "But Director Fury, do you believe you can control them? Among the names you submitted, there is one who is not of this earth, yet he can fight to protect it." Before he could finish his thought, Nick Fury abruptly interrupted him, pointing to the ground beneath them and stating, as you ponder this question, he is already battling for those who are defenseless. I believe that is the most compelling answer. After a brief pause to soften his tone, he continued, "As for control and command, they are the Avengers. They rise only when people are in need, avenging those who have been harmed. They require no direction, nor do they need anyone to govern their actions." A woman in her 50s or 60s responded incredulously, as if she had just heard something absurd. "You propose to assemble such a formidable group, and then allow them to act freely? Absolutely not. It is unthinkable to leave these individuals unchecked. I do not believe that their autonomy is a prudent idea. The Avengers must operate under the oversight of the Security Council and require approval for their activities." At that moment, the room filled with a cacophony of dissenting voices. Yet Nick Fury stood silently, allowing these 4 elders to express their objections. Suddenly, the heavy iron door creaked open, and Nick Fury exited the chamber. revealing a vast room measuring 6 to 7 meters high and 20 meters wide, where 5 rows of computers were manned by a group of S.H.I.L.D. technicians, all intently gazing at the screens before them. The walls, angled at 120 degrees, were composed of transparent glass, offering a clear view of the endless ocean and the clouds drifting around them, as if they were soaring through the sky. Fury remained silent, leaning over the railing as he observed the workers below and the clouds ahead, reflecting, "I have witnessed that asymmetric war, nearly losing my life in its midst. Humanity was on the brink of defeat, but they emerged, aiding us to secure victory." Agent Hill remained silent, standing behind Fury, listening quietly. A coalition of powerful individuals can achieve remarkable feats. However, once such alliances become entwined with politics, their purity diminishes, often exploited by some to fulfill their own agendas. Ever since that war concluded, I aspired to form a special task force. Yet they departed once the conflict ended, prompting me to revive the super soldier program. However, I later realized that super soldiers serve only to intensify war's brutality. Standing tall, Nick Fury's single eye brimmed with determination as he gazed resolutely ahead, declaring, "The Avengers exist for those who need them. They're not instruments for battles among humanity. This is why I advocate for the Avengers to possess the freedom to act autonomously. Oversight is not suitable for them." Agent Hill pursed her lips in contemplation before ultimately shaking her head, stating, "However, Director, you must understand that the Security Council is unlikely to endorse your envisioned Avengers operating freely. The prospect of so many individuals endowed with immense power uniting without oversight would undoubtedly cause widespread unrest. No one wishes to witness such formidable beings traversing their homeland unchecked. A tiger, when confined within a cage, may seem endearing to some, yet if it remains imprisoned for too long, it may become as docile as a house cat, losing its fearsome nature." Chapter 73, Disdain versus Agito. Nick Fury's expression remained inscrutable, his tone devoid of emotion as he remarked, "S.H.I.L.D. is sufficiently equipped to manage internal affairs on Earth. The existence of the Avengers serves as a deterrent, signaling to other civilizations in the cosmos that Earth harbors ferocious lions." Agent Hill nodded in agreement, likening the situation to nuclear weapons, ordinarily unnecessary, but maintained at great expense for their intimidating effect. The throne of the 5 great rogues is constructed from an assemblage of nuclear warheads. Before the Avengers were even formed, thoughts of control had already emerged. Upon witnessing the formidable strength of a united Avengers, they would likely be even less inclined to relinquish their grip. Nick Fury straightened, gazing towards the distant sun, and said, "The Security Council's refusal to grant the right to operate freely is inconsequential, as the Avengers' initiative currently resides merely on paper. The candidates we have in mind are solely our own assumptions, and whether they are willing remains to be seen." As Stark's name was mentioned, it became clear that he had yet to undergo evaluation and, for the time being, was not included on the list. "You refer to Russoff," he continued. "To confront the Second Hulk and protect civilians, he is indeed, as Agent Wu stated, a commendable individual. However," Agent Hill hesitated, "Stark is another matter entirely. As a billionaire with vested interests in the military and government, even S.H.I.L.D. cannot compel his participation." Regarding the enigmatic Greer Russoff, his current demeanor suggests he maintains a respectful distance from S.H.I.E.L.D., rendering the notion of an Avengers initiative little more than a fleeting shadow, its establishment far from assured. Thus, it is evident that the current circumstances do not favor the formation of the Avengers, whether due to external or internal factors. Nevertheless, it matters not. I have waited over 2 decades and harbor no concern about continuing to wait. With that, Nick Fury straightened his posture and proceeded to the command platform to commence the return journey. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away in Manhattan, the Abomination, having been hurled into the second-floor wall, braced himself against the bricks, which crumbled like rice paper under his might, the red bricks disintegrating into a fine powder. Once liberated, the Abomination leaped down, his weight creating shallow impressions in the ground. His fierce gaze fixed upon the diminutive figure clad in peculiar attire standing in the empty street, an individual whose waist was scarcely as thick as his arm, rendering the term weakling a gross understatement. "Watch as I crush you." The Abomination, with its mouth agape, charged forward with unrestrained strides, each footfall leaving a profound imprint upon the asphalt. The vehicles in its path were effortlessly cast aside, akin to mere cardboard boxes, utterly incapable of impeding its relentless advance. In the face of this onslaught, Greer stood resolutely, showing no intention of evasion. He planted his feet firmly, and, at that moment, an emblem of dark golden energy materialized beneath him. The Earth's power coalesced, causing the symbol to radiate with increasing brilliance, while the 2 dark golden metal rings adorning his ankles began to gleam. With a swift rustle, The twin horns atop his head unfurled into six. The colossal form of the abomination surged to its utmost speed, resembling a heavy-duty truck barreling forward, unstoppable in its momentum. The sheer force it exuded suggested that even a mountain could be toppled before it. With a swift motion, it seized a nearby vehicle larger than itself, and with a cacophony of twisting metal, hurled it towards Greer, who stood 7 or 8 meters away on the street. Greer, with a powerful thrust of his legs, absorbed the glowing energy beneath him, propelling himself into the air, effortlessly surpassing the tumbling automobile. As the vehicle careened toward him, Greer's left foot, slightly bent, struck downwards with force, landing upon the car and redirecting its trajectory. With a resounding crash, it slammed into another vehicle, indenting its front end, while Greer used the momentum to leap again, soaring over 40 meters into the sky. From this lofty perch, Manhattan sprawled beneath him, its buildings and orderly streets laid out in an intricate tapestry, the sun dipping below the horizon, casting a crimson outline reflected in the Hudson River, evoking the poetic imagery of a setting sun over a vast river. At the zenith of his ascent, Greer extended his right leg, channeling the amassed energy of the earth into his foot, enabling him to descend at an astonishing speed, stirring the air around him into a fierce whirlwind. As he leapt, the abomination raised its head, and in the next instant, Greer began his rapid descent. The abomination roared defiantly, "Do you dare to challenge the divine? You overestimate your strength." With that, it clenched its massive hand and, bending its arm, swung mightily at Greer's descending leg. The force of the displaced air extinguished the roaring flames nearby, sending shards of glass, dust, and the surrounding vehicles into a chaotic whirl, rivaling the ferocity of a severe gale. The tremendous impact jolted the abomination's right arm, rendering it momentarily numb. As its feet slid backward, the heels carving channels into the asphalt as if a bulldozer had plowed through. The energy Greer had gathered surged into the abomination's fist, causing flesh to erupt from its knuckles even as it staggered back. The energy continued its relentless onslaught, causing the flesh and blood of the wrist and forearm to shatter and disintegrate, as if an invisible meat grinder were mercilessly tearing apart the sinews of his arm. The gray-green blood erupted like a fountain, splattering in all directions, while the exposed bone of the severed arm developed numerous fine fissures. Yet, before a single droplet of gray-green blood could touch the ground, the cracks in the bone began to mend, swiftly followed by the resurgence of muscle, blood vessels, ligaments, and more, all extending from the bone. By the time the first drop of blood fell to the earth, the entire arm had reverted to its former state, with no trace of injury visible. With a knightly kick, Greer swiftly utilized the recoil to perform a backward somersault and landed on the ground, his horns still proudly positioned. The moment he touched the asphalt, the symbol of Agito manifested upon the surface. As the earth's energy gathered, Greer took a bold stride forward, charging towards the descending vile blood. The energy surged into his fists as his body leaned forward, his bent arms launching ahead in a dual dragon's emergence, striking forcefully against the villain's chest. Chapter 74. The Returning Helicopter. Thud! Greer's fists nearly sank into the muscle of the villain's chest, the ribs bulging outward snapped upon impact, piercing into the villain's internal tissue, accompanied by a roar that echoed through the streets. The force of his punches, exceeding 10 tons, sent the villain flying, crashing against the car and crumpling it into a mere shell of metal, continuing to slide backward with unrelenting momentum, crushing 4 or 5 cars into a tight cluster, their plywood exteriors barely holding together. Yet, Greer merely took a few steps back due to the recoil, quickly regaining his balance. His legs and arms still poised to harness energy, the Agito symbol beneath his feet glowing once more, despite having repelled the villain 3 times in a mere 5 seconds. It was his extraordinary speed that rendered the villain unable to react or defend. In terms of sheer strength, he had indeed fallen short. The damage inflicted was a result of the gathered earth energy rather than mere physical might. Conversely, the villain exhibited a rapid healing ability not seen in films. The flesh of his severed arm astonishingly restored itself in the blink of an eye. What kind of miraculous elixir had he consumed to gain such Wolverine-like regenerative prowess? Could the plot possibly become any more absurd? After slightly shaking his fists, numbed by the recoil, Greer clenched them once more, gathering the earth energy anew within his fists and feet. He had yet to employ the knightly kick card. Both the previous knightly kick and the recent knightly punch relied solely on his own power, achieving only 70% of the potential energy that could be unleashed through card activation. The results of his testing were now clear. In pure physical strength, he could indeed not surpass the villain, confirming the latter's reputation as the first to best Hulk, a testament to his formidable physicality. Were it not for Greer's speed and the villain's oversight, that last knightly kick would never have yielded such a significant outcome. Now, having exchanged 2 moves, both parties have gained an understanding of each other's prowess. Even if the abomination's intellect is limited, he would still be cautious, especially considering that within the cinematic realm, his intelligence far surpasses that of the Hulk. What strategy should be employed next? Greer pondered intensely, yet he did not cease gathering the energy of the earth, channeling it into the 4 metallic rings on his wrists and ankles, causing the dark golden rings to radiate with a brilliant luminescence, illuminating the encroaching night like festive lights. Leaning against the crumpled remains of a car, the abomination pushed himself up, tearing through layers of metal. With his left hand on the ground, he dragged his heavy form upright, his eyes ablaze with fury, fixated on Greer. If a gaze could kill, Greer would undoubtedly be under the merciless fire of 10 Gatling guns. The overwhelming rage twisted the abomination's mouth into a grimace, revealing a maw filled with jagged teeth. Resembling a beast, as he emitted guttural growls from deep within, a testament to his formidable strength that had nonetheless been bested. This recollection of his experience at Culver Academy ignited a dual fury within him, turning his eyes a fiery red as he unleashed a furious roar at Greer. The volume of his voice was such that even the finest tenor in the world would pale in comparison, drowning out all other sounds and resonating through the surroundings, rousing many who were unaware of the chaos from their slumber. As they opened their windows to peer outside, they were met with a startling new reality. The streets were choked with vehicles, and the gaps between them filled with panicked crowds fleeing as if the apocalypse had arrived. Within a radius of 200 to 300 meters where Greer and the abomination battled, window panes had shattered, and many onlookers gazed in terror at the colossal monster and the illuminated figure. Numerous individuals hastily retrieved their functioning phones and cameras to document the scene, while some even brandished firearms. 3 helicopters, which had initially departed, were now returning, having barely exited the confines of Manhattan when they received urgent communication regarding the appearance of a green giant in Chinatown. This revelation astonished General Ross, who instinctively glanced towards Bruce Banner seated beside him. Betty, who had been sitting next to Banner, noticed her father's gaze and looked up, inquiring, "What is happening?" "It's nothing," General Ross replied, though his countenance betrayed his unease. Gripping the armrest, he turned to Banner and demanded, "What exactly did you and Stern do?" "Are you certain?" Ross retorted, before continuing to shout into the communication device, instructing nearby armored vehicles to investigate the reported sighting of the Green Giant. Just as his orders were issued, footage arrived from 3 armored transport vehicles previously heading west. On the small screen in the cabin, a soldier's frantic voice broke through, "Sir, the entire street is blocked. We are rerouting to our destination. Citizens fleeing have reported the emergence of an immensely powerful monster." General Ross tightened his grip on the microphone, then commanded, "Return the helicopters." Betty and Banner exchanged a knowing glance, both acutely aware that something significant had transpired, yet the exact nature of the event eluded them. All they could do was brace themselves and await their return to the ground to uncover the truth. At such a lofty altitude, they spotted an anomalous area after merely a minute of flight. The surrounding streets were aglow with lights, and vehicles flowed incessantly. Yet here, cars were haphazardly strewn across the road, with many street lights extinguished. From above, this 100-meter stretch appeared shrouded in a veil of darkness. As they descended, the streets below came into sharper focus, revealing a scene illuminated by searchlights. Amidst the wreckage of cars lay pools of blood, severed limbs, and lifeless bodies, rendering the area a veritable battleground rather than a bustling urban center. Chapter 75. The Small Stature, Great Power. 2 beams of light from the searchlights broke through the darkness, casting illumination upon the shattered street lamps and storefronts. In this brilliance, a creature known as the Abomination, having risen from the ground, seized a broken car hood in a fit of rage and hurled it towards Greer. The commotion drew the attention of 2 armed helicopters, whose searchlights converged, one beam striking the area where the Abomination lurked, leaving the massive creature nowhere to hide. Upon witnessing this monster, which bore an uncanny resemblance to the Hulk, Banner's jaw dropped in astonishment. He swiftly turned to General Ross, his eyes brimming with disbelief, and inquired, "Did you create this?" General Ross, equally taken aback by the sight of the Abomination, shook his head in denial. "No, I did not," though he intended to assert that he had not engineered it. His thoughts quickly turned to Blonsky, who had been injected with a modified Hulk serum while in pursuit of Bruce Banner. The creature below bore an astonishing resemblance to the Hulk. As the realization dawned on him, Ross felt a surge of suspicion. Could this be Blonsky? He promptly directed a question at Banner. Does Samuel Stern have the Hulk serum? Although framed as a question, his tone reflected an undeniable certainty. The emergence of the Abomination led him to conclude that Stern possessed the serum. Otherwise, how could Blonsky have transformed into such a being? Banner, peering out of the window, nodded in response to Ross's inquiry. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he turned sharply to fix a penetrating gaze upon General Ross, rising from his seat and exclaiming loudly, Is that creature below one of your super soldier program's experiments? Did you truly allow him to inject the Hulk serum? I did not give that order. He acted on his own accord, Ross retorted as he settled back into his seat, casting his gaze out the window. At that moment, the helicopter had descended to a mere 60 meters above ground. The two beams of light from the armed helicopter unveiled the grim reality on the streets below. Setting aside economic concerns, the sheer number of casualties was sufficient to incite widespread outrage, compelling authorities to trace the roots of responsibility, colloquially known as the scapegoat. If the individual below is indeed Blonsky, then his immediate superior and the proponent of the super soldier program must undoubtedly be involved, prompting Ross to feel a surge of indignation. However, no matter how furious he became, it would serve no purpose. The abomination, after sending the front of the car flying with a powerful punch, was poised to charge forward once more. Yet, the blinding beam of a spotlight descending from above halted the creature in its tracks as it gazed upward at the helicopter circling overhead. Opposite him, Greer also found himself illuminated by a spotlight. Although Greer's stature was diminutive compared to that of the abomination, the metallic rings glistening on his limbs and the luminous patterns beneath his feet rendered him conspicuous in the night, making it nearly impossible to remain unnoticed. The two beams of light enveloped these two figures, so disparate in size and form, akin to stage lights illuminating performers before an impending spectacle. General Ross aboard the transport aircraft raised his binoculars to scrutinize the individual standing opposite the abomination, perplexed by the identity of this peculiar figure adorned with an oddly shaped helmet. Who dared to confront the second Hulk? Betty was the first to notice the bizarre pattern on the pitch-black street and the even stranger figure standing upon it, inquiring, "Is this Batman cosplayer also one of your experiments?" "No," Ross promptly refuted, observing through the binoculars this unidentified individual striking an unintelligible pose, with a pattern resembling a projection light beneath his feet, were it not for the presence of the abomination. He might easily be mistaken for a lunatic or a performance artist. The sound of the helicopter blades was audible to Greer from a considerable distance, and despite being silhouetted by the spotlight, he remained motionless, focusing instead on gathering as much energy from the earth as possible. While Greer maintained his composure, the abomination exhibited less restraint. The harsh whir of the helicopter rotors was jarring even to an ordinary person, let alone the abomination, whose acute hearing rendered the noise far more distressing than that of a car engine or a trumpet. This provocation incited a furious roar from the abomination, who turned and seized a nearby car with his left hand, crushing the exterior to create gaping holes the size of radishes. With a step forward, he twisted his torso forcefully, generating a rotational momentum that propelled the car from his grasp toward the armed helicopter hovering above. As the abomination began to spin with the car in hand, the helicopter pilot hastily maneuvered the controls, steering the aircraft away from its original trajectory in a desperate attempt to evade. Greer, ever vigilant of the abomination's movements, seized the moment to spring into action. Propelling himself forward with a powerful push against the ground, his body angling forward at over 40 degrees, akin to an arrow released from a bow. Just as the car was relinquished from the abomination-esque grip, Greer collided with him, employing the same technique as before, unleashing the accumulated earth energy through his fists. The tremendous force caused the abomination-esque body to bend backward like a bow, lifting him off the ground and sending him soaring through the air, the prominent spikes protruding from his back becoming even more conspicuous. Peering through the telescope, General Ross could hardly believe his eyes, his gaze nearly bulging from their sockets. Could it be true that the abomination had been struck down, and by such a diminutive figure, one no taller than his own soldiers, and lacking even a daughter? Was the world truly spiraling into madness, or was he merely too conservative? His shock rendered his speech akin to a fever dream. Who on earth is this person? As the onlookers gasped in disbelief, the abomination, sent sprawling by the impact, let out a furious roar. This marked the third time it had been knocked back, igniting a fierce rage within. With a swift motion, it swung its right arm towards Greer, who was poised to deliver a second punch. The tremendous force generated a shower of sparks against the Agito armor, the lateral pressure propelling Greer away, rolling him out of the abomination's grasp. He collided violently with a wall merely 3 meters away, creating a gaping hole and sending furniture crashing to the ground inside the room. Chapter 76. The Weakness of Agito. Ouch, that really hurts. Greer groaned, clutching his waist as he rose from the wreckage of shattered furniture. It was the first time he had truly felt pain. Indeed, it was no wonder that he was the first to thrash the Hulk. His strength was such that even the armor of a Kamen rider could not fully withstand the might of his blows. Just as he straightened up, still recovering from the fall, Greer's keen ears detected a faint whimpering sound from behind him. Ignoring the pain, he sprang to his feet, spinning in midair to face the source of the noise. He beheld a Chinese couple, likely in their 30s or 40s, and a girl of 18 or 19, huddled together in a corner, their eyes wide with terror. The mother clamped a hand over her daughter's mouth. It seemed the sound he had heard was indeed the frightened girl's response to the chaos outside. Monsters rampaging and destroying everything in sight. Suddenly, a massive hole had been smashed into their wall, and it was only natural for them to be terrified. Greril opened his mouth to speak, but before he could utter a word, he was jolted by the heavy footsteps of the abomination. Turning just in time to see the wall he had breached, he heard a thunderous crash as the structure was further demolished, yielding an opening nearly 3 meters high and wide. The abomination charged through, accompanied by a shower of debris, striking Greril with such velocity that he barely registered the wall collapsing before he was hit squarely. Amidst the screams of the terrified family, Greril felt as though he had been struck by a freight truck. His shoulder instantly numbed, his senses dulled. His body was uncontrollably hurled outwards, smashing through the western wall and landing amidst a flurry of bricks on the north-south street. As he tumbled across the pavement, he bounced 2 or 3 times before crashing into a parked car, denting its door and causing the entire vehicle to shift nearly a meter. Colliding with another car beside it, Greril lay hunched, half reclining on the wrecked passenger's seat, his head at sharp angles piercing through the door, while his feet dangled outside in the open air. As Greer had just leaped from the vehicle, the abomination barreled through the wall, crushing the car into a flattened wreck. In mere seconds, Greer would be reduced to a mere paste within the confines of the vehicle. Amidst the horrendous screeching of twisted metal, the abomination, unable to halt its momentum, propelled both cars into a wall across the street, the brick structure crumbling like paper, yielding to the impact and leaving a gaping hole. As Greer hurriedly turned around, he witnessed the abomination swaggering out from the breach, while searchlights from 2 armed helicopters swept the area. And 3-wheeled armored vehicles surged forward from over 100 meters away, crashing through parked cars with alarming speed. Upon landing, Greer steadied himself, immediately spreading his legs apart, enduring the pain in his shoulders as he raised his arms to harness the energy of the earth. However, just as the Agito symbol began to emerge beneath his feet, the abomination charged at him again, seizing a car as if it were a mere folding chair and hurling it towards Greer, forcing him to abandon his energy gathering and leap aside. With a thunderous crash, the abomination smashed the car onto the asphalt, reducing it to a heap of scattered parts. To the accompaniment of a cacophony of clanging, Greer, having just regained his footing, bent his legs and leapt once more, twisting his waist mid-air to deliver a sweeping kick to the abomination's head, which produced a dull thud. Although the force of that kick, powered solely by the Agito armor, reached 11 or 12 tons, less than the maximum potential of 15 tons, it only caused the abomination's head to tilt slightly, its body swaying a mere 10 degrees. This revelation sank Greer's heart. Without the Earth's energy to bolster his attack, his efforts against the abomination proved woefully insufficient. It was no wonder, having once overpowered the Hulk, that the creature possessed such formidable strength and resilience. Clearly, Greer was not the protagonist of this tale. While others in their novice phase were teaming up with figures like Spider-Man and Daredevil, he found himself pitted against a behemoth with over 100 tons of might. He had yet to acclimate to the abrupt enhancement of his own power. Akin to someone who typically rides a bicycle suddenly thrust into the driver's seat of a race car, naturally hesitant to accelerate. Even the abomination, in its unrefined state, was more than a match for him. Once it became accustomed to its immense strength and extraordinary durability, Greer feared he would be reduced to mere pulp. In the face of the abomination's taunts, Greer felt no anger. Instead, he hurriedly positioned himself to gather earth energy. Yet, just as he began to assume the stance, the abomination charged once more, forcing Greer to evade, his recently battered shoulders still aching. Another blow might incapacitate him entirely. Greer soon grasped that the abomination had evidently discerned his techniques. The previous displays of overwhelming power and destruction had all required him to adopt a visible energy-gathering posture. With his horns raised and the Agito symbol glaringly evident on the ground, the creature seized upon the moment of his energy accumulation, launching itself at him without granting him a moment's respite to focus. In the realm of tokusatsu dramas, the existence of mindless creatures, or even those with intellect who merely stand idle while Kamen riders prepare their powerful moves, is utterly implausible. Even the abominable entities, whose intellect may be clouded by rage, swiftly discern Agito's vulnerabilities, let alone the multitude of highly intelligent beings within the Marvel Universe, who would undoubtedly devise countermeasures against such weaknesses in no time. Chapter 77. I aim to capture two. As Greer contemplated, his body remained swift in motion, fully capitalizing on his speed, small stature, and agility. He darted between the gaps of the abomination's grandiose attacks, akin to a swift swallow soaring amidst a tempest. The abomination brandished a car, striking it back and forth, the thunderous sounds of collision reverberating through the air. Bang, bang. With just a few blows, a car was reduced to a mangled wreck. However, this street was abundant with vehicles. Having battered one car, the abomination seized another, relentlessly pursuing Greer. Greer dared not linger for even a moment. Each time he landed, he quickly leaped from his original position, evading what appeared to be perilous situations to an onlooker. In a mere 10 seconds, he narrowly dodged 8 or 9 blows from the abomination's car strikes. Previously, he had been struck on his left side, and later, in the room, he had taken a hit on his right shoulder, leaving him in persistent pain. Now, as he danced and evaded, it felt as though he were performing a delicate ballet upon a razor's edge. The slightest exertion brought excruciating pain. It was still preferable to being struck by a car wielded by the abomination. Thus, he bore the pain and continued to evade. The wheeled armored vehicle at the forefront had now approached the scene, and the soldiers aboard, with helmet-mounted cameras, transmitted close-up images to the helicopter, enabling General Ross and Banner to observe the combatants in vivid detail. The abomination, with its grotesquely swollen bones and skin pierced by spinal protrusions, left Banner astounded. What on earth did you inject him with? General Ross's lips quivered before he quietly responded. The Infinity Serum, along with a modified serum derived from Hulk's blood. How could it have transformed into this? The abomination now appeared even more terrifying than Hulk, and while that was alarming, its furious temperament rivaled Hulk's, making it unlikely that any soldier would wish to team up with such an unpredictable adversary. Previously, Blonsky had been quite compliant. How had he transformed into this monstrous being? Could it be the hybridization of the Infinity Serum, Hulk's blood, and the Super Soldier Serum? General Ross furrowed his brow in deep concern, eager to uncover the truth behind Blonsky's transformation. The emergence of the abomination indicated that Hulk could be replicated, capable of mass production. It need not be extravagant. Merely 20 rational Hulks could overpower any ground army. By identifying the cause of Blonsky's volatility and conducting targeted research to discover a method for restoring his sanity, they could forge the strongest terrestrial battalion, rendering armored vehicles and tanks utterly inconsequential. Upon this realization, General Ross felt a surge of fervor and immediately seized the microphone, declaring, "Relay my orders. Contact all available troops and dispatch every helicopter and vessel to this location to execute the apprehension plan." Did you wish to capture him? Banner suddenly recalled the days when he was relentlessly pursued. General Ross cast a glance at Banner and stated, "It is them." He then turned his gaze to the small screen, addressing the communication device. "This is General Ross. I command that if either of the 2 targets shows any inclination to flee, all weapons are authorized for use." Betty looked at her father in disbelief, exclaiming, "The other person is trying to stop this monster. Why capture him? Because he possesses strength that rivals Hulk's, and that is his greatest transgression," Banner replied coldly. "It was precisely because of his immense power that the military relentlessly pursued him, rendering him a fugitive with no refuge, transforming from a renowned scholar, university professor, and a successful member of society into a nameless drifter fleeing through underdeveloped nations, even resorting to factory work to survive, all because of the man before him." General Ross disregarded both Banner and Betty, fixating intently on the small screen. The footage captured from a distance of 20 meters was significantly clearer than the aerial view, providing a better understanding of the situation. The mysterious figure leaped once more, causing the grotesque creature to hurl a dilapidated car against its body, which shattered upon impact, sending a multitude of metallic shards flying. Meanwhile, the figure, after leaping, kicked off the edge of a second-floor escape ladder, bending the iron railing as thick as a thumb, and propelled himself toward the rooftop. In that brief span of mere seconds, Greer had formulated a plan, relying solely on physical strength. Agit's Earth-based form was no match for the grotesque. Continuing down this path was futile. Thus, he resolved to distance himself from the grotesque, gathering more Earth energy to deliver a decisive blow to the creature's head, convinced that this being was not invincible. Just as Greer prepared to leap, General Ross grew anxious. This unidentified individual was his primary target. The figure exhibited far more rational behavior than the grotesque, and if the issue of the grotesque's reasoning could not be resolved, this being, though not as powerful, still presented a valuable subject for research. Without hesitation, General Ross commanded, through the communicator, "Fire. We cannot allow either of them to escape. Reinforcements are on the way." The armed helicopter, equipped with searchlights, opened fire on Greer below, unleashing a barrage of bullets that streaked through the night sky like meteors, enveloping Greer, who was airborne. The sudden assault caught Greer off guard. A flurry of bullets struck Agit's armor, creating a shower of sparks, while more rounds penetrated the wall behind him, leaving fist-sized holes in the brick. The impact of words can inflict wounds larger than a bull, and in the brief span of 1 or 2 seconds, Greer was struck by over a dozen rounds of 2.7mm bullets, causing sparks to fly from the Agit armor. The force of the bullets was akin to a lateral thrust, propelling Greer against the wall before he could leap to the rooftop, creating a gaping hole in the wall, which had already been riddled like honeycomb by the aircraft's machine gun fire. Meanwhile, the Abomination seized the opportunity to hurl a recently acquired car at Greer, smashing him into the wall as if he were a nail being driven in. With the shooting commenced, General Ross ordered another armed helicopter to open fire on the Abomination. Given the unknown capabilities of this enigmatic adversary, he opted for the least destructive option, employing the aircraft's machine guns. However, Hulk was a different matter entirely. Having survived a nuclear bomb, the defensive prowess of this replica could not be underestimated. Thus, he unleashed a barrage of rockets upon the Abomination. Betty gazed in awe at the columns of flame erupting from the street below, her eyes wide with astonishment, as if she were meeting her father for the first time. "But this is the city," she exclaimed in disbelief. Chapter 78, The Unmatched Crimson Dragon. With just 3 aerial rockets unleashed, half the cars on the street were ignited, and the walls, previously punctured by Hulk's assault, were obliterated, leaving the entire structure in peril of imminent collapse. The devastation wrought by the prolonged struggle between the Abomination and Greer paled in comparison to the destruction caused by a single rocket. It must be noted that there were still people within these buildings. As the Abomination and Agito clashed on the street, many found themselves trapped, trembling in fear, hoping the two monsters would battle elsewhere to afford them a chance to escape. Unexpectedly, instead of the anticipated opportunity, they were met with a relentless onslaught of rockets, shaking the entire edifice as if it were on the verge of crumbling. The omnipresent threat of death instilled a profound sense of dread in the hearts of the onlookers. The street had transformed into a fiery inferno, with successive aerial rockets detonating around the Abomination, generating such heat that the wreckage of cars melted into molten iron, while the surrounding buildings were reduced to ruin. General Ross shouted into his communicator, "Continue firing until the rocket nest is depleted. Deploy a squad of infantry to ascend from the opposite side and search for the man in the helmet, while armored vehicles and helicopters maintain vigilance." Just as Betty prepared to rise, she was restrained by Banner, who was still observing the tumultuous street below. "Your father possesses remarkable audacity. In his previous confrontation with Hulk, he deployed an entire squadron of helicopters along with a tank battalion, and ultimately even resorted to a tactical nuclear bomb. Now, he has merely 2 helicopters. This is hardly sufficient." What? Betty felt as though she were hearing the tales of the fantastical. Nuclear weapons were spoken of often, and while many nations stockpiled them, the usable ones were few. She had always believed that only the island nation had experienced the detonation of 2 bombs. And now Banner claimed that he had witnessed a nuclear explosion in America. Surely it was only in the quaint Gotham City that such audacity could be found. Banner cast a sidelong glance at Ross, who was still issuing orders, and sneered, "When the warship arrives, he would dare to level this place with naval artillery. This isn't the affluent Midtown. Trading a few streets for these 2 formidable specimens is quite advantageous for the military." Upon hearing Banner's words, General Ross turned his head, snorted coldly, and with a sardonic smile, replied, "The Hulk is military property. You had better pray he hasn't vanished. Otherwise, prepare to spend a lifetime in prison." Before Banner could respond, a monstrous figure engulfed in flames abruptly leaped from the street below, which was shrouded in fire. It soared high, gripping the precarious edge of a building's rooftop with a powerful hand. As debris rained down towards the inferno below, the creature propelled itself upward, lunging at the armed helicopter that had attacked it. The fierce wind generated by its ascent extinguished the remaining flames, revealing the creature's unscathed form. An aerial rocket, capable of annihilating an armored vehicle, rained down in rapid succession, demolishing half a street without inflicting any harm upon it. The creature possessed remarkable jumping prowess, yet was unable to alter its trajectory mid-air, while the helicopter adeptly maneuvered to shift its position and altitude. Just as the creature launched itself, the helicopter, hovering 100 meters aloft, immediately ascended, tilting left and shifting sideways, causing the creature to miss its target entirely. Seeing this, General Ross wore a self-satisfied smile and remarked to Banner, "After the last failed pursuit of the Hulk, I reflected on our experiences and devised a new strategy. Indeed, the Hulk's power is formidable and unmatched on land, but even the fiercest tiger falters in the skies, akin to a mere sparrow. Thus, I specially modified a helicopter from the Army Aviation Unit, enhancing its agility and maneuverability in the air." As General Ross reveled in his explanation, the creature plummeted, having missed its target. Yet before it could touch down, 2 rockets flew in from either side. One struck the creature, erupting into a tumultuous fireball in midair, while the other obliterated a 3-story building, reducing it to rubble. Meanwhile, another armed helicopter hovered above, coordinating with 12 soldiers disembarking from a wheeled armored vehicle to search through the remnants of the building, now largely collapsed from the rocket attack, for the elusive individual buried beneath the debris. In the slanted rear above them, the creature was struck by a rocket mid-descent, and the exploding fireball hung in the air like a small sun, radiating brilliance and illuminating the surrounding blocks for hundreds of meters. The thunderous explosion reverberated through the skies, masking the sounds of crumbling bricks from the collapsed building. From the rubble, Greer gradually rose to his feet, supporting himself with his left hand. The damage from the aerial machine guns was nearly negligible, yet the car hurled by the creature had nearly turned to scrap, demonstrating its immense strength, almost knocking Greer unconscious. Greer stood atop the ruins of the 6th floor, gazing out through the collapsed walls. The street, stretching 100 meters north and south, was ablaze, and amidst the debris, there was no trace of the bustling metropolis. It had transformed into a battlefield. I wish to convey to you that, without a commendable set of teeth, dare not attempt to gnaw upon my stone, otherwise, rest assured, your roots shall be shattered. In a fit of unparalleled rage, Greer raised his left arm, and the knight's card box sprang open, releasing the Dragon Knight's KR card, which gracefully descended into his grasp. In the next instant, the contract card in Greer's left hand was inserted into the device at his waist, causing the central ruby to project the image of a dragon's head. Kain ride Ryuki. The mechanical synthesized voice reverberated throughout the room, and in that moment, Greer's Agit armor was instantaneously replaced by the Dragon Knight armor. Once more, Greer elevated his left arm, witnessing his score diminish by 200, plummeting to 383. The knight's card box opened again, revealing a contract card adorned with the fearsome visage of a red dragon. The mechanical voice echoed once more, "Attack Rydra Greeter." At the utterance of these words, the shards of glass scattered across the floor glimmered with a crimson light. And under this radiance, Greer's formerly turquoise Dragon Knight armor transformed into a brilliant red. Amidst a resounding roar, a colossal dragon head burst forth from the red glow, swirling around Greer, its 6-meter-long body filling the room to capacity. This cacophony alerted the searching soldiers, who immediately brandished their firearms and rushed up the stairs. The spotlight from an armed helicopter pierced through the opening, illuminating the chamber where Greer resided, rendering the coiled red dragon upon him visible to all. Chapter 79. Amphibious Operations in Land, Sea, and Air. The soldiers hastily ascending the stairs had scarcely raised their weapons when they were met with a spectacle that would leave them utterly dumbfounded. Within the disarrayed room, coiled a magnificent red dragon, its sleek body shimmering with a metallic sheen, reflecting the light of the armed helicopter-esque spotlight, reminiscent of a steel sea dragon. Yet, the question lingered, how could a dragon exist? Was it merely a figment of legend? Even if such a creature were real, it should reside within a cavern brimming with gold and gemstones, not in this dilapidated, cramped room. The 3 soldiers who reached the scene were equally astonished, their eyes nearly bulging in disbelief as the dragon's sinuous, blade-like tail swept across the debris-strewn floor, affirming to them that this was no mere virtual projection or prop, but a genuine dragon. The scene witnessed by the soldiers was captured by the miniature camera affixed to their helmets, transmitted through military data links to various locations, shocking countless onlookers and prompting speculation that someone had breached military networks to showcase CGI effects. For how else could a creature of Eastern myth manifest before them? "What is this?" exclaimed the foremost soldier, his voice tinged with disbelief as if ensnared in a dream. His utterance seemed to rouse the dragon, which turned its massive head toward the doorway, its glowing red eyes fixating upon them, instilling fear that rendered their legs weak. Instinctively, they squeezed the triggers, unleashing a barrage of bullets that struck the indomitable red dragon, igniting a flurry of sparks. "Attack the armed helicopter." Greer stood motionless, issuing an attack command to the Wuxuanglong through his consciousness. In contrast to the AI-driven Pegasus, the Wuxuanglong could be considered a living entity, endowed with its own awareness and capability for action. The moment Greer entwined himself with the creature, a contract was forged. Should Greer choose to dissolve this bond now, the Wuxuanglong would become a masterless being, unlike the Pegasus of Faiz, which would simply vanish. Much like the disc beast, Xiang, entities possessing a self-aware consciousness or lifeless matter within a contract card can exist independently of the Kamen Rider. Even if Greer were to leave the Marvel Universe in the next moment, these entities would continue to exist here. The establishment of this contract compelled the Wuxuanglong to comply entirely with Greer's commands. It forsook the 3 soldiers ahead and crashed into the ceiling, creating a substantial breach, and then lunged towards the armed helicopter above. With a flight speed approaching 140 meters per second, the Wuxuanglong reached the helicopter's front in less than a second, offering the pilot no time to react before colliding violently with the craft. The cabin and glass, designed to withstand heavy-caliber gunfire, crumbled before the Wuxuanglong as if made of paper, allowing it to pierce through effortlessly. As the long blade at the rear barely exited the cabin, the helicopter erupted into a fiery ball, with burning metal debris raining down upon the streets below. The Wuxuanglong then ferociously lunged towards another armed helicopter, its speed rendering its form nearly indistinguishable. The pilot of the helicopter turned his head to witness the fireball igniting in the sky, followed by a streak of red light entering his vision before losing consciousness. His helicopter was also struck and exploded into flames. General Ross, observing the video feed from the soldiers on the screen, felt utterly overwhelmed, questioning whether he was trapped in a dream. For how could there be a dragon? Yet, the dragon soon moved, directly colliding with one of his armed helicopters, vividly demonstrating its reality and vitality. Banner wore a half-smile, glancing at General Ross and remarking, "Now it can fly." How do you intend to summarize this experience and revise your strategy? Ground combat had proven futile, and now aerial engagement was no better. It seemed the only option left lay beneath the waters. However, I have heard that dragons in Eastern mythology dwell in water, which implies you may need to request additional funding to develop a spacecraft. Shut your mouth. General Ross's furious roar followed Banner's sardonic remarks. Within mere seconds, another armed helicopter was reduced to a fireball by the Wuxuanglong, leaving only their transport aircraft hovering hundreds of meters above. Banner continued to wear that enigmatic smile as he observed General Ross, subtly tightening his grip on Betty beside him, regulating his breath to keep the wrist-mounted device from sounding an alarm. Although the identity of the adversary remained unknown, the situation was dire. A formidable force was present, tasked with locating the enigmatic individual capable of engaging the abominable. Without hesitation, the soldiers opened fire. The third soldier, seizing a grenade from his belt, hurled it into the room ahead, with a resounding cry of fire in the hole, familiar to any seasoned player of shooting games. The two soldiers took cover against the walls. The grenade tumbled through the doorway, but before it could touch the ground, Greer swiftly caught it, exerting pressure with his fingers, producing a soft crack as he crushed it, extinguishing the fuse before it could ignite. The soldier crouched behind the wall, awaited the expected explosion, but instead, he heard footsteps drawing nearer. Suddenly, a hand emerged from the bricks, grasping his shoulder, and with a swift motion, sent him crashing into his comrade, causing them both to tumble to the ground like rolling gourds. In the chaos, the third soldier, momentarily stunned by the commotion, heard footsteps approaching. Ignoring the grenade, he hastily aimed his weapon upward, but before he could complete his motion, a large hand adorned with a red glove seized his gun. Greer yanked the weapon away and delivered a powerful kick to the soldier's chest, accompanied by a sickening crack as bone shattered. The soldier was hurled backward, his back colliding with the wall, creating a concave dent. As he fell to the ground, his chest and back were irrevocably broken, leaving him lifeless. Greer, now in possession of a soldier's rifle, turned it upon the two who were struggling to rise. With a decisive pull of the trigger, a barrage of bullets rang out, and before they could regain their footing, they were riddled with holes. Having expended over 20 rounds, Greer casually tossed the rifle against the wall, shattering it into pieces. As the components clattered to the floor, he navigated through the shards of glass to the window, gazing outside. At that moment, the dual dragons had pierced through the second helicopter, while debris from the first continued to descend below. The machine guns mounted on three-wheeled armored vehicles were now aimed skyward, unleashing a torrent of fire upon the dragons. Glancing at his score, he noted an increase from 383 to 455. The point from a single helicopter nearly rivaled that of a frost giant. This revelation sparked a theory in Greer's mind. He recalled that downing the Iron Overlord had awarded him 300 points, yet Obadiah, the operator, was merely an ordinary individual. Thus, it became evident that points were awarded based on overall capability. Had Obadiah escaped from the Iron Overlord, he would undoubtedly not have accrued such a high score. Greer suddenly felt an urge to visit the base where the American aircraft carrier fleet was docked, but this thought was swiftly quelled. He had no desire to confront a nation with adversarial strength. His only aim was to exact revenge on General Ross. Even in future discussions, it would be Ross who initiated hostilities. Thus, without hesitation, Greer commanded the Wuxuanglong to attack the armored vehicles using his thoughts. As the second armed helicopter plummeted and exploded in a blaze of fire, the Wuxuanglong, devoid of expansive wings or jet propulsion, descended toward the ground in a manner that defied the laws of physics, akin to an eagle swooping down on its prey, targeting three-wheeled armored vehicles below. The 2 or 300 meters between them posed no challenge to the Wuxuanglong, which traveled at nearly 140 meters per second. It would take but 2 seconds to cover the distance. In a horrified gaze of the soldiers, the Wuxuanglong soared over the first armored vehicle, its 2 massive, razor-sharp claws plunging deeply into the vehicle's exterior, effortlessly lifting the 16 to 17-ton behemoth off the ground, ascending to a height of over 10 meters. The 10 talons released their grip, allowing the armored vehicle to follow a parabolic trajectory, propelled by its own inertia, crashing down upon the second armored vehicle. The combined force of speed, weight, and gravitational potential energy transformed the 2 colliding vehicles into something akin to a crushed soda can. with the internal munitions igniting in a catastrophic explosion, scattering debris like a hand grenade. Upon witnessing the first armored vehicle being seized, the third-wheeled armored vehicle hastily attempted to reverse and turn away from the Wuxuanglong, yet speed paled in comparison to that of the dragon, making it seem as sluggish as a tortoise. In an instant, it was overtaken. The Wuxuanglong charged forward, its tail slicing through the armored vehicle with the ease of a razor, and as the munitions detonated in a fiery spectacle, it elegantly swung its tail and soared into the sky. In a helicopter retreating from Manhattan, General Ross gazed at the small screen, displaying a lost signal, his expression darkening. 2 armed helicopters and 3-wheeled armored vehicles had been utterly destroyed in a mere 10 seconds by the mechanized dragon, painted a striking red resembling forged steel. This efficiency surpassed that of the Hulk. Although the means by which the dragon took flight without wings or jet engines remain a mystery, it undeniably soared at incredible speed and effortlessly lifted vehicles weighing over 10 tons. This indicated that armed helicopters were nothing more than live targets before this steel-red dragon, and the deployment of fighter jets and heavy tanks was beyond his authority. Even if he had the power to mobilize helicopters, he would not dare to unleash fighter jets to drop bombs in the city. It would be tantamount to courting death, as the military would surely cast him aside as a scapegoat. In a densely populated urban environment, particularly in Manhattan, the use of armed helicopters and armored vehicles for combat was already a tremendous liability. Fortunately, this was not the affluent Midtown area, where even armed helicopters and armored vehicles could not operate freely. Casting a glance at the quietly seated banner, General Ross took a deep breath, picked up the microphone, and declared, "The helicopter squadron is to maintain their distance for now. We shall act in concert once the escort ship arrives." As General Ross issued his orders, the abomination that had fallen into a building had already breached the walls and surged into the street, now a considerable distance of 3 blocks away from the original street. Panic had yet to spread to this area. After all, only 2 or 3 minutes had elapsed since the abomination's appearance. Many had heard the explosive sounds and witnessed helicopters launching rockets, emerging from their cars and homes to gaze upward at the bewildering sight of the twin dragons piercing through 2 armed helicopters, a scene that shattered their understanding of reality. The initial thought for many was whether they had mistakenly wandered onto a movie set. Was it possible to raise dragons in the city? The next moment, they wondered if it was time for dragon slayers, dragon riders, or deities to make their entrance. Numerous individuals hastily retrieved their phones to capture what was undoubtedly a world-shattering news event. However, chaos ensued when a nearby wall was smashed, sending flying bricks that struck several passers-by, causing them to bleed and writhe in pain. Yet, such injuries paled in comparison to the turmoil caused by the abomination rampaging into the street. A colossal creature lifted a car and hurled it at another vehicle, eliciting blood-curdling screams from the terrified onlookers, who immediately fled in the opposite direction. Only a few brave souls dared to draw their pistols and shoot at the abomination, but the bullets failed to penetrate its hide, merely inciting its wrath as it lunged at the nearest person. At that moment, the twin dragon descended rapidly, colliding with the abomination's shoulder and sending it staggering against a nearby car, crushing it beneath its weight. The dragon then soared back into the sky, its head lowered slightly to achieve a level flight, when suddenly, a figure leaped from the rooftop and landed atop the dragon's head. Chapter 81. The Dragon Rider. Unbeknownst to him, the radiant light on the distant horizon had vanished, and the night enveloped the sky, with a full moon hanging in the firmament, casting a silvery glow. This ethereal light illuminated the crimson dragon in flight and the silhouette of the figure standing atop its head, visible to those below. Grell stood firmly atop the twin dragon, unfazed by the brisk winds at an altitude of 200 meters. From this vantage point, he could easily survey all of Manhattan, the dense lights of New Jersey and Brooklyn twinkling across the river, and in daylight, one could even glimpse the Atlantic Ocean to the far east. With the moon overhead and standing on the twin dragon, suspended at such a height, Grell experienced a profound sense of tranquility as he gazed upon the world below. Humanity has always yearned for flight, for the azure skies, evident in the desire for airplanes, rockets, and spacecraft to reach greater heights. However, Grell did not lose sight of his purpose for being there. He quickly focused his attention on the abomination below. At that moment, the creature, sprawled against the car, struck the ground with its right fist, producing a thunderous sound. The already crushed vehicle was driven into the asphalt, scattering an array of glass and steel fragments that struck the nearby cars like bullets, creating numerous dents in their exteriors. With disdain, the malevolent entity reclined on the ground, its gaze fixated upon the minuscule figures of the dual dragon and Grail, suspended above like mere specks. Rising to a stand with one hand pressed against the earth, it effortlessly seized a nearby automobile and, with a vigorous motion, hurled it skyward towards the hovering forms of the dual dragon and Grail. Despite weighing 2 tons, the vehicle ascended with astonishing speed, reaching a height of over 100 meters within mere seconds, reaching the altitude where the dual dragon lingered. However, prior to this, the dual dragon had already dove downward, deftly evading the projectile as it surged toward the malevolent entity below with remarkable velocity surpassing 100 meters per second, augmented by the force of gravity. Although the dual dragon descended at a 60-degree angle, Grail, perched atop the dual dragon's head, remained motionless, appearing as though they were a single entity plummeting together. When they were merely 30 meters above the ground, Grail abruptly flexed his legs, propelling himself off the dual dragon, extending his right leg in a pose reminiscent of a Kamen rider kick, harnessing both inertia and gravitational potential to strike downward at the malevolent entity, while the dual dragon maintained its trajectory in parallel, hurtling towards the foe. After discarding the first vehicle, the malevolent entity pivoted to grasp another car, intent on continuing its assault, for it could not fly. The height of over 200 meters far exceeded its leaping capabilities, necessitating the use of automobiles to bring the dual dragon down, as the streets were saturated with cars aside from the pedestrians. Just as it seized the second vehicle, a piercing sound sliced through the air, grating against the entity's acute hearing. Instinctively, it turned to witness Grail descending alongside the dual dragon, unhesitatingly casting the car aside to grasp a third vehicle. Yet, as the second car was launched, the dual dragon lunged forward, crashing into the vehicle, its claws and tail slicing through it like paper, utterly failing to impede the descent of Grail and the dual dragon. As the malevolent entity's colossal hand barely grazed the edge of the third car, the heads of the dual dragon and Grail collided with its form in perfect synchrony. The incredible speed of the dual dragon, combined with Grail's weight and strength, rendered the force of this impact unparalleled. In that fleeting moment of collision, the entity's chest and abdomen buckled inward, fracturing its bones and forming 2 deep concavities, despite its formidable flesh and skin being shattered, a cascade of green blood erupting forth like a fountain. In the next instant, the malevolent entity was sent hurtling backward, crashing heavily to the ground and crushing a car beneath it, creating a dent in the asphalt while bouncing back like a ball, rebounding several times before finally ceasing its tumultuous descent after damaging 6 or 7 vehicles and skidding 200 or 300 meters away. After Greer kicked the abomination, the reaction force negated his forward momentum. Utilizing this force, he executed a backflip, causing his body, that of the Wushuang dragon, to curve dramatically 180 degrees, propelling him swiftly to the spot where Greer was descending, allowing Greer to land precisely atop its head. The Wushuang dragon then pivoted in the narrow street, which paled in comparison to its impressive length of 615 meters, and ascended diagonally, pursuing the still bouncing abomination below. Perched atop the Wushuang dragon's head, Greer once more bent his legs, focusing intently as he prepared for another night kick reminiscent of Faiz. Although he lacked the light blood vessels, the speed of the Wushuang dragon would undoubtedly amplify the force of his kick. This inspiration was drawn from Agito, whose motorcycle could glide post-evolution, enabling him to deliver a night kick with a staggering force of 50 tons, considerably more than the 30 tons generated while standing on solid ground. While he lacked a gliding mode motorcycle and the Wushuang dragon's speed did not compare to such advanced technology, it was nonetheless sufficient to significantly enhance Greer's night kick, especially since the Wushuang dragon could also engage in the attack. This synergy was precisely why Greer had chosen to summon the Wushuang dragon. The abomination, battered and bloodied, howled in agony, its body broken and bruised, struggling to rise from the ground without fully regaining its posture. Greer and the Wushuang dragon launched another assault, sending the abomination hurtling through the air, crushing several cars in its path, and narrowly avoiding terrified bystanders before crashing into the support pillar of an overpass, embedding a substantial portion of its body into the fissured recesses surrounding it. After delivering this second strike, Greer found himself nearly incapacitated, his right foot numbed from the impact. As he landed on the ground to rest momentarily, another kick might well leave him crippled. The Wushuang dragon extended its head over Greer, partially enveloping him within its formidable form, standing boldly in the midst of the vehicle-clogged street. This scene was nothing short of astonishing for the onlookers and those peering from the windows. Many boys, 16 or 17, in the throes of youth and a touch of rebellion, entertained the fleeting thought, to be a dragon knight, even unto death, would be worth it. Chapter 82. The Military in Action. The imposing figure of the masked rider stood resolutely in the street. Though not exceptionally tall, the coiled dragon behind him exuded an overwhelming sense of authority. Both figures were clad in metallic surfaces, imparting a distinctly futuristic aesthetic, evoking an illusion that they might be high-tech robotic constructs. In contrast to the monstrous abomination, This manufactured entity was far more palatable to the public, causing many pedestrians not only to remain, but to boldly approach and capture the moment on their devices. The more timid among them retreated slightly, engaging in hushed discussions with those nearby. Videos of the spectacle were promptly shared across Facebook and YouTube, with some even opting for live broadcasts, showcasing the Dragon Knight in a three-dimensional perspective on the bustling street. Yet, the comments that flooded in were predominantly inquiries about the name of the game or film, with hardly anyone believing that this extraordinary sight was a genuine occurrence in the real world. Even among those present at the scene, there were whispers of disbelief, as if they were watching a film. The prolonged comfort of their lives had led them to subconsciously reject the upheavals of reality. Witnessing a wild Ultraman fiercely battling monstrous creatures, one might initially think they were still dreaming, caught in a slumber. Greer paid no heed to the onlookers, his focus entirely on the abomination ahead. The effects of his repeated swift kicks were unmistakable. The creature's massive skeletal frame seemed almost shattered, with blood gushing forth like a torrent, pooling beneath the reinforced concrete bridge in a crimson puddle. Cars flowed incessantly across the overpass, oblivious to the presence of such a formidable beast below. Despite the bridge pillar being dented with unsightly cracks, it remained impervious, standing 5 meters tall, 8 meters long, and 2 meters thick. The wounds on the abomination's exterior were healing, its internal bones mending. Yet Greer noticed that its recovery was significantly slower compared to the aftermath of Agito's nightly kick, indicating that the creature's healing was not without limits. After all, the cellular division required for wound healing consumes vast amounts of energy. The abomination, regardless of its might, could not escape the laws of energy conservation. Even with gamma rays providing energy, unless the creature could autonomously absorb external gamma radiation, it would eventually exhaust its reserves. Contemplating this, Greer sprang into action once more, his body sinking slightly as he leapt upwards with determination. The twin dragon surged forward, its head racing towards the heavens, allowing Greer to once again perch atop its crown. The abomination, nearly restored, emerged from the bridge pillar, tilting its head skyward, where the twin dragon soared majestically against the backdrop of the bright moon, strikingly conspicuous. Without hesitation, the abomination began to sprint forward, leaping onto the roof of a nearby, 7-story building amidst the gasps of startled pedestrians. Standing atop the edifice, it gazed up at the twin dragon, roaring defiantly, "Come down and fight me." Unable to fly and limited in height, it resorted to such provocation. Noticing the twin dragon beginning its descent once more, the abomination bared its teeth, legs coiled like a compressed spring, its gaze fixed intently on the plunging beast. As the dragon descended to 200 meters, the abomination leapt high into the air, its fists clenched and brought down forcefully towards the dragon's trajectory. On that day, at that moment, many bore witness to an unforgettable spectacle. Under the silver moonlit sky, the colossal creature unleashed a thunderous roar as it collided with the descending crimson dragon. The sound of the impact resonated like the shattering of earth and sky, compressing the air around the point of contact into visible ripples. Many were stunned, their ears ringing. Expressions of pain etched on their faces as they hastily covered their ears. The twin dragon's head dipped from the collision, while the abomination's chest caved in. Unable to leverage its height in the air, yet the twin dragon sustained its forward momentum. It is needless to mention that Grail jumped high just a second before the collision, avoiding the forward force that would have propelled him alongside the unmatched dragon. Upon the clash between the unmatched dragon and the abomination, he delivered a powerful kick to the abomination's chest, sending it plummeting from the sky like a meteor, crashing onto the elevated bridge with a thunderous sound that created a massive crater in the surface. Amidst the billowing dust, the two leading cars hastily slammed their brakes to avoid falling into the pit. In the sky, Grail had already landed atop the unmatched dragon once more, which resumed its ascent into the heights. Battling against the fierce hurricane, Grail raised his left hand, witnessing a deduction of 500 points, reducing his total to 4,056. The knight card box at his waist opened automatically, releasing a card with a red background and a golden dragon head at its center, which fell neatly into Grail's left hand. Meanwhile, General Ross was nearly driven to madness, incessantly inquiring through the microphone about the arrival time of the warship. Military information technology personnel had locked onto the mobile phones of the citizens at the scene, regardless of their consent. Any individual aiming a phone camera at Grail and the abomination became a surveillance tool for the military. Although the footage was shaky, blurred, and intermittent when compiled and edited, it depicted the abomination being utterly overpowered by the enigmatic masked figure, an astonishing sight that left many in awe. Was this the second Hulk, subdued by a mere small stature? All the efforts, resources, and participants involved in the experiment seemed to be in vain. Banner, however, felt a sense of relief at the sight of someone tackling the destructive creature, as this monster was intrinsically linked to him. After all, without his serum, How could a second Hulk have emerged? As he pondered this, General Ross emitted a gasp of astonishment. Turning to the small screen, he saw footage from a mobile phone capturing the moment the abomination collided with the unmatched dragon, only to be sent flying, tracing an arc before crashing to the ground. This revelation sparked surprise in Banner's eyes as he smiled softly, remarking that with the ability to fly and such formidable strength, the Hulk, now with wings, would not be easily subdued. Your experimental subject is in peril, he mused. In just 2 minutes, 2 missile destroyers will enter firing range. I am eager to see how many missiles he can withstand, General Ross declared, his words laced with fury. Chapter 83. A threat from the military. Are you certain you haven't lost your mind? Banner queried, suspecting that the man before him was not the true Ross. Otherwise, how could he make such a reckless decision? Using armored vehicles and armed helicopters was already a considerable headache, yet he now contemplated deploying missiles, specifically those launched from missile destroyers, which possessed far greater power than those mounted on fighter jets. Was he intent on reducing Manhattan to rubble? Even Betty looked at her father as if he were a stranger, questioning whether his rage had clouded his judgment. An attack on Manhattan with missiles would undoubtedly lead to the downfall of whoever ordered the strike, as the public's outrage would demand accountability. General Ross cast a fleeting glance at the two men and remarked, I do not possess the authority to mobilize naval vessels. I merely follow orders. Banner, his face etched with skepticism, scrutinized General Ross, his mind racing to connect the general's words with the missile destroyers that had arrived in such a short span of time. Suddenly, a possibility struck him, and he inquired, You were aware of the existence of this Dragon Knight all along? Meanwhile, in the command room of the S.H.I.E.L.D. helicarrier, which had altered its course towards North America, Agent Hill hastily approached the command bridge, clutching a tablet. With a grave expression, she presented the tablet to Nick Fury and stated, Sir, satellite imagery indicates that 2 naval missile destroyers have reached the waters off New York, placing Manhattan Island within their precise strike range. At this distance, the margin of error for an attack target will not exceed 30 centimeters. What? Nick Fury exclaimed, taking the tablet with furrowed brows. Upon examining the satellite images, it became evident that these destroyers had set sail for this location long ago and had come alarmingly close. Once their onboard radar was activated, it would encompass the entirety of Manhattan Island, enabling them to strike accurately at any target detected by the radar. What were they planning? Fury's expression turned to one of shock, and as a realization dawned upon him, he fell into deep contemplation, holding the tablet. After a prolonged silence, he uttered, Is it a show of deterrence and intimidation? Have Coulson contact Rusev and inform him that there are missile destroyers offshore. Having spoken, he tossed the tablet back to Hill, his countenance dark as he stood on the command bridge, just after refusing the Security Council's control over the yet-to-be-established Avengers. The arrival of 2 missile destroyers off the coast of New York spoke volumes. It brazenly proclaimed their formidable military might, silently narrating their possession of numerous carrier battle groups, thousands of fighter jets, nuclear submarines, and ballistic missile silos. In comparison, the Avengers team seemed scarcely worth the presence of 2 missile destroyers. Hill, with a hint of concern, asked, Sir, if we have Coulson contact Rusev, do they intend to launch missiles? Fury, maintaining a somber demeanor, replied, No, it is not yet time for that. They merely wish to convey a threat, to showcase their might, and to inform the visitors that while humanity may be physically frail, the weapons it can manufacture are exceedingly powerful. Their strength pales in comparison to this display. I will relay this to Coulson. Hill responded before descending to relay the order to Coulson, who was monitoring the Asgardian guests. Meanwhile, Greer, soaring at an altitude exceeding 400 meters, peered down through the gap in the overpass. From his vantage point, he could clearly see the abomination lying in a crater on the asphalt. Just as it was about to insert a card into the device with its left hand, the abrupt ringing of a Cobra phone broke the silence. After a moment's hesitation, he chose to answer the call. Before he could utter a word, the voice of Coulson pierced through the silence, devoid of any superfluous pleasantries. Diving straight into the matter at hand, the military's 2 missile destroyers had reached the waters off New York, their radar systems capable of encompassing the entirety of Manhattan Island, enabling precision strikes with surgical accuracy. Whatever he was engaged in, it was imperative to vacate the area swiftly. Caught off guard by this revelation, Greer instinctively turned to his left, where the eastern sea lay cloaked in darkness. Even with the exceptional eyesight of the Dragon Knight, it paled in comparison to the vast, boundless ocean. Aside from the lighthouse casting its beam across the waves, nothing else was visible. The 2 missile destroyers mentioned by Coulson were nowhere in sight. However, this was not the era of World War II, where engagement relied solely on line-of-sight combat. Any missile-related endeavor could strike targets hundreds, if not thousands, of kilometers away. Absence did not equate to non-existence. Yet, The question loomed. Was it truly necessary to deploy 2 missile destroyers against him? It felt akin to unleashing heavy artillery merely to excavate a pit for fishing. After merely a second's pause, Greer resolutely inserted the attack card into the drive, activating the Dragon Knight kick, intent on vanquishing the abomination to secure points. The twin dragon beneath him erupted in flames, swiftly transforming into a fire dragon. An incandescent spectacle against the night sky. Greer leapt into the air, twisting his body as the flaming twin dragon encircled him, enveloping him like a fiery orb. The flames propelled Greer downward at an astonishing speed, considerably surpassing the twin dragon's own flight velocity, nearing the speed of sound, producing a piercing sound as it sliced through the air. Under the gaze of many, Greer blazed downward like a meteor, trailing a long tail of fire, precisely navigating through the gaping hole created by the abomination on the overpass. In that fleeting moment of passage, the intense heat melted the steel embedded within the concrete, highlighting the extraordinary temperature involved. The sheer impact of the Dragon Knight kick, exerting a force of 60 tons, struck the abomination, causing the ground beneath it to descend suddenly, deepening by 2 to 3 meters. The searing temperatures generated vaporized the surrounding moisture almost instantaneously, while the surging flames of the Dragon Knight kick ignited the abomination from within. Chapter 84. The End of the Abomination. The extreme heat caused the concrete around to crack, creating a cacophony reminiscent of 1,000 firecrackers. The once unified surface of the bridge and its supports fissured, exposing the steel reinforcements that flowed like molten iron, coupled with the prior impact of Greer and the abomination's descent. This reinforced concrete structure suffered catastrophic damage, riddled with cracks. Beneath the bridge, in a depression larger than a truck, flames soared high, an exceptionally brilliant sight against the night. Within the inferno, a significant dent marred the abomination's chest, causing Greer's right foot to sink deep into it. A copious amount of blood, scarcely had the chance to escape, was swiftly evaporated by the searing heat. The flesh was charred, resembling cinders. This was merely the flame. The energy from the Dragon Knight's kick ravaged the abomination within, wreaking havoc upon every vein, every muscle, and indeed, every single cell. Amid the flames, Greyril executed a backflip, emerging from the inferno without hesitation as he detonated the now fiery dual dragon. With a thunderous roar, the earth trembled violently. The shockwave shattered car windows, glass panes, shop displays, and even mobile screens, sending many pedestrians sprawling to the ground. The gaping hole in the overpass, already riddled with cracks, erupted in the explosion, propelling a multitude of concrete fragments into the air as if a volcano had erupted, scattering debris in all directions. The breach expanded from a single lane to 6, and cars, their windows shattered, plummeted like dumplings into the abyss below. Concrete shards were lifted by the shockwave, while vehicles descended, engulfed by the tumultuous flames and swirling dust, evoking screams of terror from those trapped inside. The crowd that had gathered to witness the spectacle finally dispersed, no longer doubting that this was anything other than reality. As shards of glass rained down, they fled at a pace faster than they had ever known. The blaring sirens approached, yet Greyril showed no intention of retreating. Watching as cars fell around him, he turned to observe the flashing police lights and the officers forced to abandon their vehicles, navigating the chaos on foot due to the traffic congestion. Turning his gaze back towards the fiery sea ahead, his Dragon Knight armor flickered before vanishing. This assault had drained the dual dragon and the Dragon Knight card of all their energy, yielding an exceedingly potent effect. The abomination's body, engulfed in flames, appeared as if shattered porcelain, missing pieces and resembling a creature from a horror or science fiction film. As he beheld the struggling abomination attempting to rise, Greyril raised his left arm, activating the Knight card box at his waist. A card depicting the head of FAI flitted into his hand, and as his arm descended, he inserted it into the dead driver at his waist. Came right FAI. The mechanical voice echoed as the central ruby projected an LG, with luminous photon veins igniting across Greyril's form, transforming him into dead FAI in the blink of an eye. No sooner had he completed his transformation than Greyril resolutely drew another card and inserted it into the driver, activating the Crimson Electric Drill. Attack Ride Risen Sash. The resonant mechanical sound accompanied a flow of brilliantly radiant photon blood from the driver, coursing through the photon veins into Greyril's right leg, which now shone like a miniature sun. Just as the doll-like abomination managed to rise, Greyril sprang into action, striding forward with purpose. He forcefully stomped the ground, propelling himself into the air, executing a forward somersault before delivering a powerful kick to the abomination's battered, charred chest. Thud! With a dull thud, the abomination, still engulfed in flames, was propelled backwards, soaring off the ground and colliding with a bridge pier approximately 3 to 4 meters away. Before it could even begin its descent, a crimson beam emanated from Greer's right foot, making contact with the surface of the abomination's body, which immediately unfurled into a rapidly spinning red conical shape. In the next breath, Greer plunged into the vortex, unleashing a torrent of concentrated photon blood that exploded forth, striking the disfigured form of the abomination and causing its massive body to detonate like a powder keg. The terrifying force of the explosion penetrated several meters deep, sending shockwaves that shattered the already fractured bridge pier into debris. With the supporting pier destroyed, the remaining steel and concrete structure plummeted to the ground. Amidst the thundering crash and the tremors beneath, it splintered apart, sending over a dozen vehicles tumbling as they fell with the crumbling edifice. The crisp autumn breeze swept along the street, gradually dispersing the swirling dust, leaving only remnants of the once mighty bridge pier, with fragments of its sides barely clinging on, while the rest had been obliterated by the energy of the photon blood. When the police, having abandoned their vehicles, arrived at the intersection, they were met with a scene strewn with shattered glass, a collapsed elevated highway spanning 30 to 40 meters, and numerous individuals trapped within their cars beneath the wreckage, awaiting rescue. Without time to comprehend the calamity that had unfolded, they swiftly called for reinforcements, requesting an extensive deployment of firefighters and ambulances. 2 minutes later, 10 military helicopters descended upon the site, yet whether amidst the raging inferno on the streets or the wreckage of the collapsed highway, only the frantic efforts of firefighters and medical personnel were visible, with no sign of the two targets they sought. The helicopters fanned out, expanding their search radius. But despite scouring the entirety of Lower Manhattan, they found nothing. This incited General Ross's fury, having lost 2 helicopters, 3 armored vehicles, and over a dozen soldiers, resulting in significant destruction and casualties. Were it not for Banner's presence, he surely would have faced a military tribunal to quell public outrage. Unfortunately, anger could not assist the helicopter squadron in locating their targets. He could only suppress his rage and order the squadron to return to base, contacting a military airport in New Jersey to prepare for transporting Banner overnight. In issuing his commands, he did not shield his daughter Betty or Banner from his ire, which incited Betty's indignation, yet Banner displayed no sign of anger, perhaps accustomed to such treatment. Instead, he sought to console Betty, remarking, "What is there to be angry about? It would only serve to distress oneself. As long as I exist, there is no future for us. We must forget our past and look toward the future." "Bruce, you," Betty gazed at Banner in astonishment, sensing a tone reminiscent of finality. Banner offered a faint smile to Betty, releasing her right hand and casually discarding the wristband from his arm onto the ground. Chapter 85, The Connector Behind the Scenes. Banner's actions caught General Ross's attention. Several soldiers inside the cabin immediately raised their weapons loaded with tranquilizer darts, yet Banner remained oblivious to their presence. He stood up, turned to Betty, and said, "Please convey my gratitude to Dr. Stern. His medication remains remarkably effective. At least I can seize the steering wheel now." Betty, bewildered, was momentarily at a loss, but Ross, realizing the gravity of the situation, bellowed, "Fire!" In the blink of an eye, as Ross's command echoed through the cabin, Banner transformed into the towering Hulk, standing an imposing height of 7 feet 8 inches. The cramped space of the cabin could scarcely contain his immense form, causing the ceiling to bulge alarmingly. Before the first soldier could even place his finger on the trigger, Hulk's right hand lunged forward, akin to grasping a chick, seizing one soldier with ease. With a casual flick, he hurled the unfortunate soldier like a projectile, toppling the remaining 3. With his left hand, he grasped Betty, bending down and striding forward with great determination. His right shoulder collided with the rear of the cabin, producing a deafening sound as metal tore apart. The tightly sealed rear door burst open, and Hulk, cradling Betty in one arm, leapt through the gaping hole. Despite being a dual-rotor helicopter renowned for its stability compared to single-rotor designs, Hulk's sudden assault from within, coupled with the turbulent air caused by the breach, sent the helicopter into a violent spasm, akin to a creature afflicted by seizures. Plummeting from a height of 200 to 300 meters, the roaring wind rushed past them, and the overwhelming sensation of weightlessness prompted Betty to scream, clinging desperately to Hulk's robust arm as though it were a lifeline or a mighty tree in a storm. However, this descent lasted only 6 or 7 seconds, after which Hulk crashed into the earth like a colossal hammer, creating a substantial crater in the dry terrain, his feet sinking deep, almost to his knees. The shockwave from the impact sent a flurry of dry grass and fallen leaves swirling around them, shaking the branches of nearby trees, causing the brittle yellow leaves clinging precariously to fall. This was a secluded town, with detached villas spaced far apart and no structures exceeding 4 stories in height, surrounded by trees, rendering Hulk's landing largely unnoticed. To Betty, cradled in Hulk's embrace, it felt as though they had merely dropped from a height of 1 or 2 meters, with little force to speak of, as all the impact was absorbed by Hulk. He gently set Betty down on the ground, gazing down at her as she struggled to recover from the shock. Hulk stood firm, like an unyielding dam that separated her from Bruce, obstructing their path to a shared future. Their daring venture to New York had yielded disappointments. Overwhelmed by a profound sense of loss, tears welled in Betty's eyes as she bit her lip, speechless, her heart brimming with countless words that remained unspoken. The sound of helicopter rotors approached, and suddenly, a blinding beam of light descended from above, enveloping both Betty and Hulk, prompting Betty to instinctively raise her arm to shield her eyes from the searing brilliance. Hulk, who had been gazing down at Betty, suddenly lifted his head to behold the helicopter above. After casting a fleeting glance at Betty, he bent his legs slightly before propelling himself upward with great force. Leaping into the air, he traced an arc in the sky before landing on the ground some 40 to 50 meters away, only to leap again, continuing his bound away from the scene. As time elapsed, both the height and distance of his jumps progressively increased, indicating that the effects of the serum suppression had waned. Once Hulk had leaped, the helicopter's searchlight followed suit, its blinding illumination abruptly vanishing, prompting Betty to shield her eyes. Before her lay an open expanse, the disturbed leaves and withered grass still suspended in the air, while the colossal figure that had obscured her view vanished, leaving her heart feeling hollow. She instinctively turned her gaze skyward. The helicopter trailed after the departing Hulk, making her feel as though she were the sole inhabitant of the world. Despite the helicopter's earnest pursuit, it had been struck by Hulk, and with the tail of the fuselage damaged, its speed was severely compromised. Consequently, the helicopter could only watch helplessly as Hulk bounded further away, ultimately shrinking into a mere speck against the encroaching darkness. General Ross gazed down at the shadowy earth and forests, his face a mask of fury, with a furious blow to the cabin wall. He disregarded the pain in his fist. He surveyed the 4 soldiers, rendered unconscious by Hulk, before retrieving a mobile phone from his pocket. After a moment's hesitation, he opened his contacts and selected the entry labeled as Stern. After a few rings, the call connected, and before Ross had a chance to speak, an irate voice responded. "Shouldn't you be contacting me?" Taking a seat and fastening his seatbelt, General Ross's tone unexpectedly lightened as he replied, "I know, but if I don't reach out now, I fear there may not be another opportunity. What has transpired? Hulk has escaped, the experiment yielded no results, and instead, I've attracted a multitude of troubles. A helicopter crash, vehicle destruction, soldier casualties, civilian injuries. These are enough to land me in a military tribunal." The general's frustration was palpable. Silence lingered on the other end for half a minute before a voice finally emerged. "Indeed, it is quite troublesome. However, do not worry. I will handle matters with the Senate. You must continue to oversee the Super Soldier program, as that project has been halted. You are to advance it here. A shipment of Hulk serum will arrive for you tomorrow, and I hope you can replicate another Hulk." General Ross raised an eyebrow. "I will do my utmost, but I cannot guarantee the outcome, as this endeavor is heavily reliant on fortune. The likelihood is slim. The Stark family wields significant influence within the military. Unless we can engage the Security Council." Before Ross could finish, he was brusquely interrupted. "The Security Council must not be involved. Remember, you're to sign off on this." Chapter 86. The Resonance of the Infinity Stones. Now, it was General Ross who hesitated. Since World War II, the Stark family had been the military's foremost supplier of weaponry. Even though Stark had dissolved the research division of Stark Industries, their deep-rooted connections and influence within the military remained intact. Senator Stern spoke of a proposal he had heard whispers about, since Stark declared himself Iron Man. He had frequently appeared in regions ravaged by armed conflict over the past month, destroying numerous weapons produced by Stark Industries that Obadiah had illicitly sold. Such relentless activity has revealed extensive data on the Iron Man suit, showcasing its capabilities for supersonic flight, remarkable agility surpassing that of fighter jets, and its ability to carry significantly more ammunition than drones, all while requiring minimal space for takeoff and landing. This suit is proficient in a multitude of military operations, including but not limited to low-altitude fleet assaults, armored group engagements, assassinations, and sabotage behind enemy lines. Military experts regard it as a weapon that will redefine future warfare, akin to how the advent of the Maxim machine gun and tanks relegated cavalry, which had dominated the battlefield for over 2 millennia, to obsolescence, and how the rise of aircraft carriers led to the decline of battleships. The emergence of each new weapon system invariably renders outdated tactics obsolete and transforms the nature of warfare. The military expressed a keen interest in acquiring the Iron Man suit, whether as a finished product or through licensing agreements, and they sent representatives to approach Stark, only to be met with an unequivocal refusal, with no chance for negotiation. Stark asserted that it was merely a prototype and would not be sold until completion. However, it was evident to all but the most naive that this was a mere pretext, tanks and aircraft are still undergoing upgrades. And one could argue they remain incomplete as well. After all, if they were perfected, would there be any need for further upgrades or modifications? After encountering such a setback, the Pentagon refrained from further attempts and instead organized military experts to analyze and assess the implications and roles of the Iron Man suit in warfare, determining subsequent actions based on their findings. While the Iron Man suit is undeniably formidable, the technology in this world far exceeds that of Greer's previous existence. And a single suit is insufficient to sway the tide of war. For instance, the quinjet of S.H.I.E.L.D., which existed only in theoretical discussions in Greer's world, is a fully realized product here. Thus, although the military covets the Iron Man suit, they are not inclined to resort to coercive measures. After all, if they were to seize Stark's technology today, they could easily target other wealthy individuals tomorrow. And breaking the rules of engagement would inevitably provoke backlash from other players in the game. This is why the military prefers to negotiate a purchase. Had Stark been an ordinary civilian, he would have already faced coercive tactics. Consider Greer, who, lacking any substantial background, was pursued with intent and upon making his appearance, was immediately confronted by military helicopters. Had he not fled swiftly or found refuge in a desolate area, they would not have hesitated to employ missiles, rather than merely hovering offshore as a threat. It is these myriad concerns that led General Ross to withhold immediate agreement. After weighing the pros and cons in his mind, he finally spoke. If he can indeed facilitate the passage of the proposal through the Department of Defense, I will sign it, supporting your initiative to establish a special investigative committee. Then it is settled, came the reply before the call was abruptly terminated. Ross withdrew his phone from his ear and pocketed it again, gazing at the gaping hole in the tail section of the aircraft, his expression dark and brooding, as if the world owed him a debt. In the twisting streets of New Ayu, Greer delivered a powerful kick to the abomination, shattering its battered form into fragments with a surge of photon energy. Seizing the moment as dust swirled around him, he swiftly departed the scene, running until he reached a subway entrance a staggering 10 blocks away before finally halting. Clearly shaken by the descending vehicle and the cacophony of explosions and towering flames, the event bore an uncanny resemblance to a bombing incident, particularly for those who had previously endured the horrific building collision years ago, instilling a deep-seated fear of recurrence. With his right hand resting on the driver, the silver-hued metallic belt and a night card box on his left side vanished in an instant, leaving only the dead driver, which Greer placed beside his hamburger. Stripping off his shirt, he revealed his shoulder and lower back, marred by extensive bruises. Had Agito's defensive capabilities been any weaker, he might have faced severe injuries. This frail body felt far too thin, lacking the insulating fat layers that once conferred various functions, such as energy storage and warmth. At this rate, he risked exposing his ribs, yet it seemed unlikely he would gain weight, given his relentless cycle of running and fighting. Tonight had been particularly grueling. Leaving him ravenous, 2 super burgers would soon disappear into his stomach. After hastily finishing his dinner and wiping his hands, he tucked the dead driver beneath his pillow and gently lay on his side, closing his eyes. Within 10 seconds, he succumbed to slumber, utterly exhausted, both physically and mentally. In his dream, Greer felt as though he were a willow fluff caught in the wind, weightlessly tumbling in all directions. Dark crimson liquid swirled chaotically around him. Despite the bizarre scene, he felt no sensation, as if his consciousness were sealed or he were a puppet devoid of thought, merely an observer to the unfolding events. In this state, he lost all sense of time, unaware of how long had passed. The surrounding darkness was suddenly pierced by 5 distinct points of colored light, flickering in synchrony. Meanwhile, in an underground facility, the physicist and astronomer Eric Shavik stared in astonishment at his computer screen, his expression a mixture of shock and elation, as if he had stumbled upon the gateway to a new world. He found himself in a vast subterranean space, lined with dozens of computers, while the central area housed a cabinet-sized apparatus. At its core was a cube emanating an ethereal blue glow, its surface flickering erratically, mirroring the frequency of the 5 luminous points Greer had observed in his dream. Chapter 87, The Activated Cosmic Cube. A hint of fervor graced Eric Shavik's countenance as the right half of his computer screen displayed a dense array of numbers and formulas that changed rapidly. The left half showcased the glowing blue cube, radiating a mist-like luminescence into the surrounding space. Behind him and on either side, a flurry of researchers worked tirelessly, the rhythmic clatter of keystrokes filling the air. In the stillness of the night, as most were enveloped in slumber, an urgent alarm interrupted the tranquility, summoning the duty personnel to hastily rise and converge upon the site. They donned their garments in a flurry, with Eric clad in a lab coat above and a pair of shorts below, his feet adorned with slippers, an evident testament to the urgency of his arrival. Within mere minutes, Coulson, impeccably dressed in a tailored suit, polished shoes gleaming, and hair meticulously styled, strode through the heavy iron door. He adeptly maneuvered over the thick cables sprawled across the floor, making his way to the research area. With a fleeting glance at the deep azure cube of the instrument center situated a dozen meters away, he approached Eric and inquired, "Dr. Savage, what has transpired?" Coulson's gaze shifted upward to the cosmic cube, which exhibited an erratic luminescence, reminiscent of unstable voltage. Previously, its radiance had remained constant for decades. A stark change now indicated a significant alteration. Nodding in agreement, he turned to Eric and stated, "I have noticed as well, yet I seek to understand the cause. I recall no reports of experiments conducted on the cosmic cube this evening. It was not our activation. The cosmic cube has undergone a transformation on its own." Eric finally lifted his gaze, directing it towards the cosmic cube while pointing at the computer screen to his left. What you see here is the emission spectrum of the cosmic cube as received by the spectrometer, displaying absorption lines that were once orderly, indicating transitions to lower energy states, yet have now descended into chaos. Listening to Eric's incessant monologue, Coulson maintained a gentle smile, responding in a calm demeanor. "Could you articulate this in a comprehensible manner?" Eric cast a glance at Coulson, reluctant to squander words and time, yet recognizing Coulson's position as the head of the project, he succinctly explained, in simpler terms. "The cosmic cube functions as a safe, allowing us to observe the energy within without access. However, the combination dial appears to be moving on its own. Though the likelihood is slim, there exists a possibility it could align with the correct combination. If fortune favors us, we may discern a pattern that could enable us to unlock the safe." Eric's words ignited a spark of interest in Coulson, who fixated on the flickering azure glow of the cosmic cube. After several seconds, he inquired, "Are you certain? The combination dial does not move independently. There must be an underlying reason." Eric smirked slightly, continuing to scrutinize the screen. "I merely offered an analogy you could grasp. This is not a combination dial, but rather a change in atomic spectra, signifying that the energy of the cosmic cube has been activated. As for the reason..." Pausing momentarily, Eric retrieved the observational records of the cosmic cube's changes, stating, "This is the variation in luminosity of the cosmic cube. Do you not find its flickering light reminiscent of a radio code?" Initially, Coulson had not considered this possibility, but upon Eric's suggestion, he began to entertain the notion. However, he remained silent, continuing to listen as Eric elaborated. "Light encompasses a vast reservoir of energy and information. By observing the cosmos, we can receive messages from distant galaxies. Everything in existence radiates and reflects both visible and invisible light, enabling us to perceive them through the naked eye or instruments. The fluctuations in the luminosity of the cosmic cube follow a certain pattern. As for what that pattern entails and what information it holds, we can only unravel it through continued observation." Eric's words caused the smile on Coulson's face to fade gradually, replaced by a grave expression as he fixed his gaze upon the ever-changing brilliance of the cosmic cube. After a prolonged period of silence, he finally spoke. "Are you suggesting that the cosmic cube is receiving signals from elsewhere, which is why it has transformed in this manner? Is it capable of isolation? Will this alteration affect our research progress?" Eric shrugged, responding, "I have yet to ascertain what the cosmic cube is made of, and I am utterly clueless regarding its operational principles. How could I possibly know how to isolate it? Even the speculation that it has received information to trigger such changes is merely conjecture on my part." Coulson nodded, refraining from further comments. He scanned the busy technicians, then raised his gaze to the numerous surveillance cameras mounted on the lofty ceiling. After contemplating for a moment, he turned and exited. As soon as the laboratory door closed behind him, he promptly retrieved his phone and dialed a number. "This is Coulson. I request Agent Barton S. transfer to the Joint Dark Energy Project at the Western Base. Yes, I need him to monitor the experimental area." The transformation was not confined solely to the vast base constructed by S.H.I.E.L.D. in the Western Desert. Within an ancient edifice nestled deep in the mountains, the Golden Eye, enshrined upon pillars adorned with countless magical sigils, flickered with a vibrant green light, resonating at the same frequency as the cosmic cube. Standing nearby in a brown robe, the Supreme Sorcerer, Ancient One, gazed intently at the fluctuating eye of Agamotto, remaining silent for an extended period. Opposite her stood Master Hammer, clad in a robe and adorned with a long beard, missing his left hand. Both were observing the ever-changing eye of Agamotto. After a considerable pause, Master Hammer could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, "Esteemed One, what could be causing such changes in the eye of Agamotto? Does it signify something?" Ancient One shook her head silently, pausing for several seconds before replying. "All things in existence are interconnected. A change in one will subtly influence others through these latent links." Chapter 88. The Consciousness That Cannot Be Born. Master Hammer remained silent, absorbing the teachings of the esteemed sorceress. Ancient One continued to gaze at the Eye of Agamotto, its gentle light permeating the palace, calming the heart and evoking a sense of seeing and hearing something elusive. The 6 stones originated from the same place, birthed at the same moment, collectively sustaining this universe. With an indelible connection among them, a change in one would inevitably resonate with the others. The implication of the esteemed sorceress was clear, was someone wielding the Infinity Stones, thus precipitating these events? The Ancient One slowly shook her head, raising her gaze to the vast expanse of the starry sky above. The starlight streamed unobstructed through the ceiling, giving the impression that this sanctuary possessed only 4 walls, devoid of a roof. Master Hammer looked somewhat perplexed as he regarded the Eye of Agamotto, which radiated a mesmerizing emerald glow. As he spoke, the light from the eye dimmed slightly, causing it to close once more, sealing away all its brilliance. The Ancient One uttered no further words. She stepped forward, placing her right hand upon a stone pillar. Arcane energy surged from her palm, illuminating the intricate golden patterns of the magical array etched into the stone. Like water flowing downstream, this ethereal light cascaded downwards, causing the somewhat worn floorboards to shimmer with golden lines that flowed from the pillar to the walls, climbing upwards like ivy, illuminating the 4 walls in a golden hue. All the lines of magical energy spread upwards, coalescing into the shape of a globe, which was ensnared by a vast golden net that extended from 3 points. Anything that breached the net would inevitably trigger its alarm. This scrutiny persisted for over 10 minutes before concluding that the Eye of Agamotto was functioning normally, and the Earth's defense network presented no issues, allowing the Ancient One to breathe a sigh of relief. During such tumultuous times, the spatial defenses of Earth could not falter. Master Hammer, in a state of confusion, realized that only the supreme masters within Kamar Taj could comprehend the esoteric cosmic secrets that were passed down orally and never inscribed in texts. What the Ancient One had just articulated was entirely new to him, and even she seemed uncertain of its implications. As she spoke, a portal materialized before her, and she stepped through it, vanishing from sight. Master Hammer followed suit, leaving only the Eye of Agamotto quietly enshrined in its place, despite the passage of time. Its surface remained as smooth and pristine as if it had just been crafted. At dawn, a helicopter traversed the desolate expanse of the Gobi Desert, landing at the western base of S.H.I.E.L.D., which boasted a colossal complex and an underground facility several times larger than the surface structures, making it one of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s most critical strongholds. As the cabin door opened, Nick Fury, clad in a black trench coat, bent slightly as he exited the helicopter, followed closely by Clinton Francis Barton, known as Hawkeye, who carried a box. Agent Coulson greeted the director with a smile at the entrance. The 3 took to a vehicle, where Coulson succinctly reported the events surrounding the Cosmic Cube's alterations that occurred the previous night, emphasizing Eric's hypothesis. It was highly probable that an unknown entity, somewhere in the cosmos, had transmitted a message, activating the long-dormant Cosmic Cube. Throughout Coulson's report, Nick Fury remained silent, lost in thought. Upon reaching the now-empty, lower-level laboratory, his first instinct was to examine the Cosmic Cube, which had since regained its original luminosity, showing no further changes. Standing there for a considerable time, Nick Fury finally turned his head, gazing around. He raised his hand to point at a platform, approximately 7 or 8 meters high and spanning 3 or 4 square meters. Situated directly opposite. Agent Barton, you should be able to overlook the entire experimental site from there. You must be present for all future experiments concerning the Cosmic Cube. Yes, sir, Barton replied with a stoic expression, lifting his gaze to observe the environment of his workspace. After uttering this, he seemed to recall something and added, do not inform NASA or the military about this for the time being. Although both the military and NASA had contributed funding, making it a multi-departmental project, Nick Fury showed no intention of sharing this information with his partners. Understood, sir, Coulson promptly replied. Chapter 89, Ghost Rider. This night was destined to be tumultuous. 2 streets of Manhattan Island were ignited by rockets launched from armed helicopters, the fierce flames painting half the sky crimson, visible even from distant New Jersey. 5 black luxury vehicles sped along a secluded and quiet road amid the fiery glow. Inside the second armored car sat Frank Amick, tilting his head to peer through the reflective window at the crimson sky to the east, conversing on his phone. Old lampposts and dilapidated buildings whizzed past in rapid succession. After making a turn, Frank Amick hung up the phone. A subordinate in the passenger seat leaned forward and said, Boss, the guys behind us reported that a motorcycle is tailing us. His business had been significantly impacted, and his subordinates were beginning to lose faith. Not only did they no longer operate with the same efficiency as before, but no one dared to undertake the perilous task of handling deliveries. This provoked Frank to a fit of rage, yet he felt utterly helpless. forced to devise a plan to deal with the hidden pursuer. Now, upon hearing that a motorcycle was following them, Frank Amick's thoughts immediately turned to the individual sabotaging his transactions. His expression darkened, and through gritted teeth, he commanded, "Eliminate him." Upon receiving Frank Amick's orders, the two cars behind began to decelerate, shifting into parallel formation, occupying the narrow roadway. The windows of the rear and passenger side doors slid down, revealing 6 armed thugs who aimed their weapons at the motorcycle trailing behind and pulled the triggers, with the sound of suppressed gunfire echoing. A barrage of bullets shot forth like meteors towards the motorcycle's taillights. As the gunfire erupted, the motorcycle was instantly engulfed in fierce flames, along with its rider. "Yeah," one of the gunmen exclaimed joyfully, shouting, "I hit his fuel tank." It was clearly me. Another gunman countered immediately. The other force ceased fire, astonished to witness the flaming motorcycle still upright, speeding ahead even faster than before, leaving a long trail of fire on the road. As he was yet to complete his sentence, a flaming chain emerged from a motorcycle, soaring towards the left side with an unyielding straightness. In the blink of an eye, it traversed past a vehicle on that side. The rider, with a swift motion of his right hand, directed the chain like a club, effortlessly severing 2 speeding cars and their occupants in half. The driver of the third vehicle, astonished, gazed into the rearview mirror at the blazing motorcycle and the 2 ignited cars that had been cast behind, bewildered by the unfolding chaos. The cars were racing at 90 miles per hour, yet the motorcycle caught up within mere moments, with a tug on the chain cradled in his arms. The lengthy chain inexplicably floated up, its flames strikingly vivid against the night sky. In the next instant, the flaming chain, which was merely 2 or 3 meters long, descended with a sudden elongation to over 20 meters, striking down and cleaving the car in 2. The fire rapidly spread, transforming the severed vehicle into a blazing fireball within the blink of an eye, incinerating the occupants to ashes. Frank, crouched in the back seat, watched in horror as the motorcycle, engulfed in flames, relentlessly pursued them. In a matter of moments, he had lost a significant portion of his men, and it seemed likely that this very individual had sabotaged their recent dealings. "Faster, faster," Frank shouted at the driver, instructing the lead car to position itself as a barrier. However, as the vehicle barely swerved aside, it was struck by the flaming chain from behind, erupting into 2 fireballs. Frank's face paled in terror. He had never witnessed such an eerie spectacle. He could only urge the driver to accelerate. The terrified driver, trembling, pressed the accelerator to the floor, desperately trying to outpace the fiery motorcycle. Yet, his eyes involuntarily darted to the left side mirror, where the flaming chain was once again hurtling towards them, prompting a horrified cry as he hastily turned the steering wheel to evade it. However, his speed was far too slow in comparison to the chain. As the wheel began to turn, the chain struck the rear wheel, slicing off a quarter of it and causing the speeding car to flip over. It rolled several times before crashing into a large tree by the roadside, uprooting it, yet leaving the vehicle lodged there. The flaming motorcycle came to rest beside the overturned car, its flames quickly extinguishing, revealing an ordinary heavy motorcycle where a skeletal visage once loomed. The entwined chain reverted to its original form, and the fiery skull regained flesh. Frank, struggling to emerge from the wreckage, managed to squeeze a portion of his body through the shattered window when a gloved hand seized him by the collar, ruthlessly yanking him from the vehicle and hoisting him into the air before flinging him against the overturned car. The pain compelled Frank to utter a cry. A colossal hand gripped his neck, forcing his head upward, revealing the assailant's visage, none other than the retired officer Damon McReady, a name once mentioned by Calberbank. Hadn't T. Calber declared that this man was already slain? Before Frank could ponder further, Damon, brimming with animosity, spoke. "Do you know? For over a decade, I have contemplated the manner in which we would meet. At last, my wish is fulfilled." Frank strained to muster a semblance of a smile, asking, "Hey, what do you desire? Cash, or perhaps gold and silver? Objects easily exchanged? I can provide them all." Before Frank could finish his sentence, Damon, his expression still faintly amused, replied, "I desire your soul." "What?" Frank thought he must have misheard. Who desires a soul? Yet before he could inquire further, a scene of utter horror unfolded before him. Flames erupted from Damon's face, and in an instant, his head was transformed into a stark white skull. Chapter 90, The True and the False. At such a close range, the charred skeletal head, devoid of flesh, was clearly visible. The chains entwined around his body danced like tattered fabric in the wind, enveloped in searing flames that inflicted no harm upon his leather attire. The overwhelming heat reminded Frank that this was no mere special effect, but genuine fire. Frank prided himself on having witnessed various spectacles over the years, having crawled through mountains of corpses and seas of blood, yet he never imagined he would one day behold a living skeleton, all while being throttled to the brink of unconsciousness. In the dead of night, confronted by a flaming skeleton, the experience was 100-fold. 1,000-fold more terrifying than any horror film. It left Frank trembling, his eyes fixated on the skeletal head, his body rigid and unresponsive, his hair standing on end. Had Damon not held him in place, he would surely have crumpled to the ground. The burning skull, as jaw moved, emitting a raspy voice. Gaze into my eyes and cleanse your sins in hell. The voice possessed an enchanting power, drawing Frank's gaze involuntarily to the two gaping holes of the skull, from which an inexplicable force emanated, stretching his very soul, pulling it slowly from his body. Suddenly, memories of his first kill surged forth, fear intertwined with an inexplicable thrill of wickedness, flashing before his eyes like a rapid carousel. Like fuel, these recollections ignited his soul and body, reducing him to nothingness within mere moments, leaving not even a trace of ash behind. Not only Frank, but all 5 individuals within the vehicles were consumed entirely, leaving only their intact garments to drift down. Strangely, the 5 cars bore no signs of melting. Even the interior decorations and flammable seats remained unscathed by the inferno. In the heart of Midtown Manhattan, a black luxury vehicle glided past Times Square and halted beside an unremarkable building indistinguishable from the surrounding office structures. Grant Ward exited the vehicle, clutching a silver case, and entered the edifice on the northern side. As soon as he alighted, the black car roared to life, departing down the street with another silver case tucked beneath the passenger seat, heading toward New Jersey. Moments later, a secure email was dispatched from the building to Deputy Director Hill's computer, containing a detailed mission report from Agent Grant Ward, chronicling the events he witnessed in Chinatown, along with the 15 vials of serum he retrieved from the premises, each with varying concentrations. After an arduous battle, Greer awoke groggily well into the afternoon, his body still aching from the intense confrontation with the abomination the previous night. His shoulders and legs were sore, leaving him feeling weak and languid. Remarkably, a night of rest had alleviated much of the considerable bruising on his shoulder and waist, the remnants now barely distinguishable from his skin. As the afternoon wore on, Greer reclined on his bed, shoving beef stew into his mouth while his eyes remained glued to the television. News reports from various networks were covering the bombing incident that transpired in Chinatown the previous night, labeling it as yet another act of terrorism nearly a decade later. This was the uniform narrative of the official media, which conveniently omitted any mention of military helicopter bombardments. The accounts of the green monstrosity and the dragon soaring through the sky circulated only in tabloids and online. Moreover, outlandish stories emerged, featuring giant crocodiles in the water, gorillas scaling buildings, and pythons as thick as trains. Eyewitnesses, videos, and traces left by these colossal creatures seemed to lend credence to these bizarre tales, rivaling the credibility of the abomination and the airborne dragon, with even more witnesses supporting these claims. Soon, experts emerged to denounce the videos as computer-generated fabrications, urging the public to approach the rumors with skepticism. 2 Hollywood special effects teams released demonstration videos, instructing viewers on how to create fictitious monsters using green screens and computer graphics. Following this, news crews ventured to the sites where these creatures were purportedly spotted, debunking the reported destruction as either artificially created or entirely non-existent. Ultimately, a third of the video publishers admitted their antics were mere pranks, concocted to draw attention and clicks through fabricated news. Despite the multitude of eyewitnesses that night, thousands who clearly saw the abomination and Greer, and several thousand more who caught glimpses of indistinct figures, the reality remained that, when compared to the vast population of New York City, the United States, and the world, they represented but a drop in the ocean. A saying goes that truth lies in the hands of the majority, yet, regardless of the circumstances, those who witness the truth are invariably few. People's ingrained mindset leads them to dismiss the plethora of videos as mere sensationalism, and consequently, they assume that if one is false, then so must be the others, simply because they have not witnessed it themselves. For an entire week, various figures of notoriety made their appearances, becoming the focal point of trending topics across major websites. However, this barrage of sensationalism ultimately transformed into mere illusion. Regardless of its authenticity, the events in Chinatown garnered the greatest attention, prompting numerous television stations to report on the matter, inviting witnesses and survivors to recount the truths they had witnessed and the misfortunes they had endured, all in an effort to captivate a larger audience. Among these stations, one featured a pair of African-American individuals, a mother and her son, rescued by Greer, who spoke candidly to the camera about their experiences. "My name is Alpha Ward, and I work in a government agency. This is my son, Charles Spencer. A week ago, as I drove through Chinatown, I witnessed a figure clad in dazzling armor confronting a massive green monster. Suddenly, Charles Spencer, a boy of 13 or 14 seated next to her, interjected. He resembled Iron Man, but he wasn't T-Red. Greer regarded the somewhat plump African-American woman speaking so eloquently before the camera and pondered for a moment. It dawned on him that this mother and son must have been the passengers in the vehicle that had been kicked aside by the abomination during the initial incident. Yet amidst the plethora of news reports detailing the extensive damages and casualties from the attack, it was perplexing that clear images of the abomination and Kamen Rider were nowhere to be found online. Greer distinctly recalled that many individuals had taken photographs and videos that night. It was improbable that no one had captured high-definition images or footage. It was evident that some powerful entity was suppressing such photographs and news from becoming widely known, likely S.H. given their mandate to manage supernatural events and entities. However, this may have obscured the truth from the general public, while the influential figures, particularly within the military, were surely aware of what transpired. 2 helicopters, 3 armored vehicles, and over a dozen soldiers have been swiftly dispatched by him, and such a confrontation would undoubtedly incite enmity. Notably, General Ross was leading the charge. This was the same individual who had ascended to the position of Secretary of State during the events of Civil War, a feat unlikely achieved without substantial backing. This was also the reason Greer had ultimately refrained from pursuing the helicopter the previous night. The loss of a few lower-ranking soldiers might be manageable, but should a general fall, it would be a slap in the face, prompting inevitable repercussions to maintain the morale of other generals. Perhaps S.H.I.E.L.D. would offer assistance. But what motive would they have to do so without a personal stake in his affairs? Greer possessed a keen self-awareness. He understood the limits of his capabilities. When he first arrived, lacking experience and strength, he would never have dared to intervene during the abomination incident a week prior. Now, however, equipped with the unparalleled dragon and the capability to operate across land, sea, and air, coupled with an increased operational time in a mirror world, nearly tripling, he felt emboldened. No longer intimidated by a few helicopters, he was ready to face an entire air cavalry unit. Once he gathered 9 ultimate cards and unlocked the Dead God mode, he would regard even the formidable Ross, backed by significant power, with indifference, not to mention the might of the American military. With sufficient cards at his disposal, he could enhance his attack power and, with a single kick, topple an aircraft carrier. Upon vanquishing his adversary, Grail acquired over 6,000 points, which, when combined with his previous balance, surpassed the remarkable threshold of 10,000. However, Grail refrained from hastily redeeming his points, for his current prowess sufficed to navigate the existing circumstances. He resolved to exchange them only when confronted with insurmountable challenges in the future. Regrettably, the notorious criminal faction, led by Frank, had mysteriously disbanded, with even Frank himself vanishing without a trace. For an entire week, Grail had diligently sought any sign of Frank, yet his efforts yielded naught. The sole lead came from a report issued by the New York Police Department to the company regarding a case involving 5 vehicles discovered on a secluded road in northern New Jersey. 1 vehicle belonging to Frank's subordinates had been severed in 2, while Frank's own car lay overturned by the roadside, containing only clothing and no bodies. It was evident that someone had taken them away, and not in a cordial manner. Grail speculated that it was a case of black on black, a harsh reality in their world where debts must eventually be settled, whether through violence or victimhood. After all, hadn't someone akin to Grail previously assaulted Frank's trading dock? It was likely that this incident was orchestrated by a rival faction as well. The news of Frank's disappearance and probable demise brought a sense of relief to Grail. Yet simultaneously, it left him feeling somewhat melancholic. Having been in this world for 2 months, he had initially aligned himself with a noble figure, engaging in acts of righteousness, followed by a month of relentless sabotage against Frank's enterprises, which had significantly diminished Frank's influence, ultimately leading to his downfall. The sudden absence of his long-standing objective left Grail at a loss for what to pursue next. He had spent an entire day confined to his room, pondering the matter without arriving at any resolution. Grail had always been one to take life as it comes, eschewing long-term plans and short-term goals. Drafting a future development strategy was akin to scaling an insurmountable peak. In the end, he abandoned the endeavor altogether, reclining on his bed and exhaling a resigned sigh. He found himself yearning for the simplicity of his former existence, devoid of the pressing demands of a world threatened by malevolent forces and without the incessant need for dramatic interventions. Meanwhile, in a distant expanse of the universe, lay a once vibrant stellar system, now rendered unrecognizable. Prior to a supernova explosion, all celestial bodies within this system had been consumed by the expanding red giant, ultimately collapsing into a neutron star. This neutron star, with a diameter of 10 kilometers, stood among the most extreme celestial entities, yet it was ensconced in layers of metal, preventing it from spinning at the typical rate of 70 to 80 rotations per second seen in other neutron stars. Both its gravitational field and cosmic rays were obstructed by Dyson's sphere-like metallic structure inscribed with intricate magical sigils, sealing its energy within. This artificially controlled neutron star was connected by massive bearings, unfathomable in scale to human comprehension, to over 500 enormous rings, each spanning more than 500 kilometers in diameter, collectively forming an extraordinarily vast, yet intricately precise and complex mechanism. A small spacecraft approached with great speed. Arriving at the Sol port, with a gracious smile, Loki emerged from the vessel, greeted by the resplendent glow of the central neutron star. Indeed, this neutron star radiates a dazzling brilliance. Under the control of this colossal apparatus, cosmic rays and radiation are emitted in specific directions and trajectories, generating temperatures high enough to melt any metal in the universe. This is the crowning achievement of the dwarves, a vivid showcase of their extraordinary craftsmanship. Chapter 92, The Seekers of the Infinity Gem. Behind Loki lies the pitch-black void of the cosmos, while ahead stands a neutron star, so radiant that it cannot be gazed upon directly. Here, darkness and light coexist, warmth and coldness are intertwined, and in terms of wonder, it rivals the floating realm of Asgard itself. These weapons and armors are to be shipped to Alfheim, where the elves inscribe magical runes for enchantment, before being imbued with divine power by the ancient and wise Vanir, and ultimately delivered to Asgard to equip its armies. This is the renowned, yet enigmatic Nidavellir, a place known to many for the dwarves' ability to forge the mightiest and finest weapons, yet few are aware of the name of their abode. And even fewer can count the number of those who know its precise location on one hand. However, the place is exceedingly chaotic, with components haphazardly strewn about. A plethora of machinery and pipes crowding the space, leaving only a few narrow pathways that render the environment quite congested. As Loki approached the area illuminated by the most intense cosmic rays, he was met by the dwarf king Eitri, towering over him, his height surpassing that of two stacked Lokis. Eitri, looking down at Loki, spoke in the tongue of Asgard with a voice that resonated profoundly. We have only forged a fraction of this batch of equipment, and I have not received any notice from Asgard regarding an expedited delivery. I am not here to collect the equipment. Rather, I seek your assistance in crafting a few suitable weapons. The materials are aboard my vessel, Loki replied, his expression warm and courteous, exuding an air of politeness that left no room for criticism. We have crafted countless weapons for Asgard. Are there none that would suffice? Eitri inquired. Those are meant for the army. They're not quite suitable for my needs. Eitri regarded Loki with a nod, acknowledging that, as a prince of Asgard, his request for specialized weapons was not unreasonable, especially considering he provided his own materials. He then turned to a few nearby dwarves, issuing commands in their language. The tall dwarves set aside their tasks and strode towards the docks to load the materials Loki had brought, directing them towards the melting furnace. After issuing his instructions, King Eitri led the way to the furnace and asked, "What style of weapon do you desire? We only possess standard molds here, and for a unique weapon, we would need to create a new mold. Please, there is no need for trouble. The standard molds will suffice. I would like 2 short swords and a dagger crafted from the materials I have brought, with provisions for triple the enchantment slots," Loki responded. Eitri's face revealed a hint of surprise as he asked, "You desire short swords, not a staff? I recall your studies pertain to magic. Why seek the weapons of a warrior? For self-defense, in close combat, short swords are far more effective than magic." The dwarf king Eitri refrained from further remarks. Since Loki had expressed his intention to forge a short sword, they would proceed as per his request. As the two approached the towering molten furnace, 3 carts laden with chilling metal, ores were pushed forth by 6 dwarves. Eitri instantly recognized the ore. It was cold iron, a high-quality variant unique to Jotunheim. Before Eitri could finish speaking, Loki, hands clasped behind his back, interjected, "Indeed, the cold iron stored in Asgard's treasury could fill another 100 carts. In melee combat, ice-based weaponry holds a distinct advantage. Why, I wonder, would a mage be so fixated on close-quarters combat?" Muttering to himself, Eitri effortlessly lifted a cart and poured its cold iron contents into the vast furnace, which remained only a quarter filled by the 3 carts. Eitri then commenced adjusting the dials, fine-tuning the gaps in the layers of metal encasing the neutron star, directing a beam of light onto the furnace to melt the cold iron at an extremely high temperature, purging impurities from the ore. Ultimately, the pure molten cold iron flowed into the molds for standard equipment, where it would undergo a series of processes including cooling, forging, and sharpening, with 3 times the space reserved for enchantments as per Loki's specifications. While waiting, Loki leisurely strolled through Nidavellir. The hundreds of dwarves who resided there primarily crafted standard equipment, lacking in technical sophistication. As for the finest furnace in Nidavellir, it had not been utilized for ages. The last time it was fired up was for the forging of Thor's hammer, as ordinary weapons would not be crafted in this royal forge. Loki politely expressed his gratitude and stepped into the vessel he had arrived in, his right hand poised over the button to close the hatch when he suddenly inquired. I have heard that the Infinity Gauntlet in Asgard's treasury was forged in Nidavellir. Oh, Loki seemed like a diligent scholar who had just grasped a profound revelation. Nodding in understanding, he bid a courteous farewell to King Eitri and activated the ship, departing from Nidavellir. Once Loki's ship had completely vanished from sight, Eitri whispered inaudibly. Where could he have learned that? Bor had long since destroyed and sealed the information. Could it be that Bor informed Odin, who then related to him? Meanwhile, Loki, aboard his vessel, did not head towards Asgard but instead set course beyond the Nine Realms, venturing into the infamous Chaos star domain of the universe. Within a massive ship shaped like two connected V's, a figure clad in a black robe knelt before a colossal screen measuring 10 meters in both length and width. His head bowed almost to the ground in utmost reverence, stating, Master, I exchanged 100 biomechanical soldiers for information regarding the cosmic cube from an Asgardian. It is located in Midgard. Shall we send someone to ascertain the gem's precise location? No, it is not yet time. Continue searching for the other gems. We must locate all the gems before we can initiate our plans. Chapter 93. Loki and Laufey's Collaborative Scheme. Once again, the land of Jotunheim, perpetually shrouded in thick layers of ice and overcast skies, welcomed the arrival of an information broker. This time, however, he made a grand entrance, descending gracefully onto the largest glacier of Jotunheim aboard an airship. As the ship's doors swung open, Loki stepped out with a beaming smile, treating the towering frost giants around him with indifference, and he was soon escorted before Laufey, the king of the frost giants. Though it was deemed a palace, it bore a striking resemblance to the caverns inhabited by primitive beings, merely substituting stone for ice. The walls, ceiling, and floor were rugged and coarse, riddled with ice shards. Lacking any semblance of aesthetic appeal, a design so crude it could overwhelm even the most fastidious of elves. As Laufey spoke, a massive lizard-like head, measuring 4 to 5 meters across, emerged from a colossal ice cavern to the left of the elevated throne, baring its teeth at Loki below, exhaling icy breath that crystallized into delicate frost flowers cascading through the air. Loki, unfazed by the fearsome creature, maintained his smile and addressed Laufey, saying, Why then, did you send such a feeble team? Asgard is perpetually vigilant over the Nine Realms, and Midgard has its own guardians. That singular passage cannot be utilized a second time. Your approach is a squander of that precious secret route. Laufey let out a dismissive grunt, reclining lazily upon his throne, and replied to Loki, So, what intelligence do you intend to sell this time? Shaking his head, Loki responded with a smile, I have come to propose a collaboration. Collaboration? Laufey echoed. Indeed, collaboration. Since you are unwilling to dispatch your most elite warriors to Midgard, let us exchange quantity for quality. Send 1 or 2 small teams to accompany my 100 soldiers to capture Thor. Huh, what do you stand to gain from this partnership? You wish to use Thor as leverage for the Frost Box, while I seek the Infinity Gauntlet from Odin's treasury. Thor is the Prince of Asgard. Odin will acquiesce to our terms. Laufey's words caused a flutter in Loki's heart, though his expression remained unchanged, maintaining a nonchalant smile as he replied. Yet that prince resides in Asgard, a realm far more fortified than the feeble Midgard. Neither of us possesses the means to infiltrate the heavily guarded Asgard with an army. I have spent 3 months discovering another secret passage to Midgard, capable of transporting our forces. Laufey revealed a sinister grin, slowly rising to his full height, gazing down at Loki with cold indifference. Loki instinctively raised his chin and clenched his right fist, a wave of anxiety washing over him, uncertain whether his true identity had been discerned. A commendable suggestion. Let us proceed as you propose. I shall provide you with 3 teams, which you will lead to Midgard. If you can capture Thor and bring him here, unless Asgard's forces descend in full might, you shall not take Thor from Jotunheim. Laufey's words brought a sigh of relief to Loki's heart, and he nodded with a smile, declaring, It is a pact. Soon, 30 imposing frost giants gathered on the icy plains. Compared to the previous militia squad, these could be considered a field army, prompting Loki to nod in satisfaction. However, he realized that this force might not suffice against the Thunder God, and would merely be a sledgehammer to crack a nut when dealing with the weakened Thor. Previously, Loki had accompanied Thor, and when grasped by the frost giants, his ice-blue skin was exposed. Laufey had noticed this and, to confirm his suspicion, had tested Loki on 3 occasions over the past few months, using the frosty power from his lineage. Any Asgardian would have been frostbitten, yet Loki remained unaffected, which solidified Laufey's belief that he was indeed his long-lost son from that great battle. Unaware of Laufey's thoughts, Loki contemplated his future plans. The previous squad of frost giants, while not particularly strong, was still beyond the capabilities of the powerless Thor. Yet, they had vanished without a trace in Midgard. leading Loki to suspect that they had been eliminated by the Midgard Guardian mentioned by Odin. Consequently, he had painstakingly acquired 100 biomechanical soldiers alongside these 30 frost giants, intending to confront the Guardian of Midgard. After all, Odin had yet to fall into eternal slumber, and Loki dared not reveal himself to face Thor. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly have unleashed Asgard's most formidable destroyer to eliminate Thor. Loki piloted the ship silently through the secret passage to Midgard, arriving in New Mexico. At that moment, snowflakes danced through the air, cloaking the earth in a silvery shroud. The townspeople, having evacuated due to a toxic gas leak, had long abandoned the area, leaving only the secret base of S.H.I.E.L.D. constructed around Thor's hammer within a radius of hundreds of kilometers. This base had transformed from a simple plastic structure into a vast edifice of brick and stone, comprising over 20 buildings, with high-voltage power lines supplying the ever-growing energy demands of this facility. Despite employing various methods, S.H.I.E.L.D. have been unable to budge the hammer even slightly, the soil beneath it proving unyielding. This prompted S.H.I.E.L.D. to expend vast resources to hastily erect this base in order to study Thor's hammer. Layer upon layer of walls, watchtowers, and squads of soldiers created a security perimeter as formidable as a vault. Yet, Loki effortlessly infiltrated the very heart of this base, the place where the hammer was housed. With an impassive expression, Loki gazed at Thor's hammer, casting a contemptuous glance at the surrounding guards. He reached out to grasp the hammer's short handle, pulling forcefully. Yet it remained immovable. Employing both hands yielded the same result. The hammer lay quietly, silently mocking Loki's overconfidence. Chapter 94. The Hammer That Would Not Budge. Refusing to concede defeat, Loki tugged at the hammer with increasing vigor, but remained steadfast, not even a speck of soil dislodging from beneath it, eliciting a flash of irritation across Loki's otherwise stormy visage. Since discovering that he is a frost giant rather than an Asgardian, Loki has developed a new perspective on Odin's favoritism. As he is not the biological son, it is only natural that he would not receive the same ardent nurturing. Take Thor, for instance, wielding the mighty Mjolnir, forged from the core of a planet, and adorned in armor crafted from the finest URU metal of Asgard. He stands as the greatest asset in battles across the 9 realms, effortlessly vanquishing foes with ease and basking in the adoration of the masses. In contrast, Loki has spent his time learning an array of magic from his adoptive mother Frigga: illusions, duplications, invisibility, spatial containment, and shielding, among others. While his arsenal includes offensive spells, they pale in comparison to the prowess of the elite warriors of the celestial realm, let alone the valorous Thor. This disparity has garnered Thor a legion of followers, while Loki remains overlooked. Once, Loki believed his shortcomings were due to a lack of effort compared to Thor. Now he finally comprehends the true reason. He is not Odin's true son, and thus could not be cultivated with the same dedication. When a person harbors prejudice, everything that once seemed normal appears profoundly abnormal through their eyes. Loki finds himself in this very predicament, gazing at the immovable Mjolnir, murmuring, "Just wait. I am the one destined to be the rightful king of Asgard. I will prove it to you, father." As the ship traversed the night sky and arrived in New York, the southern tip of Manhattan erupted with a meteor shower of vibrant fireworks, blossoming into a myriad of colors, illuminating the night sky in a spectacular display. The streets below were teeming with crowds, predominantly comprised of individuals with yellow skin, with only a small fraction belonging to other ethnicities. Each face radiated joy as they watched the dragon and lion dances, celebrating the new year. Loki's vessel glided overhead, casting a disdainful glance at the throngs below and the lantern-adorned streets, muttering, "It is precisely because the Midgardians squander their time on such trivial pursuits that Midgard has become the weakest of the 9 realms. Freedom is their gravest folly." As he spoke, Loki's ship soared beyond downtown towards the upper city, and in that fleeting moment, a local named Greer felt an inexplicable urge to gaze up at the inky sky. Yet, apart from the fireworks and stars, there was naught else, leaving Greer puzzled as he tilted his head, ultimately dismissing the thought and returning his attention to the festivities. Time is a way of erasing memories. It has been merely 3 months since the Chinatown explosion, and the remnants of the destroyed buildings and charred vehicles just 2 streets away remain unaddressed by the sluggish American engineering teams, yet the majority have already forgotten. The demands of work and life leave little room for concern over matters that seem distant from their own lives. Online, the uproar has long since subsided. The once fervent news surrounding the Eastern Dragon's clash with the Green Monstrosity has been overshadowed by an endless stream of entertainment news. People are now more preoccupied with their jobs and the taxes they must pay, concerns that directly impact their lives, regarding everything else as merely a spectacle to observe. Due to the devastation wrought by the battle between Despicable and Greer, the building where Daisy and Hyde resided collapsed significantly. Until the inefficacious government completed repairs, they temporarily took refuge at Uncle Jimmy's abode. During the subsequent month and more, Greer, with nothing to engage him, resorted to perusing his stack of books. It became evident that Greer possessed an intellect within the realm of normalcy, yet was leagues away from the photographic memory of a prodigy. Even though Daisy, also residing at Uncle Jimmy's, earnestly assisted Greer with supplementary lessons during her free time, his performance on the SAT in December remained abysmally dismal. Ultimately, after discussions between Uncle Jimmy and Hyde, Greer decided to allocate a sum of money to enlist Mr. Hyde's extensive connections. By utilizing financial means, he acquired a fraudulent academic status at a remote school in Alaska, one that did not require attendance but still provided an official registration and diploma. He then enrolled as a transfer student in the public school attended by Daisy. Having often encountered ridicule regarding foreigners' inability to perform arithmetic, Greer, upon entering school in mid-January 2011 and spending nearly a month there, finally comprehended the rationale behind it. The curriculum that middle school students in his previous life had studied was, astonishingly, categorized as high school material in American public schools. Teachers would merely deliver lectures, while students would casually listen, with no assignments to complete. The remaining time was devoted to parties, drug use, and revelry. Merely reading about the ease of high school abroad, where little is learned, indeed reflects a certain level of simplicity. Yet this ease is confined to public schools that require no tuition. Private institutions in America, particularly at the high school level, are deemed superior. Across the nation, there exist tens of thousands of high schools, yet fewer than 1,000 are private. And entry is not guaranteed for all. The offspring of societal elites, business magnates, and political figures primarily attend these private establishments. The academic rigors there are anything but lenient. The knowledge imparted is not less than that of domestic high schools, but rather exceeds it. With an exceptional student body, distinguished faculty, and unparalleled teaching quality, the majority of graduates gain admission to prestigious universities, thereby creating a vast chasm between the privileged and the underprivileged. This system adheres to what is termed elite education, or conversely, dumbing down the masses, allowing only a select few to ascend to greatness while the rest are left to navigate life as best they can. Not to mention, the tuition fees alone for private high schools can amount to tens of thousands annually, rendering them unaffordable for the average family. Chapter 95, Beyond All Hope. Furthermore, admission to private high schools is not solely contingent on wealth. Indeed, those affluent enough to endow buildings can gain entry to elite high schools and universities without taking entrance exams, subsequently stepping directly into their family businesses or interviewing graduates from top-tier universities. As for public schools, their funding depends on state or federal allocations, with educational systems varying across states ranging from 633, 6 to 6, 8 to 4, to 444. Schools with substantial yearly funding are naturally able to attract renowned scholars and professors for lectures. As America, being a capitalist society, thrives on financial resources, without money, one would be hard-pressed to find quality instructors willing to teach or to facilitate students' participation in various social activities and engage in costly, resource-intensive experiments. Moreover, the United States also delineates school districts, allowing students residing near public schools to enroll nearby. However, the number of well-funded public schools that can afford to squander resources is genuinely scarce, less than 1%, and they are primarily located in affluent areas. The public high school attended by Greer and Daisy is situated near Chinatown, where the quality of education can only be described with a hint of sarcasm. The sole advantage is its proximity to Chinatown, resulting in a relatively high proportion of Asian students, albeit only constituting around 20 to 30%, which renders the degree of discrimination somewhat less severe. This slight benefit aside, Greer felt he had learned very little during his month at the school. Before arriving in this world, he had already acquired knowledge ranging from celestial mechanics to classical literature, having experienced a transformative philosophical journey, only to regress into a languid existence dominated by smartphone distractions. The scant knowledge he retained was more than sufficient to handle the 10th grade curriculum, clearly illustrating the nature of education in the majority of American public schools. At times, Greer pondered the necessity of attending school. After a month of languishing in classes, he had yet to encounter anyone calling him Peter Parker, having consumed a plethora of Marvel novels in his previous life, where protagonists would effortlessly team up with Spider-Man after their respective journeys. He found it perplexing that he could only endure these soporific lessons. The S.H.I.E.L.D. was not his father, providing boundless and unprincipled assistance. Even now, the New York Police Department still had a bounty on him. Anyone who could provide credible leads on 5 major gang-related massacres stood to earn up to $500,000. while capturing a suspect could yield a reward of $3 million. Such an amount was sufficient to purchase a lavish apartment in Manhattan, prompting Greer to consider turning himself in for the bounty. He possessed considerable funds, yet they remained obscured. Small transactions at convenience stores and restaurants were manageable, but anything significant was primarily conducted via credit cards and checks. Greer was too apprehensive to open a bank account, as he could not possibly explain the origin of his money. The last time he sought assistance from Daisy's father for tuition, he had traveled to Canada to purchase anonymous bonds at inflated prices from private sellers, only to sell them at a lower rate in another location, transferring the proceeds directly into Daisy's father's account through cross-border transactions. The losses were staggering, with a depletion rate of 70%, $100 reduced to $30. Yet, he accepted this as an inevitable consequence of inexperience. Nevertheless, even if he managed to send money overseas, exceeding certain limits would certainly raise suspicions. How could he explain it? Greer possessed several bags of cash, but could only spend it gradually. Fortunately, he had no substantial expenses, was not purchasing a house or a car, and usually dined at Uncle Jimmy's restaurant. As for seeking assistance from S.H.I.L.D., that seemed futile. S.H.I.E.L.D. was not a charitable organization comprising countless benevolent souls, catering to every aspect of one's needs like a nanny. If they could transform a masked hero into an obedient henchman or puppet, why would they bother with costly recruitment? Just like Ross, who relentlessly pursued the Hulk, he never resorted to lavish expenditures or enchanting beauties to win over Banner, much like many in the realm of online literature in his previous life. The prevailing mindset was that if there were free alternatives available, why would one part with their hard-earned money? The S.H.I.E.L.D. has yet to apprehend itself for study. This is due, firstly, to its formidable strength, making capture exceedingly challenging, and secondly, a lack of clarity regarding its origins, likely influenced by the previous incident that left them bewildered. Otherwise, a mere child, brandishing gold in the market, would be exceptionally fortunate to take 3 steps without being robbed. The weight of these concerns has led Greer to accumulate only a few hundred points over the past 3 months, venturing out at night solely to drag evildoers into the mirror world, leaving no trace behind, and avoiding any attention from the New York Police Department regarding the mysterious mass disappearances of certain gang members. With still 7 or 8 years until Thanos' arrival, if he were to eliminate gangs daily, it is uncertain whether there would be enough gangs left to target. In a city of barely 8 million, if 10 to 18,000 individuals vanished in a year, it would undoubtedly incite panic. Furthermore, even if all his victims were criminals or gangsters, the sheer volume of killings would lead to social ostracism. No one desires to live next to a murderous fiend, and the government would certainly not permit such a figure to thrive within its borders. Without the need for any instigation, nations would strive to eliminate and expel him. For if such mass killings went unpunished, it would set a precedent for others to follow suit, claiming vigilante justice as their motive. In judicial proceedings concerning homicides, he would inevitably be compared. Why should he remain unpunished for his actions, akin to a fine of 800 million being compared to those before him? He diligently strives to grow stronger solely to survive Thanos, yet if he continues down this path of slaughter, he may find himself confronting the American empire long before Thanos arrives. The only viable solution is to target only the most heinous offenders, yet such individuals are regrettably scarce. Otherwise, how could he have only earned a few hundred points in 3 months? The thought is laden with helplessness, as other traversers can easily undermine S.H.I.E.L.D., while he is plagued with trepidation even in dismantling a gang. His protagonist as Halo seems to pale in comparison to that of mere foot soldiers. He wonders how those predecessors managed to eradicate so many gang members under the guise of vigilantes without drawing the ire of the New York Police Department. Chapter 96. Loki's Ambitions. Greer, riding his motorcycle, accelerates from 80 to 90 on the road, and in this winter chill, such speed sends the biting cold wind rushing through every crevice of his clothing, compelling Daisy, seated behind him, to cling tightly to his waist, her form shrinking against his back as the frigid air whistles past her ears. Cars, illuminated by their headlights, are left in the dust as they exit Chinatown, where the festive atmosphere of the new year dissipates and the vibrant red lanterns and spring couplets vanish, as if entering a new world altogether. Daisy, perched behind, lifts her head to nestle against Greer's neck, exclaiming, "There's a New Year parade in Flushing tomorrow, with numerous floats and performances. It's bound to be delightful. Will you join me?" Greer muses inwardly, suspecting she merely seeks a free chauffeur. His motorcycle, after all, traverses quicker than the subway, especially considering the congested traffic in New York, where even cars struggle to match the speed of the trains. Since Daisy has been staying with Uncle Jimmy, she seldom rides the subway anymore, Rather, Greer has been transporting her on his motorcycle to school and beyond, rendering the journey far less tedious. Sounds good, he replies, delighted. Daisy eagerly contemplated. This time, I shall bring my camera. Ah, let us arrive early to secure a prime position. Last year, we arrived too late, squeezed at the back, and failed to see anything clearly, provided you do not linger in bed. As they conversed and laughed, the motorcycle's speed increased, swiftly entering the underwater tunnel, vanishing into the bustling flow of traffic. Meanwhile, Loki's spacecraft hovered above Columbia University. Casting a glance at the 30 frost giants and 100 Chitauri biomechanical soldiers within the cabin, a cold smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Instantly, he faded into the air, leaving the frost giants and Chitauri soldiers awaiting the command to strike. What are you doing? Loki halted, turned, and with a smirk, gazed at Heimdall, saying, Of course, I am here to stabilize the Nine Realms. The valiant Thor has been exiled, and the All-Father remains withdrawn. Should rebellion arise, who will quell it? Thus, it is imperative to ensure the stability of the Nine Realms. If I do not take action, who will? Heimdall's dark golden gaze fixated on Loki, wholly skeptical of his claims. Yet, he discerned nothing obstructive in Loki's actions. Nor could he procure evidence of Loki's detrimental intents towards Asgard. Even Odin had not prohibited Loki's access to Asgard. What could he do? After a prolonged silence, and seeing Heimdall remain reticent, Loki turned and strolled towards the highest edifice of Asgard, the Hall of the Gods. However, his countenance darkened, his fists gradually clenching. He pondered. Had it been Thor who had spoken, would Heimdall dare to question him thus? The answer was no. Though both were sons of Odin, their treatment differed vastly. This disparity incensed Loki, yet he felt at a loss for how to vent his frustration. Upon returning to his chamber and stepping onto the balcony, overlooking the dense stone structures and buildings of the vast continent, Loki raised his hand, sweeping it before him. Instantly, a reflective surface manifested, revealing images captured by a spacecraft hovering above Manhattan, now relocated to Flushing. With a mere command, the Chitauri biomechanical soldiers and frost giants would execute his predetermined plan. Regardless of the tumult in Midgard, it bore no consequence for him, the second prince of Asgard. In truth, Loki had long located Thor, but refrained from action, biding his time until Thor was surrounded by more people. The greater the chaos wrought by the frost giants and Chitauri in Midgard, the higher the likelihood of Asgard's intervention. He was confident that the frost giants would repeatedly disrupt Midgard, tearing asunder the truce, and Odin would not remain passive. When Asgard's forces marched upon Jotunheim, with Odin overseeing Asgard and the thunder god absent, he, as the second prince, would naturally assume command to vanquish Asgard's nemesis, the frost giants. Such a monumental achievement would undoubtedly elevate him above Thor, establishing him as the foremost heir to the throne. Upon this realization, a faint smile crept onto Loki's face, and his gaze toward the shimmering water mirror brimmed with eagerness. The reflection of Earth within the mirror depicted a bright day. The streets were devoid of the usual throngs of vehicles, instead showcasing an array of flower-laden floats adorned with diverse floral designs, moving slowly along the thoroughfare. Accompanying them were orchestras of Western music, teams performing traditional Chinese drumming, and various groups showcasing an assortment of dances, all trailing closely behind or alongside the floats. The sidewalks were teeming with enthusiastic crowds, creating a vibrant atmosphere. In the water mirror's focus was Thor, clad in a brown coat, his demeanor stripped of the usual arrogance. Appearing much like an ordinary earthling, he held Jane's hand protectively as they navigated through the bustling throng, striving to advance as much as possible, evidently having progressed beyond mere friendship. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, Thor was a striking figure even in North America, effortlessly spotting the slow-moving floats and performers on the road, while Jane struggled to see. Thus, Thor continuously sought a better vantage point to ensure Jane could fully appreciate this grand celebration, reminiscent of Asgard's Walpurgis night. Upon turning his head to the left, Thor's eyes sparkled with excitement. He gently adjusted his arm around Jane and exclaimed, "Jane, I see Russell. Let us go to him." "Who?" Jane momentarily failed to comprehend, as she was not as tall as Thor and surrounded by people, rendering her unable to identify the individual he referred to. Thor, wrapping an arm around Jane, began to push through the crowd. His imposing stature deterred any potential confrontations, a privilege not afforded to someone of lesser height. With determination, he explained cheerfully, "Do you not remember? The young lad who vanquished numerous frost giants in that small town 3 months ago." At Thor's mention, Jane's memory was instantly rekindled. Those few days had profoundly reshaped her worldview. Years of studying the sciences, beginning with Copernicus's challenge to theism, were suddenly eclipsed by the arrival of a thunder god, the emergence of frost giants, and the appearance of a boy who could seemingly don various armors with ease. It dawned upon her that the world was far more intricate than she had perceived. Particularly, Thor's existence validated the authenticity of Norse mythology. leading Jane to contemplate the potential existence of a deity. The notion of a delightful angel appearing one day did not strike her as implausible. Hearing Thor mention the boy with whom she had shared a mere 15 or 16 hours, Jane felt a surge of excitement. Both she and Eric had harbored great curiosity about this enigmatic youth, especially regarding the armor that bore a striking resemblance to Iron Man's yet appeared to be even more advanced, igniting a fervent desire in Eric to explore it further. Meanwhile, Greer was entirely captivated by the procession of floats, astonished to witness such a grand New Year's parade in a foreign land. The celebration was not limited to Asians. Individuals from various ethnic backgrounds participated, including a police band from Flushing, and schools had even declared a holiday for the occasion, marking a jubilant communal festivity. Engrossed in thought, Greer discerned a cheerful voice amidst the cacophony of the crowd, calling out his name, Rousseau. Turning to his right, he immediately spotted Thor, towering over the average person with his signature flowing golden locks, and Jane nestled protectively in his arms. As a multitude of thoughts swirled in Greer's mind, Thor had already squeezed his way to the front. To Greer's dismay and irritation, despite standing on a flower bed, he was barely taller than Thor, a mere fraction of a difference. With a broad smile, Thor addressed Greer, "It's good to see you again. Have you given any thought to my previous proposal?" Greer was taken aback, a myriad of question marks filling his mind. If not for their unexpected encounter today, he might have entirely forgotten about Thor, of the proposal he mentioned. Sensing the awkwardness, Jane swiftly interjected to prevent Thor from suggesting anything about enlisting Greer into his Asgardian guard. "Are you both here to witness the parade?" Meanwhile, Daisy, curiosity piqued, observed Thor and Jane with intrigue, pondering how this reclusive homebody could possibly know these two, who were at least a decade older than Greer. Before they could exchange further words, Loki, far away in Asgard, wore a grin as he issued the command to attack. Following Thor, the concealed spacecraft gliding from Manhattan to Flushing opened its side hatches, as if two doors had materialized in the azure sky. One by one, frost giants and Chitauri biomechanical soldiers leaped from the gaping hatches, their figures swiftly descending like shadows against the backdrop of the sky. Yet, the throngs of people below remained oblivious, their attention fixated on the slowly advancing float. It was Thor and Greer who first perceived the impending danger, their gazes instinctively drawn upwards to witness the figures plummeting. By the time they recognized these beings as frost giants, it was too late to react. The first giant had already crashed into the float in the middle of the road. The immense weight and gravitational force of the frost giant obliterated the float, sending debris flying in all directions. As more frost giants and Chitauri soldiers followed suit, some landed on the roadway, others plunged into the crowd, while a few clung to the sides of nearby buildings like geckos. In a matter of 3 or 4 seconds, the street within 100 meters was littered with bizarre creatures. Several floats were shattered to pieces, with fragments scattering into the surrounding crowd, injuring many. Among the frost giants that fell into the throng, at least a dozen individuals were crushed, their bodies reduced to pulp. Meanwhile, the Chitauri soldiers hanging from the buildings drew laser guns, indiscriminately firing into the panicked masses, unleashing a torrent of bloodshed. Help! There are monsters! Run! The melodious music and cheers abruptly halted, replaced by the cacophony of chaos and the desperate cries for survival. Both the procession and the throngs of people lining the streets scrambled to flee from the menacing frost giants wielding ice blades and the Chitauri biomechanical soldiers brandishing laser guns. Yet, the throng was so dense that even walking became an arduous task, let alone running. The jostling crowd caused many to stumble and fall, unable to rise again, their fates overshadowed by the slaughter of the frost giants and Chitauri. Greer gaped in disbelief at the descending frost giants and Chitauri soldiers. The narrative had truly shifted. How could these Chitauri soldiers, who only appeared in the Avengers, materialize now alongside the frost giants? Was the world truly spiraling into madness, or was it merely an illusion? It seemed inconceivable. As for Thor, he was nearly dumbstruck. In the previous incursion of frost giants into Midgard, one could attribute it to chance, but now, merely 3 months later, a second, more extensive invasion had occurred. This could not possibly be mere coincidence. It was an organized, purposeful assault. Given the frost giant's awareness of his presence in Midgard, this time they were likely targeting him once more. Greer stood frozen as he witnessed the relentless descent of frost giants and Chitauri, quickly realizing the dire implications. Both the frost giants and Chitauri were insurmountable foes for fragile humanity. Forget the frost giant's ice armor that could withstand a blow from decade-old armor. Even the Chitauri possessed a layer of glimmering silver armor. He wondered how, amidst all this, Black Widow and Hawkeye managed to defeat the Chitauri with mere firearms and arrows. In Greer's estimation, perhaps a heavy machine gun could breach their defenses, but to eliminate them, one would require artillery, tanks, or other heavy weaponry. Yet, With the streets teeming with people, even if an armored unit were nearby, they would be unable to advance. Observing the crowded masses, Greer's instinct was not to flee with the crowd, but to scan the buildings behind him. Given the density of the throng, walking was laborious, let alone running. The only feasible escape route lay across the rooftops. With this thought, Greer swiftly wrapped his arm around Daisy's waist and exclaimed, "Louise, hold on tight." Before Daisy could react, Greer had already bent his legs and leapt upward, carrying her onto the escape ladder on the exterior wall of the second floor. He shouted down to Thor and Jane, "Hurry up!" Thor and Jane quickly grasped the situation. Without hesitation, Thor scooped Jane into his arms and tossed her upward, where Greer caught her by the arm and pulled her up, urging them to ascend. With determination, he yanked open the zipper of his coat, revealing the knight's card box. At that moment, a card depicting a silver robot sprang from the box, which Greer promptly inserted into the device at his waist. A tech-hide Auto parked beside the flower bed. The motorcycle suddenly transformed into a towering 2-meter robot, reminiscent of a transformer. This was the Mecha Pegasus, acquired through the redemption of 900 points, equipped with the Faiz lightsaber. The tires embedded in its back emitted a blue glow, allowing the Mecha Pegasus to ascend immediately. Under Grail's mental command, the robotic steed soared upward, executing a half-turn in midair, its Gatling gun swiveling to face the Kirita beings hanging on the exterior wall of the building, opening fire. Miniature energy projectiles detonated upon striking the Kirita, creating fist-sized craters. Under the relentless barrage of 100 projectiles per second, the Kirita were reduced to mere sieves, plummeting toward the panicked crowd below, eliciting gasps of astonishment. The thunderous explosions drowned out the terrified cries of the people, drawing many to gaze in wonder at the unprecedented sight of a robot hovering midair, assailing these unfamiliar creatures. Though uncertain of the robot's nature, it appeared to be an ally. Many, unable to push through the throngs, drew their sidearms and fired at the Kirita or frost giants. Officer Farishin, responsible for ensuring the safety of the parade, began organizing a counteroffensive, directing citizens to evacuate. As Thor leapt onto the fire escape, the Mecha Pegasus had already dispatched 3 Kirita from the building's facade. Jane and Daisy made their way to the 3rd floor. Grail turned to Thor and instructed, "Take them to safety. I will eliminate these fiends." "Can ride, Faiz." With a resonant mechanical voice, Grail, having just jumped from the fire escape, was enveloped by photon veins, instantly transforming into Kamen Rider Faiz, landing gracefully on the ground in a mere 0.1 seconds. The street was teeming with frost giants and Kirita, leaving many in a state of confusion about where to flee. As Grail touched down, he was spotted by a group of 5 or 6 individuals rushing toward him. Upon witnessing the non-human Kamen Rider, they let out terrified screams and turned to flee, only to collide with a frost giant after just a few steps, finding themselves trapped. Grail had no time to concern himself with the panicking crowd. His focus lay solely on the frost giant. He charged forward, weaving through the bewildered individuals, and swung his right arm aside. The Mecha Pegasus, positioned behind him, immediately lowered its altitude and accelerated, darting past Grail to confront the frost giant. In a fleeting moment as they brushed by, Grail grasped the handlebars of the Mecha Pegasus, drawing forth the lightsaber. The Mecha Pegasus's Gatling gun unleashed a hail of bullets, striking the frost giant and creating multiple gaping wounds, causing it to convulse uncontrollably. Amidst the swirling ice fragments, Grail bent his knees and leaped, swinging the lightsaber forcefully, slicing through the frost giant's neck, while his body, propelled by inertia, glided past the creature. As Greer's feet touched the ground, the grotesque head of the frost giant rolled off its neck and crashed to the earth, producing a dull thud. It rolled for 2 to 3 meters along the debris-strewn street before coming to a halt, while the giant's massive body collapsed onto the pavement. The ease with which Greer dispatched a frost giant, typically a foe that would require a flying kick to vanquish, was attributed not only to the seamless cooperation with his steed, but also to the razor-sharp Faiz sword, which sliced through the frost giant's icy armor as if it were mere paper. Yet, there was no sense of relief for Greer. Instead, the helmet obscuring his face lent an air of gravity to his demeanor. Even with the assistance of his steed, the task of locating and eliminating a frost giant would take a good 10 seconds. Furthermore, the Chiritans clinging to the walls like geckos presented a simple mathematical dilemma. If all went as anticipated, Greer estimated that it would take him at least 10 minutes to eradicate both the frost giants and the Chiritans. Moreover, the streets were chaotic, filled with panicking crowds, making it exceedingly difficult to make a swift escape, not to mention the concern for collateral damage. Even the mightiest of singular strength could not unleash magical prowess. Ranged attacks would be the only recourse. He resolved to first eliminate the soft targets, the Chiritans, before tackling the fewer frost giants. With a determined mindset, Greer raised his left arm without hesitation. Under the complex gaze of 5 or 6 individuals, some filled with trepidation. Others with curiosity. The knight's card box sprang open, revealing a Faiz FR card. Fried Faiz Blaster. The onlookers clearly heard the inhuman, almost synthetic voice emanating from the figure before them, who bore resemblance to Iron Man. They then witnessed the crimson light coursing through Greer's veins, swiftly spreading and transforming the black portions of his body into a vivid red, while the red veins turned black. A silver device resembling a backpack materialized on his back. Chapter 99. A General's Triumph Leaves a Trail of Bones. This was the explosive form of Kamen Rider Faiz, aptly named as it represented Faiz's most formidable state. The multipurpose device, abbreviated as PFF, not only enabled flight but also transformed into a cannon, while containing an energy reserve far surpassing that of Faiz's usual form. With the PFF, Faiz's combat duration was significantly prolonged, making him 6 times stronger than before. Having spent 400 points to exchange for the FR card, Greer was not yet satisfied. He raised his left arm once more, expending 1,600 points to acquire the multifunctional weapon, the Faiz Blaster. As the card was inserted into the driver again, those 3 to 4 meters behind Greer heard the electronic, synthetic voice once more, "Attack Ride, Faiz Blaster." With the utterance of these words, a 6-pointed star magic circle materialized beside Greer, and in the next moment, a metal briefcase, secured with a code, appeared before him, grasped firmly in his hand. Without needing to input the code, a mere thought prompted the lower half of the case to rotate 180 degrees and close, instantly transforming into a quantum blast cannon over a meter in length. Moreover, the PFF unit behind Greer, originally directed towards the 2 metallic devices below, rotated a full 180 degrees, resting on his shoulders and transforming into 4 diminutive cannon turrets. No sooner had the transformation been completed than these 4 cannons unleashed a barrage of fire, sending forth a series of small energy projectiles that whistled through the air, striking the critterins affixed to the exterior walls of the building with remarkable precision, in terms of both potency and lethality. Their effectiveness far surpassed that of the green machine gun wielded by the mobile Pegasus. Under the cerebral calculations and coordination of Greer, the 4 cannons continued their relentless assault, each small energy projectile obliterating a critterins into fragments. Astoundingly, not a single one of the 50 microenergy projectiles missed its mark within a mere 3 to 4 seconds. The critterins within the field of vision had been entirely eradicated. Conversely, Greer felt as though his overclocked brain might burst from the strain, prompting him to seize such an efficient method of extermination. After all, a vast expanse of safety had been cleared, and Daisy and Thor were secured. The remaining foes could be dealt with at a more leisurely pace. The demise of the nearby critterins attracted a considerable number of onlookers, drawing more gazes towards Greer. Expressions of terror, fear, excitement, and joy mingled among the crowd. One individual, his face alight with surprise, exclaimed to a companion, "I remember. Their essay video on Facebook. Months ago, at the entrance of Stark Industries, he fought alongside Iron Man. Is that true? Absolutely. How marvelous. I must record this." This overly excited individual, momentarily forgetting his prior panic, produced his phone to capture the moment, and he was not alone in this impulse, even amidst their flight. Many remembered to document their surroundings, displaying a dedication surpassing that of professional journalists. At a height of 20 meters, Greer looked down upon the majority of the nearby buildings, surveying the critterins and frost giants below. With his quantum burst cannon aimed downward, he continuously pulled the trigger, releasing a flurry of quantum light projectiles that soared forth, decimating the critterins below and affecting the walls they clung to. In the brief span of just 3 minutes since Greer's transformation, the street lay strewn with corpses, blood flowing like a river, lamentations echoing in the air, while several towering frost giants continued their pursuit of humanity, inciting a surge of fury within Greer. With a swift rotation of the jetpack's vents, he dove rapidly downward, the barrel of his quantum burst cannon swiftly phasing and extending into a long quantum-shattering sword, radiating a brilliant luminescence that dazzled the eye. As Greer descended, he fixated on a frost giant below, brandishing icy blades as it ruthlessly pursued its human prey. Gripping the quantum-shattering sword tightly, he altered his trajectory from a dive to a parallel approach just as he reached the back of the frost giant. With astonishing speed, the quantum-shattering sword effortlessly cleaved through the frost giant's midsection, and without pausing, Greer propelled himself toward the next target. Just as he severed the head of the second frost giant, his keen ears detected a thunderous roar resembling that of an aircraft approaching from the upper left. Subsequently, the ice blade raised by the frost giant, located 15 meters ahead of Greer, was shattered by a beam of light descending from above. Almost immediately, a golden red figure soared into Greer's line of sight and collided forcefully with the frost giant, sending it crashing against the wall of a building on the left side of the road. The golden red figure, half kneeling yet upright, unleashed a thick beam of light from its chest, striking the frost giant and creating a gaping hole in its torso, rendering it lifeless. Greer murmured to himself, recognizing that the newcomer was Stark, clad in his iron suit, which appeared to be a variation, perhaps the Mark IV, differing from the one seen outside Stark Industries previously. Stark rose, turning to glance at Greer, who wielded a massive lightsaber. The eyes hidden beneath his visor gleamed with interest. Jarvis was swiftly scanning Faiz's various components, particularly focusing on a lightsaber held by Greer. Do you know where these monsters originate? Stark inquired, raising his hands to fire 2 electric arc pulse cannons, knocking the 2 Kirta off the wall. Once we eliminate them, we will have ample time to chat, Greer replied, activating his jetpack and soaring towards the direction of the mechanized Pegasus. That makes sense, Stark replied, raising an eyebrow and swiftly ascending to confront the next frost giant. With the combined efforts of the mechanized Pegasus, Faiz, and Iron Man, the last frost giant was cleaved in twain by Greer's sword, complete with ice blade and neck. Just 9 minutes after the first giant had fallen, the mechanized Pegasus landed beside Greer and, before the eyes of many, vanished, along with the quantum-shattered sword in Greer's hand. With a clang of metal, Stark landed nearby and exclaimed in wonder, "Wow, your magic has become increasingly spectacular. You can now make such a colossal robot disappear." "This is not magic," Greer replied tersely, standing amidst the bloody street, lacking the desire to converse with Stark. While watching films, one is often dazzled by the spectacular effects of battles between heroes and villains, oblivious to the devastating destruction that ensues. In just a few minutes, at least 200 to 300 lives had been lost, not to mention the countless injured. Greer could scarcely fathom the casualty count from that battle in New York depicted in the Avengers. Chapter 100, The Reality That Does Not Exist in Films. Sitting in the cinema, one is captivated by the spectacular effects on screen, unaware of the horrific devastation that accompanies such battles. Aside from the heroes, all else is merely glossed over, devoid of casualty figures or the pain of the fallen. Yet, reality is starkly cruel. Both beauty and horror are laid bare before you. The cries of the injured resonate, the bodies of the deceased are visible, and the scent of blood carried by the wind is palpable, rendering this incident even more tragic than the previous devastation in Chinatown. After all, Greer initially thwarted the abomination, and during the helicopter bombardment, most residents managed to escape, resulting in fewer casualties. However, the overwhelming number of frost giants and Chitauri was staggering. The crowd was so densely packed that a mere swing of a blade could claim the lives of 1 or 2, or even 3 or 4 individuals. The frailty of humanity was vividly displayed in those few minutes. In the pursuit of glory, countless lives are often sacrificed. Heroes, too, face this grim reality. In any conflict between good and evil, innocent lives invariably suffer collateral damage. To refrain from combat would only lead to greater casualties. Yet, the losses incurred in the quest to vanquish the villain inevitably fall upon the shoulders of the hero. It is indeed disheartening. Greer sighed softly, suppressing the tumultuous thoughts swirling in his mind, choosing to abandon such futile musings. He was merely struggling to survive in this world, with his options exceedingly limited. He could save those he could, and for those he could not, he felt helpless. After all, he was not overly sensitive. Let others say what they will. Accumulating points and enhancing his strength to confront Thanos remained his foremost priority. Ahead, approximately 50 to 60 meters away, several police officers were rushing towards him. While on the 4th floor of the adjacent building, Thor and his companions gazed out the window. Daisy, focused on her phone, was pressing numbers with one hand, seemingly preparing to make a call. An idea flickered in Greel's mind, prompting him to activate the jetpack on his back. In an instant, he ascended into the sky, soaring towards the Vlaying Bay at a staggering speed of 15 Mach. 7 seconds later, he hovered above the water. And just as he was about to plunge into the sea, he transformed into Kamen Rider Ryuki, vanishing without a trace, like a shadow, without sending up a single splash. Upon witnessing Greel take flight, Stark refrained from pursuing him. Instead, he remained grounded, activating the amplification system of his iron suit, and bellowed, "Everyone, step off the road and onto the sidewalk. Clear the way for the ambulances. Doctors and nurses, assist the injured. Officers, direct traffic at the intersection. We cannot afford a jam." Stark's authoritative command inspired those who had found their anchor to instinctively follow his instructions, gradually restoring a semblance of order to the chaotic streets. At the very least, a sufficient path had been cleared for the ambulances, and medical personnel emerged from the buildings to tend to the wounded. Daisy, having fled to the 4th floor via the fire escape, gazed outside with uncertainty, hesitant to witness the grim scene unfolding on the streets. Her right hand trembled as she retrieved her phone, searching through her contacts for Greel's number, desperate to ascertain his whereabouts. How had a simple patrol turned into an alien invasion? The brutality of the assault that had claimed so many lives was alarming, and more critically, their mission objective had gone awry. Greel had been with her on the fire escape, but now he had vanished. She fervently hoped he was safe. Meanwhile, Jane's attention was fixed on the tumult outside. Even as Iron Man and Greel battled fiercely against the frost giants in Chitauri, she remained vigilant, while Thor, eager to engage, longed for his hammer to confront the frost giants. Daisy's call soon connected. With palpable urgency, she spoke. Greel, is that you? Where are you? Why didn't you follow us up? Did you run too fast? I'm on the 3rd floor. In an unoccupied room on the 3rd floor, Greer, who had just leaped from the mirrored realm, softly spoke into his phone with his right hand while inserting the decade motorcycle card that had ejected from the night card box into his belt with his left. Such a simple task. How could it possibly challenge me? I mastered it long ago. Thor proclaimed with a hint of pride as he produced a basic mobile phone, capable only of calls and texts. Utterly devoid of internet access, a Nokia that appeared nearly as antiquated as himself. Indeed, it is simple, Greer remarked, somewhat exasperated, glancing at Jane, who, with a resigned expression, explained. His grip is rather strong, and since smartphones are quite slender, during the training to answer calls, he became overly excited and inadvertently crushed one. With that, she hurriedly took Daisy by the arm and led her to a nearby alley, swiftly mounting the motorcycle to escape the scene. Jane, realizing the implications, was startled. Thor was still unregistered, and should he be questioned, there would be no clear explanation. She urgently ushered Thor away. Greer, meanwhile, paid no mind to the motorcycle and directly led her to the fire escape on the 2nd floor. Yet, the question remained, how did the motorcycle come to be there? Daisy, however, did not inquire. She simply noted this curious occurrence in silence and used her phone to reassure her father of her safety. In the Asgardian palace, Loki's expression darkened considerably. The fruits of his labor over several months had been obliterated in mere minutes. Having slain only a handful of Midgardians, he had also discovered that the Guardian of Midgard was a formidable figure clad in armor, capable of flight and possessing immense strength. This was far from the grand chaos Loki had envisioned. He had imagined a glorious uproar that would prompt Asgard to dispatch forces against the frost giants, especially upon discovering the plans of the Chitauri to invade Midgard in conjunction with Jotunheim. Yet, just as the plan was set to unfold, it had already met its end. How could Loki not be enraged? At that moment, a noise at the entrance drew Loki's attention, causing him to hastily disperse the water mirror. Turning, he found Odin entering. His face shrouded in stormy fury, his singular eye fixated on Loki, brimming with wrath. Chapter 101, The Slumbering Odin. Loki turned to address his father. But before he could utter a word, Odin interrupted him, his voice a thunderous growl. Why have you done this? What? Loki feigned ignorance, appearing utterly bewildered. Odin advanced, the eternal spear striking the ground with a resonant clang, as he panted heavily and shouted, Why did you allow the frost giants to enter Midgard, Loki? What on earth are you scheming? The terror that once graced Loki's visage evaporated, replaced by a chilling smirk as he glared at Odin. Why should I reveal my motives? Perhaps you could enlighten me as to why you have favored Thor since childhood? Before Odin could respond, Loki jabbed his chest, bellowing, Let me explain why. Because Thor is your true son. Odin's fury froze in place, his fingers tightening around the eternal spear, which served as a crutch for his weary body. After several moments of hesitation, he replied, Loki, you too are my son. Me? Your son? Loki lifted his coat with his left hand, revealing 2 short swords sheathed in enchanted scabbards at his waist. Drawing one of them, the moment the blade, forged from cold iron, slipped free, it emanated a chilling aura. Before Odin could react, Loki swung the sword forcefully, slicing across his right arm. The cold iron blade effortlessly pierced Loki's skin, and torrents of blood gushed forth, only to be instantly frozen into icy shards. Within moments, the wound healed, yet Loki's skin rapidly transformed to a frigid blue hue. Ha ha! Loki laughed heartily, raising his head to address Odin. Father, have I been cursed? Why does the mere touch of Jotunheim's cold iron cause this transformation? Pray, tell me, Father, why have I become this way? Gasping for breath, Odin rested his other hand on the eternal spear, taking a prolonged moment to respond to Loki's inquiries in a hushed voice. Loki, you are my son, and I wish to protect you indeed. The All-Father, nurturing the bitter enemy of Asgard, the frost giants, would undoubtedly tarnish his esteemed reputation among the gods. Loki lowered his arm, allowing the frozen clots of blood to fall to the ground, shattering like the bond between them. With sorrow glimmering in his eyes and a reddened gaze, he lamented, I have always believed your favoritism toward Thor stemmed from my inadequacies. Thus, I endeavored tirelessly to become stronger, to be the son you could be proud of. Loki's disappointment clouded Loki's eyes as he spoke with fierce indignation. Thor wields the hammer of the thunder god and dons the armor of the god of war. He is flanked by the 3 warriors of the Elven Palace and Sif, revered as Asgardian across the 9 realms. In contrast, I feel like a mere waste. devoid of any chance to ascend to the throne of Asgard, for you would never allow a frost giant to claim such a position. That is not true, Loki. I have always regarded you as my true son. My desire is for you to become the king of Jotunheim, to forge a future devoid of war and hatred between Asgard and Jotunheim. Odin's voice grew labored, reminiscent of a weary elder struggling to articulate his thoughts. So, I am merely a pawn in your quest to rule the 9 realms, Loki thought, tears streaming down his face as he poured forth his disappointment and sorrow. You profess your love for me, yet it is merely to compel me to obey your wishes, to watch over the frost giants of Jotunheim like a dog. Is it not? Is it not? No, Loki, that is not the case. Odin shook his head fervently, though his voice gradually diminished, his hands slipping from the eternal spear as his body leaned toward the ground. Before he could collapse, Loki caught him, gently lowering Odin to the earth. Standing upright, the disappointment and tears vanished from his face, replaced by an expression that suggested the world owed him a million. He spoke softly, the Odin sleep has finally come. Rest well. Father, I shall rid you of Asgard as enemies. Casting aside the icy short sword onto the floor, he conjured illusions to inflict wounds upon his arm and then rushed toward the door, flinging it open and shouting, "Guards! Guards! A frost giant has invaded." In a brief moment, several soldiers rushed over, discovering Odin sprawled on the ground, the second prince nursing an injured arm and the floor stained with frozen blood. The short sword, emanating a chilling aura, could only be wielded by the frost giants, lending credence to Loki's claims. Loki bent down to retrieve the eternal spear lying on the ground and shouted, "Immediately transport our father to the medical room. Command the royal guard to seal off the entire palace. We cannot allow the frost giants to escape. Inform Heimdall to close the rainbow bridge." With Odin unconscious and Thor absent, Loki, armed with the eternal spear, assumed the role of Asgard's highest authority. The soldiers promptly acted upon his commands. As they hurriedly lifted Odin away, the wound on Loki's arm dissipated like foam. He picked up the ice short sword and sheathed it once more. With a smile gracing his lips, he admired the eternal spear and remarked, "How exquisite. No wonder Odin clings to you so dearly. Now, you belong to me." With that, Loki made his way towards Odin's treasury, effortlessly bypassing the guards with the eternal spear in hand. Descending to the lowest level where the most treasured artifacts and treasures were housed, he tapped the floor with the spear, causing the wall directly opposite to vanish, revealing a towering robot, 4 meters in height, that stepped forward with heavy strides. Following Loki's command, it retrieved the frost box from the display and knelt before him, bowing its head and offering the box with both hands. "I am now your master, the destroyer of Asgard's mightiest weapon," Loki proclaimed with immense pride. Taking the frost box and storing it away with spatial magic, he led the destroyer out of the Asgard palace and arrived at the foot of the rainbow bridge. Heimdall, wielding the sword of guardianship, stood at the entrance of Bifrost, his dark golden eyes fixated on Loki and the destroyer as they approached across the icy bridge. A look of grave concern etched upon his features. Before Loki could draw near, Heimdall called out loudly, "Loki, why do you wield the destroyer? It is the guardian of Odin's treasury." Chapter 102, The Destroyer of the Celestial Palace. Unperturbed by Heimdall's vigilance, Loki continued forward with an impassive expression. Speaking leisurely, the All-Father has succumbed to slumber, Thor is banished to Midgard, and Asgard is at its most vulnerable. Just moments ago, a frost giant breached Asgard. Intent on harming the All-Father, the destroyer must be deployed to protect Asgard. "I have seen no frost giants enter Asgard," Heimdall replied, keeping his sword at the ready. Although he focused on Loki, the majority of his attention remained on the towering destroyer behind him. Loki's prowess was moderate, yet the destroyer was forged from the rarest materials amassed over the years by Asgard, meticulously crafted by the dwarves, intricately enchanted by the light elves, and blessed with divine power from the Aesir. It was an exceedingly formidable weapon, always entrusted with the safeguarding of Odin's treasury. With the eternal gun in hand, Loki halted the destroyer and approached Heimdall, a gentle smile gracing his face. In a soft voice, he remarked, "It is because your eye of knowledge is still blind to many things, such as the secret passages leading to Asgard." As soon as Loki finished speaking, an ice-bound box materialized unexpectedly in his empty left hand. Channeling his magic into it, he activated the box, unleashing an endless torrent of frigid air that swiftly engulfed Heimdall, who was but a mere breath away. Most of Heimdall's attention was focused on the destroyer, and Loki's swift strike, combined with their close proximity, left him no time to react. He was instantly shrouded by a dense wave of frost. The ice spread rapidly over Heimdall, who unhesitatingly thrust his sword towards Loki's arm, attempting to thwart the release of the ice energy from the box. Yet, the Guardian's sword advanced merely 20 centimeters before it halted, encased in a thick layer of ice. Heimdall himself was ensnared beneath a frost layer of 2 or 3 feet, rendered immobile and transformed into a frozen statue. Subsequently, Loki departed Asgard via a secret passage aboard a flying vessel, leaving behind a frozen Heimdall at the entrance of Bifrost, alongside the destroyer, who stood guard to prevent anyone from crossing. In Asgard, only half a day had passed, while in the distant Midgard star domain, over half a month had elapsed, ushering in the month of March. The cosmic invasion incident in Flushing was gradually losing its fervor, with officials yet to provide a clear response, opting instead for a cold treatment of the situation. Shortly after Greer rode away on his motorcycle, the area was evacuated and sealed off under the pretext of a virus and structural damage, relocating the residents to other places. The streets, littered with alien corpses and weapons, were swiftly cleared, and the damaged roads were repaired with an efficiency that far surpassed that of Chinatown. However, these developments bore little relevance to Greer. He was indifferent to how SHIELD or any other agency managed the crisis. His primary concern was that the Kamen Rider had now gained notoriety. The incident in Chinatown had occurred at night, with streetlights shattered by the shockwave from his clash with the Abomination, resulting in poor lighting and subpar footage. Throughout the 17 or 18 days that followed, the predominant topic of conversation for Greer revolved around Flushing, with only a fraction of discussions dedicated to inquiring about the events of that day. Those in the know relished the opportunity to embellish their accounts, leading to a distortion of the truth. Even within the confines of school, the gossip flourished as the courses were exceedingly relaxed, leaving students with ample time to chatter. The tales morphed into wild narratives, with the most absurd version involving Iron Man battling the Kamen Rider. At the front of the classroom, a bearded teacher passionately lectured on trigonometric functions, while few students paid attention. Seated at the back, in the coveted window-side seat, Greer stacked 5 or 6 books to the right of his desk, his phone conspicuously displayed on the table as he swiftly scrolled through online news. Even though more than half a month has passed, numerous news reports continue to revolve around Flushing, with nearly a third of the images depicting Faiz engaged in combat with the Frost Giant, wielding a sword while energy blasts cascade from his shoulder-mounted cannon, soaring through the sky. These high-resolution photographs have thoroughly established his identity in the public eye. Countless individuals are inquiring about this armored figure. Online citizens seek answers, while journalists, dubbed the Crownless Kings, confront government spokespersons, yet they receive little in return, resorting to the code name Mask In, derived from the mask, to refer to Greer. The allure of the unknown captivates even further, prompting the media to relentlessly pursue the story, inundating the public with a barrage of reports and wild speculations, enough to inspire a dozen films, surpassing even Stark's popularity. Initially, Greer had hoped that SHIELD would manage to keep this matter under wraps as they had before, but it has become evident that their capabilities are limited. However, this is of little concern to him, as he does not operate during the day. Chapter 103, Stark's Invitation. Nevertheless, Dead's motorcycle cannot be carelessly ridden. He must purchase a skin with points to transform it into a different model after assuming the guise of a masked rider. Otherwise, it will be quite easy for those with ill intent to trace him through the motorcycle. With an abundance of points at his disposal, Greer has begun contemplating his next exchange. Currently, his time in the mirrored world satisfies his needs, so there is no immediate requirement to redeem the survival form of Dragon Knight. As for Faiz, he has already redeemed the majority of necessary items, leaving only a few skills and a watch-like accessory named Faiziel, which is designed to activate acceleration mode. However, he is uncertain if this can be initiated in explosive form. For now, redemption is unnecessary. After all, with such rapid speed, he must first ascertain whether his body can withstand it, and he must grow stronger before attempting to utilize it. Regarding Agito, he has only acquired the most basic earth form. He aims to exchange for the storm form, which manipulates wind, and the flame form, which controls fire. But Agito lacks the requisite water element to harness its power. Contemplating this, Greer hesitates. He is inclined to redeem Faiz due to its high growth potential and the presence of 4 elemental magics. However, to make Faiz combat ready and functional, a significant number of magical skills must be redeemed. An unskilled Izard is less effective than a mere stick. Yet, the thought of Faiz's extensive array of magical abilities sends a shiver down Greer's spine. Writing all the skill names on A4 paper fills 4 pages without completion, and the thousands of points he possesses barely cover a fraction of the cost. Not to mention the Dino-S electric bike, for which he cannot even afford the windshield. Indeed, he remains quite impoverished. The bell signaling the end of classes rings, and the symphony of desks, chairs, and floors interrupts Greer's reverie. Students, who have been dozing moments before, suddenly awaken, brimming with energy as they rise to discuss where to venture after school. Forget it, no need to overthink. Let us first deal with Agito's wind and fire. Greer tucked his phone into his pocket and began stacking the books on the table, cradling them in his arms as he made his way towards the classroom exit. Just as he connected the call, before he could utter a word, a deep male voice resonated from the receiver. "Hi, Bo. Do you have a moment?" Greer paused, furrowing his brow as he took a few seconds to recognize the voice. It seemed to belong to Stark. "Mr. Stark? You remember me. Good. I'll arrive in New York in about half an hour. Can we meet?" Stark, perched comfortably in his private jet with one leg crossed, held a bottle of herbal juice in one hand and the phone in the other, exuding an air of leisure. "Is there something you need?" Greer did not immediately acquiesce. After all, Stark was now the highly scrutinized Iron Man, drawing the attention of the government and adversaries alike, all of whom would be eager to exploit his armor technology. It was not lost on Greer that even S.H.I.E.L.D. had dispatched their most renowned spy, Black Widow, to infiltrate Stark Industries. He found it hard to believe that other agencies had not sent their operatives to penetrate as well. "Just a minor issue. I'll send someone to pick you up. We can discuss it further then. That's all." With that, Stark abruptly ended the call, downing the herbal juice in one swig, grimacing as he muttered to himself. "Truly awful. I must find a way to improve the flavor." Huh. Greer stared blankly at the disconnected phone, bewildered. Had he agreed? How could Stark decide for him? His current demeanor was undeniably insufferable. No wonder even the ever-amiable Captain America held disdain for such a self-centered individual in the Avengers. Daisy, emerging from a room with her books, noticed Greer's expression and inquired with curiosity, "What's wrong?" "Who called?" "Wrong number. Let S go." Greer replied, mounting his motorcycle and speeding off towards Brooklyn with Daisy, his thoughts lingering on Stark's mysterious matter. Meanwhile, atop the Triad headquarters of HSD, Nick Fury stood alongside an elderly gentleman with graying hair, engaged in a fervent discussion with 5 representatives of the World Security Council. Although the 5 individuals were merely virtual projections, it did not hinder their heated debates, bordering on arguments. Fury, visibly agitated, declared in such a short span, "We've already experienced 2 alien invasion incidents, each escalating in scale." Before he could finish, an elderly woman interrupted, stating, "This only underscores our need for super soldiers to combat alien incursions. The Super Serum Project has stalled, and we must seek alternative solutions." Another American representative chimed in, "Whether it's the Iron Suit or the Masked Rider, both possess extraordinary power. If we were to outfit an army with them, Earth would have no reason to fear alien aggressors." "Oof." Fury scoffed coldly. "I believe you need to first assess the budget. Stark's Iron Suit costs at least $130 million, and it has been upgraded 4 times in just 6 months. Who among you can bear such a rapid turnover and exorbitant expense? Are you not concerned that it may become outdated immediately upon its deployment?" Nick Fury's words rendered the 5 representatives of the Security Council speechless. Stark's Iron Man suit has undergone rapid updates, having been replaced 4 times within just 6 months. Given the exorbitant cost of such technology, it is expected to remain in use for a decade or 2. Even now, despite the 5th-generation fighter jets having been in service for 5 years, the air forces of these 5 nations still possess a significant number of 5th-generation aircraft, as the 7th-generation jets are prohibitively expensive. Comparable to the costs of 5th-generation fighters from previous world, it is unrealistic to expect a complete transition all at once. However, the pressing issue is that Stark continues to refine his Iron Man suit, seemingly on the verge of yet another upgrade. What will happen if widespread deployment occurs while the model is updated simultaneously? If they do not upgrade, they will fall behind. Yet, to do so would entail thousands of billions of dollars, an unbearable burden for anyone. Not to mention that they cannot produce it themselves, as all technology is firmly in Stark's grasp. Chapter 104, The World Security Council. As the atmosphere became increasingly tense under Nick Fury's influence, Alexander Pierce, the former director of S.H.I.E.L.D., standing beside Fury, stepped forward to ease the situation, stating, "S.H.I.E.L.D. is specifically tasked with handling extraordinary events. However, the matter of an alien invasion surpasses our operational capabilities, as S.H.I.E.L.D. remains a covert agency, not widely known to the public. Regarding the Iron Man suit, Stark has indeed remained under S.H.I.E.L.D.'s oversight, and it is, as Stark claims, a mere prototype. Its weapon payload is minimal, its sustained combat duration is short, and its cruising speed is under Mach 2, rendering it inferior to the Quinjet in all performance metrics, yet it costs more to produce. Moreover, the complexity of its operation is exceedingly high, without intelligent programming assistance. The expense of training a single Iron Man pilot equates to that of dozens of fighter pilots, thus diminishing the value of its deployment." With a gentle smile reminiscent of a kindly elder, Alexander Pierce appeared to be mediating the discourse while evaluating the Iron Man suit. However, His comparisons between individual special operations weaponry and fighter jets were misleading, akin to juxtaposing tanks and helicopters for their defensive capabilities, an inherently meaningless comparison due to their differing purposes. The representatives from the five nations exchanged glances, remaining silent as they continued to listen to Alexander Pierce's discourse. As for the Kamen Rider, its destructive capacity is indeed formidable, excelling in both single-target assaults and area damage efficiency. Yet, I remain skeptical that humanity can swiftly produce a train capable of flight, equipped with hundreds of particle beams, laser cannons, and numerous other weaponry whose names elude us. The energy expended in a single volley would rival the energy consumption of a previous era. Even if it were to be offered to us, we would be unable to sustain its operation. Before Alexander Pierce could conclude his statement, Nick Fury interjected, "I have assembled a team of experts who have conducted repeated calculations. Even if we were to fill that train, measuring 500 to 600 meters in length, with Stark's arc reactor, it would only sustain firepower for a mere 15 minutes, at most half an hour. Whereas that train once maintained its assault for 7 to 8 hours. Before contemplating the idea of forming a group akin to the Avengers, it would be prudent for you to reflect deeply and consult with experts to calculate the intensity of such firepower. A city like New York could be reduced to rubble within mere minutes. How many monumental cities does our planet harbor? Are there yet undisclosed more formidable weapons aboard the train? Consider weapons of cosmic annihilation, such as planet-destroying cannons. Let us not forget the rapid advancement of human technology over the past 3 decades. Is it plausible that our adversaries have made no progress?" Nick Fury's words cast a profound silence over the expansive room as the 5 representatives exchanged glances, none daring to speak first. However, Fury paid little heed to their unvoiced thoughts and pressed on with renewed vigor. Humanity possesses a vast arsenal of warships, aircraft, and armored units. Yet how effective would these weapons be in densely populated urban environments? Take, for instance, the incident in Flushing 20 days prior. A single missile likely claimed far more lives than the invading extraterrestrials. If we were to unite the formidable individuals on Earth, and such an event were to occur, they could accomplish feats beyond the reach of ordinary citizens. This, indeed, is the rationale behind my ambition to establish the Avengers. The conference room of the Security Council transformed into Fury's platform as he fervently advocated for the long-stalled Avengers initiative to the 5 global representatives, striving earnestly to advance the proposal. Yet, throughout the routine meeting, the representatives from the 5 nations remained reticent, unwilling to utter the words of agreement. Their discourse continued to revolve around jurisdiction, with the Security Council steadfastly refusing to grant the Avengers the autonomy to act without prior authorization. As the virtual projections of the 5 representatives vanished, Fury let out a heavy sigh. His earlier assertiveness diminished, replaced by a sense of despondency. Alexander Pierce approached, bearing 2 glasses of beverages, and offered one to Fury, advising, "Politics necessitates compromise. Isn't it merely a matter of jurisdiction for the Avengers? SHIELD itself operates under the oversight of the Security Council. At the next meeting, let us each take a step back, allowing the Council to assert jurisdiction while permitting the Avengers to mobilize in emergencies without prior consent. I believe the Council would acquiesce." Fury's visage was etched with concern as he cradled the glass, gently shaking his head. The Avengers are unlike SHIELD. They hail from diverse backgrounds, wielding immense power and embodying distinct personalities and ideologies. They do not adhere to commands with the same discipline as trained agents. Even the most unconventional must abide by certain rules. For instance, the Council seeks to use us against the faux heroes in the armored suits. But SHIELD would surely oppose this, leaving us at an impasse. My apprehension lies in the potential for discord among the Avengers if some choose to comply, while others do not. Even the mightiest team can crumble under internal strife. Fury spoke with utmost seriousness. I would rather refrain from establishing the Avengers now than proceed without clarity. If we set this aside and disputes arise later, it could lead to far greater chaos. Very well, since you are steadfast in your stance, let us continue the discussion, Pierce conceded, raising his glass to Fury before downing its contents in one swift motion. "Thank you. With you managing the Security Council, I feel reassured." Nick Fury rarely displayed a smile. Although the Security Council has currently expressed dissent, preparations may proceed, provided that issues are meticulously avoided. Alexander Pierce spoke with a remarkably casual tone, as if engaged in idle conversation. "Have we uncovered the identity of that masked rider? His destructive capabilities are alarmingly potent, and it is imperative we ascertain his origins. Otherwise, should complications arise with the Avengers initiative, the Council will undoubtedly hold you accountable." While Alexander Pierce's seemingly concerned words resonated, they caused Nick Fury's expression to harden. Shaking his head in response, "Several teams have been dispatched to investigate on multiple occasions. yet to no avail. We must expedite our inquiries. Our understanding of him is woefully limited. Aside from the name of the masked rider, we possess no further information. During my tenure, I received a report in '99 regarding a train flying over the Four Corners Basin. Apart from witnesses and a young girl, we found neither the masked rider nor any trace of the train. Unlike now, where sightings have become increasingly frequent, we have even encountered alternate forms of armor and combat techniques he is yet to reveal. If this continues, we may gather more clues. I will remain vigilant. Nick Fury nodded, bidding farewell to Alexander Pierce as he exited the room, descending in the elevator to his private office on the lower floor. Once Nick Fury departed, the smile that adorned Alexander Pierce's face vanished, replaced by a shadowy demeanor as he murmured almost inaudibly, "Your secrets are multiplying. It seems we must hasten our efforts." Chapter 105. Stark's Quest for New Energy. On the narrow roads of Brooklyn, a multitude of vehicles crowded the thoroughfare, the rusted elevated railway standing sentinel on the streets. While the rumbling commuter trains harmonized with the cacophony of human voices and honking horns, creating a distinctive urban symphony, Greer navigated his motorcycle with frenetic speed through the scant gaps between cars, defying the 40 miles per hour speed limit by achieving a velocity of 70 miles per hour, no slower than the rusty commuter trains traversing the elevated tracks. At such a breakneck pace, cars, pedestrians, streetlights, and greenery were swiftly left behind, drawing the attention of onlookers who turned in unison to gaze at the reckless motorcycle. Daisy, clutching Greer's waist tightly, feared being flung off, her form nearly pressed against his back. Initially, when she first mounted Greer's motorcycle, she had modestly tugged at his clothing, but as the bike roared to life, she quickly wrapped her arms around him. The motorcycle darted through the narrow spaces between vehicles like a ravenous snake, accelerated 20-fold, enough to instill terror. Clearly, preserving life took precedence over all else. As Daisy clung to Greer's waist, her right elbow slipped slightly downward, brushing against the hard surface of the decade belt at her waist. Even through her down jacket, she could feel its unyielding texture. Yet she recoiled as if accidentally touching it. The harsh sound of tires screeching against the asphalt echoed as the motorcycle came to a steady halt. Daisy exhaled a sigh of relief, feeling as if she had narrowly escaped peril. Releasing her grip, she dismounted the motorcycle and noticed a sleek black van parked in front of Uncle Jimmy's restaurant, its presence suggesting it was anything but inexpensive. Upon entering the establishment, she spotted a portly figure with his back to the entrance, engrossed in a battle with the food on the table, as if he hadn't eaten in days. Daisy merely glanced at the patron from the corner of her eye and proceeded deeper into the restaurant. However, Greer, who followed closely behind her, furrowed his brow slightly, sensing an air of familiarity about the figure, as though he had encountered him before. As they passed by, Greer discreetly turned his head and caught a glimpse of none other than Happy Hogan, Stark's driver and bodyguard, whom he had met previously at Stark's villa in Los Angeles. At the sound of approaching footsteps, Happy coincidentally lifted his head, their eyes meeting. He quickly discarded his spoon, wiped his mouth with a napkin, and rose to greet Mr. Russoff. "What a pleasure to see you again. Do you remember me?" Greer nodded, recalling the rotund figure from the 3 Iron Man films. Before he could respond, he hastily said, "Please continue your meal. I'll just drop off my things upstairs, and we shall depart." With that, he took Daisy by the hand and led her towards the staircase, eager to avoid any mention of Mr. Stark's invitations, which would be entirely out of reach for common folk. As they ascended the staircase, Daisy, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Who is he? I don't believe I've seen him before." Greer hesitated momentarily before casually replying, "He is the landlord of the property I previously rented." Discussing compensation for damages. "Oh, I see." Meanwhile, Happy retrieved a bill from his wallet, placed it beneath his plate, exited the restaurant, and started the luxury vehicle, heading towards the affluent villa district on the outskirts of New York. By the time the sun began its descent, the vehicle halted before a grand villa, rivaling Stark's mansion in Los Angeles. Perched on a cliff overlooking the ocean, the road leading to it had been chiseled from the mountainside, barely 3 meters wide. Flanked by bottomless abysses, a true testament to engineering prowess, likely costing enough to build dozens of villas. Entering the villa, they arrived in a spacious living room resembling a small plaza. Stark sat on the sofa, his attention fixed on a virtual projection device spanning over 100 square meters, displaying the disassembled components of his Iron Man suit. With a furrowed brow, Stark scrutinized the projections, occasionally reaching out to adjust a piece. Observing this, Happy instinctively raised his arm to shield Greer, whispering, "Mr. Stark is deep in thought. Please refrain from speaking, as it may disturb him." Greer glanced at Happy, contemplating how this man had remained a trusted confidant of Stark for 2 to 3 decades. Loyalty aside, he possessed an intimate understanding of Stark's various habits. Happy then stepped forward, softly announcing, "Mr. Stark, Mr. Russoff has arrived. Stark turned his head and noticed Greer standing there. He clapped his hands, saying, "Jarvis, we have a guest. Please tidy up." "Of course, sir," came Jarvis's gentle voice, and the virtual projection of the Iron Man's suit promptly vanished. The brightness of the living room lights increased, and Stark picked up a glass from the small table beside him, casually gesturing toward the nearby sofa. "Please have a seat. Would you like something to drink?" "Such a good child," Stark remarked, placing the glass aside and calling out, "Jarvis, play file 546. As Stark spoke, the wall opposite them began to display images like a large screen, showcasing the flight test records of the Falcon and the material hardness levels provided by Greer. Yet crucial data, such as internal structure and material analysis, were conspicuously absent. "What powers it?" Stark's question revealed his understanding of the situation. Greer surmised that Stark was likely grappling with palladium poisoning and was in search of an alternative catalyst for the arc reactor. Chapter 106, Black Widow. Stark continued, unperturbed by Greer's presence. "It weighs only 18 grams, yet can operate continuously for 51 hours, fly, and transform automatically. Such feats are beyond the capabilities of Earth's technology. You mentioned before that you're not the creator, merely a user. Do you know where its power system and energy reserve module are located? I am particularly interested in these two components." Greer hesitated and glanced at the solemn Stark, asking, "After all this time, haven't you made any progress?" "I can't open it," Stark replied, raising his hands in exasperation. "I've tried every method, but nothing works. If you hadn't conjured it up that day, I would have thought it was made of vibranium. Yes, vibranium, the hardest metal on Earth." "What material is the Falcon made from?" Stark took the liberty to elaborate, fearing Greer might not be familiar with the rare metal. "Material? Who knows what it's made of?" Greer mused silently. "Just like vibranium. Why is it called vibranium?" "The answer is simply that it is vibranium." He was aware it was called a disc beast, but he had no knowledge of the materials, the drive mechanism, or the internal structure. Greer shook his head, expressing his helplessness further. "I don't know either. I only know how to use it. The driver who just dropped me off can drive a car, but does that mean he knows how to manufacture an engine?" Upon hearing this, Stark's expression darkened significantly. His clenched fist revealed the tension beneath his calm exterior, veins bulging as he struggled with inner turmoil. The treasure lay just ahead, yet the path to it remained elusive, a predicament far more despairing than the absence of treasure itself. Engaging in formula racing, hosting extravagant parties adorned with beautiful guests while letting Pepper manage the company, and ensuring the arrangement for Colonel Rhodes to receive the Mark II Iron Man suit after his demise. He had done all this, now merely awaiting the arrival of death. However, now there exists an additional variable in the form of Stark himself, leading him to discover that such a diminutive entity as the Falcon could operate at remarkable speed for an extended duration while possessing numerous functionalities. If he could replicate and amplify the energy storage device of the Falcon, it might well serve as a substitute for the toxic arc reactor, thereby ensuring his survival. Even the most illustrious figures of history, such as Emperor Qin, Emperor Wu of Han, Emperor Xuanzong of Tang, and Emperor Taizu of Song, when confronted with the prospect of prolonged life, have made exceedingly foolish and irrational decisions. What then of the instinct to survive? In the quest for life, an individual may resort to actions that they themselves find terrifying, much like a drowning person in the throes of asphyxiation would grasp at anything within reach with an unyielding grip. Moreover, Stark had witnessed the formidable power of the Kamen Rider in battle, a strength undoubtedly requiring vast amounts of energy, likely supported by a power source akin to the arc reactor, which could feasibly replace it, with all other avenues blocked. This was the only known potential salvation for Stark, his sole hope for survival, and naturally, he would cling to it with tenacity. The discussion revolved around the Falcon's energy storage system, yet Stark's true desire was to acquire the energy device of the Kamen Rider, a means to definitively resolve the perilous palladium element issue. What would Stark do if denied this? Would he simply watch himself fade away? Greer did not believe that Stark possessed such heightened awareness, but crucially, Greer himself was oblivious to the specifics of the Falcon or Kamen Rider's energy systems. The sole solution lay in adhering to the original narrative, enabling Stark to discover and synthesize a new element derived from Howard Stark's research on the Tesseract, thus replacing the palladium. Otherwise, Stark would undoubtedly be relentless in his pursuit of anything that could grant him survival. In the midst of this silence, faint footsteps echoed from the left, and Happy entered, addressing Stark. "Ms. Potts has arrived." At this, Greer turned to glance at the doorway of the living room, where a strikingly attractive blonde woman, of similar height to Pepper Potts, strode in, Stark's secretary, assistant, and girlfriend. However, following behind her was a woman whose presence made Greer wish to flee immediately. Any man, even those with a poor sense of facial recognition, would unmistakably identify this voluptuous woman with cascading curls as the renowned Black Widow of the Marvel Universe. "Is this not an invitation to trouble?" Greer felt his face twitching. Having consistently avoided entanglements with Yet now he found himself face to face with the Black Widow, who was currently engaged in a covert mission. Wait, I should not be acquainted with the Black Widow. A thought struck Greer. Only Coulson had interacted with him thus far, so he ought to feign ignorance. Nevertheless, Natasha, reading the unspoken cues in Greer's eyes and his subsequent evasive actions, discerned much. In her mind, she mused, he is pretending not to know me, dressed in a manner unbecoming of the elite. According to Stark's social circle, it would be unlikely for Stark to recognize such an ordinary boy. Natasha had obtained information on Mindy in Los Angeles, which briefly detailed a series of murders committed by the three individuals, yet contained no photographs or personal details about Greer, with even his name obscured in black, indicating a lack of significance. Unbeknownst to Stark and Pepper, the thoughts of the two other individuals present were shrouded in mystery. Stark rose to his feet, a radiant smile illuminating his face as he greeted Paz, gently inquiring, "Have you prepared the items I requested?" Paz nodded in affirmation, opening her bag to reveal a substantial stack of documents, which she placed upon the table. "The numerous bearer bonds and shares of various publicly traded companies you requested are ready. Here are the transfer contracts. This is Natalie Rushman from the legal department, qualified to act as a third-party witness. What do you intend to do with these?" Pepper glanced at Stark, who was solemnly signing the transfer contracts, and then at the unfamiliar young boy seated nearby. Her initial reaction was a surge of concern. Could this child possibly be Stark's? Why else would he be transferring such considerable assets? Chapter 107, The 10 Billion Acquisition. Stark meticulously inscribed his full legal name, Anthony Edward Stark, on all the designated spots of the document stack, taking a minute or two to finalize each signature. Amidst the astonished and perplexed gazes of Pepper and Happy, Stark neatly organized the extensive pile of papers and pushed it toward Greer, placing a pen atop the documents. Leaning back comfortably into the sofa, crossing his legs, he casually remarked, "These are the transfer contracts, encompassing a significant number of bearer bonds and shares from major corporations such as Osborne, Hammer, Microsoft, and Walmart, collectively valued at approximately $3 billion. You may enlist a professional accounting team for precise calculations. Once signed, all of this will belong to you." Huh. Greer was utterly bewildered, staring at Stark in disbelief, questioning whether his ears had deceived him. Could such a thick stack of papers truly be worth $3 billion? A brief mental calculation suggested that, based on average income levels from his previous life, one would need to work for the time of the cave dwellers to amass such wealth. Wait, Stark must be referring to US dollars. Perhaps one would need to work since the era of the UMO people. "Tony, we must talk," Pepper said, her brow furrowed as she stepped forward. Stark's astonishing generosity in gifting $30 billion only solidified her suspicion that this was indeed Stark's illegitimate child. The figure of $100 billion caused Greer's throat to constrict, his eyes widening in astonishment, and he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Utterly overwhelmed by Stark's lavishness, he mused that he might not have earned such a sum even if he had worked since the days he lived in trees. The sensation of wealth raining down must be exhilarating, and the recipient surely felt even more elated. Greer found himself daydreaming about how to spend such a fortune. Even saving it in a bank would yield interest beyond his wildest expenditures. No longer would he lick the yogurt container. He'd simply toss it after a few sips. As Greer drifted in reverie, the previously stunned Pepper finally regained her composure, gazing at Stark in sheer astonishment. She turned to glance at the seemingly dazed young boy on the sofa, eager to uncover what could possibly hold a valuation of $100 billion, an amount that constituted a tenth of Stark's entire fortune. Stark, indifferent to the opinions of others, tilted his head and addressed the stunned Greer. "Have you decided which one to sell? If the terms are unsatisfactory, we can negotiate further." Greer took a deep breath, suppressing the tumult of thoughts swirling in his mind. The amount of money at stake was beyond his imagination, yet felt as elusive as a mirage, visible but unattainable. Whether it was the X-Eagle or the Kamen Rider's power system, he could not produce design blueprints, nor did he comprehend the principles of operation or manufacturing processes. Thus, there was nothing to sell. Rising to his feet, Greer cast a covetous glance at the pile of contracts on the table, representing $3 billion, and inhaled deeply before turning to Stark. "Can we discuss this privately?" Ignoring the protests of Pepper and Happy, Stark led Greer to the outdoor swimming pool on the upper floor. Watching the two disappear up the staircase, the anxious little garbage turned to Happy, asking, "Who is that boy?" Happy opened his mouth but ultimately sealed it, revealing nothing, and shook his head at Pepper. "Perhaps you should inquire with the boss yourself." As Stark pushed open the glass door, a vast shimmering pool came into view. He settled into a lounge chair beside the water, gazing at the sun sinking below the horizon, murmuring, "This is not a business negotiation. I have no desire to haggle with you. How much do you want? Greer leaned against the railing, surveying the endless ocean, now gradually enveloped in darkness, the azure waves transforming into a slate gray. The cold, briny sea breeze that brushed against him restored a semblance of calm to his racing thoughts. 1 billion. It feels like an unattainable sum I could never earn in a lifetime. Mr. Stark, you have indeed tempted me with money. I desperately want to sell you the X-Seagull's power system and acquire this sum that I could never hope to earn in my lifetime. Stark's expression darkened, realizing that Greer's words were a veiled refusal. However, he remained silent, his face taut as he awaited Greer's next statement. Curious as to why he would decline such a staggering offer. But I truly do not understand what the X-Seagull's power system is. As I mentioned before, I am merely a user. Aside from knowing how to operate it, I am completely in the dark. Greer turned around, leaning against the railing, the sea breeze tousling his slightly long hair. Stark pressed his lips together, the arc reactor in his chest emitting a soft glow, particularly radiant in the twilight. His right hand unconsciously tapped the armrest of the lounge chair, producing a rhythmic sound that betrayed his inner turmoil. Surely your research on the X-Eagle has revealed that it is not a product of scientific principles. Are you implying magic? Greer shook his head, unzipping his jacket to reveal the dead belt strapped around his waist. He raised his left arm, causing the rider card holder to spring open and a card to leap into his left hand. 2 fingers clasped the card, flipping it back and forth to present it to Stark. The armor of Kamen Rider is encapsulated within this seemingly insignificant card, Mr. Stark. How long do you think it will take you to decipher such technology? Of course. Greer placed the card delicately in Stark's palm. The small, lightweight card remained impervious to the biting sea breeze. Chapter 108, The So-Called Justice. Stark fixated intently on the extraordinarily thin card, which measured merely 1 millimeter in thickness and weighed no more than 20 grams. Despite the frigid wind tugging at the hem of his coat, the card remained utterly unmoved. Its surface depicted a vividly animated red dragon, appearing so lifelike that one could almost expect it to leap forth from the card at any moment. Stark meticulously examined the card and, without lifting his gaze, inquired, "Is this the dragon that appeared in Chinatown 4 months ago? Quite impressive. And what a gray-green monstrosity I battled. Perhaps it is a military experiment. When I confronted it, armed helicopters from the military attacked me." Clearly indicating they were in cahoots, Greer replied. "So you destroyed 2 helicopters, 3 armored vehicles, and a small squadron of soldiers. Rhodey mentioned that the military has blacklisted you. Had they not been unable to locate you, they would have dispatched tanks to your doorstep," Stark said, a hint of sheepish amusement dancing on his face. "Not that it matters. I have no fear of them," Greer remarked dismissively. His indifference towards the military was palpable in the Marvel universe of 19 films. Their presence was nearly non-existent, even less frequent than the veteran school bus driver. What was there to fear from such a military? "I believe that as long as you remain within the city, many weapons of mass destruction cannot be deployed against you. Firearms and rockets certainly pose no threat," Stark nodded, extending the card toward Greer. However, Greer did not reach out to take it. With a fleeting thought, the card in Stark's hand vanished, causing Stark's eyes to widen in surprise. "Wow, that trick would surely make you popular at school. The girls adore boys with superpowers. On the contrary, I'm an unmitigated weirdo. I don't attend parties, I don't gather followers, nor do I partake in sports like basketball or football. As of now, there are probably no more than 10 people who remember my name. Bio, that is rather unfortunate. You must make yourself known to the public, allow them to understand you. Otherwise, a few individuals may manipulate public opinion to portray you as a villain, a monster, or a bloodthirsty maniac, inciting widespread panic. They will then cloak their ulterior motives under the guise of protecting the populace, while shifting the blame onto your shoulders." Greer was momentarily taken aback, struggling to grasp Stark's implications. Stark patted Greer on the shoulder and then turned towards the wall, calling out, "Jarvis, please retrieve the news from the week following October 25th. 2010. Very well, sir." As Jarvis's voice resonated, the glass wall instantaneously transformed into a grand screen, displaying the chaotic news from the previous altercation at Stark Industries' entrance. However, the narrative was predominantly centered around Iron Man, while the Ironmonger was depicted as an out-of-control automaton, with scant attention given to the true hero, Faiz, who had vanquished the Ironmonger. "Do you see?" Stark remarked, his gaze fixed upon Greer. "Obadiah's robot was defeated by you, yet Stark Industries has long-standing connections with hundreds of media outlets, coupled with the intervention of a government agency that claims to be involved in national security. Your contributions have been conspicuously erased. If we so desired, we could easily portray you as the architect of that incident." While Stark Industries deployed a massive mech and Iron Man to rescue the citizens, incurring tremendous costs to finally drive away the marauders. What could you possibly do? Greer stood there, astounded, as if struck by lightning. He had never contemplated such a scenario. Indeed, Many witnessed the events unfold. Yet Stark Industries could easily fabricate tenfold or even 100-fold witnesses to corroborate their version of the story, portraying the Masked Rider as the true instigator of chaos, while the Ironmonger was merely acting to restore order. Much like the entertainment industry, where rumors abound, how many of them bear truth? Most are orchestrated by malicious individuals seeking to tarnish their rivals for personal gain. Even with the most strenuous efforts to dispel such rumors, even appearing on national legal broadcasts, there will always be skeptics who claim that where there's smoke, there's fire, believing that flies do not alight upon a seamless egg. What could one do if these rumors were accepted as fact? Moreover, Greer did not even know a single journalist. If someone truly sought to malign him, he would have no avenue for clarification. Should he don his armor and visit every newspaper and television station, demanding to know who the rumormonger was, then exact vengeance upon them? Yet, what if this purveyor of falsehoods was merely a hired hand? Observing Greer's dismay, Stark placed a reassuring arm around his shoulder as they walked inside. My child, this world is not governed solely by raw power. If hundreds of media outlets and thousands of prominent figures label you as a nefarious villain, then even if your heart is pure, you shall be seen as a scoundrel. Greer nodded in agreement, recognizing the truth in Stark's words. 3 men can create a tiger. The collective voice can distort reality. Even the truth can become twisted through repetition, especially when the narrative's inception is rooted in falsehood. Are there those who covet your iron armor? Stark inquired, prompting Greer to recall the scene from Iron Man 2, where the Hydra senator fervently sought to nationalize Stark's technology, claiming it was for the greater good of protecting the nation. Acknowledging Greer's insight, Stark turned to him, nodding affirmatively. Do you think I venture into the desert multiple times to eradicate terrorists and prevent the outbreak of war without reason? I also ensure that Stark Industries' public relations department vigorously promotes the image of Iron Man as a champion of justice, so that everyone understands Iron Man is here to assist humanity.